glanced at Qin Hanyue. So, you have seen it too? Qin Hanyue, reluctantly. Chapter 190 Xiaoying. Was it captivating? What are your thoughts? The police station rescues Sak. Did Qin Hanyue watch the video? Not only did he view it publicly, but also without any censorship and with sound. Xiaoying's expression was a playful blend of amusement. Was it captivating? What are your thoughts? The doctor appeared somewhat distressed, seemingly grasping the situation. Qin Hanyue, evading the crux of the matter, candidly stated, "At that moment, I merely wished to hurl him from the building." This him was, of course, Qin Yan. Qin Yan, he is innocent. Qin Hanyue paused. "I wish to do so even now." Qin Yan glared. "The truth has been revealed. He is truly innocent. He is blameless. What a tyrant." Qin Yan cursed inwardly. Xiaoying's gaze was flippant. "Is it such a surprise? Haven't you seen it before?" Ahem. Qin Hanyue lowered his voice. "There are outsiders present. It is not appropriate to discuss this topic." The two outsiders exchanged knowing glances, Qin Yan and the doctor. "Xiaoying, I am not even shy. Is this your first time watching Mr. Qin? So pure-hearted. This must be a deeply memorable experience." Qin Hanyue choked, casting a helpless look her way. Qin Yan felt vexed. "Miss Qiao, that night I only engaged with you for a few minutes. The person afterward was Third Master. The individual who angered Third Master has to bear the consequences. In a clash between titans, the one who ends up injured is merely a pawn. The truth is revealed. Yet he receives neither comfort nor sympathy. Such injustice. Xiaoying, someone must seek redress. Qin Hanyue, he deserves it. His skills were inferior, allowing someone to hack his computer. Who can he blame?" Qin Yan felt like crying without tears. Each was more conniving than the last, and one must not provoke either of these two in this lifetime. "Xiaoying, Assistant Qin, would you like to take a photo with your idol?" Qin Yan felt as though he had just won a grand prize. The precarious roof of his situation suddenly felt as solid as cement, truly revealing Miss Qiao's nature. His wounded spirit began to mend. And just as he was about to retrieve his phone to fulfill his starstruck dreams, he met Xiaoying's seemingly smiling yet cool gaze and had an epiphany. There was indeed a trap, without a doubt. As expected, someone's sharp gaze seemed poised to pierce his forehead. "Qin Yan, I am unworthy." Qin Yan felt a desire to smash a cup. The roof has collapsed. It has utterly fallen. These two are not good people. Xiaoying ceased her teasing, turning to Qin Hanyue to comment. Even in the company, he could be regarded as a good luck charm. "Qin Yan, that does not seem like a compliment." Qin Hanyue appraised Qin Yan from head to toe, softly replying to Xiaoying, "Whatever you say is what it is." Just as Xiaoying had seen off Qin Hanyue, she received a call from Sak. She hurried to the police station. In the chief's office, she encountered Sak and a familiar face. "Instructor Ho?" Instructor Ho was taken aback. "Classmate Xiao?" The chief was astonished. They had just seen Sak making a call, the contact labeled clearly as boss. Initially, they thought he was some formidable figure, and perhaps the police station was about to receive a significant assignment. However, when the other party spoke, it was a woman's voice. A woman is just a woman, and a strong woman is not surprising. Now, upon meeting, it was revealed to be a beautiful young lady, and she even knew Instructor Ho. The chief inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Xiaoying cast a glance at the police badge on the chief's uniform and inquired, "You are the chief? May I ask what offense my friend has committed?" The chief was taken aback by the audacity of such a young girl daring to question him, finding it quite refreshing. Just as he was about to respond, Instructor Ho interjected, "Since she is a friend of Qiao, then there is nothing to worry about." The chief was perplexed and lowered his voice. "Old Ho, have you not always been one to uphold the law? When did you start showing favoritism?" Instructor Ho replied, "She is from the Qin family." The chief was momentarily stunned. "You mean the Qin family?" Instructor Ho nodded. Even if General Shangwan Qingmu were present, this individual would still have to be released. The chief remarked, "A member of the Qin family being referred to as boss is hardly surprising." Xiaoying asserted, "I will certainly take him with me, but do you not owe me an explanation? What has he done?" Instructor Ho was caught off guard by Xiaoying's fierce defense and recounted the events. It turned out that Instructor Ho, on his day off, had gone to visit his niece at school and, upon hearing about a missing student, decided to assist in the search. During this endeavor, he encountered suspicious individuals at the school and subsequently crossed paths with Sak, who was searching for Qiaoyi. In that brief moment of their encounter, both sensed a palpable danger emanating from one another, particularly Sak, with his heavy aura of lethal intent as a mercenary. Mistaking Instructor Ho for someone with malicious intent towards Qiaoyi, Sak assumed a defensive posture, while Instructor Ho suspected Sak's involvement in the student's disappearance. Both men, accustomed to resolving conflicts through physical means, quickly engaged in a scuffle, only to discover afterward that they were both seeking the same missing student. However, Sak's prowess combined with his foreign status compelled the cautious Instructor Ho to escort him to the police station. Sak, unwilling to comply, attempted to break free, but their strengths were evenly matched. Instructor Ho pursued him relentlessly, reassured by the knowledge that Xiao Yi was safe. Upon revealing his identity as a police officer and being on school grounds, Sak, wary of causing trouble for Xiao Ying, reluctantly agreed to accompany Instructor Ho. Instructor Ho apologized, stating, "I am merely performing my duty." "So, the unconscious student who is missing is your brother?" Compared to Sak, Instructor Ho was more intrigued by Xiao Ying. Though General Shangwan had mentioned that anyone connected to the Qin family was not to be underestimated, Xiao Ying's remarkable shooting skills and speed left him in awe. Furthermore, the fact that this formidable foreigner referred to Xiao Ying as boss led Instructor Ho to doubt any connection to Qin Hanyu. Xiao Ying did not respond to Instructor Ho but turned to Sak and asked, "Shall we go?" Sak nodded in agreement. Xiao Ying continued, "Since this is a misunderstanding, I will take him with me." Instructor Ho replied, "That is acceptable." He had not anticipated such serendipity in encountering a skilled individual connected to Xiao Ying. The response had been prompt. Had they delayed any longer, Instructor Ho would have had to bring the taciturn Sak into the interrogation room. If it were not for his admiration of Sak's abilities and Sak's willingness to cooperate, Instructor Ho would have followed procedure and taken him in for questioning much earlier. Certainly, if Instructor Ho were to act in such a manner, Xiao Ying would undoubtedly not allow the person to be taken away so easily. She entered the vehicle, with Instructor Ho trailing behind. "Your friend possesses remarkable skills," he remarked. Xiao Ying retorted, "He is still young and has yet to refine his abilities. My other friends are even more skilled. Be cautious next time you encounter them." With that, she pressed the accelerator and departed. Observing the despondent Sak, Xiao Ying inquired, "What is the matter? Did you lose and feel downcast?" During military training, she had discerned that Instructor Ho was no ordinary individual. She pondered why he had fallen to the military district in the city, serving as an instructor for students, and now transferring to the police station. Sak replied, "I didn't lose, I voluntarily accompanied him." Xiao Ying teased, "What? Do you wish to enter a police station in Hua country since you've never been in one before?" Sak chose not to respond. She added, "I assure you, you can treat this as M-continent. There is no need to worry about causing me trouble." She surmised that Sak was apprehensive about implicating her. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would rather endure any harm than yield against his will. Sak shifted the topic. "What about your brother?" Xiao Ying replied, "He is fine." Sak asked, "Was it the shadows doing?" Xiao Ying reassured him, "It was merely a warning. There is nothing to worry about." After a moment of silence, Sak remarked, "That person just now bore old injuries. Had he not been injured, I certainly would not have been able to defeat him." Xiao Ying nodded slightly, realizing the significance of the old wounds. Indeed, with Instructor Ho's prowess, it was unlikely he would be working at this police station even at retirement age. "You are already quite formidable, Sak. There is no need to feel disheartened." Xiao Ying encouraged. Sak's gaze was resolute. "I must become even stronger, like the nameless leader." Xiao Ying responded, "I am formidable as well." Sak glanced at her. "I did not deny that." Xiao Ying smiled. "Then I appreciate your affirmation." After exiting the police station, Instructor Ho proceeded to the Ming Shantang. After examining him, old Ming shook his head. "Your condition has worsened significantly since your last visit. If this continues, even the simplest task of eating will become problematic." "My old skills are inadequate." Instructor Ho silently donned his clothing. "It's nothing. Had I known it would be this way, I would have sought your assistance sooner." Observing the man's hardened yet melancholic countenance, old Ming hesitated before speaking. "Actually, there might be someone who can help." The pretense of indifference vanished from Instructor Ho's demeanor upon hearing this statement, revealing his inner turmoil. "Are you serious?" Chapter 191, Xiao Ying's Counterattack. Instructor Ho's awkward quest for treatment. As night descended, a steady rain fell. In her room, Xiao Ying sat on the sofa, embracing her laptop. A series of electronic security systems from the Shadow had been enhanced during Blood Shadow's later stages, many crafted by Blood Shadow himself. The prospect of intruding, altering, or destroying was merely a matter of moments. Since the Shadow harbored trepidation towards her, she was more than willing to instill greater fear, enveloping them in further obscurity. Through a series of operations, alarms blared from a private island, echoing throughout. The inhabitants of the castle entered a state of heightened alert. "Chief, the island's security system is under attack. All firewalls have been breached, surveillance has been compromised, the control panel is malfunctioning, and multiple databases have been destroyed. Our personnel are currently endeavoring to restore control and tracking." The storm subsided, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Report from the subordinates. "We were unable to trace any clues regarding the opponent. Their hacking skills far surpass our own." After dismissing the team, a trusted confidant voiced his concerns. "Leader, our island's security system has been fortified by Blood Shadow himself. In terms of technology, no one in this world can rival her. Yet, the adversary dismantled the firewall established by Blood Shadow in mere moments. Furthermore, they seem to possess an uncanny familiarity with our systems, particularly our database. Their intent appears to be destruction rather than theft. Our technical personnel are among the elite hackers, yet they failed to uncover any trace of the intruder. This individual is undeniably formidable. After pondering, the confidant shook his head. Aside from Blood Shadow, I cannot conceive of anyone capable of such a feat. Joker, I never anticipated a counterattack of this magnitude. He merely incapacitated her brother as a warning, and she immediately obliterated the security system of his entire island. Her desire for retribution is evident. Clearly, their warning not only failed to have the desired effect, but instead incited her wrath. He did not harm her brother, merely rendered him unconscious, leaving room for negotiation. With so many key figures having perished at her hands, he indeed fears her prowess. She appears to be exceptionally familiar with the Shadow, yet they remain oblivious to her motivations and do not even recognize her. Moreover, with allies like Qin Hanyue and Yi Siqing Jinyan, he is even less inclined to make an enemy of Qiao Ying and her associates. However, Qiao Ying's actions tonight reveal her reluctance for peace. The confidant expressed his astonishment. Are you suggesting? That girl? But she is not yet 19. How can she possess such power? Surely she cannot be more formidable than Blood Shadow. Even if she is a genetic copy of Blood Shadow, she can only match her, not surpass her. If she were a secret assassin trained by Blood Shadow, it would be even more implausible, even if she were more gifted than Blood Shadow. Achieving such success in such a short time is impossible. Joker, who is she truly? Why does she oppose the Shadow? Unfortunately, Joker, being exceedingly cautious, had begun to guard against Blood Shadow once her strength grew beyond his control. Thus, his residence and regular locations lacked surveillance, preventing Qiao Ying from eavesdropping or gathering information. This diminished the thrill. Otherwise, she could observe the vexation of her esteemed leader in real time. At that moment, the doorbell rang. She glanced at the scar cream Qin Hanyue had delivered earlier, assuming it was him returning, as her guests were few. Qiao Ying casually activated the door monitor, revealing Ming Lao and his young apprentice on the computer screen. She descended the stairs to open the door. Miss Qiao, have you had dinner? Ming Lao asked with a genial smile, his eyes reflecting admiration and joy. I inquired about your address from Principal Zhang and took the liberty of visiting. I hope you do not mind. Qiao Ying replied. Is there something you need? Ming Lao continued. I brought a patient with me. My medical skills are lacking, so I hope to introduce them to you. Qiao Ying glanced outside, seemingly searching for the patient Ming Lao had mentioned. Old Ming, the person is still waiting outside. I feared it might be inconvenient for you, so I came in to inquire. If you have time to see him, I will send him over. If it is not convenient, I will take him away. Old Ming had some understanding of Qiao Ying's temperament, and given her relationship with Qin Hanyue, he dared not impose any troubles upon her. He was a retired soldier, an exceptional sniper, whose right arm sustained permanent damage due to prolonged training. And although he had been shot, it was not a difficult ailment, but rather challenging to repair. I have administered acupuncture to him for 2 years without success. Miss Qiao, your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine surpasses mine, and your knowledge of Western medicine is equally remarkable. I believe you may be able to assist him. Old Ming briefed Qiao Ying on the situation. He was a good man, having served his country and its people with a glorious past, but due to his injuries, he was forced to retire. I truly sympathized with Old Ming's efforts to advocate for his patient. Emotional appeals would not sway Qiao Ying. She only absorbed a few words. Retired soldier, right arm, old injury. Could this person possibly be surnamed Ho? A blind guess, after all. I had just seen him during the day. Hey, how did you know? Have you already examined him? Is there nothing you can do? Qiao Ying, let him in. Old Ming's eyes brightened. All right, I'll go fetch him right away. He turned and quickly walked out, with the young apprentice hurrying to keep up. Shangguan Qingmu observed in silence, appearing calm on the surface, yet occasionally glancing toward the community where Instructor Ho waited, offering comfort. Do not be anxious. Shangguan Qingmu had originally sought Instructor Ho for a matter, and upon hearing that he needed a doctor, recommended by Old Ming no less, and that this doctor was not one to easily make house calls, he decided to come personally, considering his own reputation held some value. Although Old Ming acknowledged the doctor's superior skills, the air of arrogance was somewhat excessive. Shangguan Qingmu could not help but remark. He was accustomed to others waiting for him. When had he ever waited for someone else? Moreover, a healer should possess a benevolent heart. While it was normal for such a remarkable person to have minor quirks, Shangguan Qingmu did not expect the initial meeting to be so difficult, requiring Old Ming to announce him first. He began to grasp the significance of Old Ming's words regarding the doctor's reluctance to make house calls. Soon, Old Ming returned. It is settled. She has agreed to see you. Please, follow me inside. Agreed? Shangguan Qingmu smiled. Stepping into the community first, I am eager to see how many hands and heads this esteemed physician possesses. Instructor Ho, since you know her, why not seek her directly for treatment? Old Ming inquired as they walked. Instructor Ho appeared bewildered. Upon reflection, aside from Old Ming, he did not know any other formidable doctors. He had visited several major hospitals and even sought specialists abroad, yet none of their skills surpassed those of Old Ming. After hearing this, Old Ming was puzzled, but she knows you. Otherwise, she might not have agreed to this consultation. Instructor Ho asked, what is this doctor's name? Old Ming teased, you will find out soon. We are almost there. Hearing that this person knew him, Instructor Ho's hopes diminished significantly. If this was indeed a doctor who had previously examined him, then there was no need for a consultation. If it had been impossible in the past, how could it possibly be feasible now? Lost in thought, they had already arrived at the villa's entrance. The villa's owner heard the doorbell and stepped out to open the door. Upon seeing Xiao Ying, both Shangguan Qingmu and Instructor Ho were taken aback. Instructor Ho exclaimed, you? His expression grew increasingly complicated. Having had a minor disagreement during the day, he found himself at her doorstep that very evening. The world indeed felt small, and an awkwardness settled in. Shangguan Qingmu was struck by an impression of Xiao Ying. Ah, you? Aren't you the one known as Qin Hanyue's little girlfriend? Half a year had passed. Had the two progressed in their relationship? Ming Lao interjected, General Shangguan, you also know Miss Xiao? Xiao Ying glanced at Shangguan Qingmu, realizing why Ming Lao had come personally to the community entrance to receive someone. It seemed that Shangguan Qingmu's presence indicated that Instructor Ho was indeed of significant status. Please, come in, Xiao Ying said, turning to walk inside. Chapter 192, my consultation fee is quite high. Bring my son over for a checkup. What would you like to drink? Xiao Ying inquired. There's no need for formalities. We are merely rough individuals, not ones to fuss over such things. If we're thirsty, we can pour ourselves some water, Shangguan Qingmu replied. Knowing it was Xiao Ying, he felt reassured. If worse came to worst, he could always shamelessly seek assistance from Qin Hanyue. Have a seat, Xiao Ying invited. Shangguan Qingmu observed as she casually settled onto the sofa, momentarily stunned. When he mentioned that no formalities were required, he had meant it as a mere courtesy. He expected this young lady to be so straightforward, neglecting even to pour a glass of water. However, he found her candid nature quite appealing and admired her boldness. Shangguan Qingmu settled down and remarked, I suspected as much. Anyone capable of associating with Qin-san, ye cannot be an ordinary individual. I had no idea that Xiao classmate's family possessed such remarkable medical expertise. Yet, how is it that I have never heard of them? As he spoke, he glanced upstairs, asking, might it be possible for Xiao classmate's family to come down to meet Instructor Ho? Just as Ming Lao was about to clarify the misunderstanding, Xiao Ying directed a question at Instructor Ho. Which unit were you in previously? This unexpected inquiry caused both Shangguan Qingmu and Instructor Ho to exchange puzzled glances. Instructor Ho did not respond. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Qingmu spoke for him, the Hellfire Special Operations Unit, his tone becoming more serious. Instructor Ho furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to discuss the incident with Sak that had occurred earlier. His curiosity about Sak's leader, who was Xiao Ying, clashed with her probing questions about his background, leaving him wary and cautious. Xiao Ying nodded slightly, indeed. It is the most formidable elite unit in Huagua. Ordinary special forces cannot compare. No wonder Sak claimed that had it not been for Instructor Ho's old injury, he would never have stood a chance. Shangguan Qingmu responded, oh, Xiao classmate is aware of this. Xiao Ying smiled slightly, replying, I have heard a bit. She reached for the items in Instructor Ho's hand. Let me take a look. After a moment's consideration, Instructor Ho handed over a collection of X-ray films and examination reports to her. Xiao Ying examined the films attentively. Ming Lao approached, elaborating on Instructor Ho's condition. Shangguan Qingmu and Instructor Ho exchanged glances again, clearly puzzled by the unfolding situation. At that moment, Ming Lao posed a question to Xiao Ying. So, can it be treated? This further deepened the confusion for both men. Finally, Shangguan Qingmu could no longer restrain himself. Classmate Xiao, might I request that your esteemed guardian come down? Allow Commander Ho to examine this arm. Old Ming finally seized the opportunity to speak. General Shangguan, Miss Xiao is the remarkable doctor I mentioned, one who surpasses even my own abilities. A silence enveloped the air for several seconds. Shangguan Qingmu chuckled. Old Ming, you possess quite the sense of humor. Old Ming replied earnestly, I am not jesting, nor am I losing my wits. All I have said is the truth. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Principal Zhang or Lord Qin. The matter concerning Old Qin's poisoning was confidential, and Old Ming could not disclose that Miss Xiao was the one who saved his life. A profound silence settled once more, lingering for quite some time. Shangguan Qingmu and Commander Ho exchanged glances, then turned to the diminutive figure of Xiao Ying. Still finding it hard to believe Old Ming was serious. Miss Xiao is not only proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, but has also mastered Western medicine. I, along with the physicians from the People's Hospital, have witnessed her perform surgeries, and all were left in awe. Old Ming recalled the scene in the operating room, still feeling a sense of shock. Miss Xiao is a genius. With this singular declaration, Old Ming provided Shangguan Qingmu and Commander Ho with a reason they could accept. Indeed, there are people more accomplished than ourselves. They, both well-traveled and knowledgeable, still felt a sense of astonishment. After all, merely moments ago, they had assumed this seemingly arrogant doctor was an irritable, stubborn old man, older even than old Ming himself. Upon meeting Xiaoying, they had thought she was either her grandfather or great-grandfather. The reality was that it was Xiaoying herself, a mere adolescent girl, simultaneously skilled in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. Surely, one could not acquire such knowledge merely from the womb. It seemed she must have begun her studies in a previous life. Even these seasoned individuals found it somewhat difficult to digest. After examining the x-rays, Xiaoying casually placed them on the table and stated, "It can be treated." Although time has dragged on a bit, causing a delay in the optimal treatment window, while it may not fully restore you to your pre-injury state, achieving an 80 to 90% recovery will enable you to return to the military without issue. Upon hearing this, the others were astonished. 80 to 90%? The confidence in her words left Shangguan Qingmu and Commander Ho feeling uncertain. Yet old Ming remained steadfast in his belief. He was elated for Commander Ho. "This is wonderful. I knew you would be able to heal him, Miss Qiao." Despite his inner doubts, the prospect of returning to the military momentarily overwhelmed Commander Ho. Is that truly the case? His dark complexion flushed with excitement. "Indeed. Though my consultation fee is rather steep," Xiaoying remarked lightly. Shangguan Qingmu regained his composure. "If you can truly heal him, name your price. I shall pay any sum." However, Xiaoying responded, "I am not in need of money." Shangguan Qingmu inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Xiaoying pondered briefly. "A favor?" Commander Ho asked, "What does that entail?" Xiaoying clarified, "Both of you hold significant positions. Your favors are worth far more than money. When I inquired about Commander Ho's previous unit, I merely wished to ascertain his worth as a person." Her directness, while not particularly comfortable to hear, conveyed a sense of sincerity that was reassuring. "I do not engage in transactions that incur losses. Exchanging a mere arm for the goodwill of two individuals, or rather, for the companionship of two valuable friends, is not a loss in my eyes. One is a figure of infernal fire, the other, a general from the military district. Their presence may prove beneficial in the future." Xiaoying is not particularly fond of making friends. Yet she occasionally forges connections with useful acquaintances who do not impose upon her, thus avoiding any sense of inconvenience. Shangguan Qingmu remained silent. As for the consultation fee, it could be easily agreed upon, yet it also posed a challenge to accept without hesitation. It would ultimately depend on what Xiaoying desired. Undeniably, the terms proposed held infinite potential. Shangguan Qingmu remarked, "With the formidable presence of Qin Sanyi by Qiao's side, we, the lesser entities, should not be in want." Xiaoying replied, "An abundance of trees provides ample shade. Who would complain about having too many trees in their forest?" Shangguan Qingmu could not help but exclaim, "In my encounters with numerous individuals, Xiaoying is only the second person whom I truly admire. The first, of course, was that genius cryptographer who has since gone missing." Xiaoying stated, "My identity is verifiable. If Instructor Ho harbors doubts about me, he may consider placing his trust in Qin Hanyue." Instructor Ho was taken aback to discover that his thoughts had been discerned. Shangguan Qingmu conceded, "In the absence of a proper understanding of Qiaoying, I cannot extend my trust to her. However, I can indeed place some faith in Qin Hanyue. Therefore, we have reached an agreement regarding the consultation fee." He mused that forming a friendship with such a talented individual might one day yield unforeseen benefits. Once the agreement was made, Xiaoying commenced the acupuncture on Instructor Ho. The sight of Xiaoying administering needles was a rare spectacle, with old Ming closely observing and diligently instructing his apprentice. After several needles had been inserted, Instructor Ho broke into a sweat, unable to articulate whether it was pain or some other sensation that overwhelmed him. Old Ming had administered countless needles to him before, yet he had never experienced such a reaction. At that moment, Instructor Ho realized that old Ming had not exaggerated. Xiaoying indeed possessed formidable skill, and his arm might truly be salvaged. The excitement within him gradually manifested on his face. After more than half an hour, Xiaoying withdrew the needles. Shangguan Qingmu inquired, "How do you feel?" Instructor Ho lifted his arm and rotated his shoulder, then nodded emphatically. The pain that had plagued him for years had significantly diminished, and the effects were immediate. Witnessing Instructor Ho's reaction, Shangguan Qingmu was secretly astonished, and his gaze towards Xiaoying shifted. Indeed, seeing was believing. Old Ming readily offered his accolades. Xiaoying penned a prescription for Old Ming and scheduled the next acupuncture session before preparing to bid farewell. Shangguan Qingmu said, "Xiaoying, may I inquire about the status of your relationship with Qin Sanyi?" Xiaoying glanced at him. Shangguan Qingmu earnestly responded, "It has been 6 months. Surely there should be some resolution by now. If you two are mutually inclined, I extend my blessings. If not, I would like to advocate for my son. Please let me know when you have time, and I shall bring him to meet you." Xiaoying replied, I have no time. I will not be seeing him. Chapter 193, Hacker Forum, X, Welcome, Newcomer Y. Several individuals departed from Qiao Ying's villa. Shangguan Qingmu sang praises for Qiao Ying, exclaiming, "This young lady is truly remarkable." At merely 18 or 19, her skills in marksmanship, physical endurance, and agility surpass those of special forces. Not only that, she possesses profound medical knowledge, excelling in both traditional and Western medicine. It's astonishing. One can only feel dwarfed in comparison. When I was her age, I was merely a fledgling soldier, lacking in any noteworthy abilities. He continued, "Yet I consider myself fortunate to have encountered such extraordinary talent, a rarity indeed, and to have met two of them." Instructor Ho, adhering to Qiao Ying's advice, was gently mobilizing his shoulders while expressing his uncertainty about the consultation fee. After a moment's contemplation, he felt compelled by his military duty to inform Shangguan Qingmu about his earlier encounter with Sak, who referred to Qiao Ying as boss. The aura of menace surrounding Sak was undeniably palpable. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingmu remained unfazed, stating, "It is merely a testament to her capabilities. There's nothing particularly surprising about it. Perhaps Qin Hanyue has even appointed a bodyguard for Qiao Ying." Master Ming interjected, "I must say, thus far, I have only witnessed others seeking assistance from Miss Qiao. I have yet to see her request help from anyone." He couldn't help but add, "I wonder how many people wish to befriend Miss Qiao and feel indebted to her. Forgive my candor, but Instructor Ho, you and General Shangguan are fortunate indeed, especially you." Shangguan Qingmu, who is basking in her brilliance. Shangguan Qingmu concurred, chuckling to himself, "The more I ponder this, the more I find myself enamored with this young lady. I must share my thoughts with my son upon returning home." Meanwhile, upstairs, Qiao Ying had just emerged from a shower and was seated on the sofa, drying her hair. As she reached to close her laptop, she noticed a notification from a hacker forum nestled in the corner of her screen, announcing the arrival of a newcomer. Curious, she clicked into the forum. It turned out that a newcomer had successfully deciphered a complex core code left behind by the previous second-ranked hacker, thereby displacing the latter and claiming the coveted second position. As Qiao Ying perused the forum, she noted that the leaderboard still featured X in the top position, a feat unchallenged for many years. The former second-ranked hacker, known by the moniker Kiev, was also a formidable talent. Despite the staggering gap between him and the first-ranked X, he had become a respected figure among hackers, now relegated to third place. A new contender had emerged between them, known as Y. Glancing at this newcomer, Qiao Ying squinted slightly, a smile tugging at her lips as she remarked lightly, "This individual is intriguing." In the lower left corner of her screen, a chat group was buzzing with activity, the messages scrolling rapidly as the count of participants swelled from 10 to 11. The hacker rankings had remained static for quite some time, particularly among the top 5, making the recent shakeup of the top 3 all the more captivating for the community, who were now eager to learn about this talented newcomer. "You wow? A fresh face. Is it a male or female? Tom, what country does this brother hail from? Come forth and introduce yourself. Share some of your achievements with us." The leaderboard's top 10 boasted hackers from across the globe. "You, newcomer, please briefly share your background." "You, I'm curious. How long did it take for our new friend to decipher Kiev's core code? Huh, has he left? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Everyone seems to be waiting. Is it not rather impolite?" After a long wait, the newcomer has yet to utter a word. An obscure newcomer has not merely risen through the ranks, but has catapulted to the second position, inciting envy among the crowd, who, while acknowledging his prowess, are far from welcoming. Furthermore, the newcomer appears to possess an air of arrogance. Soon enough, the comments became pointed. "Kiev, such ignorance of etiquette." The former second-place contender has stepped forward to speak, and the crowd eagerly gathers around. "Tom, oh dear, Kiev has been toppled from his pedestal by the newcomer. What are your thoughts? This newcomer seems even more arrogant than you. Kiev, known for his pride and not particularly easy to engage with, has the credentials to back it up, yet this does not endear him to others. Naturally, with him being ousted from his position, spectators are keen to revel in his misfortune. Kiev, this problem has been here for 3 years. If no one can solve it, I should pity you instead." His tone drips with disdain. "Huh, the newcomer has just presented a problem. The program has bugs. Why not give it a shot and reclaim your rank?" Kiev scoffed and immediately switched screens, but after trying his hand at it, he discovered traps at every turn, gradually finding himself in a predicament. The conversation continued. "Question welcome. Newcomer. Tom, I recall Q is from Huagua. My friend was right. There are plenty of sycophants from Huagua. Anyone can flatter. Huh, is this already the start of bootlicking? Is it really necessary? Such pettiness, and the newcomer doesn't even acknowledge you. Tom, the newcomer has already dropped out of the top 10. Of course. He needs to cling to someone powerful. Huh, I almost forgot, having fallen out of the top 10, why is he still here?" Qin Yin shouted at the screen. "My welcoming is none of your business, a bunch of foreigners. lacking in skill, yet so sarcastic. I'm not leaving. I'll stay right here to infuriate you. Were it not for the fear of the third master watching the screen, Qin Yin would have engaged in a heated verbal exchange with them. By the way, is this newcomer really the third master? Kiev, if the newcomer is so formidable, why not challenge X? You. No one capable of challenging X has been born yet. Tom, did Kiev just go looking for the newcomer's bug? How did that turn out? It seems he was unsuccessful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so flustered, urging the newcomer to take on X. Kiev's expression darkened. Solving my program's core code is trivial. If he can break the code left by X, I shall call him grandfather. Why? I am quite content with second place. X, truly deserving. The newcomer, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Qin Yin, seated before the screen, felt no surprise. Indeed, it is the third master. Tom, so you can speak. I thought you were mute. Kiev. Humph. I see the newcomer is not unacquainted with etiquette. Rather, he understands it exceedingly well. It is not a matter of being aloof, but rather a disdain for engaging with us. Newcomers need not flatter, for X will not pay heed to these messages, nor does he ever converse in the group. Yet, should you truly manage to breach X's code, perhaps my idol might regard you with a modicum of respect. Ha remarked, I have just realized that the newcomer Y's name, alphabetically, conveniently follows X. Is this mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Tom responded, clearly, it is intentional. Who in the hacking community does not idolize X? There is nothing extraordinary about it. Qin Yin noted, Sen Yi has been besieged. It is quite unfortunate. Xiao Ying, brushing her long hair aside, gazed at the scrolling messages, her fair hands poised over the keyboard, her fingertips dancing lightly. X announced, welcome, newcomer Y. Chapter 194 Y. May I cling to the thigh of the great deity? X, feel free. Qin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, idol. However, he quickly realized that this was none other than Miss Qiao. The sudden manifestation of his idol in reality, and it being Xiao Ying, was a stark contrast to his expectations. She seemed almost unrecognizable. Qin Yin found himself struggling to reconcile the two images. As he reflected on this, a brief complexity stirred within him, yet he swiftly cast it aside, becoming excited once more. Despite the disillusionment and the undeniable harshness of reality, the lens through which he viewed his idol remained untainted. And the experience of seeing her on-screen versus in person was entirely distinct. The moniker X itself embodies both charm and prowess. Merely witnessing this presence ignited fervor. X stands as a paragon in the hacking realm, holding an esteemed position that garners admiration. Beyond an unparalleled prowess, the tales of this remarkable figure have circulated widely. One can only imagine the uproar caused by this illustrious figure's inaugural appearance in the group, accompanied by dialogue. What a sensation it would create. Were there a larger crowd, it would undoubtedly have erupted into chaos. The reactions of the others were no less fervent than Qin Yan's initial astonishment, each person inching closer to their screens. Eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, what have I just witnessed? You X. Am I mistaken? Is it truly X? Tom, what an extraordinary day. The deity has graced us with his presence. This moment shall be etched in history. You. The deity is lurking, and has even taken to climbing the ranks? I never anticipated such a down-to-earth demeanor from him. Tom, why was I not afforded such an honor when I joined? This newcomer is far too fortunate. Deity, please accept my profound reverence. GG. The computer has been incessantly chiming. I feared something was amiss. The deity has truly graced us. I feel unworthy to share the screen with such a paragon. GG. It has been over 2 years since we last heard a whisper of the deity. What has he been up to? Is he considering retreating into obscurity? Each member of this group is a titan in their respective fields, possessing exceptional skills that render them invaluable, many thriving in the real world. They are no ordinary individuals, and thus, their words towards newcomers, or even the second-ranked Kiev, are often sharp and incisive. Yet in this moment, they all transformed into starry-eyed admirers. Even Kiev, who had recently lost his second position and is known for his pride, found himself standing in respectful awe before the screen upon witnessing X. Why? Thank you. X. The hands paused before the keyboard for a moment, then resumed tapping out the message. I have long admired you, X, as a newcomer. Do I have the chance to cling to the leg of a great deity? Observing such bold words, Qin Yin shook his head. After suffering so many verbal setbacks from Miss Qiao, how could one dare to dig their own grave? Tom, what a delusion. The great deity would even give you a glance. You should assess your own worth. You. Brother, this leg is not meant for just anyone to cling to. Make sure to elevate your pillow a bit higher when you sleep tonight. Mate, be content. If I were you, being personally welcomed by the great deity would be something I could boast about for a lifetime. X, I want to cling. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Qin Hanyue, seated before the screen, found a smile nearly spilling from his eyes, visibly delighted. Qin Yan, overwhelmed with excitement. pounded the table. Damn it, Third Master is so fortunate, the leg of his idol. How is it that such good fortune eludes me? Just 2 minutes ago, I was feeling sorry for him, and now he is basking in happiness. Miss Chiao truly honors Third Master. It seems that the wound he endured in A Kinlan before the new year was not in vain. A multitude of technical experts in front of the screen frantically pounded their keyboards. You, great deity, I want to cling too. Huh, seeking the leg. Me. I am your loyal fan, striving to break into the top 10 just to share the screen with you, great deity. Please, cast a glance my way. Tom, what background does this newcomer have to earn such favor from the great deity? I too desire the protection of the great deity. GG. Why do I feel like the great deity knows this newcomer? If it's merely luck on the newcomer's part, then I can only envy. If not, this newcomer must surely be extraordinary. GG. The great deity has been silent for so long, yet today appears for a newcomer. How coincidental is that? Tom, GG. If he truly knows the great deity in real life, I would be incredibly jealous. The chat screen, bustling with 11 participants, or the volume of a 100-person group chat. Xiaoying closed her laptop and stood to fetch a towel. Upon returning, she noticed a message on WeChat. Picking up her phone, she saw it was from Qin Hanyue. Great deity, good night. Xiaoying quirked the corner of her mouth, caught in a bittersweet smile. She shut her phone and climbed into bed, both she and Qin Hanyue eventually drifting into slumber. Qin Yan, having been pushed out of the top 10, yet too embarrassed to leave the group, remained at his computer, watching as others fervently worshipped the great deity. Having known the great deity for nearly a year, exchanging countless words, and even achieving success in his fandom during the day, Qin Yan felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Qin Yan, Third Master, you must strive diligently. You absolutely must win over my idol. Just imagining becoming one with my idol fills me with excitement. Watching everyone's curiosity about X's identity, Qin Yan yearned to leap through the screen to share a hint, inciting their envy. Especially Tom, who had previously berated him for being a sycophant and insulted the Chinese. Now he was the most fervent in his admiration for X, nearly wishing to reveal that the deity he idolizes is indeed Chinese. Ultimately, Qin Yan could not restrain himself. Question, Tom, if X is Chinese, would you still be so eager? Tom, why is this fellow still in the group? The Chinese truly possess a remarkable ability to embellish their own image. Given the intelligence quotient of the Chinese populace, if I were one of you, I would humbly bow in apology. Merely having one Chinese individual among the top 10 would indicate a significant genetic mutation. Qin Yan exclaimed in frustration, damn. These foreign fellows. It was evident that Qin Yan, who was not particularly adept at insults, was on the brink of exasperation. The sudden reappearance of X, who had been absent from the scene for over 2 years, inevitably stirred the entire hacking community. This newcomer, who had garnered the favor of the esteemed deities, attracted considerable attention. Agreements were made with Instructor Ho to administer the injection a week later. On the appointed day, it came as no surprise that more than just Instructor Ho arrived. There was an additional person compared to the last visit. Ming Lao felt somewhat awkward and addressed Miss Chiao, saying, as the saying goes, one learns throughout their life. I have come to learn from you. Shangguan Qingmu patted the shoulder of the young man beside him and smiled. Student Chiao, this is my son, take a look. Upon hearing his father's words, Shangguan Yu felt a tinge of helplessness, especially as he was compelled to wear his military uniform, which only added to his embarrassment. He extended his hand to Qiao Ying, saying, hello, I am Shangguan Yu. Qiao Ying nodded slightly, but did not reciprocate the handshake. Please, come in, she said, turning to enter the villa. Shangguan Yu withdrew his hand and shrugged at his father in resignation. Shangguan Qingmu, with a mix of encouragement and intimidation, firmly pushed him towards the door, declaring, this is an order. Qiao Ying retrieved the syringe. You should keep your eyes wide open and observe closely. Student Qiao possesses genuine skills. Even Ming Lao has praised her medical expertise, and I assure you, I speak without exaggeration, Shangguan Qingmu remarked to his son. Turning to Qiao Ying, he added, I mean no ill intent. I merely wish for you young people to forge a friendship, even if it is just a casual one. Have you had dinner? Shangguan Qingmu inquired. After you finish the injection for Instructor Ho, how about we all go out for a meal together? I don't need to. Someone will bring me food shortly, Qiao Ying replied. Chapter 195. Is Qin Hanyue the one bringing the food? I have established a winery to present to you as a birthday gift. Someone is bringing you food. Then it's no trouble. We can arrange to meet another day. At this moment, Shangguan Qingmu regarded Qiao Ying with the affectionate gaze of a father envisioning his future daughter-in-law, his expression warm and eager. He repeatedly gestured at his son, urging him to engage in conversation. Shangguan Yu was solely trained in military discipline and was not particularly skilled in casual conversation. He typically interacted with rough men, and his subordinates regarded him with the same reverence as they would a formidable authority figure. Hence, he found it challenging to converse with a girl, especially one he had just met. Ming Lao observed the ongoing dynamic between the Shangguan father and son and surmised that Shangguan Qingmu's intentions were far beyond merely wishing for the two youths to become ordinary friends. He contemplated offering advice, but Shangguan Qingmu did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Seeing his son remain unresponsive, Shangguan Qingmu, filled with frustration, took matters into his own hands. Student Xiao, are you from Yin City? I heard from Ming Lao that Principal Zhang personally came to Yin City to seek you out after your college entrance examination results were released. You are truly outstanding. By the way, Student Xiao, your shooting skills are remarkable. Who did you learn from? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ying replied, at the night market stall, shooting balloons. She recalled having heard some male classmates mention this during military training. Instructor Ho interjected. Shangguan Qingmu awkwardly patted his leg, saying, that's quite impressive, shooting balloons. You should visit the night market stall sometime. He directed this comment to his son. Observing his father's flustered demeanor, Shangguan Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. His father often claimed that he couldn't elicit even a whisper with 3 attempts, and it seemed he himself wasn't particularly eloquent, stumbling into an awkward question right from the start. Nevertheless, his response was indeed amusing. My son is an exceptional marksman. When shall we engage in some friendly sparring? Perhaps a visit to my military camp? Shangguan Yu replied, Dad, they are quite busy. Shangguan Qingmu glanced at the silver needles in Xiao Ying's hands, promptly silencing himself and whispering to his son, let us converse once they are done. Having listened to his father extol Xiao Ying for an entire week, Shangguan Yu was aware that his father was orchestrating his marriage prospects. Yet, it was the first time he had witnessed his father express such satisfaction for a girl. The praises flowed from head to toe, to the point where his ears felt as if they were developing calluses. Were it not for his strong objections, his mother would have eagerly joined in to see for herself. Despite Shangguan Qingmu's effusive compliments about Xiao Ying, Shangguan Yu, who considered himself quite exceptional as well, found it curious that he did not receive even a single word of praise from his father. This naturally piqued his interest in the remarkable girl his father so revered, especially given Xiao Ying's extraordinary shooting prowess and physical capabilities. He mused that if an opportunity arose, he would like to see her skills firsthand. He observed Xiao Ying, who was intently and diligently administering acupuncture, and then glanced at the elderly Ming, who was studying nearby. It was clear that his father had not exaggerated. She indeed possessed genuine talent. Exceptional individuals naturally attract attention, especially those who are not only accomplished, but also possess beauty and a humble demeanor. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not wish to become acquainted with such a girl. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Aside from the busy Xiao Ying, Shangguan Yu was the youngest in the household, so he stood up and instinctively approached the door, assuming it was the delivery of meals. He expected something as mundane as takeout, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Master Qin-san, you're here? Qin Hanyue responded, surprised to see Shangguan Yu, the son of Shangguan Qingmu, at this location. Qin Yin observed the young man in military attire who had opened the door and thought to himself, he truly enjoys visiting Miss Qiao. Each time he arrives, he brings forth a different surprise, none of which is ordinary, like opening a mystery box. Shangguan Yu, regaining his composure, noticed that Qin Hanyue was holding a thermos, while Qin Yin carried a beautifully crafted lunchbox. He boldly speculated, delivering food? Qin Hanyue, are they acquainted? And their relationship seems rather intimate. The appearance of Qin Hanyue left Shangguan Yu feeling quite astonished. Before he could inquire further, the man stepped forward and sidled past him as if it were his own home. Qin Hanyue's gaze immediately fell upon a shirtless man in the living room. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Instructor Ho, while Xiao Ying was administering acupuncture to him, with the elderly Ming standing nearby and Shangguan Qingmu seated on the sofa. The atmosphere was quite lively. Master Qin-san, Shangguan Qingmu thought to himself, this is unfortunate. What a coincidence. Xiao Ying glanced up and acknowledged, you've arrived. Qin Hanyue approached and replied, indeed. The elderly Ming hastily nodded in greeting. Shangguan Qingmu, now free, stood to greet him. Master Qin-san, it has been quite some time. Qin Hanyue set the thermos on the low table and then took a seat on the sofa. It has indeed been a while. Shangguan Qingmu glanced at the thermos and then at Qin Hanyue, who appeared quite familiar with the surroundings and seemed to take on the role of a host. Realizing that his dreams of a daughter-in-law were likely dashed, Qin Hanyue inquired, is the general unwell? Came to seek treatment? As one ages, it becomes imperative to pay closer attention to one's health. Shangguan Qingmu gazed at the formidable and commanding presence of Qin Hanyue, pondering the gravity of the situation. I'm perfectly fine. I accompanied Instructor Ho, she asserted. Qin Hanyue glanced at the approaching Shangguan Yu, scrutinizing him. Are you all here to accompany Instructor Ho? His gaze appraised the individual before him. Shangguan Qingmu replied, not exclusively. I've heard that classmate Xiao possesses remarkable medical skills, so I thought it beneficial for the young ones to befriend one another. Qin Hanyue nodded slightly in understanding. That is reasonable, especially considering Miss Qiao's exceptional qualities. However, does a major general have the leisure to cultivate friendships while predominantly stationed at the military camp? He directed his attention toward Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanyu responded, I have few friends. I can manage to befriend one or two. Qin Hanyue inquired further, have you succeeded in making that connection? Compared to the major general rank of Shang Wanyu, Qin Hanyue believed that Xiao Ying would be more inclined to befriend Shangwan Qingmu, given the latter's higher value in her eyes. Yet, he recalled Shangwan Qingmu's previous attempt to introduce Shang Wanyu to Xiao Ying during military training. Shang Wanyu replied, your inquiries are rather incisive. How should I respond? Obviously, the friendship has not yet been established. Noting Qin Hanyue's confident demeanor, Shang Wanyu realized his father had committed a foolish act. Qin Yin remarked, Third Master's experience is evidently growing. His responses are becoming increasingly adept and effortless. Knight Si and Cheng Jinyan shared a special rapport with Xiao Ying, leaving Qin Hanyue to swallow his frustration as he observed their playful banter. Shang Wanyu, however, was not one to be underestimated. Shangwan Qingmu intervened to ease the tension. Let us take our time. There is no need to rush. It was unclear whether Qin Hanyue was offering Shangwan Qingmu a courtesy or merely disregarding him entirely. He turned to Xiao Ying, asking gently, what ailment does he have? Xiao Ying succinctly explained. How much longer will it take? Qin Hanyue pressed. Soon, Xiao Ying replied. Did you just return from a business trip a couple of days ago? She suddenly inquired. Qin Hanyue had messaged her about his trip. Indeed, I went to Italy. He paused. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. Originally intended as a surprise, his disclosure had unintentionally diminished the element of surprise. Nevertheless, even if he revealed it on her birthday, it might not elicit the excitement he hoped for. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, regarding him thoughtfully. My birthday? It is in March, Qin Hanyue stated. Not necessarily. Xiao Ying countered. The 8th of March marked the day her father found her, while her true birthday preceded that by several days. As for her own birth date, she was unaware, having never celebrated it nor given it much thought. What gift is it? Xiao Ying inquired. I have established a winery for you, Qin Hanyue announced. Xiao Ying instinctively muttered, another winery. Do you not like it? Or perhaps he wondered if she already owned a winery. Xiao Ying met his gaze. Do you truly wish to know? Qin Hanyue hesitated. He was certain it would not be what he wished to hear, yet he was undeniably intrigued by her. I wish to know. Chapter 196. Xiao Ying, did I ever express that I disliked it? She glanced at the others in the living room, stating, let us discuss this after we finish our tasks. Very well, Qin Hanyue acknowledged. Was this a concession to preserve his dignity? Irrespective of what answer awaited him, he would remain pleased, for the matter had already taken shape, and he could only accept it. Xiao Ying indeed cares for his feelings. Shangwan Qingmu observed Xiao Ying, who was conversing with Qin Hanyue while administering acupuncture, and realized that his son's hopes were utterly dashed. If Qin Hanyue's affection was unreciprocated after pursuing her for half a year, it clearly indicated that Xiao Ying held little interest in him. It now appeared that both were evidently enamored with one another. At this moment, Shang Wanyu recognized that his earlier admonition to his father to refrain from speaking was entirely unnecessary. Xiao Ying was fully capable of multitasking. The way she skillfully handled the procedure indicated that her previous concentration and diligence were directed solely towards them, merely to silence and quieten them. After a brief interval, Xiao Ying concluded the treatment. Instructor Ho, unable to contain his delight, stood up and donned his clothing, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Xiao. Xiao Ying merely nodded and discussed the next appointment. Shangwan Qingmu, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, had lost all his earlier vigor and spoke to Qin Hanyue with a sense of lethargy. Xiao Ying was eager to dine, while the young couple was still engrossed in their conversation, making it inappropriate for her to linger. Thus, Shangwan Qingmu had no choice but to take his leave. Qin Hanyue instructed Qin Yan, please see them off. Qin Yan commented, look at how the seating is arranged. Shangwan Qingmu huffed, what a petty mindset. He hasn't done anything wrong. Being an elder, he should at least stand up and escort them, but now he only uses his words. With a sigh, Shangwan Qingmu exited the villa. Shangwan Yu remarked, I have always felt inadequate in your eyes. But today I've come to realize that I am esteemed enough in your heart to compete with Qin Sanyi. Shangwan Qingmu retorted, do not drive a knife into my heart. After a moment of contemplation, he added, indeed, I should not expect too much from you, especially concerning the matter of courting a wife. Well, being ordinary friends will suffice. Shangwan Yu replied, I think it's better to refrain. The way Qin Hanyue guarded his interests, if I dared to act, I might find myself perishing on the battlefield. Truth be told, Shangwan Yu felt quite regretful. Yet he pondered how he could compete with someone like Qin Hanyue. After washing his hands, Xiao Ying returned to find only Qin Hanyue in the living room. A car horn sounded outside, prompting her to glance through the floor-to-ceiling window, where she saw Qin Yan finishing his farewells and returning to the vehicle. Qin Hanyue retrieved the dishes from the takeout box and served Xiao Ying a bowl of soup, saying, "Let us eat first." Xiao Ying sat down and took a sip of the soup, noting that the amount of food was rather excessive. She asked, "Have you eaten?" Qin Hanyue replied, "No. Let us eat together." Observing him take out another set of chopsticks, Xiao Ying said nothing. Before he began eating, Qin Hanyue used his untouched chopsticks to serve Xiao Ying some food. "I have always enjoyed this crispy meat since childhood. Do give it a try. Is it to your liking?" Xiao Ying sampled it and responded, Qin Hanyue continued, "A couple of days ago, I visited Italy to scout locations and found a rather promising piece of land. I plan to commence construction in March. Once it's completed, if you're willing, we could visit together?" Xiao Ying replied, "Let us discuss it later." Qin Hanyue added, "I haven't decided on a name for the winery yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Xiao Ying stated, "I'm not well versed in such matters. You may proceed as you see fit." Qin Hanyue then asked, "Well, have you accepted this gift?" Xiao Ying responded, "Reciprocity is essential. Why would I refuse?" Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, smiled, and then reminded her, "You haven't finished your earlier thought. Do you already own a winery? It seems there is more than one." He paused, waiting for her to speak. Xiao Ying looked at him, hesitating for a couple of seconds. Yes has gifted me numerous wineries. Chile, South Africa, France, Spain, Argentina, and I believe there's one in Italy as well. Sheng Jinyan has also given me 2 wine companies in Germany, which he manages for me, so I lack for nothing in terms of wine. Just last week, he even sent me over a dozen bottles of the company's new products. After she spoke, she continued eating. However, Qin Hanyue found it difficult to swallow his food. After a moment, he remarked, "I should have guessed. Xiao Ying lacks nothing. I have been contemplating this birthday gift since last year, which has truly stumped me. After much thought, the only idea I could conjure was to establish a winery for her, thinking that regardless of its stature, it would at least cater to her preferences. Yet, Yes had already showered her with countless gifts worldwide. I might as well have sent her weapons for Blackwater." Xiao Ying replied, "I don't require any of this. So whatever you give me is inconsequential. I appreciate the sentiment." Qin Hanyue said, "While that may be true, it is still rather regrettable that I could not present you with a gift that you would truly cherish. After all, this is your first birthday celebration." Xiao Ying countered, "Did I ever say I disliked it?" Qin Hanyue raised his gaze to her. Before he could inquire further, he felt the weight of the bowl in his hand diminish slightly. He looked over to see Xiao Ying placing a piece of food into his bowl. Her tone as cold as ever. "Eat." Qin Hanyue's mood brightened instantly. "So, your sudden message this afternoon about the chicken soup I brought last time was because the Shangwan family is visiting tonight? Did you genuinely crave chicken soup? Or are you using me as a shield, or perhaps trying to silently convey something to the Shangwan father and son?" Since their last encounter by the stream at A Kinlan, their distance had considerably shortened, and their relationship had become somewhat delicate. He rarely referred to her as Miss Qiao anymore, and she seldom called him Mr. Qin. Xiao Ying responded, "As long as you are happy." Qin Hanyue chuckled, not expecting a particularly enchanting reply. He was a content individual, especially with what Xiao Ying provided. Since the incident where Shadow had incapacitated Xiao Yi and Xiao Ying had dismantled the security system of Joker's lair, both sides had remained on the defensive. It seemed they were waiting for the other to make the first move, or perhaps both were preparing for something. The weather had not shown signs of warming. Xiao Yi, wearing an additional coat over her school uniform, braved the cold wind as she exited the school to purchase exercise books from the bookstore. On her way back, she passed a shopping mall and noticed a black wool coat on a mannequin in the second-floor window. Xiao Yi paused to admire it for a moment, then crossed the street and entered the mall. The coat was exquisite, with a simple yet stylish design. Given Xiao Ying's stature, she would undoubtedly look splendid in it. After making her purchase, Xiao Yi proceeded to the men's section to buy a thick coat for her father, preparing to send it off shortly. She held the clothing and then headed to the restroom. However, a considerable amount of time passed, and she did not emerge. The sky had darkened. Xiao Ying was driving, just exiting a gas station. In the dull interlude of waiting at a red light, Xiao Ying casually glanced outside the car window, only to be struck motionless the next moment. Quickly recovering from her reverie, she turned her gaze back. Across the street, a young man, approximately 6 feet tall with a slender frame, clad in a black windbreaker, emerged from a shop holding his purchases. His skin was unnaturally pale, exuding an aura of melancholic solitude as he turned into a narrow alley. Xiao Ying stared at the vaguely familiar visage, lost in thought. As the green light illuminated, she pressed the accelerator and made a turn to park alongside the road outside the shop. Exiting her vehicle, she peered into the alley, but the figure had vanished. Determined, she stepped into the alleyway. Just as she pursued the shadow, her phone left in the car began to ring, an incoming call from Bai Xiao. Under the cover of night, Xiao Ying ventured into the dense, old residential area, searching for that fleeting silhouette. The bustling atmosphere of dinner time filled the air with the sounds of life surrounding her, pulling her back to reality. Gradually, she halted, standing in a daze as she reflected upon that face, that person. It was so strikingly similar. She turned to leave, her steps slow and contemplative. Returning to her car, she relaxed her body against the seat, closing her eyes, lost in thought. Moments later, she opened her eyes and reached for her left shoulder, feeling through her clothing, clearly aware that the scars from her past life had vanished. Bai Xiao's call snapped her back to focus. She answered, "What is it?" Meanwhile, the sleek black sports car transformed into a blade slicing through the chaos. Racing through the streets, disregarding red lights. Xiao Yi had been abducted. Her phone was equipped with a tracking device, allowing Bai Xiao to pursue the signal, leading him out of the bustling urban center. The location of Xiao Yi's watch fluctuated rapidly, while the signal from her phone had remained static for over 10 minutes, indicating it was stationary or perhaps discarded. Not far ahead, Bai Xiao abruptly halted the car. On the roadside lay a person, motionless and seemingly lifeless. He quickly exited the vehicle. "Xiao Yi," he called, crouching down to flip her over. After a thorough examination, he was relieved to find her merely unconscious, though with numerous injuries. How could she have been abandoned here? The marks on her body suggested she had either jumped from a vehicle or been thrown out. The watch with the tracking device had been forcibly removed, leaving deep nail marks on her wrist. "Xiao Yi." Bai Xiao attempted to rouse her, but to no avail. He lifted her into the car, securing her safely. Then he called Xiao Ying again. "Boss, I found Xiao Yi." She was left on the roadside, unconscious and injured. While checking the watch's location, he noted it was still changing rapidly. "Boss, Sak is in their custody, and Xiao Yi's watch must be with Sak." Bai Xiao surmised that Sak had exchanged himself for Xiao Yi, who had had her watch forcibly removed by Sak. Upon hearing Xiao Ying instruct him to take Xiao Yi back to tend to her wounds while she went to rescue Sak, Bai Xiao cast a concerned glance ahead and replied, "All right, but do take care." In the dead of night, Xiao Yi awoke from her unconscious state. Finding herself in a hospital room, she noticed Bai Xiao keeping vigil by her side. The pain from her injuries quickly brought her to full awareness, and she began to recollect the events that had transpired. She had been knocked unconscious in a restroom at the mall, the details of which remained shrouded in mystery, including the identity of her assailants. During her unconsciousness, she was jolted awake by the jarring movements of a vehicle and the sounds of a struggle. She perceived the sudden presence of Sak and two unfamiliar individuals, all within the confines of a moving van. Confused about the unfolding events, she observed Sak grappling with one of the assailants, a knife in his hand. Without a moment to ponder, she sprang up to assist Sak, but narrowly avoided being stabbed herself. Sak intervened, taking the blow meant for her, the blade piercing his arm right before her eyes, leaving her in shock. Upon noticing that Xiao Yi had regained consciousness, the driver prepared to halt the vehicle to assist his accomplices in subduing the pair. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Sak seized the opportunity to fling Xiao Yi from the vehicle. Bai Xiao's voice of concern jolted Xiao Yi back to her senses. A wave of dread washed over her, coupled with anxiety for Sak's safety. Her pallid complexion turned towards Bai Xiao as she urgently inquired, "Sak, where is Sak? Have you seen him?" "Bai Gu, Sak was captured while trying to save me, and he is injured. You must call the police to rescue him," she implored, clutching Bai Xiao's arm tightly, terrified that those individuals might harm Sak. Unable to articulate the specifics, she could only provide Bai Xiao with a description. "Do not fret. Your sister is already searching for Sak. She will bring him back," Bai Xiao reassured her. "My sister? She is going after Sak?" Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Could she, a mere girl, truly embark on such a rescue? She regarded Bai Xiao with a peculiar expression, as if questioning his sanity. "Have you called the police? Where's my phone?" She frantically searched for her device. Bai Xiao replied, "This situation cannot be resolved by the police. Those individuals are after your sister. Rest assured, she will find a way." Xiao Yi's anxiety intensified upon hearing this. They were targeting her sister? How could she feel at ease? The realization dawned upon her as to why they sought to capture her. "Who are they? What enmity does my sister have with them?" she queried, taking her phone and attempting to reach Xiao Ying, but her calls went unanswered. This was her first encounter with such a dire situation, and the gruesome image of Sak's arm being pierced by a knife flickered in her mind, rendering her thoughts chaotic and unfocused. Grasping her phone tightly, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly opened her contacts to find Qin Hanyue's number, dialing it for the first time. Bai Xiao had mentioned that even the police might be powerless in this case, implying that they lacked influence. Seeking assistance from Mr. Qin, who was no ordinary person, seemed like a prudent choice. Surely, he would have a means to help, and his involvement with the police would prove beneficial. Bai Xiao observed her making the call, refraining from interference. After these few days, Bai Xiao came to understand that Xiao Yi was merely an ordinary individual, a senior student, entirely different from his sister Xiao Ying, who belonged to a different realm altogether. Initially, he assumed that Xiao Yi was unaware of Xiao Ying's affairs in M Province, including her feud with the Shadow. Oblivious to the fact that for his sister, Killing in M province was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken, marking her as anything but an ordinary person. It now appeared that Xiao Yi was ignorant of many aspects of Qiao Ying's life. It seemed the leader had concealed numerous truths from the family. At this point, Qin Hanyue had already retired for the night. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he initially thought he had misread the name. However, upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Xiao Yi, not Xiao Ying. Why would Xiao Yi call him in the middle of the night? Upon answering, he heard Xiao Yi's anxious voice. Hesitating to articulate her thoughts, Qin, Mr. Qin. Instantly, Qin Hanyue sensed that something was amiss. What has happened? Do not be afraid. Take your time to explain. Hearing Qin Hanyue's calm and reassuring tone, Xiao Yi felt a surge of relief and recounted the situation, pleading for his assistance. Qin Hanyue changed his attire and rushed to the hospital, attempting to contact Xiao Ying en route, yet he too was unable to reach her. Soon, he arrived at the hospital, where Xiao Yi sat on the bed, lost in thought, fretting over Xiao Ying and Sack. She frequently inquired of by Xiao whether a punctured arm, if not bandaged promptly, would lead to excessive blood loss and pose a threat to life, and whether those individuals would resort to lethal measures. Should we inform Sack's family? Xiao Yi asked. Bai Xiao, observing the urgency in Xiao Yi's reddened eyes, felt somewhat helpless. He understood Xiao Ying's capabilities and was concerned, especially since the shadow was well prepared, yet Xiao Ying was undeniably formidable as well. The situation orchestrated by Xiao Yi had left Bai Xiao's mind in disarray. At that moment, Qin Hanyue arrived, accompanied by a contingent of bodyguards, securing the hospital floor to ensure Xiao Yi's safety. Upon seeing the bodyguards at the entrance, Xiao Yi realized that Qin Hanyue possessed the means to assist. I have dispatched individuals to locate your sister and Sack. You should rest well and refrain from worrying. Qin Hanyue reassured her before summoning Bai Xiao outside. After grasping the situation, Qin Hanyue's concern deepened. The shadow had initially intended to capture Xiao Yi, but Sack had disrupted their plans, ultimately capturing Sack instead. Their intent was to avoid fatalities and merely seize individuals, a maneuver aimed at ensnaring Xiao Ying. With a hostage in their possession, who was also injured, Xiao Ying found herself in a precarious position. Qin Hanyue prepared to track Xiao Ying's phone. Before proceeding with the tracking, he made another attempt to contact her. The first call went unanswered, but the second was successful. Chapter 198. Boss Lin, long time no see, could you lend a hand? Lin Cheng. Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying's voice resonated through the receiver. The moment he heard her voice, Qin Hanyue felt a significant sense of relief. The background noise on Xiao Ying's end was chaotic, filled with the sound of rotor blades. Qin Hanyue had to concentrate intently to decipher her words. Are you on a helicopter? Yes, borrowed from Shangguan Qingmu. Xiao Ying had pursued them to the outskirts, where she discovered the van. The occupants had already departed, leaving behind a substantial pool of blood. The grass bore the marks of helicopter landings and takeoffs, clearly indicating that Sack had been taken aboard the helicopter. Meanwhile, the location of Xiao Yi's watch continued to shift. Xiao Ying discovered that there was a military district at the foot of a nearby mountain, so she contacted Shangguan Qingmu to borrow a helicopter. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yu happened to be stationed at this military district, and Xiao Ying also borrowed a pilot and a computer. Qin Hanyue inquired about her progress. Where are you now? Xiao Ying glanced at the flashing red dot on the computer screen. I cannot ascertain their destination. Unable to hear clearly, Xiao Ying ended the call and sent a message to Qin Hanyue. How is my brother? Multiple soft tissue contusions, no bones injured. He can be discharged after a few days of rest. He mentioned that Sack was injured and is quite worried. Xiao Ying replied, all right. Please take good care of my brother. I will return once I locate the person. Qin Hanyue, fearing she might lose contact again, hurriedly typed, send me your location. I will come find you. Xiao Ying responded, I will inform you once it is confirmed. By the way, please send someone to retrieve my car. At this moment, her mind was still on her car, whether it was her confidence or nonchalance. She remained entirely unperturbed. This clearly indicated her fondness for the vehicle, which she had refused to sell even when she needed to pay Blackwater's wages. The helicopter flew for over 3 hours. Xiao Ying disembarked with the computer in hand, while the watch's location had already arrived at another city ahead of her. Xiao Ying continued her pursuit. The shadow could not have overlooked the watch. Its retention was undoubtedly a bait to lure her in. After 2 days and nights of relentless chase, she had already crossed borders. The watch's signal ultimately appeared in the western region of Country C, where it ceased to move for over half an hour, falling completely silent. Country C's west? Quite a choice of location. As she made her way to the airport, Xiao Ying pressed a number and dialed. Boss Lin? Long time no see. Could you do me a favor? Subsequently, Xiao Ying used a black card from Yes to charter an entire plane to the western region of Country C. Boss Lin was quite efficient. On the flight, Xiao Ying received a return call from him. I found the watch, but I did not see anyone. However, there have indeed been sightings of people entering and exiting near the border region in the west these past 2 days, and my men are currently searching. Xiaoying thanked him. Boss Lin, stroking the cat in his arms, remarked, there is blood on the watch. Your friend is injured. Xiaoying acknowledged, yes. Boss Lin continued, when will you arrive? Should I send someone to pick you up? Xiaoying declined, no need. Boss Lin added, it has been a long time since we last met. It would be a pity not to see you. Let us meet later, and I will show you my cat. After several hours of flight, Xiaoying landed in the western region of Country Sea. She took a taxi to the location where the watch was last tracked, but found no trace of the shadow. In a dilapidated alley, Xiaoying discovered the spot where the watch had been discarded, with only sporadic bloodstains remaining on the ground. This was a slum, with a sprawling view of scattered low houses and a dense population. Searching for someone here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, unless the shadow chose to reveal themselves. Fortunately, the shadow still required Sack as a hostage to keep her in check, so there was no immediate danger to Sack's life. However, his physical well-being could not be guaranteed, and furthermore, Sack was not one to passively allow himself to be manipulated. The shadow and their ilk had lured her here only to vanish themselves. Were they cowardly? Guided by instinct, Xiaoying wandered in a random direction. The locals were acutely aware of her unfamiliar presence, their curiosity piqued by the unusual occurrence. Most remained hidden within their homes, peering through windows or cautiously lingering at their doorways, hesitant to step outside. In the past, such apprehension would not have been as pronounced, evidently. The atmosphere today was far from tranquil. The Duke was searching for someone, urging the children to return and calling for cooperation to avoid trouble. One hoped such matters did not concern them. It was merely a handful of outsiders they sought. That was reassuring. Occasionally, elegantly attired bodyguards of high status could be seen vigorously scouring the vicinity for something. The Duke's men, naturally, were aligned with Lin, the proprietor. This unrest was undoubtedly instigated by him. Xiaoying meandered aimlessly, attempting to uncover traces left by the shadow. Just then, a call from Lin arrived. I have arrived. What about you? A feline sound echoed from her phone. I am currently preoccupied and cannot attend to your cat, she replied, pausing before adding, nor your dog. However, I am indeed here. I can assist you in locating your friend. Is this individual of great significance to you? Xiaoying queried. Why do you think I traveled such a great distance? Why would I chase after you? Lin responded, perhaps you came to visit me. In that case, I would rather observe your cat, Xiaoying retorted. Very well. Since I have assisted you, may I make a request? It has been quite some time. Surely I deserve to see your true self by now. The last time you were at my establishment, Lin Yuxuan, the owner remarked upon your beauty. Yet, based on his description, you differ from my imagination, and it seems you are younger than I anticipated. Lin Cheng, the proprietor of Lin Yuxuan, had once lost the establishment to her in a wager. Later, due to the Shadow's genetic extraction endeavor, Xiaoying had returned the establishment to him before her disappearance. Let us find the person first, Xiaoying insisted. Then I shall take that as your agreement. Are you not curious about who has abducted my friend? Lin inquired. From your tone, it seems the adversary is formidable, yet upon reflection, I cannot think of anyone who truly intimidates me. That is satisfactory, Xiaoying replied, alleviating any potential accusations of unfairness later on. The shadow remained elusive, and her aimless search would only squander her energy. After all, the shadow's target was her, not Sack. Xiaoying had no desire to flounder about like a headless fly, providing the shadow with amusement. She despised the sensation of being led by the nose. Thus, she would observe who faltered first. Exiting the slums, Xiaoying found herself in a slightly more prosperous district and subsequently entered a bar. After 2 days and nights of turmoil, she settled at an empty bar counter and ordered a drink. Just as she took a sip, a call from Qin Hanyue interrupted her. What is the situation? Where are you now? Xiaoying replied, still on Earth, capable of calling you. I still have the energy for banter, so it appears I am unharmed. Qin Hanyue sensed that Xiaoying was reluctant to disclose her situation, not wanting him to come. Are you in a bar? He asked, listening to the sounds around her, uncertain. Yes, Xiaoying confirmed, opening her camera to snap a photo of her drink at the bar and sending it to him. As Qin Hanyue observed, he fell silent for a moment before stating, I wish to find you, aware of the impending danger. Chapter 199. Xiaoying, we all must perish. At that moment, commotion erupted at the entrance of the bar. A group of over 20 individuals, resembling the royal guards, entered. Xiaoying seized the opportunity to inform Qin Hanyue, await my message, before abruptly ending the call. The previously noisy bar fell into an immediate hush. The Duke is searching for someone. Please cooperate. They were there to conduct inquiries. Swiftly, they commenced their actions. The leader, upon spotting Xiaoying casually drinking at the bar, approached her. I haven't seen you before. You appear not to be a local resident. Where are you from? When did you arrive? Your identification, please. The leader inquired in English. Xiaoying produced her identification, recently reissued after her weight loss. After reviewing it, the leader confirmed there were no issues and returned the ID, continuing with his line of questioning. though diligent. Xiaoying merely wished to enjoy a moment of tranquility with her drink. Thus, she called Lin Chung. Boss Lin, could you instruct your men to withdraw? Have you found your friend? Not yet. I await their initiative. Understood. Contact me if you require anything. Shortly after concluding her call, before the leader could resume his questioning, her Bluetooth device emitted a sound. While responding to the voice on the other end, the leader discreetly scrutinized Xiaoying. Eventually, he produced a metallic badge symbolizing authority and handed it to her. The Duke has instructed me to provide you with this. Possessing this badge grants you unrestricted access. Following this, he departed with his subordinates. Before long, Xiaoying exited the bar clutching the badge. Once Lin Chung's men had retreated, the world returned to a state of calm. She sought out a restaurant to dine, satisfying her hunger before returning to her hotel to rest. Charging her phone, she initiated a video call with Xiao Yi. What happened to your face? Xiaoying noticed a bruise marring Xiao Yi's otherwise fair complexion, prompting a frown. If you become disfigured, how will you marry? Sister, do you still have the heart to jest at this time? Hurry and have Qin Gij come fetch you. He will go to rescue Sack. How can you, a young woman, save anyone? Moreover, Brother Bai mentioned that those individuals are coming for you. It's far too perilous. Xiao Yi was nearly beside herself with worry. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. Qin Gij? When did you start calling him that? Xiao Yi thought to herself. You certainly know how to focus on the essentials. Earlier that morning, she had discreetly shifted the camera to include Qin Hanyue in the frame, hoping he would persuade Xiaoying to return. It was still afternoon back home, a weekday, yet Qin Hanyue was not at the office. Instead, he was stationed at the hospital. The two exchanged silent gazes across the screen. Qin Hanyue remained silent, merely observing Xiaoying, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Having coldly rejected his visit at the bar, Xiaoying now felt an unusual hint of awkwardness in their meeting, an indescribable sensation. Ultimately, Qin Hanyue was the first to shatter the uncomfortable silence, advising, be exceedingly cautious. He displayed no signs of irritation or displeasure, his eyes solely reflecting concern. Xiaoying nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation. After a video call, Xiaoying felt a sense of melancholy. If Qin Hanyue were to discover her identity as Blood Shadow, perhaps he would cease to worry so unnecessarily. The following day, Xiaoying strolled about nonchalantly, clutching her badge, effortlessly gaining access to restricted areas as if she were a tourist. Even when she sensed someone watching her from the shadows, she refrained from making the first move, opting instead to wait for her adversary to falter. For 2 consecutive days, Xiaoying wandered the streets and admired the scenery by day and relaxed in bars by night. She neither sought out help nor allowed Lin Chung to assist her in finding Sack, seemingly having forgotten the very existence of that individual. The shadows, uncertain of her intentions, finally revealed themselves. In the bar, the heavy metal music blared, and the dance floor was a chaotic whirl of bodies. Seated at the bar, Xiaoying suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at her. She turned to see a man on the second floor, observing her intently before he turned and departed. Finishing her drink, Xiaoying rose and followed him. She was led back to a dilapidated factory in the slums, where she found Sack, who had been taken captive. His hands were bound with a rope the thickness of 2 fingers, suspending him from the high metal roof. The other end of the rope was tied to the railing on the second floor. The silence was unsettling, leaving his fate uncertain. The height and dim lighting obscured Xiaoying's view of Sack's condition, yet the ground beneath him was stained with droplets of blood. Xiaoying noted that Sack's arm had been pierced by a dagger. Left hanging like this without medical attention could leave him not just dead, but also severely maimed. It was evident that this silent standoff had resulted in no victor. Sack endured torment, and the shadows failed to use him to fully ensnare Xiaoying. On the second floor, 2 figures stood, Moon Shadow and Bamboo Shadow, old acquaintances, second only in strength to Blade Shadow. Our leader wishes to speak with you, Bamboo Shadow said, turning a computer screen toward Xiaoying. Her icy gaze shifted from Sack to the screen above. A man appeared, seated in a chair, his face obscured by technical manipulation, rendering his features a mere shadow. Yet, even with just the outline of his upper body, Xiaoying recognized him. Joker, the leader of the shadows. The figure on the screen scrutinized Xiaoying before addressing her. At last, we meet, he spoke, his voice altered. Xiaoying's expression remained cold, her silence unwavering. Observing the familiar glint in her eyes, Joker felt a flicker of surprise. You bear a striking resemblance to Blood Shadow, he remarked, causing a stir among the assembled assassins. We harbor no enmity, Joker continued. Your conflict with us stems from Blood Shadow, does it not? Did she incite you to act against us? Xiaoying's clenched jaw quivered slightly, a flame of rage igniting within her. Noticing her silence, Joker pressed on. I lament Blood Shadow's demise. However, that was her fate. I am unaware of how she communicated with you, but you must recognize our strength. I have no desire to be your adversary. Perhaps we could negotiate peace. Continuing this conflict will only lead to mutual destruction, and we are not lacking in assassins. You possess a family, classmates, and friends. A mere mercenary from the Blackwater could lead you here, leaving you utterly distracted. I could dispatch individuals to Yun City or the capital at this very moment to eliminate everyone around you. Why sacrifice yourself for a shadow that has long since passed? One must prioritize their own survival above all else. Reflect on this carefully. It is both negotiation and threat. The indomitable Qiao Ying is least susceptible to intimidation. She disdainfully scoffed. You dare threaten me while hiding your face? Joker, you call this a threat? So, you are indeed determined to exact vengeance for the Blood Shadow? Are you certain you wish to stand against the entire Shadow? Qiaoying, before you captured Sack, I had no intention of dragging the entire Shadow into the abyss alongside the Blood Shadow. The murderous intent in Xiao Ying's eyes surged violently as a dagger slipped from her sleeve. Her tone turned icy. Now, they all must perish. Chapter 200. Xiao Ying's eyes are blind. Do you require assistance, Miss Qiao? As the words fell, the dagger in Xiao Ying's hand shot forth like a bullet from a ruptured chamber, aimed with thunderous force at the bamboo shadow on the second floor. The moment the dagger was released, Xiao Ying transformed into a fleeting specter, propelling herself forward, landing upon a wooden table and leaping to the second floor. Bamboo Shadow sidestepped, barely evading the razor-sharp blade that grazed his forehead. Upon glancing back, he found the Moon Shadow engaged in a fierce struggle with the girl. They all dared not underestimate Xiao Ying's prowess. Initially, they intended to negotiate, believing that with Sack as a hostage, Xiao Ying would be at a disadvantage. However, to their surprise, she resorted to violence without hesitation. It was unclear whether she truly cared for Sack's fate or simply regarded them with disdain. Having slain so many core members of the Shadow, they had merely inflicted superficial wounds upon Sack. Realizing Xiao Ying aimed to rescue someone, Bamboo Shadow immediately joined the fray. Together with Moon Shadow, they forced Xiao Ying downward. Below, 7 or 8 assassins from the Shadow swiftly joined, encircling Xiao Ying. In the dilapidated factory, dust-laden light bulbs cast dim illumination, swaying gently in the chilling breeze that seeped in. The air was thick with bloodlust. Having spent so many years within the Shadow and undertaken numerous missions, they had never before required such a large collective effort. Bamboo Shadow, why did the Blood Shadow compel you to do this? Is she alive or dead? Moon Shadow, has the Blood Shadow betrayed the organization? Or is there a deeper secret at play? Why would the Blood Shadow harbor such profound hatred for the Shadow, crafting a lethal weapon to combat them? Xiao Ying betrayal. My foot. Muttering a curse under her breath, Xiao Ying swiftly attacked the individual to her left, seizing the short knife from their grasp. Without hesitation, she plunged the blade into their neck, blood gushing forth. Following this, she delivered a powerful kick to the approaching assassin, momentarily forcing them back. While evading another's assault, she hurled the lifeless body of the fallen assassin toward another, charging forward. Another swift strike, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 corpses lay upon the ground. In Xiao Ying's hands, the short knife seemed to possess a life of its own, unstoppable in its path. Wherever the blade glinted, blood would surely follow. Despite being aware that the likes of Ace of Spades, King of Hearts, and Mu Ying had all perished at Xiao Ying's hands. However, when the confrontation truly commenced, Moon Shadow and Bamboo Shadow became acutely aware of the disparity in their abilities. The speed of their adversary was overwhelming, far beyond their capacity to keep pace. Initially, they enjoyed a slight numerical advantage, yet this fleeting benefit dissipated in an instant, leaving only Moon Shadow and Bamboo Shadow. Moon Shadow, adept in the art of close combat with cold weapons, approached Shadow with a short blade, engaging in a fierce battle. During their clash, Shadow inflicted a deep cut on Moon Shadow's arm, followed by strikes to his shoulder, abdomen, side, and back. By the end of their skirmish, both Moon Shadow and Bamboo Shadow bore the gruesome marks of numerous lacerations, while Shadow remained scarcely harmed, sustaining only 2 minor cuts from their combined efforts. As their short blades were knocked from their hands, the 3 combatants resorted to unarmed combat. Being assassins, each employed lethal techniques, and a moment's inattention could result in a broken neck. Shadow delivered a powerful kick, sending Bamboo Shadow crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing Moon Shadow's merciless defeat at the hands of Shadow, Bamboo Shadow glanced upward at the suspended Sack. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise and hurried toward the second floor. Just as Shadow prepared to deliver the final blow to Moon Shadow, he caught sight of Bamboo Shadow emerging on the upper level. Anticipating Bamboo Shadow's intentions, Shadow swiftly lunged forward, kicking a dagger across the floor, only for Bamboo Shadow to evade it. Shadow then retrieved a badge from his pocket, hurling it like a throwing dart. The sharp edges grazed Bamboo Shadow's hand and embedded in the wooden railing, yet it failed to halt him. Bamboo Shadow severed the rope tethering Sack, causing him to plummet from the ceiling. In a desperate act, Shadow kicked a nearby corpse aside, successfully using it as a cushion for Sak's fall. As Sak landed atop the lifeless body, Bamboo Shadow, clutching his wound, attempted to escape through the window. Half of his body had already exited when a sudden force yanked him back inside. In that instant, Bamboo Shadow hastily scattered a white powder toward Shadow. Reacting quickly, Shadow closed his eyes and turned his head to evade the cloud, but was still caught off guard, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. Cursing under his breath, Shadow forcefully slammed Bamboo Shadow to the ground, gripping his neck and demanding, "Where's the antidote?" Bamboo Shadow glared defiantly, "There is none." The next moment, a sickening crack echoed as Shadow twisted Bamboo Shadow's neck. Shadow meticulously searched Bamboo Shadow's body, but found no antidote. Such self-preserving poisons were rarely accompanied by their cures during missions. Rising, Shadow extracted the badge from the railing before descending to assess Sak's condition. By the time Shadow had diverted his attention to save Sak, Moonshadow had already escaped. The effects of the poison were swift, causing Shadow's vision to blur. He checked the carotid artery at Sak's neck. He was still alive, though his pulse was faint. Shadow cut the rope binding Sak's wrists and took his pulse, gently slapping Sak's cheek. "Sak." There was no response. Scanning the dimly lit area, he spotted the phone that had been flung from his pocket during the scuffle. Shadow stood to retrieve it, only to find it broken and unusable. He tucked the inoperable phone back into his pocket. The world before Xiaoying descended into complete darkness. Standing still, she took a moment to acclimate, her expression betraying no hint of panic. She turned, oriented herself towards the direction of Sak, and proceeded to walk towards him. Counting her steps in her mind, she traversed approximately 10 meters before crouching down and reaching out, her hand indeed finding Sak. As she helped him up, uncertainty clouded her thoughts on how to escape. Exiting the factory posed no challenge, but what lay beyond? The residents of this slum barely scraped by, and borrowing a phone to contact Boss Lin seemed an arduous task. After much contemplation, Xiaoying concluded that enlisting the help of a passerby to assist in transporting Sak to the hospital might prove feasible, albeit rather crude. At that moment, she heard footsteps approaching, not just one pair. Unable to see, her vigilance heightened. She glanced toward the entrance, her hand slipping into her pocket to grasp the blood-stained badge. Someone entered. A familiar voice echoed, "Miss Qiao?" The tone was somewhat recognizable. "Tung Yan?" Xiaoying responded. Tung Yan, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, "Miss Qiao. It truly is you." He surveyed the lifeless body strewn on the ground and inquired kindly, "Do you require assistance, Miss Qiao?" A day later, Sak awoke in the hospital, enduring pain as he attempted to sit up and survey the unfamiliar surroundings. Memories of the factory flooded back. He recalled being suspended from the ceiling, briefly conscious enough to see Qiao in coming to his rescue. But where was she? He yanked the 4-needle from his hand, threw aside the covers, and prepared to search for her, only to be intercepted by a nurse who had come to change his dressings. She insisted he return to bed and that he needed another 4. Sak inquired about Xiaoying's whereabouts, but language barriers hindered communication. The nurse summoned a doctor, and several individuals restrained Sak. Agitated, he forcefully pushed the doctor aside. Chapter 201. Xiaoying, what is all the commotion? Do you wish to lose your hand? Sak fell silent, lifting his gaze toward the entrance. Quiet down in here. Xiaoying's tone softened considerably. He scanned her from head to toe, relieved to ascertain her safety. But as relaxation set in, the pain from his injuries became unbearable. With the doctor's assistance, he returned to the hospital bed. Once the medical staff departed, Xiaoying stepped inside, leaning against the doorframe. What happened to those people? Sak's face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead from the recent ordeal. They're dead, Xiaoying replied. What about your brother? Sak asked, concern etched on his face. He is unharmed. Hearing that Xiaoyi was safe finally eased Sak's anxiety. Xiaoying inquired, how is your hand? Does it hurt? Unfortunately, I didn't bring my silver needles to alleviate your pain. Sak glanced at his bandaged arm, turned his face away, and replied, it doesn't hurt. Stubborn, Xiaoying remarked. As she spoke, her foot inadvertently kicked the leg of a stool, producing a loud clatter. Sak turned to look back at her, only to find Xiaoying bending down, extending her hand to touch the back of the chair before she settled into it. Her movements were somewhat sluggish. Watching her peculiar behavior, Sak involuntarily held his breath, his gaze fixed on Xiaoying's unfocused eyes. Her sight did not meet Sak's, but rather rested upon the hospital bed, merely directed there, not truly observing. He recalled her odd demeanor upon entering, each step taken with great caution, as if testing the ground beneath her feet, her body language exuding an air of unnaturalness. Realization dawned upon Sak, tightening his heart in an instant as he scrutinized her seemingly normal, beautiful eyes. What has happened to your eyes? Xiaoying, attuned to the sound, shifted her gaze from the bed to Sak's face and replied nonchalantly, oh, I'm blind. It's no big deal. Her tone was casual, dismissing the gravity of her condition. Sak was momentarily taken aback. The streets were vibrant and splendid, adorned with European architecture at every turn. Sak, dragging his injured body along the outer edge of the thoroughfare, allowed Xiao Ying to walk on the inner side. He remained vigilant of the passing vehicles while also watching her steps. They had just exited the hospital. Sak was grievously wounded. Fortunately, he could still walk with his legs, though both arms were strained from being suspended, causing him considerable discomfort. He offered his less injured arm to Xiao Ying as a makeshift crutch, and she grasped it, matching his pace. Although their progress was slow, unknowing passers-by would not have discerned her blindness. A beautifully ornate medieval European carriage brushed past Sak, and with his injuries hindering his mobility, he narrowly avoided a collision. The startled white horse whinnied and reared, halting abruptly, causing the noble lady seated within the carriage to jolt. Once steadied, she immediately unleashed a tirade of insults towards Sak and Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying frowned slightly. Sak first glanced at Xiao Ying, relieved to see she was unharmed. But his anger flared as he prepared to pull the carriage occupant down. At that moment, a convoy of luxury vehicles appeared, encircling the carriage and Sak. Bystanders were too frightened to approach. Instinctively, Sak positioned himself in front of Xiao Ying, shielding her behind him, his eyes alert to the luxury cars. Sensing Sak's tension, Xiao Ying wished to clarify. She was merely blind, not incapacitated, and it did not hinder her capabilities. The noble lady had just seized the whip from her steward, intending to reprimand the two who startled her carriage. Meow, a cat mute. Xiao Ying gently patted Sak's arm, whispering, "It's one of our own." The noble lady, still holding the whip, recognized the luxury vehicle and was taken aback. As the door opened, a young man stepped out from one of the cars, cradling a stunning pure white Maine Coon cat. "Your Grace? What brings you here?" The noble lady hastily tucked away the whip and adjusted her gown as she descended from the vehicle. "Miss Alice, what were you planning to do to my esteemed guests?" Lin Cheng's gaze was indifferent as it rested upon the noble lady. "Esteemed guests?" The noble lady glanced at the injured Sak and the Asian girl sheltered behind him, her heart racing as she quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I had no idea they were your esteemed guests, Your Grace. I sincerely apologize." Lin Cheng was disinclined to listen to her explanation. This horse is unruly and must be properly trained to prevent it from becoming a menace. The Duke's words resonated. He would take the horse back for thorough training. The young lady hastily re-entered the carriage and fled in a flurry. Lin Cheng then turned his gaze to Xiao Ying, his light-colored, glassy eyes reflecting a habitual coldness and detachment as he scrutinized her, from her visage to her entire being. A hint of perplexity crept across his brow. "Strange. You do not appear as I remember," he remarked. "Although you were masked and hatted at the time, I recall your eyes, fox-like, exceedingly beautiful, imbued with a languorous allure. They should not resemble the innocent almond-shaped eyes you possess now." Furthermore, her height seemed amiss at that time. She had been nearly at his lip level, yet now she seemed somewhat shorter. Of course, if she had been wearing height-enhancing insoles earlier, he would let that slide. Her voice could also have been altered through surgery or a voice modulator. Yet, there remained numerous discrepancies from his recollections. For instance, her age, for years prior. She must have been at least 17, yet she now appeared to be merely 18 or 19. If she had a youthful visage, he would disregard that as well. There could be explanations for all these forced interpretations. However, while eyes shapes may be surgically altered, the essence within one's gaze cannot be changed. Lin Cheng seemed to be musing to himself while simultaneously questioning her. Xiao Ying responded, "What do you expect from a blind person? What kind of gaze do you desire?" Lin Cheng paused, momentarily taken aback. "Your eyes?" He fixed his gaze upon hers. "I wondered why you have not been looking at me." Xiao Ying replied, "Must we converse in the middle of the street?" Lin Cheng offered a slight, apologetic smile. "Let us get in the car." The convoy proceeded towards the Duke's residence. "Why weren't you waiting for me at the hospital? Or did you wish to sneak away?" His indifferent gaze appraised the girl's fair and beautiful face. Although she was lovely, she diverged far too much from his expectations. The image he had conjured of her was one of exquisite beauty infused with a hint of sensual allure. Rather than this innocent, harmless beauty, Xiao Ying countered, "If I wished to sneak away, would you still have seen me?" Lin Cheng inquired, "By the way, what is your name? If I were to divulge my true name, surely you could share yours?" "Xiao Ying." Lin Cheng savored the name, rolling it over his tongue. "Xiao Ying." He asked again, "What is the matter with your eyes?" "I was poisoned," she replied. "I have the best doctors from Country C at my estate. If they cannot heal me, I shall manage on my own." Lin Cheng, intrigued by her medical prowess, chuckled softly, "Quite impressive. Would you care to meet my cat? The last time it saw you, it was merely 6 months old. Now it has grown. Meow, it seemed to recognize you." The cat in Lin Cheng's arms was impeccably cared for, exuding an aristocratic aura akin to its master, with large, ocean blue glassy eyes fixed intently upon Xiao Ying. Truly, one can see that a pet often mirrors its owner. Chapter 202. Qin Hanyue arrived hastily. How did you know it was me? Nestled within the affluent district, the expansive European medieval castle was none other than Lin Cheng's ducal residence. Xiaoying stepped onto the luxurious, soft carpet. Woof woof. The sound of barking echoed as a black-brown figure darted forth, accompanied by several servants trailing behind. Sack fixed his gaze and soon spotted a scrawny dog approaching. The creature circled around Lin Cheng twice before rubbing against Xiaoying's feet, then continued to nuzzle against him. This was a distinguished Doberman, the epitome of canine elegance. Sack glanced at the several servants trailing behind the dog, feeling a wave of incredulity. One could only marvel at the peculiar tastes of the wealthy. A single dog accompanied by multiple attendants was indeed more precious than a young master. This was Candy's offspring, Candy being the Doberman you have encountered. This was Candy's eldest son, named Sack. What? Sack immediately turned to Lin Cheng. His expression was one of disbelief, as if questioning his own understanding. This left Lin Cheng perplexed. Is there a problem? Xiaoying chuckled. It's just a name coincidence. She crouched down, listening intently, and gently petted Sack's head. The dog promptly sat down, panting and obediently allowing Xiaoying to stroke him. The other Sack reacted quite strongly to the name coincidence. The pain from his injuries flared up with his irritation. Yet, Lin Cheng remarked, you truly share a bond. This statement made Sack wish to retaliate. Had it not been for the fact that this person was a friend of Xiaoying's and had aided them, he would have turned on his heel and walked away. It seems he has taken quite a liking to you. Since you currently require a guide, why not let Sack accompany you for a few days? Though he was blind, the mere thought of sharing a name with a dog made Xiaoying stifle a laugh, envisioning Sack's adorably infuriated expression. Thus, she raised her face to glance at Sack beside her. Shall I take you to see my other cats and dogs? Lin Cheng's previously indifferent gaze now held a glimmer of eagerness to share with Xiaoying. It was well known throughout country see how much Duke Lin adored his cats and dogs. See, how can I? I'm blind, she responded. Lin Cheng replied. You need not see. Listening and touching are sufficient. Let us wait until my eyesight improves, Xiaoying suggested. As they conversed, a sudden thud echoed, the sound of a body hitting the ground. Sack. Xiaoying turned swiftly, reaching out to touch him. Is he fainted? Surely not. I haven't even expressed concern for my dog. Lin Cheng observed Sack, who had unexpectedly collapsed and remained unresponsive. Enough with the chatter. Help me, Xiaoying urged. Lin Cheng summoned a servant to carry Sack to a room. After dinner, Lin Cheng sought out Xiaoying once more. Of the medicines you requested, I could only find 2. The injection is difficult to procure. It is quite challenging to find Chinese medicinal herbs in country C. Might it suffice to substitute with Western medicine? Alternatively, if you can wait, I can arrange for some to be sent from home. There is no need for such trouble. Xiaoying replied. Retrieving the new phone Tung Yin had gifted her from her pocket and handing it to Lin Cheng to dial a number. Her damaged phone had not yet transferred contacts, leaving only a SIM card intact. Lin Cheng accepted the phone, dialed the number Xiaoying provided, and returned it to her. The call connected swiftly, and Qin Hanyue's voice resonated through the receiver. Lin Cheng made no move to leave. Xiaoying did not respond to Qin Hanyue initially, but instead ushered him out, saying, Mr. Lin wishes to listen? Lin Cheng smiled gently. Let us keep this private. You should rest well. Qin Hanyue listened to the voice of the man coming through the phone. Lin Cheng, cradling a cat, addressed Sack, who was nestled by Xiaoying's feet, saying, be sure to heed Miss Xiao's instructions and don't wander off. Wong. Lin Cheng thoughtfully closed the door behind her. After the departure, Xiaoying brought her phone to her ear. Qin Hanyue? Xiaoying possessed a sensitivity of perception surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although it was not quite as refined as the body she had trained over many years in her previous life, her innate prowess remained intact. Thus, she swiftly acclimatized to the darkness. Xiaoying was known for her strong temperament and impatience in many matters. The affliction of blindness was a hard pill for anyone to swallow, let alone for a former assassin like herself. Even with her adaptation, she could not help but feel a tinge of irritation. Fortunately, the dog lent to her by Lin was quite adept at tending to human emotions. The dog, Sack, dutifully guided her, making her navigation through the vast castle somewhat manageable, though the abundance of ornaments in the labyrinthine corridors often left her feeling encumbered. In the early morning, at the dining table, Lin Cheng casually remarked, the jade piece you entrusted to Lin Yuxuan is rather rare. Has it been gifted to someone? Indeed, Xiaoying replied. Lin Cheng continued. Earlier you mentioned being busy and returned Lin Yuxuan's belongings to me. Have you completed your tasks now? Does Lin Yuxuan still require it back? Xiaoying replied. There is no reason to reclaim what I have returned. Furthermore, I detest managing such affairs. It is far more convenient to take a stake or dividends instead. Lin Cheng teased. Why does that sound like a subtle hint? It renders your earlier words rather insincere. Xiaoying chuckled. Is there? In her mind, she mused that one should seize opportunities for wealth and power when possible. Lin Cheng added. There is no rationale for me to reclaim what I have given away. I will manage Lin Yushuan's affairs for you. You simply need to collect the funds. Thank you then, Xiaoying acknowledged. Still in denial, are we? Lin Cheng noted. Xiaoying made no rebuttal. Lin Cheng glanced at the time. I have pressing matters to attend to and will endeavor to return before your friend arrives. After pondering, Xiaoying replied, you carry on. I shall not trouble you with the personal reception of my friend. However, Lin Cheng insisted, I am quite eager to meet your friend. He then rose, cradling the cat in his arms, and placed it into Xiao Ying's embrace, saying, I would appreciate it if you could look after and properly attend to Miss Xiao during her meal. After instructing the maid, Lin Cheng departed. After breakfast, Xiao Ying went to see Sack. Being visually impaired made movement cumbersome, and the cat was rather heavy, so she opted not to carry it, instead placing Lin Cheng's precious pet on the ground, allowing it to follow her lead. The cat, perhaps spoiled by Lin Cheng's affection, took its time, pausing every few steps and reluctant to exert itself. Sack, the dog, guided Xiaoying while occasionally turning back to urge the cat along, forcing Xiaoying to wait for them. However, with no pressing engagements, she remained unhurried, choosing to adapt on her own. After quite some time, they finally arrived. Sack had awakened, yet Xiaoying did not permit him to leave the bed, instructing him to rest for a few more days to avoid reopening his wounds. Sack was not one to remain idle. Lying still for extended periods was a challenge for him. The intelligent dog, fond of playing ball, soon entertained himself, and Xiaoying engaged him in a game to lift his spirits. She tossed the ball, and Sack promptly retrieved it, reveling in the playful pursuit. His initial gloom dissipated, replaced by a playful annoyance towards her, prompting Xiaoying to laugh aloud. By 4 in the afternoon, Lin Cheng had yet to return. Xiaoying sat leisurely in the lobby, seemingly awaiting someone. Qin Hanyue, weary from travel, was let in by a servant and soon noticed Xiaoying squatting before the sofa, affectionately playing with the dog. He strode confidently towards her, yet the girl remained oblivious to his presence until she heard the sound of his footsteps. She lifted her face to gaze in his direction, her unfocused eyes searching for the source of the noise. Qin Hanyue, she inquired. Qin Hanyue slowed his approach. Crouching before her, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes. Regulating his breath, he softly asked, How did you know it was me? I recognized your footsteps, Xiaoying replied. Although they were not the steady strides he typically possessed, but rather an unusual hurried pace on the thick carpet, they were still quite recognizable. Chapter 203 Xiaoying. I need someone to test the medicine. Qin Hanyue, I am here. As Qin Hanyue studied the girl's eyes, he was about to speak when she interrupted. Do you know what this dog is called? She gently patted the dog's head, her tone revealing a hint of enthusiasm. Yet her expression remained subdued, reminiscent of how she had calmly informed him over the phone the previous day that she had lost her sight. Though she claimed it could be treated, her remarkable psychological resilience left Qin Hanyue in awe. He pondered what could possibly induce even a slight tremor of anxiety in her. Yet, her calm demeanor reassured the worried Qin Hanyue. What is its name? He asked. A faint smile played at the corners of Xiao Ying's lips. Its name is Sack. Upon hearing its name, the dog barked eagerly. Qin Hanyue's thoughts momentarily drifted from the dog, and upon realizing its name, he paused before breaking into laughter. What thoughts might Sack harbor? Clearly, it was vexed. Xiaoying rose from the floor and returned to the sofa. Qin Hanyue instinctively reached out to assist her. But it was evident that such a trivial matter was unnecessary. She was fully capable of managing on her own. A nearby cat, having been lying down, elegantly rose and stepped onto Xiao Ying's lap, snuggling into her embrace. Following suit, Qin Hanyue seated himself on the sofa, inadvertently glancing at the cat before turning his attention back to Xiaoying. Let me see your eyes. Perhaps due to her inability to see, she did not find their face-to-face interaction awkward, and thus she lifted her face for him to inspect. Here, she said. She rarely scrutinized others closely when looking at them, often appearing indifferent, almost as if dismissing their presence. Her gaze, more often than not, exuded a sense of aloofness. While Qin Hanyue could not discern how others might feel under her gaze, he found it quite comfortable. It seemed relaxed and carefree rather than cold. For the first time, Qin Hanyue boldly held her gaze. He felt compelled to reach out and gently touch her delicate eyelids, but Xiaoying interrupted. What do you see? He withdrew his hand, shaking his head slightly. Realizing her sightlessness, he hurriedly explained, I cannot detect any signs of poisoning. Qin Yin placed a large bag of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs on the table. Miss Qiao, these herbs were personally prepared by Elder Ming. Please see if they are suitable. He proceeded to unwrap the bags one by one, silently hoping that nothing was amiss, as he could scarcely bear to think of what might happen if his idol were to lose her sight. What differentiates a top hacker blinded? A soldier who has lost his weapon, a kitchen devoid of its cookware, and SpongeBob who has misplaced Patrick? If X were indeed blinded, it would not only drive him mad, but also send the entire hacking community into chaos. I will assist you. Qin Hanyue began to take out the packaged herbs, one by one, placing them into Qiao Ying's palm. After carefully inhaling their fragrance, Qiao Ying confirmed their authenticity and inquired, "Where is the needle?" Qin Hanyue replied, "It's in my pocket. Do you need it now?" Qiao Ying absent-mindedly stroked the cat nestled in her arms, momentarily silent. "What else do we lack?" Qin Hanyue felt a rising urgency. "Well, I need someone to test the needle and the medicine. Many of these herbs contain toxins, so I must find someone with exceptional physical resilience. Otherwise, I fear they may not withstand my experiments." Qin Yin was taken aback. "You intend to use a living person for experimentation? It sounds perilously dangerous." Without hesitation, Qin Hanyue asserted, "I will do it." Qin Yin, alarmed, turned to Qiao Ying and asked, "Miss Qiao, what would happen in the event of a mistake?" The consequences could range from losing one's sight to losing one's life, and the procedure itself would be arduous, necessitating someone capable of enduring pain. Hearing this, Qin Yin grew increasingly anxious. "You cannot do this, Third Master. If anything were to happen to you, it would be catastrophic. I will find someone for Miss Qiao." Qiao Ying interjected, "Not just anyone is suitable. This experiment is inhumane. If possible, I wish to avoid unnecessary loss of innocent lives." Qin Yin insisted, "Give me some time. I will surely find someone who meets Miss Qiao's criteria." Qiao Ying responded, "I believe Assistant Qin would be quite fitting." "What? Me?" Qin Yin was dumbfounded. "Did you not say we shouldn't harm the innocent?" Qiao Ying replied, "I will do my utmost to preserve your life. If you happen to have an unfortunate fate, I am somewhat acquainted with you. And the remorse of harming someone familiar is less burdensome than that of a stranger." Qin Yin retorted, "Is this even rational? Miss Qiao, I fear I do not meet the necessary criteria. Although I may appear robust, I am quite out of shape. My physical condition is below that of an average person. I might not survive even a couple of injections, rendering the experiment fruitless." Qin Yin recoiled, his entire being resisting the notion. Yet, he caught Qin Hanyue's gaze, a sudden chill running down his spine. In that instant, Qin Yin realized his fate was no longer in his hands. Suppressing his fear of death, he declared, "Miss Qiao, I shall be the one." Whether accepted or rejected, death was inevitable, and Qin Yin felt a sense of detachment toward life. Besides, it was unthinkable to let the Third Master undergo this. Qin Hanyue said, "If you are left incapacitated, the Qin family will care for you for life. And should you tragically lose your life, I will provide your family with a compensation package." Qiao Ying remarked, "I will remember your sacrifice, Q." At the sound of her calling him Q, Qin Yin felt a surge of fervor. He would gladly sacrifice himself for this cause. With great resolve, he proclaimed, "Miss Qiao, you are the hope and future of the hacking world. My sacrifice is but a trivial matter." Qiao Ying then turned to Qin Hanyue, requesting, "Ensure the compensation is generous." Qin Hanyue nodded. She then asked Qin Yin, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Qin Yin gulped nervously. "Miss Qiao, based on what you just said, is there a possibility that I might endure this? Although I have always been somewhat unfortunate." Qiao Ying replied, "Then I wish you good fortune." Qin Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Lin Cheng returned at this moment. Otherwise, poor Qin Yin would have been utterly terrified by the two. The little dog, Sack, immediately ran to greet his master. Upon entering the living room, Lin Cheng inquired, "Have friends arrived?" Qin Hanyue, casting a discreet glance at the other man, stood up and extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Qin Hanyue." Recognizing the man before him as Lin, the one who spoke to Qiao Ying over the phone yesterday, he was aware of his significance. Lin Cheng shook his hand, unabashedly appraising him. "I knew Miss Qiao's friends would not be ordinary individuals." Qin Hanyue responded, "I am well aware of your esteemed title, Duke." Lin Cheng smiled, and, bypassing Qin Hanyue, bent down to embrace the cat cradled in Qiao Ying's arms. Observing this action, a hint of discomfort flickered in Qin Hanyue's heart. Yet, he was uncertain whether Lin Cheng's relationship with Qiao Ying paralleled that of Yi Si and Cheng Jinyin, leaving him unable to voice his thoughts. Sensing his unease, Qiao Ying proactively lifted the cat and returned it to Lin Cheng, slightly displeased as she remarked, "You lack propriety." Instantly, Qin Hanyue's discomfort dissipated. Lin Cheng replied, "It's merely a cat. How is that lacking in propriety?" Cradling the cat, he glanced at the items on the table, inquiring, "Have the medicinal ingredients arrived? How long will it take for the recovery? I am eager to witness the restoration of your sight." Qiao Ying explained, "The poison is not difficult to resolve. However, the detoxification process is somewhat slow, requiring a considerable amount of time to cleanse completely." "Not difficult to resolve? You know how to do it?" Qin Yin, who had already prepared for the worst and even contemplated where he would be buried, immediately turned his gaze to Qiao Ying. "Isn't it said that living subjects are needed for experimentation?" Qiao Ying replied, "I merely jested, noticing your weary appearance, to lighten the mood." Qin Yin exclaimed, "A jest? To lighten the mood? Are you making a fool of him to entertain Third Master?" These two unscrupulous individuals had squandered his sincere heart. Each day felt like a different absurdity, and Qin Yin felt his intelligence had been insulted repeatedly, leading to a burgeoning sense of self-doubt. Chapter 204. Xiaoying tugged at her collar. Are you thirsty? Qin Hanyue replied, no. In the room, Xiaoying sat on the sofa, preparing to administer acupuncture to herself. Although Qin Hanyue had intended to bring old Ming with him during their phone conversation yesterday, Xiaoying declined his assistance. Though her sight was lost, it did not impede her ability to perform the procedure, it merely required more effort. She was well acquainted with this poison. If old Ming were to come, she would have to instruct him step by step. Qin Hanyue carefully retrieved the needle pack from his coat pocket and handed the necessary needles to Xiaoying, saying, be careful. Grasping the needle, Xiaoying first located the acupoint with her fingers before proceeding with the acupuncture. Qin Hanyue quietly handed her the needles, refraining from speaking unnecessarily so as not to disturb her. In a state of blindness, she calmly administered needles to herself, a feat likely achievable only by her. Even Qin Hanyue, who had witnessed many things yet lacked medical knowledge, found her remarkable. Moreover, there is a saying that physicians should not treat themselves. Due to her impaired vision, she performed the procedure at a slower pace. The poison resided in her eyes, necessitating that most of her needles be administered around the eye area or the head, totaling over a dozen needles. Suddenly, she pulled aside one side of her collar, exposing her left shoulder, and instructed, hold this for me. The sudden turn of events caught Qin Hanyue completely off guard. Her elongated neck was fully exposed, and he gazed at the ample expanse of her fair skin and elegant collarbone, along with the black strap of her undergarment resting on her shoulder. His expression stiffened slightly, and he instinctively tightened his jawline. Yet, his hands instinctively assisted her, securing her neckline. Xiaoying tilted her head slightly, deftly inserting the needle into her neck and shoulder, her hand brushing against his as he held her neckline steady. Earlier, when he had handed her the needle, their hands had inadvertently touched as well. With them so close in the quiet room, Xiaoying discerned the sound of him swallowing, prompting her to ask, are you thirsty? A tremor ran through Qin Hanyue's heart, and his fingers gripping the neckline unconsciously tightened. No, he replied. Xiaoying said nothing further. Qin Hanyue felt that the application of these needles took an unusually long time. Once the last needle was in place, Xiaoying stretched her slightly sore arm and remarked, why have you been so silent? Gripping her neckline, Qin Hanyue replied, I dare not disturb your thoughts. Xiaoying inquired, what are your thoughts on not treating me as a mere subject for experimentation? Qin Hanyue answered, upon hearing that this poison is not difficult to resolve, I naturally feel a sense of relief, yet I regret that I could not do more for you. Xiaoying smiled silently. A businessman truly knows how to speak. Do you have any other injuries? Qin Hanyue asked. None, Xiaoying replied. The 2 knife wounds were not deep enough to warrant concern. That is good. At this moment, Xiaoying remarked, there will be ample time in the future for you to prove your worth. Perhaps due to her inability to see, her speech became increasingly casual. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue no longer held back, casting aside his gentlemanly demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoying's face, not straying to inappropriate areas. His eyes were both lingering and greedy. Upon hearing Xiaoying's response, Qin Hanyue smiled contentedly. I hope it is not to serve as a living experiment for your rescue. She jested. If a living experiment were to be conducted, it would be impossible for you, Qin Sanyi, to personally oversee it. The mention of Qin Sanyi elicited a chuckle from Qin Hanyue, though he felt somewhat helpless. Aside from your inability to see, do you experience any other discomfort? He gently inquired. None, Xiaoying replied. There is some stinging pain, but it is bearable. Wang, the dog that had been quietly sitting in the corner, barked at them, having been ignored for too long, as if seeking their attention. Qin Hanyue glanced at the dog and tentatively asked Xiaoying, is this Lin Sheng as close to you as Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan? It was apparent that their bond was not as intimate as with Yi Si and the others. Xiaoying explained, I visited here previously and encountered him. We made a bet, so I suppose we can consider ourselves friends. Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, curiosity piqued. What did you win? Xiaoying replied, there is a jade shop called Lin Yuxuan that is favored by the wealthy elite. It is also present in the capital. Have you heard of it? Qin Hanyue responded, I have heard a little. Did he lose Lin Yuxuan to you? Yes, Xiaoying confirmed. When shall we make a wager as well? I have quite a few stakes to offer, Qin Hanyue suggested. Xiaoying's interest was piqued, such as? Qin Hanyue replied, the Armory of God, Akelin's arsenal. I believe you would find them appealing. Ahem, and what you mentioned last time. What did I mention last time? Xiaoying asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. What does that cough signify? Qin Hanyue did not articulate his intentions directly. Instead, he subtly suggested, I have a request. And there is no need for Qin Yin to be involved. Upon grasping the implications of his words, Xiaoying could not help but raise an eyebrow, posing a pivotal question. Are you hoping to win or to lose? Qin Hanyue replied, winning is also losing, and losing is also winning. Xiaoying remarked, Mr. Qin, Your eloquence is quite impressive. To which Qin Hanyue inquired, What do you mean by that? Lin Cheng, keeping track of time, approached with a cat in his arms to inquire about Xiao Ying's condition and to extend an invitation for dinner. By then, Xiao Ying had already finished her treatment. As Qin Hanyue opened the door, they encountered one another and exchanged nods. Lin Cheng announced, "Dinner is ready, let us dine." With that, he departed first. Qin Hanyue expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." In the dim light, Xiao Ying had quietly approached Qin Hanyue from behind. He turned, grasped her arm, and guided her outside. Lin Cheng glanced back and noted this interaction. He thought to himself, while he was cradling a cat in his arms, it seemed he lacked decorum. And here was his friend leading her away without a word. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Cheng muttered, lacking in propriety. Qin Hanyue cast a glance at him. Xiao Ying remarked, "You do talk a lot." The dog, Sake, who had been led by Xiao Ying for 2 days, now felt abandoned as its role was usurped. It anxiously circled around the two, occasionally barking at Qin Hanyue. Lin Cheng shook his head at the dog, echoing, lacking in propriety. At the elongated dining table, Lin Cheng occupied the head seat, with Xiao Ying to his left and Qin Hanyue beside her. After serving Xiao Ying her meal, Qin Hanyue assumed the role of a devoted servant, attentively catering to her needs. He first presented the dishes to Xiao Ying, inquiring which she desired, offering chopsticks and serving her food. Once the bones were expertly removed, Qin Hanyue placed the boneless fish into a spoon and offered it to Xiao Ying. In the Qin household, it was customary to maintain silence during meals, a rule Qin Hanyue usually adhered to. Yet, he now found himself asking Xiao Ying if she would like the dish garnished with scallions, going to the extent of nearly feeding her himself. The 8 or so servants standing by seemed utterly superfluous in this scenario. Lin Cheng interjected, "I have not inquired whether this friend of yours is merely a male companion or a romantic interest." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue did not direct his gaze towards Lin Cheng, but rather at Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying quipped, "I did not perceive Mr. Lin to be so inquisitive." Lin Cheng retorted, "This curiosity is solely directed at you. Furthermore, your earlier comment about lacking propriety has left me feeling quite unsettled. Unless you treat this friend of yours in the same manner." Xiao Ying replied, "This is our second encounter, so what is it that has you perturbed?" Lin Cheng pressed on, "May I ask how many times you have met with this friend? Or to rephrase, how many meetings are requisite for someone to exhibit such a lack of decorum?" Qin Hanyue cautioned, "Duke Lin, mind your words and actions." Chapter 205. Have you not bathed? Do you require assistance? Qin Hanyue offered to help Xiao Ying with her studies. Lin Cheng, observing Xiao Ying, noted, "I have not said anything to incite such urgency. Have you felt Mr. Qin's affections?" Xiao Ying responded, "While one may soften their tone when eating from another's hand, I am not one to adhere to formalities. I do not mind demonstrating my sentiments to Mr. Lin." Lin Cheng chuckled softly, "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire whether you will be accommodated in one room or separately." Xiao Ying replied with a click of her tongue. Lin Cheng remarked, "Your demeanor may inadvertently wound Mr. Qin's heart." Qin Hanyue replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for the Duke to concern himself on my behalf." Lin Cheng nodded in understanding. Pouting slightly, "Very well, I concede that I have spoken too much. They are willingly engaged in this dance, finding joy in it. Mr. Qin, you must put in more effort. However, I fear it may be a case of unrequited affection. May you soon embrace your beloved." Xiao Ying's wrist flicked slightly, her spoon barely restrained. Qin Hanyue stated with calm resolve, "Indeed, effort is essential. Yet, matters of the heart are inherently voluntary, and I accept whatever outcome willingly. I appreciate your kind words." This restrained Xiao Ying's impulse to hurl a spoon at Lin Cheng. It seemed that their hearts were aligned. Yet he could not refrain from speaking, leaving Lin Cheng in a rather awkward position. The cat nestled in his arms, seemingly hungry, gently tapped the dining table, mewing softly. Lin Cheng affectionately patted the fluffy head of the feline. He truly lacked discretion, though it was unclear if he referred to the cat or himself. Subsequently, he fell silent and resumed his meal. After dining, Xiao Ying presented her new phone to Qin Hanyue, requesting his assistance in logging into WeChat. Once logged in, notifications chimed incessantly. Xiao Ying instructed, "Please summarize the important messages." Qin Hanyue scanned them briefly, noting names such as Cheng Jinyan, Yi Si, Bai Xiao, Hua Chengdong, the class group, Principal Zhang, and Ming Lao, a plethora of messages. He highlighted a key point. "Xiao Yi wishes to see Sak. I shall accompany you to visit him." Xiao Ying agreed. "Then let us go." Qin Hanyue asked, "Can you locate his room?" Xiao Ying assured, "Sak can lead the way." With that, the dog Sak promptly took the lead. Qin Hanyue grasped Xiao Ying's arm, guiding her upstairs. The castle was indeed vast, with winding staircases and corridors reminiscent of a labyrinth. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached Sak's room. As Qin Hanyue opened the door, the dog Sak dashed inside, wagging its tail excitedly at Sak on the bed, displaying much more enthusiasm than towards Qin Hanyue, despite Sak's stern expression. "Qin Yan, standing by the window admiring the view, immediately turned around. Qin Hanyue remarked, "Were you not tasked with preparing medicine? What brings you here?" Qin Yin replied, "The medicine is ready. I just delivered it to Miss Qiao's room with the servant. And since I was passing by Sak's room, I thought I might check in on family." Family? Qin Hanyue refrained from commenting further on Qin Yin. Upon hearing about the video call with Xiao Yi, Sak turned away dismissively. "I don't want to see." "What is there to see?" Qin Hanyue held Xiao Ying's phone, initiating a video call with Xiao Yi. The call connected swiftly. Sak protested, "I said I don't want to see." He promptly pulled the covers over his head. Qin Hanyue, holding the phone, helplessly informed Xiao Ying, "He is hidden under the blankets." Xiao Ying sighed. "He is truly unappealing. Perhaps it would be better to focus on the obedient dog Sak instead. He also bears the name Sak." Crouching down, Xiao Ying petted the dog Sak. Qin Hanyue shifted the camera to capture the dog. Initially quite worried about Xiao Ying and Sak, Xiao Yi felt a wave of relief upon seeing Xiao Ying playing with the dog. Meanwhile, Sak, buried under the blankets, was nearly driven to exasperation by the cheerful banter. After a while, Qin Hanyue gently reminded Xiao Ying to return to her room to take her medicine. Xiao Ying had to administer acupuncture at least once a day, and with Sak being somewhat incapacitated, she contemplated returning during Lin Cheng's recuperation period. Lin Cheng arranged for Qin Hanyue to occupy the room adjacent to Jiao Ying's. After taking her medicine, Jiao Ying remarked, "After such a long journey, you should rest early." Qin Hanyue offered her warm water for rinsing. Concerned, "Haven't you bathed yet? Can you manage on your own?" Jiao Ying raised an eyebrow, not hesitating to respond. "Are you planning to assist?" Even the most articulate would find themselves at a loss against Jiao Ying's straightforwardness. Qin Hanyue coughed lightly, clarifying, "I meant to help with fetching clothes or filling your water." Jiao Ying replied, "There are servants for that." Qin Hanyue settled onto the sofa, asserting, "I'm not tired, and it's still early. I'll stay a while longer." He glanced at Jiao Ying, and an awkward silence ensued, neither feeling uncomfortable as one was lost in thought while the other simply observed. Qin Hanyue gazed at her quietly, concerned she might grow bored, thus initiating a conversation. "Did you save my number on your new phone?" Jiao Ying handed her phone to him. He accepted it, opened the contacts, and recalled something, asking, "So, when you called me yesterday, you remembered my number?" Jiao Ying readily admitted, "Yes." Qin Hanyue chuckled silently, starting to save his number. Noticing the notes section, he inquired, "What about the label? Previously it was Mr. Qin. Should I change it or keep it the same?" Jiao Ying replied, "Since you're asking, let us change it." With a slight smile, Qin Hanyue typed, "All right." He then retrieved his own phone, opened his contacts, and saved Jiao Ying's number as well. Among his contacts, one entry that had previously labeled her as Miss Jiao had mysteriously been renamed. Just as he finished saving the number, Jiao Ying received a message on WeChat. Qin Hanyue remarked, "It's a message from the counselor." Jiao Ying casually responded, "What does it say?" Truthfully, she was not particularly concerned. Qin Hanyue then opened WeChat to check the message regarding the assignments. "You've already missed several group tasks." Jiao Ying replied, "I'm at a loss. I can't complete them." Qin Hanyue offered, "Shall I help you with them?" Jiao Ying turned her face towards him, incredulous. "You would do my assignments for me?" Qin Hanyue explained, "You already know the material. The assignments are merely a means to ensure you don't fail, aren't they?" Jiao Ying conceded, "Then go ahead. There's no reason to refuse free labor." Qin Hanyue took out his laptop and began creating a PowerPoint presentation for her. Jiao Ying sat nearby, listening to the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, and casually inquired, "What was your major in college?" Qin Hanyue responded, "Economics, with a minor in law." Jiao Ying asked, "Did you study diligently?" Qin Hanyue replied, "I completed this knowledge by the age of 15, during my time at Tokyo University. I only attended classes a few days each month." Jiao Ying remarked, "I figured as much." Qin Hanyue added, "In comparison, you are indeed a diligent student." Jiao Ying playfully retorted, "Be quiet." The sound of typing continued, and Jiao Ying mused, after so many years since graduation. "Did you ever envision a day where you would be doing assignments for a freshman?" Qin Hanyue mused, "Throughout my 4 years in university, aside from my thesis, I scarcely knew what assignments were. Experiencing it now is quite amusing." The counselor sent another message, inquiring when she could return to school, emphasizing the necessity of completing the assignments. Qin Hanyue replied on her behalf, "Xiao Ying, if the counselor knew that you were on the other end of the phone, I wonder what their reaction would be." Qin San, doing homework? The mere association of these two phrases is quite amusing. Qin Hanyue, what's wrong? Xiao Ying, it's rather funny. The maid came to assist her with her bath, merely helping her remove her clothes and fill the tub, then stood outside the door, awaiting instructions. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue remained in the living room, continuing to assist her with her homework. A message from Qin Yin arrived, requesting a video conference with Qin Hanyue. The agenda had already been sent over and was both significant and urgent. Qin Hanyue replied, "No time, I am doing homework." Chapter 206, Xiao Ying in her nightgown. Hand in hand, doing homework? Qin Yin gazed at the message from Qin Hanyue, holding his phone, attempting to integrate his lifelong knowledge. Yet, he still failed to grasp the correct meaning. Homework. What is that? Isn't it a term for students? Did he make a typo? Just as Qin Yin contemplated calling to inquire, a sudden realization struck him. Miss Chiao? Is he assisting Miss Chiao with her homework? He almost forgot that Miss Chiao was indeed a student. It seems that even the most formidable hacker must attend to their studies. So, Sanya is truly helping Miss Chiao with her homework? How does that strike one as amusing? Sanya is willing to do anything for Miss Chiao. Truly, love can cloud one's judgment. He is neglecting company matters just to help her with her studies. If he manages to win her affection, will he forego company engagements for dates? Undoubtedly. Qin Yin had seen through him completely. Qin Yin called another assistant. Sanya is doing homework and is unavailable. The first half of the meeting will be chaired by young Master Yu Chun, so inform everyone to prepare. Doing homework? The assistant looked bewildered. What new vocabulary is this? What does it signify? I feel increasingly out of touch with the times. Am I to be cast aside by the era? Receiving Qin Yan's message, Qin Yuchen was also perplexed. Even knowing that his uncle was pursuing Xiao Ying and that she was a student, he could not connect the dots. The stern and formidable Sanya in his mind would never engage in the act of writing homework for someone. Qin Yin hung up. It's beneficial for you all to adapt early. I shouldn't be the only one experiencing this. After all, Sanya has no obligation to explain what he is busy with. Thus Qin Yin had reason to suspect that someone was being intentionally vague. If he flaunts his affection before winning her over, one can only imagine how he would behave afterward. Perhaps even casual handholding would be broadcast to the world. Xiaoying emerged from her bath. Are you not finished yet? Qin Hanyue looked up. Almost done. The clothing Xiaoying wore had been prepared by Lin Cheng, including the milky white nightgown she currently adorned. The hem was slightly billowy, reaching her calves and revealing her delicate, fair legs. The neckline was accentuated with slender straps tied into a bow, and the sleeves bore similar embellishments. The gown was intricately patterned and exquisite. In Qin Hanyue's eyes, this was undeniably the attire of a young girl, rendering Xiaoying even more youthful. Having known her for such a long time, Qin Hanyue had never seen her in a dress. She typically donned casual clothing, devoid of any embellishment, opting for practicality and maintaining a low profile. With the maid's assistance, Xiaoying returned to sit on the sofa. The hem of her dress rose to the knee with her movements. Xiaoying suggested, let's do it tomorrow. Qin Hanyue regained his composure, his voice hoarse. It's already done. He sent the completed 2 PowerPoint presentations to their teacher. Xiaoying remarked, that was quite fast. Qin Hanyue remained silent. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Xiaoying's face and noticed 2 droplets of crystalline water clinging to her ear, accentuating her fair complexion. He paused momentarily before reaching out, gently pinching her ear. It felt remarkably soft. Xiaoying tilted her head slightly to look at him. What's wrong? Qin Hanyue's thin lips moved. Nothing. His fingertips delicately wiped away the droplets, and Xiaoying felt a warm, damp sensation spreading over her ear, understanding his gesture. The sound of a phone ringing broke the somewhat delicate atmosphere. Xiaoying instinctively glanced at her phone. Qin Hanyue withdrew his hand, picked up the phone to check the messages, while calming his thoughts. Your teacher praised you, hoping that you will present these 2 PowerPoints to your classmates when you return to school, Qin Hanyue stated. Xiaoying asked, are you going to agree to that? Urging him to take the stage. Qin Hanyue retorted, should I agree for you then? Encouraging her to take the lead. They bickered like playful children. Xiaoying replied, you could give it a try. Qin Hanyue chuckled, conceding, let me help you back to your bedroom. Lin Cheng cradled the cat, followed by several others of varying breeds, along with a Doberman named Sack. The dog, Sack, behaved like a caretaker, bustling around the group of cats, ensuring none fell behind, as if they were on a leisurely stroll in the castle grounds. As Lin Cheng meandered this way, he spotted Qin Hanyue exiting Xiaoying's room. He spoke in a tone neither heavy nor light, as if addressing himself. I said one room is enough. Without waiting for Qin Hanyue's response, he continued on with the cat in his arms. Woof. The dog Sack barked at Qin Hanyue and then glanced at the door of Xiaoying's room, standing for a moment to watch him before returning to tend to the cats. The scenery outside the castle was splendid, adorned with vast gardens where dozens of gardeners toiled diligently, all under Lin Cheng's ownership. During the 2 days spent in the castle, Xiaoying, due to her impaired vision, had remained indoors. Fearing she might grow weary of confinement, Qin Hanyue took her outside for fresh air after breakfast the next day. Xiaoying inquired, have you ever been to Country Sea? Qin Hanyue replied, I have visited a few times for work, but only in the eastern regions. I have never been to the west. Xiaoying noted, the architectural styles and customs between the east and west vary significantly. Would you like to take a look around? Moon Shadow had sustained serious injuries and likely escaped Country Sea. Shadow, aware she was with Lin Cheng, would not waste energy monitoring her. He must be recuperating, waiting for her return in the country. Thus, Xiaoying boldly took Qin Hanyue out. As they drove away from the castle and arrived at a bustling street, Qin Hanyue exited the car and walked around to open the door for Xiaoying, mindful that she might not see and could bump her head on the roof. He gently guarded her head with his hand. The street was alive with passersby. Qin Hanyue held on to Xiao Ying's arm as they navigated through the crowd. Qin Yin followed them from a distance in the car. Woof. Dog Sack sat in the passenger seat, watching Xiao Ying retreating into the distance, feeling somewhat anxious. His paws relentlessly clawing at the seat. Qin Yin observed the anxious demeanor of the creature before him, a flicker of fear crossing his mind. You wouldn't bite, would you? With a slight retreat of his neck, he watched as the dog leaped into the driver's seat, claiming the passenger side for itself and refusing to budge. As a result, Xiaoying decided to bring the dog along. Lin Cheng treasured his pets dearly, and Qin Yin pondered the potential consequences if the dog were to bite him. Could he retaliate? It seemed to him that the dog held more value than himself. Meanwhile, within the confines of the castle, Lin Cheng was frantically searching for his dog, enlisting the help of the dog's mother and several siblings, even resorting to reviewing surveillance footage. The streets bustled with life, as Qin Hanyue attentively guided Xiao Ying's gaze while narrating the scenery. She appeared unbothered, allowing him to continue without interruption. A couple strolled by, entwined and engaged in conversation, sharing a tender kiss in public. Qin Hanyue tightened his grip on Xiao Ying's arm momentarily before releasing it to hold her hand instead. His words flowed seamlessly, as if their connection had formed effortlessly. In that moment, he felt little apprehension. It was as though he instinctively knew she would not resist. Everything unfolded naturally, as if it were meant to be. Suddenly, Xiaoying halted in her steps. Chapter 207. Dominating the casino with Qin Hanyue. The third master is led astray. Qin Hanyue turned to face the halted Xiaoying. What is it? Xiaoying inquired. What is that across the street? Following her gaze, Qin Hanyue replied. It appears to be a baccarat casino. The sign is quite prominent, and the architecture is grand. He noted a commotion at the entrance, where gamblers embroiled in disputes with casino personnel were engaged in a physical altercation, something that did not escape Xiao Ying's keen ears. Her expression shifted slightly, indicating her growing interest. She looked at him and curiously asked, Mr. Qin, what is the most outrageous thing you've ever done? Qin Hanyue replied, nothing at all. Surely, you've frequented entertainment venues? I have not. Even in business dealings, I always chose reputable places. Have you never visited a bar? You received a Western education before university. Did you never venture out with peers on weekends? Throughout my life, I have found little common ground with my contemporaries. I do not require entertainment to enrich my life. Internally, Xiaoying mused on his serious nature, perceiving him as a workaholic. Aware that Xiaoying often enjoyed leisure, Qin Hanyue amended his statement. Primarily, I have yet to encounter friends with whom I could share such experiences. Your life seems rather dull and monotonous. Would you care to join me for some gambling? Certainly. As Qin Yin watched the pair head towards the casino, a sense of worry crept over him. The third master is bound to be led astray by Miss Qiao. The casino was vast and opulent, boasting a bar and dining options, clearly the largest establishment of its kind in the area. Even during daylight, it was bustling with patrons. Upon their arrival, Qin Hanyue and Xiao Ying's striking appearances and distinguished presence instantly drew attention. A woman clad in a provocative bunny outfit sashayed past, delivering drinks to the gamblers, and cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Hanyue, only to be met with indifference. Sensing a waft of perfume, Xiaoying asked, What do you see? People, Qin Hanyue replied. He caught sight of Xiao Ying's slight smile, as if she had already anticipated something. Had she frequented the casino several times? She seemed remarkably well acquainted with the circumstances within. Xiaoying remarked, Let us see which game we do like to play. Qin Hanyue led her to a gaming table, and upon listening intently to the proceedings, she discerned the game being played. Baccarat, a card game originating from France, employs 3 to 8 decks of 52 cards shuffled together. The game is divided into 4 categories: bank, play, tie, and pair. Texas Hold'em, the renowned poker variant, was among the games they explored, and there was none she did not understand. As Qin Hanyue absorbed her explanations of the rules, his gaze remained fixed on her. How did you come to learn about gambling? Cheng Jinyan did not strike him as the type to indulge in such activities. The only plausible explanation was her association with that reckless fellow, Yi Si. Xiaoying responded, I can handle anything from murder to arson. Is gambling really a concern? Qin Hanyue was rendered speechless. He glanced around and noted that many games were contingent on probability. With a modicum of intellect, winning was not particularly challenging. Xiaoying encouraged him to give it a try. Qin Hanyue exchanged chips and led Xiaoying to a less crowded blackjack table. The rules were straightforward. The objective was to reach 21 points or exceed the dealer's total to win. This game relied more on courage than mere luck, daring players to draw additional cards. The dealer and other participants scrutinized the 2 Asian faces at the table. One remarked in French, It's rare to see someone bring their girlfriend to the casino. Another concurred. Qin Hanyue placed his chips on the table as the dealer dealt the cards. He revealed his hand to Qiaoying. Both possessed formidable intellects, an understanding of probability, and an abundance of courage. Qiaoying appeared to be a seasoned gambler. Together, they could potentially bankrupt the house. Bolstered by fortune, Qin Hanyue won round after round. Even when initial cards were unfavorable, this business mogul, adept at reading people, effortlessly turned the odds in his favor. Analyzing his hand, observing the dealer's expressions, and calculating probabilities came naturally to him. Qiaoying sat beside him, playfully tossing 2 chips in her hands, while a vibrant array of chips lay before them. The dealer opposite them began to sweat. Nearby, casino staff exchanged increasingly wary glances with the dealer. The table gradually filled with onlookers. Qin Hanyue removed his jacket and draped it over Qiaoying, as if silently pledging something. This gesture prompted those nearby to tactfully step back. Finding the atmosphere dull, Qiaoying suggested, "Let us switch tables." With a substantial pile of chips, the two proceeded to the next table, much to the dealer's relief as he wiped his brow. However, misfortune awaited the dealer at the next table. Craps, a simple dice game, involved betting on high or low. 10 points or below counted as low, while 11 points or above were deemed high. Novices relied purely on luck, while seasoned players analyzed the dealer's techniques to gauge the odds. Qiaoying undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. At the gambling table, Qiaoying did not hastily urge Qin Hanyue to place his bets. Instead, she listened intently for a few rounds before inquiring about the points. With a basic understanding of the dealer's techniques, she remarked, 13 points, 346, large. Qin Hanyue, astonished, asked, "You can discern the points just by listening?" Qiaoying replied, "If you listen a few more times, you will too." Having accompanied Qiaoying merely for amusement, Qin Hanyue was indifferent to winning or losing. He confidently pushed a significant portion of his chips forward, betting on large. Their previous actions at another table had already drawn the attention of the casino, and the patrons at this table were largely those who had followed them over. Witnessing Qin Hanyue's audacious betting style, the dealer felt a pang of anxiety, while several gamblers hastily placed their bets in response. As the dealer opened the betting, Qin Hanyue noted the outcome, 346, 13 points, large, exactly as Qiaoying had predicted. Intrigued, he could not help but inquire, "Is there anything in this world that you cannot do?" Qiaoying, unabashed, declared, "I am capable of anything." Qin Hanyue chuckled softly, recalling a previous incident at the airport when someone had mistakenly referred to them as siblings. "Brother, place your bet," she teased, clearly recalling the moment and using it to playfully mock him. "Care to take another guess?" he challenged. 233, 8 points, small, she accurately predicted once more. It was fortunate that Qin Yin was not present, for his reactions would surely have been exaggerated, likely resulting in him retrieving his small fortune to join in on the fun. After several rounds, Qin Hanyue had begun to discern some patterns, and Qiaoying allowed him to play at his own pace, though he could not match her precision in guessing each point. A 50% chance of predicting large or small was still a formidable feat. The surrounding gamblers had gathered around their table, eagerly following their lead, each one reaping considerable rewards. The atmosphere was electric, as patrons treated the duo like deities of fortune, with victories following them consistently. As lunchtime approached, Qiaoying had nearly exhausted her interest in the game. Thus, Qin Hanyue decided to push all his remaining bets forward at once, wagering small, intending to conclude this round and depart. The other gamblers promptly followed suit, betting small as well. With their entire chips on the line, a palpable tension enveloped the table. The dealer exchanged a furtive glance with an assistant before placing his hand on the table, inadvertently activating a concealed button. The dice within the cup tumbled, transforming the outcome from 224 to 555. Qiaoying's ears twitched with awareness. While Qin Hanyue did not initially sense any irregularity, the dealer's covert exchange of glances and sudden gesture caught his attention. In a casino of such magnitude, he was skeptical that the operations were entirely above board. Just as the dealer was about to reveal the result, Qiaoying interjected in French, "Hold on." In that moment, Qin Hanyue recognized that indeed something was amiss. The dealer's hand froze mid-reveal, his demeanor becoming tense as he turned to Qiaoying, questioning, "Is there a problem?" The surrounding crowd of gamblers, layered in anticipation, shifted their focus to Qiaoying. She turned to Qin Hanyue and stated, "Bet on the surround. It is 3 fives." In addition to betting on large or small, players also had the option to bet on the surround. In the game of Yue, 3 dice must reveal the same number. Although the odds are slim, the potential payout is substantial. The dealer, unable to bear the risk of losing, resorted to deceit. Qiaoying spoke in Mandarin, a language they could not comprehend, while Qin Hanyue boldly pushed all his chips from the small pile to the center of the table. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Setting aside the lamentably low probability of rolling 3 identical numbers, the rules of the table were clear. Once a bet was placed, it could not be altered. Surely, Xiaoying understood this regulation. The dealer interjected, once a bet is placed, it cannot be changed. Xiaoying, responding languidly in fluent French, retorted, you can cheat. But we can't change our wager? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Cheating? Everyone immediately reclaimed their chips from the table. Young lady, you must be accountable for your words. It appears you are newcomers here. Do you know whose territory this is? The dealer's eyes glinted with menace directed at Xiaoying. Unfortunately for him, his efforts were in vain. Xiaoying remained unfazed. Regardless of whose territory it is, Xiaoying declared, you have two choices. Conduct the game fairly, and I will take my winnings and leave, or I will dismantle your casino. The dealer replied, are you two here to stir up trouble? Since your arrival, you've won every bet without us suspecting you of cheating, yet you accuse us. Xiaoying countered, if there aren't 3 fives inside, you may dispose of me as you wish. Though the dealer maintained a calm facade, he was internally shaken, unable to comprehend how she knew the contents of the cup. You said it, if there aren't 3 fives inside. Before he could finish, Xiaoying interrupted, remove your hand from the table, do not touch anything. And you, do not move. The dealer's hand, poised for underhanded tactics, froze, and his assistant found himself under scrutiny from the crowd. A nearby gambler attempted to lift the cup, only to be thwarted by the dealer. This action sparked immediate suspicion. Why won't you let us see inside? Do you have something to hide? Are you truly cheating? Curse it. I've lost so much money here. We must report this to the Duke. We must see that cup today. With the crowd growing increasingly agitated, the casino manager and his enforcers made their entrance, approaching Qin Hanyue. Our boss requests your presence. Qin Hanyue queried, are you planning to bribe us or to eliminate us? It's obvious what you intend. Though everyone understood the implications, that their disappearance would be permanent, this was the first time they encountered someone as forthright as Qin Hanyue. The manager's smile was laced with coldness. We merely wish to befriend you. Qin Hanyue, unfazed, took a chip from Xiaoying's hand, stating, let us settle the debts first. Suddenly, he hurled the chip forcefully at the cup, toppling it, and revealing the 3 dice within, 3 fives. A collective gasp arose. It truly is 3 fives. The girl was right. They are indeed cheating. The crowd erupted in fervor. The manager, experienced in high-stakes situations, was backed by local magnates and maintained cordial relations with royal aristocrats. Thus, even when publicly confronted, he remained unperturbed. With a composed demeanor, he instructed his henchmen, escort these 2 guests upstairs. One of the thugs lunged at Xiaoying, but before his hand could make contact, she swiftly twisted his wrist and sent him sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. The scene erupted into chaos. Qin Hanyue kicked away the 2 closest assailants and quickly turned to Xiaoying, saying, I can handle this. You wait here. He was concerned for her safety. Thugs poured in from all directions, but Qin Hanyue positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaoying, dispatching the attackers one by one. Having taken a punch, the manager rose from the floor, and upon witnessing Qin Hanyue's prowess, spat out a mouthful of blood before drawing a gun and aiming it at Qin Hanyue, exclaiming, damn Asian. As Qin Hanyue knocked down the last thug, he stood still under the manager's gunpoint, saying, 2 o'clock ahead. Get down. Xiaoying warned. Qin Hanyue sidestepped just as a metal badge whizzed past his arm, striking the manager's shoulder and causing blood to spatter. The manager winced in pain, his gun hand swinging away. Before he could react, Qin Hanyue lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying out of the casino and crashing onto the street. Qin Hanyue retrieved the badge embedded in the wall, inspected it, and handed it back to Xiaoying, assisting her to her feet. Let us go? The chips haven't been exchanged yet, she replied. I'll go retrieve the manager, he insisted. No need. We'll take care of it ourselves, she countered. Qin Hanyue pondered the implications of their actions. This could be classified as robbery. While they were indeed owed money from gambling, there was a distinction between the casino's voluntary compensation and actively raiding their cash reserves. Are you worried about your reputation? She asked. My reputation in the capital isn't exactly stellar either, he admitted, leading her toward the front desk to exchange their winnings, both determined to secure their fortune. Meanwhile, Qin Yin sat in a car across the street, locked in a staring contest with the dog, Sake. Suddenly, Sake barked at the casino. Qin Yin turned his gaze to the commotion outside the casino, noticing a crowd gathering at the entrance. Surely, it was Miss Chiao. Had another incident occurred? Were they bankrupting the casino? Would the establishment be unable to pay, prompting Miss Chiao to take matters into her own hands? It was unlikely they were attempting to evade their losses. With a series of barks, Sake squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing the gleaming dog tag around Sake's neck, people hastily parted ways, recognizing it belonged to the Duke's dog. As the crowd turned to see, they found no sign of Lin Cheng. Taking advantage of Sake's presence, Qin Yin successfully made his way through the throng, only to spot a man lying on the ground. Just as he was about to charge into the casino, Qin Hanyue emerged, hand in hand with Xiao Ying, carrying a large bag overflowing with cash. Upon closer inspection, it was a hefty sum of euros, stuffed to the brim. The zipper straining to close. Qin Yin was taken aback. Have they just robbed the casino? Third Master, how could you engage in such behavior? This is reckless. If old Master Qin were to discover this, he would surely resort to family law. His reputation would be ruined. Qin Yin was so anxious that he slapped his thigh in despair. At that moment, Qin Hanyue threw a large bag of money at him. Qin Yin hurriedly caught the ill-gotten gains, stammering, "Teach Third Master, what have you two done? There are witnesses all around." Qin Hanyue replied, "We had a glimpse of the world with Miss Xiao." Xiao Ying interjected, "That doesn't seem to involve me much." She had merely intended to add a splash of color to his dreary life, to introduce him to pleasures he had never experienced, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Clutching the bag of money, Qin Yin hurriedly followed up. How should we handle this money?" He felt it was too hot to hold and wanted to toss it away immediately. Qin Hanyue stated, "It's a bonus for you." Qin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. His hands gripping the money tightly, and his demeanor shifted instantly. "Third Master is brilliant. Miss Xiao is brilliant. We've struck gold. How fortunate it is to be under the Third Master." He glanced at the dog, Sack, and found it rather endearing. Chapter 209. Qin Hanyue is abducted. Xiao Ying Mr. Qin is quite fortunate in love. The two entered a restaurant, where Qin Hanyue chose a table by the window and settled in. "I will go across the street to buy something. I'll be back shortly," he said, before stepping out of the restaurant. Xiao Ying thought to herself, why not just call Qin Yin to make the purchase? Across the street was a bakery, and Qin Hanyue entered, surveying the selections before choosing the most expensive and visually appealing cake. As he exited the store with the packaged cake, several cars suddenly surged forward, surrounding him. Doors swung open, and a dozen dark gun barrels were aimed at him. Inside the restaurant, Sack sat obediently on the floor, panting and gazing at Xiao Ying, occasionally making sounds to indicate his presence, displaying remarkable intelligence. Upon noticing the commotion at the bakery, he stood up to look, witnessing Qin Hanyue being taken away. He watched the car drive off, then nonchalantly returned to his spot on the floor, continuing to observe Xiao Ying without any intention of barking to warn her. He seemed utterly indifferent to Qin Hanyue's fate, even displaying a hint of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Qin Yin remained in the car, happily counting his money. The abduction of Qin Hanyue was clearly a retaliation from the casino patrons, and their swiftness was alarming. To brazenly wield guns in broad daylight indicated that the casino's backers were not ordinary individuals. Soon, the vehicle entered an opulent private estate, where a lavish castle stood majestically. Qin Hanyue was marched at gunpoint, and upon arrival, he was ordered out of the car. It was a far cry from the treatment one would expect for the esteemed Third Master Qin. The owner of the castle, adorned in finery, bore a resemblance to a royal noble amid this medieval-like grandeur. This individual was none other than the shadowy proprietor of the casino. The manager, whom Qin Hanyue had kicked out earlier, was also present, seething with rage, his eyes aflame with hatred. Cursing profusely, he seized a gun from his subordinate, intent on crippling Qin Hanyue. However, the castle owner intervened, calling for calm. The lord of the castle had a daughter who had heard that their casino had been vandalized by two Asians. She was determined to confront them and teach them a harsh lesson, intending to drag them through the streets tied to her carriage. However, upon seeing Qin Hanyue, she was rendered speechless. The castle lord, a wealthy and astute man, recognized from Qin Hanyue's appearance and demeanor that he was no ordinary individual and refrained from acting rashly. The castle lord was particularly cautious when dealing with Asians, as the most powerful duke in the region was of mixed Asian descent. Having been governed by the duke for years, the locals harbored both resentment and fear towards Asians. "Did you vandalize my casino? How should I address you?" Qin Hanyue finally had the opportunity to speak. Rather than introducing himself, he simply stated, "I am from the Duke Lin's estate." Earlier, during his abduction, his phone had vibrated twice in his pocket. It was undoubtedly a call from Xiao Ying, and he was eager to return her call. The casino manager, filled with a desire for revenge, urged, "My lord, do not be deceived by him. Asians are the best liars. Let us just kill him. What proof do you possess?" The lord of the castle ignored the manager. Qin Hanyue replied, "Shall I have him speak to you personally?" He reached into his trousers pocket, indicating his intention to retrieve his phone. The castle lord's daughter watched Qin Hanyue, who remained calm and unperturbed, her heart racing faster. Under the approving gaze of her father, Qin Hanyue produced his phone, inadvertently revealing a badge that he had yet to return to Xiao Ying. The daughter of the castle lord focused intently on it and exclaimed, "It is the Duke's badge." At that moment, Xiao Ying received a call from Qin Hanyue in the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yin hurried over to take her back. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue had already boarded the carriage returning to the Duke's estate, accompanied by the castle lord himself and his daughter. Alice opened the car door and sat directly next to Qin Hanyue. He frowned, directing his gaze out the window. The castle lord fully endorsed his daughter's actions and took a separate vehicle. Not to mention that Qin Hanyue himself was remarkable, both in appearance and demeanor, rivaling even the most noble of aristocrats, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. His connection with the duke was also noteworthy. If possible, the castle lord sincerely hoped his daughter could win over Qin Hanyue. I am Alice. What is your name? Seeing that Qin Hanyue ignored her, Alice's temper flared momentarily. But she quickly restrained herself. I also enjoy this cake. Did you buy it for your family? May I have a taste? Qin Hanyue replied coldly in French. The cake is for the girl I love. Please do not disturb me again. Upon returning to the castle, Xiaoying found Lin Cheng waiting for her. He expressed his discontent regarding their decision to take his beloved dog out without notifying him, yet seeing the dog so joyful, wagging its tail excitedly, he opted not to say much more. He simply informed Xiaoying, I rarely take Sack out. He usually only goes out with the army. Xiaoying responded, dogs are not like cats. They do not react adversely to unfamiliar environments. He is having quite a good time. Lin Cheng cautioned, what if he gets lost? Xiaoying, it left with us on its own. After reviewing the surveillance, it is indeed confirmed that the dog jumped into the car voluntarily. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words and lightly scolded the dog. You are truly disobedient. Just then, the butler entered and informed Lin Cheng, my lord, Mr. Smith has returned Mr. Qin with his daughter and wishes to see you. Lin Cheng replied, I shall not meet him. He was already aware of the situation regarding the casino and informed Xiaoying, I will address the casino matter according to the law. The butler understood immediately upon hearing Lin Cheng's words. A few minutes later, Qin Hanyue returned, carrying a cake. Lin Cheng courteously remarked, I sincerely apologize for Mr. Qin being startled on my territory. Qin Hanyue responded, this has nothing to do with the duke. He walked straight towards Xiaoying, inquiring with concern, did you have lunch in the restaurant just now? However, Xiaoying merely arched an eyebrow and remarked, you smell heavily of perfume. Due to his blindness, Qin Hanyue's other senses had become acutely sensitive. Even a trace of fragrance was overwhelming to Xiaoying. Qin Yin immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Hanyue. Perfume? A woman? What were you up to, third master? Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, casually stroking a cat, observed the unfolding drama, contemplating how the two had merely held hands before. But today seemed quite different. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue offered the cake to Qin Yin, locking eyes with him as if in a clandestine confrontation. Wishing he could kick him, with his hands free, Qin Hanyue promptly removed his coat, explaining, it was accidentally acquired. I will be more cautious in the future. He hoped that Xiaoying would exhibit some concern, but she was in a similar state of amusement as Lin Cheng. She teased, having attracted someone's vengeance. Yet returning with the scent of floral perfume. Mr. Qin, you are quite fortunate. It was likely the daughter of Mr. Smith, the casino owner. Had Xiaoying altered her tone slightly, Qin Hanyue might have had reason to believe she was envious. This thought left him feeling somewhat disheartened, and he could only reassure himself that it was simply her nature. He was yet to hold sufficient significance in her eyes to evoke jealousy. Qin Yin remarked, truly worthy of my idol. Locking one's heart away is a strength. Men merely affect the speed of coding. Chapter 210. Xiaoying, I grant you a wish. Take Lin Cheng's dog back home. What a vexatious fortune. Qin Hanyue, let us not speak of that. I previously went to the restaurant across and bought you a cake, a birthday cake. Xiaoying replied, did you not already present a gift? Qin Hanyue insisted, one matter does not negate another. For a birthday cake is the least one should observe. He then turned to Lin Cheng and politely asked, would the duke care to join in tasting it? Lin Cheng replied, no need, sweets cause me toothache. Qin Hanyue stated, thank you for today, my lord. Lin Cheng retorted, it is I who should thank you all, by ridding the public of harm. My image in their eyes has risen yet again. Lin Cheng's tone was laced with sarcasm. He had not donned his official attire, and typically turned a blind eye to such matters, but now he found himself embroiled in this predicament. Ignoring it was no longer an option. Qin Hanyue could easily perceive the underlying resentment in Lin Cheng's words, yet he feigned ignorance and replied, it is only right. Lin Cheng let out a soft, cold snort. Qin Hanyue guided Xiaoying upstairs. Lin Cheng watched as the two departed, casting his gaze downward at the dog beside him, Sack, who was also fixated on Qin Hanyue and Xiaoying. Sack's collar tag remained securely fastened. Lin Cheng remarked, how could you follow them and still allow him to be abducted by Smith's men? Sack turned his head to look at his master and barked several times. Lin Cheng retorted, I cannot understand you. Be quiet. Qin Hanyue helped the person onto the sofa and set down the cake. Why don't you wait for me? I'll go take a shower first. Xiaoying winced slightly. What's wrong? Your behavior makes me suspect you've been with Smith's daughter, she said earnestly. Qin Hanyue did not possess an excessively severe case of obsessive cleanliness. It was merely a hint of perfume on his clothing. That statement is rather audacious. She truly has no limits when it comes to speaking. The idea of being with Smith's daughter was enough to disgust Qin Hanyu. I am not accustomed to this fragrance and fear it might bother you. Not at all. Let us cut the cake. Qin Hanyu pondered whether her response of not at all referred to his earlier remark or the latter, as they both seemed to suggest he was being overly sensitive. He lit the birthday candles and asked, "Make a wish?" Xiao Ying replied, "I have none. Even if I did, I could fulfill it myself. This wish is for you. If you believe in such things." Qin Hanyu chuckled softly, "I actually do have one. Do share?" Qin Hanyu's intense gaze remained fixed on her. "I will tell you once it comes true." He took out his phone and captured a photo of Xiao Ying with the cake. Then he cut a piece of cake and placed it in her hand. Offering her a fork, "Give it a try." Xiao Ying took a bite. "Is it sweet?" Qin Hanyu inquired. "I can hardly say it's sour, can I? After all, it's not grapes." Qin Hanyu smiled down at her, watching her eat. After a moment, he was seized by impulse, took the cake spoon from the table, scooped a small piece of the cake from her hand, and placed it in his own mouth. Xiao Ying noticed his action, with cream sweetness lingering in his mouth. He wished her happy birthday. That evening, Xiao Ying administered another injection and took her medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not something everyone can tolerate. The bitterness could tie one's tongue in knots. She swallowed it all in one go, her stomach churning. Suddenly, Qin Hanyu grasped her hand, placing a small round object in her palm, saying, "It's candy." Xiao Ying popped the candy into her mouth, which alleviated the bitterness. On the morning of the 4th day of her treatment, Xiao Ying was able to discern figures moving in bright lights. By the 6th day, she could see more vague silhouettes. Qin Hanyu extended his hand and gently waved it before her eyes, which Xiao Ying accurately grasped. "Feeling better?" he asked. "I can see a shadow," she replied. Qin Hanyu gently nestled her small hand in his larger one. "No need to rush. Take your time." Just then, a servant knocked on the slightly ajar door and entered, addressing Qin Hanyu, who was seated on the sofa. "Mr. Qin, the butler has asked me to convey that Miss Alice, Mr. Smith's daughter, wishes to see you. Should I let her in or decline on your behalf?" Qin Hanyu maintained his impeccable composure. "I do not know this individual." 2 days later, Xiao Ying decided to return to her homeland. Had it not been for Qin Hanyu's presence, she would have waited until her eyesight was fully restored to avoid any inconvenience during her journey. Lin Cheng felt an absolute sense of security. She need not worry about the shadows seeking her out. Initially, she intended to keep Sak for a while longer to recover, but Sak insisted on accompanying her back. Within her castle, Lin Cheng was surrounded by a dozen cats and dogs, all attending a concert. Outside, a gentle rain fell. While inside the soaring, pointed roof concert hall, she sat in the audience, cradling a cat in her arms, a scene reminiscent of a sprawling oil painting. Xiao Ying approached Lin Cheng to discuss her return to the homeland. Lin Cheng raised her hand, and the music ceased abruptly. Sak the dog lay at Lin Cheng's feet, enraptured by the performance. Upon seeing Xiao Ying, he joyfully bounded over, circling her twice before tugging at her pant leg, bringing her before Lin Cheng. He barked at Lin Cheng and then at Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying inquired, "What is he doing?" Lin Cheng shrugged, "I'm not entirely sure." Sak continued to bark fervently. Observing Sak's eager demeanor, Lin Cheng gently stroked the cat in her arms, her expression conveying a subtle message. "It seems he wishes for you to be the mistress of this castle." Before Xiao Ying could respond, Qin Hanyu stepped forward. "Does the Duke understand animal language?" Lin Cheng glanced at him, but remained silent with a smile. Xiao Ying crouched down, cradling the dog's head in her hands and ruffling his fur. "I quite like this dog. I wonder if Lin would be willing to part with him?" Lin Cheng shook her head lightly, a smile gracing her lips, her tone imbued with a gentle detachment. Not even 10 Lin Yuxuans could compare to him. There's no room for negotiation. A day later, as dusk approached, Lin Cheng's private jet arrived in the capital of Hua country. The Qin family's car awaited outside the airport. "Sak, don't run off," cautioned Xiao Ying. "Excited for your first trip abroad?" She continued. "Sak, come back." Sak, with a sullen expression, trailed behind, watching the exuberant Doberman beside Xiao Ying, discomfort from his wounds evident. Qin Yin remarked, "It's just a name. Don't quarrel with a dog. There's an old saying in Hua country. We were one family 500 years ago." Sak shot a cold glance at Qin Yin, his cheeks taut, his jaw muscles flexing as he gritted his teeth. "Your Chinese is terrible," he retorted. Qin Yin responded, "Hey, you, a foreigner, dare to criticize my Chinese? I'm merely trying to comfort you, yet you act like a dog biting Lu Dongbin." Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Ying opened the door, and Sak bounded in as if it were his own home, leaping about and exploring the rooms and kitchen. Xiao Ying harbored serious doubts about whether this dog had some husky genes. After surveying his new abode, Sak returned, visibly less cheerful than before. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Xiao Ying inquired. Sak barked, while Qin Yin mused. "This villa is hardly larger than your doghouse. It's no wonder he's not pleased. It can't compare to your master's home, so he'll have to make do." Sak barked again, and Qin Hanyu asked in a negotiating tone, May I stay here for a few nights? I can manage on my own, Xiaoying replied. Her swift return was to consider Qin Hanyue's busy company affairs. Not wishing to impede his work, Qin Hanyue remained silent for a moment before conceding. All right. Chapter 211. Hua Qingdong chased by a dog. Qin Hanyue washes Qiao Ying's hair. After Qiao Ying finished her injection and took her medicine, Qin Hanyue prepared to return to the Qin residence. Holding the box of bitter candy he had purchased in Country Sea for her. Before he departed, Qiao Ying wished to ask him for something. However, Qin Hanyue tucked it into his pocket and replied, I will come by tomorrow evening. Just leave it with me. Qiao Yi had taken a half-day off from school, and for safety's sake, Qin Hanyue personally went to fetch him. Following this incident, Xiao Yi surmised that his previous fainting spell at school was not merely an accident and recognized that Bai Xiao and Sake were not merely in Beijing for leisure, as Xiao Ying had claimed. Fearing further complications, he refrained from leaving the school premises. Upon meeting Xiao Yi, Qin Hanyue first informed him about Xiao Ying's eyes to prevent any undue alarm later. He emphasized that her vision would return to normal in a few days. Xiao Yi's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. After anxiously checking on Xiao Ying's condition, he turned his attention to Sake. Xiao Yi had taken leave to assess Sake's injuries and express his gratitude in person. However, upon encountering the aloof and reticent Sake, his natural introversion rendered him speechless. He resorted to conversing with Xiao Ying, engaging in play with the dog, while occasionally glancing at Sake in search of an opportunity to speak. When he heard Xiao Ying call out to the dog, Sake, he turned to look at the Sake on the sofa, unaware that the dog shared the same name. He noticed that Sake appeared quite unwell, leading him to assume it was due to the injuries he bore. Subsequently, Sake stood and made his way to the kitchen. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yi summoned his courage and followed him inside. Xiao Ying asked Qin Hanyue to open a can for the dog. This dog was indeed quite precious. Having returned from Lin Cheng's residence on a plane that not only accommodated their group, but was also laden with an array of expensive dog food and various custom cans, dog Sake arrived at Xiao Ying's home with considerable wealth. However, the dog seemed indifferent to his generosity. Qin Hanyue discerned the animosity from the dog, which regarded Lin Cheng as its master and Xiao Ying as its mistress, positioning Qin Hanyue as a rival in the eyes of the canine. Sake entered the kitchen to retrieve a cola. As he stood before the refrigerator, he drank half the can and then turned to see Xiao Yi lingering at the kitchen door, seemingly hesitant to speak. Is something the matter? Sake inquired. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi quickly responded, How is your hand? As he glanced at Sake's injured arm, Sake took another sip of cola and replied, It's nothing. Thank you for saving me, Xiao Yi expressed. Hearing the words of gratitude, Sake became awkward again. He opened his mouth as if to reply that it was unnecessary, but failed to articulate the sentiment. Noticing Sake's continued indifference, Xiao Yi felt embarrassed. May I take a look at your hand? He asked. Sake, equally awkward yet more straightforward than Xiao Yi, rolled up his sleeve to reveal his bandaged arm, the scars on his wrist prominently visible against his fair complexion. Xiao Yi fell silent upon seeing them. Despite his awkwardness, Sake decisively opened the refrigerator once more, retrieving another bottle of cola and offering it to Xiao Yi to alleviate the uncomfortable atmosphere. Xiao Yi quickly stepped forward to accept the cola. Sake circumvented him as he exited, and Xiao Yi cautiously followed, inquiring, Regarding your injury, wouldn't tea drinking carbonated beverages be ill-advised? Sake retorted, Your sister didn't say it was forbidden. He relied on the fact that Xiao Ying could not see and was unaware. Ku Qiao's keen sense of smell detected the scent of cola. Sak, you are not allowed to drink so much. Seeing Sak's obedient demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a bit perplexed by her words, yet he shook the cola can in his hand and replied, Sister, it's me who's drinking. Humph. Sak promptly retreated to his room. Observing this exchange, Xiao Yi felt somewhat awkward as he noticed Qin Hanyue's gaze upon him, making him feel guilty for his fib. However, Qin Hanyue merely smiled, refraining from any comments. Upon learning that the dog was also named Sak, Xiao Yi mused. Was Sak's grim expression earlier due to his name rather than an injury? This thought lightened his heart considerably. Subsequently, Qin Hanyue escorted Xiao Yi back to school. After several days of silence from Xiao Ying, Hua Qingdong finally managed to reach her, skipping class in his excitement to come over. When he knocked on the door, it was not a person who answered, but a dog. Perhaps it was due to his boisterous voice, or perhaps his appearance clashed with canine aesthetics. Or maybe his demeanor bore a slight resemblance to that of a dog dealer. Dog Sak regarded him with great suspicion, crouching low with its hind paws digging into the ground, poised for an imminent attack. Hey, Sister Ying has a dog now, Hua Qingdong remarked, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation as he reached out to pet Sak's head. The consequences of his impulsive action were swift. Sak chased him around the neighborhood for 3 laps, his anguished cries echoing through the community, leaving the residents astounded by the spectacle and the profanities that ensued. By the time Xiao Ying descended from the upper floors, Hua Qingdong had vanished. When she inquired of Sak, who had been lounging in the living room, Sak nonchalantly replied, I didn't see him. How could he not have seen him? She had heard Hua Qingdong's desperate calls for help from upstairs, the sounds fluctuating as if from a 3D surround sound system. Nevertheless, Sak's demeanor suggested that Hua Qingdong was not in any real peril. At that moment, Sak returned, clutching a pant leg in its mouth, and presented it to Qiao Ying, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Being born with a silver spoon in its mouth and having lived a life of luxury, Sak was not particularly fond of this new home, which was smaller than its previous abode. The only aspect it cherished was Qiao Ying. Thus, it had been in a sulky mood for 2 or 3 days. This was the most joyous moment it had experienced since arriving at the new house. Regrettably, Qiao Ying did not see it and did not take the pant leg from its mouth. Sak then offered the pant leg to Qiao Yi, who, upon inspection, noticed it was unbloodied and dismissed it as inconsequential. For the past few nights, Qin Hanyue had been leaving the office around 7 o'clock, making his way directly to Qiao Ying's residence for 4 or 5 consecutive days. Upon his arrival that evening, Qiao Ying was in her room. Qin Hanyue ascended the stairs to seek her out. The door was ajar, not merely for Qiao Ying's convenience, but also for Sak's ease of access. Still, Qin Hanyue knocked before entering. Inside the bedroom, the sound of running water could be heard. Peering in, he saw the bathroom door open. With Qiao Ying bent over the sink, washing her hair, she held a detachable shower head, dampening her locks. A large hand took the shower head from her grasp. As Qin Hanyue stood beside her, Qiao Ying relinquished it, and he tested the water temperature, finding it a bit chilly, so he adjusted it to a warmer setting. He positioned his hand in front of the shower head, allowing the water to cascade down and flow over Qiao Ying's head. Noticing that she did not complain of the heat, he felt reassured and continued to wash her hair. This was his inaugural experience washing a girl's hair, and the intimacy of the act caused Qin Hanyue's heart to race uncontrollably, more so than when sealing contracts worth billions. The silky strands of hair glided through his fingers, enveloped by warm water, while the foam felt exquisitely delicate. Qin Hanyue's gaze fell upon her fair and damp nape and ears, his eyes deep and contemplative. In Chapter 212, having not kissed her, he watched as Qiao Ying took the stage to deliver a lecture, her assignments meticulously completed by him. He carefully rinsed away the suds, then turned off the shower, placing it back in its original position. All done, he announced. He retrieved a thick, dry towel from the locker, wrapping it around her wet hair. Qiao Ying straightened up to face him, her head mostly covered by the towel, revealing only her pale, delicate face. With both hands, Qin Hanyue gently wiped her long hair, his attention gradually shifting from her tresses to her visage. She lowered her gaze. As he observed her, his movements unconsciously slowed. The towel absorbed most of the moisture, and her damp hair cascaded down, her small face concealed beneath the thick locks and the towel, accentuating its diminutive size. Gradually, Qin Hanyue's actions came to a complete halt. He parted his slightly pursed lips, releasing warm breaths. In the heat of the moment, he found himself leaning closer, inching toward her. His heart raced, the tension palpable. As he drew nearer, just as his lips were about to touch her forehead, suddenly, she lifted her face to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked with precision, and the atmosphere became charged with stillness. Qin Hanyue froze, and after a moment of silence, he composed himself and feigned calmness, asking, "Can you see me?" Qiao Ying replied, much clearer now. Seeing that her expression bore no signs of distress, Qin Hanyue sighed with relief and said, "That's good." He straightened up, creating distance between them, and resumed drying her hair, refraining from addressing his earlier actions, while Qiao Ying, too, chose not to inquire. Observing the focused expression on his face as he tended to her hair, Qiao Ying slightly pursed her lips, her indifferent eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. She took the towel from his hands, dried her hair herself, and exited the bathroom. Qin Hanyue watched her leave, quietly tidying up the sink before following her out. Inquiring about her eyesight, Qiao Ying responded, "It improved significantly after I woke up this morning." Since she could see, she no longer required his assistance with the needles. However, Qin Hanyue, whether forgetful or instinctively inclined, continued to offer them to her. Unbeknownst to Qiao Ying, whether she had forgotten her newfound sight or simply felt lazy, she allowed him to assist her. The dog, Sak, entered with a ball in its mouth. Noticing Qiao Ying was busy, it sensibly entertained itself nearby, waiting for her. Once she finished with the needles, she called out, "Sak, come here." The dog turned its head toward her, but did not move. Qin Hanyue, gathering the needles, inquired with curiosity, "Sak?" Qiao Ying smiled at him. "I just renamed him this morning." Qin Hanyue chuckled, "You certainly know how to cater to Sak's feelings." Qiao Ying, "I have grown quite fond of the name Sak. However, for the past few days, every time I call out to Sak, they all respond in unison. Whenever this occurs, Sak immediately retreats to his room with a sullen expression, not emerging for quite some time. It seems a name change is in order." Qiao Ying, If you have any objections to this name, I can certainly alter it. Qin Hanyue sincerely replied, I have no objections. I am quite pleased that you would consider me as a reference. Just to clarify, it does not bear the surname Qin, does it? He was concerned about the old man's blood pressure. Xiaoying. If it were to have a surname, it would be Qiao. Qin Hanyue. Qiao, fourth master? This combination of surnames brought Qin Hanyue satisfaction. The only flaw was that the dog was not a gift from him. The following day, with her eyes considerably improved, Xiaoying took fourth master for a stroll. Sack, still in recovery, accompanied her. After renaming the dog, Sack's demeanor toward it noticeably softened. At least he no longer regarded it with the same revulsion as one might feel upon encountering maggots. The residential complex where she lived was in close proximity to Jing University, and the trio meandered toward the vicinity of the university. It was dusk, and students were entering and exiting through the various gates of Jing University. Upon hearing Xiaoying call out fourth master, Sack casually inquired, Did Qin Hanyue have any objections to the name you bestowed? Xiaoying. Qin Hanyue is mature and composed. He would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Sack. So, are you implying that I am immature and petty? Xiaoying. Oh, little Sack. You have even learned to say petty. Where did you pick that up? Sack. Humph. As they conversed, a figure crossed the street at a distance, walking across a crosswalk. The tall and slender silhouette, with a pallid complexion, carried a black backpack and sported a hairstyle reminiscent of Qiao Yi, evoking the aura of someone just graduated from high school and stepping into university life. The individual walked quietly, head slightly bowed, towards the opposite side. Xiaoying, still recovering her vision, could only see a vague outline of the person's features. Sack followed her gaze and asked, What's the matter? Xiaoying watched the person leave. It's nothing. The next day, Xiaoying returned to school. After an extended absence from class, her presence reignited her classmates' enthusiasm for learning and sparked lively discussions. Xiaoying settled into a seat at the back by the window. As her classmates arrived, just before class commenced, a boy entered through the back door, punctual, and took a seat in the rear, remaining quiet. In class, upon noticing Xiaoying's return, the teacher promptly retrieved her assignments from the past few days and showcased several PowerPoint presentations as templates, inviting her with utmost sincerity to take the stage and share her insights. Last semester, having ranked first in her major, the teacher had repeatedly hoped for her to present, but had never succeeded. After learning of Xiaoying's relationship with the third master Qin, the teacher refrained from interrupting her. However, in the past few days, the assignments Xiaoying submitted were nothing short of perfection, prompting the teacher to display them across various classes. Compared to her previous presentations, these were more intricate, showcasing a completely different style. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, the teacher invited Xiaoying once more. Her classmates looked on with eager anticipation, cheering her on. The teacher did not dare to hold out much hope, yet to his surprise, Xiaoying agreed. Xiaoying retrieved her homework and glanced at the several PowerPoint presentations created by Qin Hanyue before approaching the podium with her laptop. The mere thought of having the academic goddess deliver a lecture and share her insights on crafting PowerPoints was beyond their wildest dreams. The students were exhilarated, akin to winning a grand prize, and hastily took out their phones to record videos. Yet again, it was a day of envy for the neighboring class. Standing at the podium, Xiaoying squinted and leaned closer to the screen for a closer inspection. Her vision was still somewhat impaired, rendering the content hazy. The teacher and classmates were puzzled by her apparent unfamiliarity with her own assignment. The teacher cautiously inquired, Do you have any questions, Xiao? Feel free to ask. I will resolve them immediately. Xiaoying replied, No, I'm just having a look. After all, she had never reviewed it before and was unaware of the assignment's content. Having a look? What exactly? Teaching a lesson, especially on fundamental knowledge so simple it felt like child's play, was indeed a bit of a challenge for her. It seemed Qin Hanyue would be far better suited for this role. After a brief review, Xiaoying projected the content for everyone to see and highlighted several key points. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with only her fluent voice resonating. The students were utterly engrossed, never before having listened to a lecture with such dedication. The department head, passing by in the hallway, nodded approvingly at the palpable atmosphere of learning. At the podium, Xiaoying remained composed, though her vocabulary was excessively specialized, with some concepts not yet covered in their studies. The students found themselves momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace. Despite the slight confusion, their reaction suggested that her delivery was impressive. Wasn't this knowledge typically reserved for third-year students? The PowerPoint was truly captivating. I could admire it time and again. The screen's brightness caused discomfort to Xiaoying's eyes as she succinctly highlighted the main points, swiftly concluding her presentation in 4 or 5 minutes. Just as the teacher began to engage, she abruptly stopped. Finished? The teacher asked. Yes, Xiaoying confirmed. The teacher, in a tone of deliberation, suggested, How about sharing a bit more? You executed last Thursday's assignment splendidly. Why not elaborate on the key points for your classmates? One student interjected. We are more curious about how such a stunning PowerPoint was created, what software was used, and any tips you might have. The teacher urged, Xiao, could you share with everyone? Under the eager gazes of her peers, Xiaoying candidly admitted, I didn't create this. She had hardly made a few PowerPoints herself. Certainly, if tasked with sharing her expertise, she could effortlessly provide the teacher with a flawless summary. But would they be able to apply it? The teacher was taken aback. Are you saying this assignment isn't yours? Xiaoying affirmed, yes. Whispers spread among the students. The teacher pressed, then who created it? After a brief pause, Xiaoying replied, Qin Hanyue. The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment, his tongue momentarily tangled. Who? You mean who? Xiaoying enunciated clearly, Qin Sanyi. This title seemed more comprehensible than Qin Hanyue's name. An instant silence enveloped the classroom, then a ripple of excitement surged. Qin Sanyi crafted the PowerPoint? Following the brief lull, the classroom erupted with chatter. The female students inhaled deeply, excitement evident as they covered their mouths. What a divine figure he is. Even assisting with assignments. Surely, they must be living together. The presentation crafted by Master Qin, accompanied by the enchanting Xiao, left us in awe. Given my background, I find it only fitting to grace the first page of the family genealogy. Surely, there exists no other presentation of such immense value. I must indulge my eyes upon it a moment longer. I have heard that Master Qin is also an alumnus of Peking University, a senior to us. Oh, how I lament not having been born a few years earlier. It suddenly dawned upon me that the thoughtful senior who anonymously gifted sunscreen and mosquito repellent during military training could very well be him. Please, don't tease me. My heart cannot bear it. I shall soon scavenge through the trash for the discarded sunscreen bottle to keep in my dormitory as a trophy. What is the connection between Xiao and Master Qin? I ship her with that dashing mixed-blood gentleman with white hair. And what about Attorney Chung? Truth be told, I wouldn't mind if the four of them cohabitated. Has my beloved pairing come to fruition? The age difference only deepens my affection. Forgive my limited imagination. I find it difficult to envision a titan of the business world like Master Qin engaging in romance. Yet, behold, he is indeed assisting his girlfriend with her presentation. The image of him, mature and poised in a tailored suit, seated at a computer, diligently crafting a PowerPoint for his beloved, is utterly captivating. I am quite beside myself. A girl, flushed with excitement, boldly raised her hand. Xiao, may I indulge in some gossip regarding your relationship with Master Qin? The classroom fell silent. All eyes riveted on Xiao, even the teacher caught up in the intrigue. As Xiao pondered, her classmates leaned in with anticipation. Ultimately, she replied, let us focus on our studies. Oh, come on. Just a tidbit. Nothing about romance. Perhaps something about life or work. We wish to learn about the lifestyle of such a prominent figure. Xiao, in all honesty, stated, his daily life and work are quite regimented. There is nothing particularly noteworthy. Let us resume class. However, the students were far from ready to return to their studies, each one engrossed in their phones, posting and gossiping. News of this reached Qin Hanyue, who silently perused the forum on his phone. In comparison to Xiao's life, his own seemed rather mundane. The teacher attempted to restore order, announcing that one particular group had completed their assignment commendably and inviting a new classmate to present. The boy in the back row, who had been quietly seated, raised his face, slowly standing, yet remained motionless and silent. The teacher encouraged him, there's no need to be nervous. Just as Xiao did earlier, you'll do wonderfully. Relax. Teacher, he doesn't even have a computer, a voice interjected. The ideas for this group project came from him. The PowerPoint was created by myself and other classmates. He may not be familiar with it. Perhaps you could call upon someone else? Very well, then you can present on his behalf. The teacher gestured for the boy in the back to sit down again. What? Please no? The boy lamented, having sought to assist his new classmate only to find himself thrust into the spotlight. He resumed his seat, casting a glance toward the podium, ready to take notes. When he noticed someone observing him, turning his gaze, he found it was none other than Xiao, the girl who had just presented. Xiao stared intently at him, a blend of familiarity and strangeness washing over her. Familiar due to the resemblance to a departed acquaintance, yet strange because this classmate had not been part of her original circle. Even though her vision was somewhat blurred, Xiaoying still recognized the young man as the same one she had seen the last time she stepped out of the gas station while waiting for the traffic light. She had chased him into an alley but had been unable to locate him. Moreover, just yesterday evening, while walking her dog, she had caught a glimpse of him near the school. A male classmate in the back row, noticing Xiaoying's unwavering gaze fixed on the new student at the back of the classroom, mustered his courage to speak up. Sister Ing. He asked the new guy. The boy was so nervous that his toes curled tightly in his shoes. Since the last time Xiaoying had dominated the basketball game against the neighboring school, shattering the backboard, all the boys at school had come to revere her. The topic of conversation in the boys' dormitory invariably revolved around Xiaoying, and they repeatedly watched the basketball video, each viewing inciting fresh excitement. Especially among those who were already passionate about basketball, their admiration for Xiao Ying was so exaggerated it was nearly indescribable. Xiao Ying inquired, "What is his name?" The boy, taken aback that Xiao Ying would engage him, felt his heart race and his breath quicken. "His name is Xiao He." "Yes, Xiao He. The character for Xiao has the grass radical, and he means harmony. He arrived the day after you took your leave. He is the new star of our computer science department, as dubbed by the girls." Xiao Ying pressed on. "Which school did he transfer from?" The boy stammered. He doesn't seem to be a transfer student. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I could ask him later after class." While the boy was attentively listening to the lecture, his gaze lingered on Xiao Ying's face, and when he looked again, he noticed she was still watching him. Xiao. Yes, you, the counselor is looking for you. You should hurry." After class, a classmate called out to the boy at the back of the classroom. He promptly stood up and exited through the back door. Inside the counselor's office, the counselor handed Xiao He a pen. "Xiao He, the financial aid has been approved. Just sign here." This financial aid was initially capped, but our principal personally funded it. "Xiao He, you must study diligently and not disappoint our principal's expectations," the counselor advised earnestly. The boy nodded and signed his name. The counselor added, "I understand that being new to the school can be quite an adjustment. Just spend time with your classmates, and if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me." Afterward, the boy exited the office, only to find Xiao Ying standing at the door. He nearly bumped into her, glanced at her indifferently, and proceeded on his way. Xiao Ying watched him until he faded from her view. Zhang Qingyong had just brewed a pot of tea when Xiao Ying arrived. "What a rare visitor, Xiao classmate. Where have you been these days? I thought you might have forgotten both the school and this old man," he said, offering the freshly brewed hot tea. Xiao Ying took a seat. Zhang Qingyong, with anticipation, asked, "Are you here to give me acupuncture, Xiao classmate? It's nice to know you still remember this old man." Xiao Ying replied, "I came to ask Principal Zhang about someone." Zhang Qingyong responded, Asking me about someone? Who? A new student has joined our class. Are you referring to Xiao He?" "Yes. I would like to inquire about which school he transferred from. I wish to see his records." Zhang Qingyong handed Xiao Ying Xiao He's file. "He is not a transfer student. His situation is somewhat special." Zhang Qingyong carefully organized his thoughts and proceeded to explain Xiao He's circumstances. "The child is unfortunate. His mother is gravely ill, and his father is an alcoholic who neglects both mother and son. Life has been arduous from a young age, as he juggles schooling with caring for his ailing mother. From junior high, he understood the value of hard work and frugality, and nearly missed the college entrance examination due to his father's circumstances, ultimately missing one subject for various reasons. This boy is quite resilient. Despite the setback, his academic performance remained commendable, easily qualifying him for a prestigious university. Alas, given his family's predicament, he ultimately forsook higher education to apprentice at an automotive repair shop, earning money while tending to his mother. Recently, I learned of his situation and made an exception to bring him on board. Initially, I intended to cover his living expenses, but the boy, exhibiting remarkable integrity, steadfastly refused. Instead, I arranged for him to take on a part-time role at the school cafeteria and library. Regarding his mother's condition, I consulted with Dr. Ming, who estimated her time may be limited. Classmate Xiao, you cannot imagine. When I found him at the repair shop, he was changing a tire, and his arms appeared as slender as a wrench. A mere child, he often struggles to have enough to eat. Zhang Qingyong lamented, noting that customers were difficult with him. Xiao Ying, holding Xiao He's file, gazed at the familiar, gaunt face in the photograph, momentarily lost in thought. How could he resemble Feng Ying so closely, even in stature? Chapter 214. Xiao Ying strikes Xiao He with a steel pipe. Zhang Qingyong expressed his deep sentiments, and then inquired curiously, "Classmate Xiao, what prompts your interest in his file?" Xiao Ying replied, "Nothing in particular. He just looks familiar. Perhaps I should befriend him. I recall your younger brother is similarly reserved. Maybe you two would get along." I observed, "You seem inclined to do good deeds?" Zhang Qingyong chuckled, "Of course. It was your benevolence, classmate Xiao, that saved my father." Xiao Ying had no retort. Zhang Qingyong was fortunate, as she had merely sought to test a new needle after acquiring it from Dr. Ming, rather than genuinely aiming to save someone. After departing from Zhang Qingyong, Xiao Ying located the cafeteria where Xiao He worked part-time. It was easy to find. At his window, the queue consisted mostly of girls. Xiao Ying joined the line. Why is the campus belle here eating at the cafeteria? Doesn't she usually dine at the restaurant? Could it be that she has come for Xiao He? It was plausible. After all, who doesn't appreciate a handsome face? Such is the taste of your female peers. A man like Qin Sanyi, with sharp features and a mature demeanor, is truly handsome, another chimed in. Indeed, even I, a male, find him striking. Moreover, each boy who had previously been around Xiao Ying was undoubtedly more attractive than Xiao He, who, though charming in his own right, was merely a slender youth. Yet, I noticed Xiaoying seemed genuinely focused on Xiaohe, though, in reality, she was simply eyeing the food. Xiaoying moved with the line. Ingjia, Ingjia. Ho Chengdong cut in line behind her. What brings you here to eat? Shouldn't you go to the restaurant? Have you had your fill of delicacies and come to indulge in some vegetables and congee instead? Let me try that too. Ingjia. You should sit over there while I fetch your meal. What would you like? Just a bit of everything? No need for formality, she replied. By the way, where did you get that dog? Which pet store? Dispose of that dog immediately. It is a menace, and one cannot harbor a dog that bites, even if it has been vaccinated. Xiaoying turned to look at him, only to discover a bump on Hua Qingdong's forehead. Were you bitten? She inquired. Hua Qingdong replied. Almost. Fortunately, I was swift. Xiaoying pressed. What did you do to it? Hua Qingdong retorted. Sister Ying, your question makes me sound like a brute. What could I possibly do to a dog alone? There is no reason for a rabid dog to bite. Xiaoying countered. Even if you were to bite it, it would not retaliate. Hua Qingdong insisted. I speak the truth. I discarded my pants. Had I not, I would have retrieved them to show you. It nearly chewed off half of one of my pant legs. I even took a tumble, and I called for you for quite some time. Yet you did not come to my aid. As they conversed, Xiaoying took her tray to the serving window. Xiaohe, donning a work cap and wielding a large spoon, asked, what would you like to eat? Xiaoying glanced over and casually selected 3 items. As Xiaohe dished out the food, Xiaoying observed his demeanor, subtle expressions, and body language. After paying, she did not rush to leave, seemingly awaiting Hua Qingdong. I'll have what my sister Ying just selected, Hua Qingdong instructed. Xiaohe, looking down, responded, we are out of sweet and sour ribs. Hua Qingdong glanced down and realized the last portion had already found its way to Xiaoying's tray. If there are none left, have the kitchen prepare more. Since the dish is sold out, let us choose another, he said. In contrast to the taciturn Xiaohe, having endured more hardships from a young age, exhibited a greater degree of coldness. While Xiaohe had also felt numb to life at times, she remained filled with hope for the future, a sentiment that Xiaohe lacked. His eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion, casting a gloomy aura. Noticing Xiaohe's inaction, Hua Qingdong clicked his tongue in discontent. Before he could voice further complaints, Xiaoying interjected, this portion is for you. Reluctantly, Hua Qingdong pointed to a dish. All right. Please serve me a portion of that as well. Xiaoying's kind gesture did not elicit gratitude from Xiaohe. He continued with his work, not even glancing at her. A sense of unease washed over Xiaoying. First-year students at Jing University were required to attend evening study sessions, with the second year being the exception. However, Xiaoying was an anomaly, attending based on her mood. Xiaohe, evidently, also had a unique situation. Principal Zhang had granted him special privileges. His evening study sessions were self-scheduled, as he had a gravely ill mother whose condition could change at any moment. He had not resigned from his job at the auto repair shop and still worked there on weekends, occasionally taking leave in the evenings to assist. Xiaohe did not miss evening study sessions tonight, and remarkably, neither did Xiaoying. This unusual occurrence sparked curiosity among their classmates. Xiaoying was busy responding to messages from Qin Hanyue. Her attendance at evening study was an uncommon event, and naturally, Qin Hanyue, concerned for her eyesight, inquired further. Halfway through the evening session, Xiaohe quietly departed, just in time to catch the last bus. Upon disembarking, he walked towards the alley, entering a dilapidated residential area. He hurried home to prepare medicine for his mother. The alley was somewhat dark, illuminated only by the lights of the residents' homes. As Xiaohe reached the ground floor, a group of over a dozen young hoodlums brandishing steel pipes appeared before him. He turned to flee, only to find his escape route blocked. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Should you return any later, I shall ascend to your abode and wreak havoc. The leader, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, rhythmically struck the ground with a steel pipe. Xiaohe's expression was grim. What do you intend to do? You have injured 2 of my subordinates. What do you expect from me? My men are currently languishing in a hospital. Xiaohe was evidently accustomed to such situations. Understanding the unspoken message, I am devoid of funds. The leader jabbed the steel pipe into Xiaohe's chest. Who do you think you are fooling? You are a student at Beijing University. Dare you claim you lack money? If you do not produce 20,000 yuan today, I shall break your legs. And your drunken father, who owes our casino hundreds of thousands, will also be your burden if we cannot locate him. Stop dawdling. Quickly procure the money. Xiaohe clenched his fists but remained motionless. Suddenly, he lowered his left shoulder, allowing the backpack slung over it to slide into his arm. He hefted the bag and hurled it at the leader. Whatever was inside the backpack struck the leader's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. The subordinates surged forward. Having grown up without parental support and having worked part-time since middle school to earn a meager living, Xiaohe had often encountered delinquents, and due to his temperament, he had engaged in numerous fights. Once he had fought ferociously enough, his adversaries ceased to trouble him. He possessed considerable experience in combat, and, despite his seemingly fragile demeanor, was quite formidable. Utilizing his backpack as a weapon, he soon found himself outnumbered, sustaining 2 blows in quick succession. The leader, enraged by the blow from the backpack, swung the steel pipe menacingly towards Xiao He's back. In a moment of peril, another steel pipe suddenly appeared, striking the leader's arm before he could make contact, effectively breaking it. Xiao Ying emerged from seemingly nowhere. Xiao He leaned against the wall, observing as Xiao Ying wielded the steel pipe with precision, swiftly bringing the group to their knees. Her strikes were ruthless, each one shattering bones and rendering those men incapable of further resistance. She was more ferocious than any thug Xiao He had encountered over the years. As Xiao He began to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Ying, after knocking down the last assailant, unexpectedly turned around and swung the steel pipe towards his head. Xiao He's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 215. Xiao Ying, do you find this steel pipe appealing? I specifically purchased it for Qin Hanyue. Xiao He had no time to react. In his astonished, wide-eyed gaze, he met the calm expression of the girl. The pipe swung towards him with a fierce gust, and as he braced for the anticipated splatter of blood, it abruptly halted, mere inches from his hair, allowing him to feel its chilling temperature. His breath caught in his throat. Xiao He, drenched in cold sweat, swallowed hard. What are you doing? He looked at Xiao Ying. She regarded him, her expression unchanged despite his slow reaction, and calmly stated, do you find this steel pipe appealing? Xiao He looked at her as if she were mad. Xiao Ying tossed the steel pipe to the ground. Just a joke. After regaining his composure, he struggled to stand upright against the wall, his body aching from the blows he had received. Gazing at the raucous thugs on the ground, Xiao He turned to Xiao Ying, who had her hands tucked into her pockets, and inquired, why are you following me? Xiao Ying replied, I'm not following you. I heard there's an authentic place nearby that sells bridge rice noodles. I came to buy some. Xiao He asked, did you find it? Xiao Ying replied, not yet. Casting a glance at her, Xiao He chose to ignore her, clutching his aching abdomen as he stepped toward the darkened corridor, preparing to head home. Xiao Ying called after him, I saved you. Isn't a thank you in order? You could at least take me to buy the noodles, right? Xiao He paused, contemplating for a brief moment before turning to walk out of the alley. Xiao Ying followed him, initiating conversation. What is the deal with those people? Xiao He curtly responded, that's none of your concern. Xiao Ying retorted, I tend to do good deeds, especially for classmates. Perhaps I'd be willing to help. Xiao He stated, it's unnecessary. As she observed his retreating figure, Xiao Ying remarked, your personality is quite similar. Just like Feng Ying, prickly and distant, trusting no one. Xiao He led Xiao Ying out of the alley and pointed to a rice noodle shop on the street ahead. Xiao Ying asked, should we go to the hospital? Xiao He responded, mind your own business. Xiao Ying, not one to back down, replied, you're quite ungrateful. With that, she turned and walked away. Upon noticing that she had indeed entered the noodle shop, Xiao He turned back into the alley. A black Rolls-Royce was parked outside the south gate of Jing University, where Qin Hanyue had come to pick up Xiao Ying after evening classes. A few students trickled out of the school gate when suddenly, the car door swung open, and Xiao Ying climbed in. A taxi, just pulling away, was conspicuously parked across from them, indicating Xiao Ying had arrived by cab. Qin Hanyue looked at her curiously. Aren't you at school? Xiao Ying answered, I went out to buy food. Qin Hanyue queried, then why didn't you just go home directly? Taking a taxi back suggests it was quite a distance. If you've already left, why return to school instead of heading straight home? Is it because of him? An inner thrill surged within Qin Hanyue. Let us go, Xiao Ying said. Qin Hanyue, concerned, remarked, after a full day of classes and even teaching your classmates, you should take care of your eyes. Xiao Ying shot him a glance. You're always staring at the forum. You should also pay more attention to your eye care. Qin Hanyue chuckled softly, left speechless. What did you buy? Xiao Ying handed him the bag. He opened it to find a box of soft, glutinous Suzhou green dumplings. Shall we eat? After Xiao He left, Xiao Ying exited the noodle shop and received a message from Qin Hanyue, who had come to pick her up after class. Let us eat. I haven't had dinner yet, Qin Hanyue said, opening the box and offering it to Xiao Ying. I'm not hungry, she replied, as she wasn't particularly fond of it. Qin Hanyue held up the green dumpling. Did you buy this especially for me? Xiao Ying, however, directed her question to Qin Yin in front of them. Does Assistant Qin want some? Qin Hanyue followed her gaze to Qin Yin. He probably wouldn't eat it. Qin Yin replied, thank you, Miss Qiao, but I have a sensitive stomach and can't handle these soft delicacies. While he expressed gratitude outwardly, inwardly he lamented. Competing for food with the third master left him longing for more. A simple response of yes, it was specially for you would have sufficed, bringing joy to all. Yet these two heartless individuals enjoyed toying with him for reasons both trivial and significant. Upon returning to the villa, after administering the injection and consuming the medicine, and after bidding farewell to Qin Hanyue, Xiao Ying received an electronic document from Hua Qingdong. It contained the complete information on Xiao He and his parents. Hua Qingdong messaged, Sister Ying, I know you are loyal, But over a mere dish of sweet and sour pork ribs, it hardly seems necessary. He continued, your concern for me is more than sufficient. Xiaoying replied, my dog also enjoys playing with a ball. When will you come over to test its intelligence? Hua Qingdong, holding his phone, was left perplexed. The following noon, after finishing his tasks in the cafeteria, Xiaoyi decided to stay and study. He had missed over a semester's worth of classes, needing to not only catch up on last semester's knowledge, but also keep pace with the current curriculum. Suddenly, a bottle of medicinal wine for treating bruises was placed before him. He looked up to find Xiaoying. I'm late, is there still food? She inquired. Xiaoyi stared at her for 2 seconds without responding, returning to his notes. However, he soon paused, stood up silently, and walked away. A few minutes later, he returned with a tray of food, placing it on the table before resuming his note-taking. Xiaoying sat across from him. How much does it cost? She asked. Not receiving a reply from Xiaoyi, she began to eat. After a few bites, she heard him ask, do you have last semester's notes? Of course not. Not only were there no key points that required her to write notes, but even if there were, they were firmly lodged in her mind. Yes. Would you like to borrow them? Xiaoying replied. Xiaoyi glanced at her, his meaning clear. What benefit do I gain from lending them to you? She retorted. Xiaoyi lowered his head again, falling silent. After finishing her meal, Xiaoying left the medicine behind as she departed, indifferent to whether Xiaoyi would accept it or not. Xiaoyi waited until the afternoon class was about to start before packing his books to return to the classroom. Upon entering, he noticed that both male and female classmates were casting glances his way, accompanied by hushed whispers. There had been quite a few students in the cafeteria earlier, and it seemed that the attention was drawn by Xiaoying sitting across from him. As he sat back down, he placed a few notebooks onto his desk and looked up to see Xiaoying. The whispers grew louder. Xiaoyi's lips moved slightly, as if to express gratitude, but his nature held him back from uttering a word. Xiaoying, unperturbed, returned to her own seat. Xiaoyi opened the top notebook. Noticing that the front page bore the name of the class representative, indicating it was borrowed by Xiaoying. Early Saturday morning, Old Ming arrived to examine Xiaoyi's mother. The last time Old Ming visited for her consultation, Principal Zhang had accompanied him, but this time, both Old Ming and Principal Zhang were joined by Xiaoying. Xiaoyi was mopping up the vomit from his mother when they arrived. In the dilapidated small room, with peeling walls and an unpleasant odor, the awkwardness of the situation was palpable, and anyone would feel embarrassed to be discovered in such a state. Apologies. We didn't close the door tightly and came in without knocking, Zhang Qingyong said, trying to ease the tension, aware that adolescents are particularly sensitive about their pride, especially in front of peers and the opposite sex like Xiaoying. Xiaoyi remained silent, focused on cleaning the floor, and moved the mop towards the exit. Xiaoying stepped aside to let him pass. Chapter 216. Is he the brother of Wind Shadow? With a decisive press of the accelerator, Xiaoying propelled forward. The Xiao family resided on the 4th floor, their humble abode comprising merely a single bedroom, a living room, and a cramped kitchen and bathroom that barely allowed for maneuvering. The scant dining utensils lay scattered upon the table in the living area, and the furniture was pitifully sparse. The door bore the unsettling marks of a cleaver, each gash embedded deeply into the wood, evoking a sense of unease. The solitary bedroom was occupied by Zhao's ailing mother, while Xiaoyi took refuge in the living room, where a worn bed cradled a solitary pillow, devoid of even a writing desk. Despite its dilapidated state, the space was meticulously organized. Upon returning from washing the mop, Xiaoyi found Xiaoying surveying their meager home, idly flipping the wall calendar, which had hung for several years, its dates long mismatched, to the appropriate month. She appeared as though she had come merely for a casual visit. After Old Ming finished taking Zhao's mother's pulse, he beckoned Xiaoying to enter. The condition of Zhao's mother was dire. Years of relentless toil had left her afflicted with numerous ailments, compounded by the abuse from her alcoholic husband. 2 years prior, she had been diagnosed with uremia, relying on a meager government subsidy for medication, and now lay bedridden, tormented by her illness. The weight of the household's responsibilities had fallen squarely on Xiaoyi's shoulders. Uremia was untreatable, each day merely stretched into the next. Old Ming sought to inquire whether Xiaoying might possess a remedy to alleviate Zhao's mother's suffering and extend her life as much as possible. Xiaoying was, of course, not merely a visitor. Observing her retrieve a needle kit, Old Ming instinctively stepped aside. Miss Xiao's medical skills surpass my own. Have no worries, he assured Xiaoyi. Zhang Qingyong echoed the sentiment, encouraging Xiaoyi to remain calm. Taking a seat beside the bed, Xiaoying addressed the others, you may leave for now. With that single utterance, Zhang Qingyong exited alone. Xiaoying's gaze fell upon the unmoving Old Ming and Xiaoyi. Under her watchful eyes, the well-meaning Xiaoyi and the eager-to-learn Old Ming soon followed suit, vacating the room. Xiaoyi retreated to the kitchen to prepare medicine for his mother. Meanwhile, Xiaoying gently unfastened Zhao's mother's clothing and began administering acupuncture. After a few needles, The agonized expression on Zhao's mother's face began to soften, and she looked at Xiao Ying with a mix of astonishment and gratitude. A few more needles, and Zhao's mother managed to speak. Thank you, child. Her voice laced with a frail, sickly tone. Xiao Ying glanced at her briefly, her hands continuing their rhythmic dance of acupuncture. Your son is quite understanding, she remarked, her tone reminiscent of a doctor engaging in casual conversation with a patient to alleviate their anxiety. Zhao's mother lamented, this child is unfortunate. He has never known a day of happiness under my care and has suffered at the hands of his father. Overwhelmed with guilt regarding her son, her eyes soon glistened with tears. Xiao Ying inquired, how many children do you have? At the mention of this topic, Zhao's mother momentarily seemed lost in thought, her eyes clouding with sorrow. Xiao He had an elder brother who, shortly after birth, was abducted, and they had yet to locate him. Her voice choked with emotion. She recounted, back then, conditions were harsh. I had no funds to give birth in a hospital. My children were all born at home, or with the assistance of a midwife. Xiao He was also born at home, with no records in the hospital. I was fortunate to have survived 2 births at home. Xiao Ying asked, how old would your brother be now? Zhao's mother replied, if he were still alive, he would be 25 this year. As Xiao Ying paused in her needlework, Feng Ying, who was 2 years her senior, confirmed their ages aligned. Have you given him a name? She inquired. Xiaoran came the reply. Xiao Ying murmured softly, Xiaoran. Does he bear any distinctive birthmarks? If so, it would facilitate his retrieval, she continued. Xiaomu replied. He has a mole behind his left ear. However, Feng Ying bore no such mark, although it was plausible that the shadow had removed it. She had not closely examined whether there were remnants of such a procedure. Could Feng Ying truly be a child of the Xiao family? A gravely ill mother, a father consumed by alcoholism and gambling, and a younger brother who had endured relentless suffering. This was a family in utter disarray. Xiaomu lamented. I no longer hope for his return. I merely wish for him to be alive, and for someone to treat him kindly. After a considerable pause, Xiao Ying responded. He will be. Half an hour later, she withdrew the needle. Young lady, are you a classmate of Xiao He? Asked Xiaomu. Yes, she affirmed. This child has suffered abuse from his father since childhood. I failed to protect him. As he grew, he was bullied by other children, which led him to become increasingly reticent, never having had friends. Now that he is at a new school, could you engage him in conversation? Thank you, dear aunt. At that moment, Xiao He stood at the doorway. I can, Xiao Ying assured her. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Ying powered on her computer. After a series of maneuvers, she infiltrated the Shadow's database and successfully extracted Feng Ying's DNA test report. The database did not record the origins or true identities of the assassins, particularly those designated with the Shadow's mark, who had been taken in as infants. No one knew the dubious means by which they had arrived at the Shadow, herself included. The database merely housed partial records of each assassin's time with the Shadow, along with a DNA report. Even in death, records were not easily erased. Xiao Ying left no trace, and she harbored no fear of detection by the Shadow. Before dusk, she obtained the paternity test results for Feng Ying and Xiaomu. The report confirmed that Xiaomu was indeed Feng Ying's biological mother. Holding the report, she stared at it for an extended period before retrieving a lighter, incinerating the document, and flushing the remnants down the toilet. She relaxed her body. Leaning back on the sofa, her mind flooded with memories of training alongside Feng Ying from childhood, promising to escape the Shadow and live under assumed identities. Yet, in the end, she had buried him with her own hands. Xiaomu's words echoed in her mind. She did not hope for his return, only that he was alive and treated with kindness. Those meager hopes had all come to naught. If Feng Ying had not accompanied her on the mission, he would still be alive. Had he survived, would they have managed to extricate themselves from the Shadow? Would he have sought out his biological parents? Then Xiaomu would not be in such dire straits, unable to afford medication, ultimately unable to find peace in death. Even if Feng Ying felt little affection for this family, he would assuredly have given his mother dignity in her final days, safeguarded his brother Xiao He, and provided him with a new life, seeking justice from their alcoholic father on behalf of their impoverished mother and brother. He would have treated Xiao He as his own sibling. However, such occurrences are now impossible. Feng Ying has perished. Fourth Master seemed to sense Xiao Ying's despondency and approached her, resting his head on her lap, whimpering softly. Xiao Ying drove out of the community. At an auto repair shop, she encountered the diligent Xiao He, clad in a work uniform stained with gasoline. His hands, which should have been occupied with books and notes, were smeared with oil, and even after work, the gasoline remained stubbornly uncleaned. Damn it, can you even fix this? The irate car owner complained. Frustrated that the vehicle seemed worse off than before, he stormed into his car, slamming the door with vigor, ready to leave. Xiao He stood his ground in front of the car. You haven't paid yet. The car owner leaned out of the window. You think I'm going to pay for this mess? Get the hell out of my way. Xiao He remained steadfast. The car has been repaired. I just tested it. And there are no issues. The owner scoffed. This is my car. I know if there are problems or not. I'll say it again, move aside. Xiaoyi did not budge, insisting, pay me first. The owner shouted, you think I want to run you down with my accelerator? As Xiaoyi continued to block his path, the owner cursed loudly while revving the engine. Where is your boss? Call him out. He shouted, if you don't move, I'll really hit the gas. Suddenly, Xiaoying floored the accelerator. Chapter 217. Xiaohe lay bloodied on the ground. How dare you? The car owner continued to hurl insults at Xiaohe, wholly oblivious to the impending danger. The roar of an engine pierced the air, rapidly approaching him. Reflexively, the owner turned to look. Before he could comprehend the situation, a luxury sports car collided with his vehicle, producing a thunderous crash that dented the side of his car. The owner was thrown against the door, his curses abruptly silenced, replaced by screams of shock. Xiaoying reversed the car, creating some distance before pressing the accelerator once more, crashing into the passenger side, which crumpled under the impact. The owner finally grasped the gravity of the situation. As the vehicle reversed again, the owner, now terrified, frantically turned the steering wheel to escape. Yet, paralyzed by fear, his limbs betrayed him. The sports car wasted no time, crashing into him once more, sending his vehicle sideways, colliding with a wall, effectively trapping him inside. Time and again, the owner cowered, clutching his head and screaming, utterly terrified, until he soiled himself in panic. Only when the car was left in ruins did the sports car finally come to a halt, leaving the owner in a state of shock. Xiaoyi stood by, dumbfounded, watching as Xiaoying exited the sports car. She glanced at the crumpled front of her vehicle, expressing her dismay. I only intended to wash the car. Now it seems I must repair it. Xiaoyi snapped back to reality, observing her. This car cannot be repaired here. Xiaoying, fully aware, replied, that's unfortunate. I rather like this car. Xiaoyi suggested, perhaps it should be sent back to the manufacturer. Xiaoying conceded, it appears that is the only option. Xiaoyi then shifted his gaze to the wrecked car and the terrified owner inside, who was weeping. Xiaoying, he dares not trouble you. Such individuals are cowards who prey on the weak. A single lesson is enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Xiaohe withdrew his gaze and began to gather his tools. Not long after, another vehicle arrived, and Xiaohe continued his work. Xiaoying did not leave, but stood by observing him. The owner of that vehicle had abandoned it and fled, leaving a heap of scrap metal behind, likely too frightened to return for it. Xiaohe glanced back several times, only to find Xiaoying watching him intently. The duration of Xiaoying's observation matched the length of Xiaohe's labor, which included washing cars, changing tires, and crawling beneath vehicles to effect repairs. He toiled through the dirty and strenuous tasks, so occupied that he scarcely had a moment to sip water. This vast auto repair shop seemed to contain only him that evening. Around 11 o'clock, Xiaohe bade farewell to the last customer, without so much as a glance at Xiaoying, merely stating, I am closing up now, before turning to wash his hands. Xiaoying drove the car out of the repair shop. When Xiaohe emerged, Xiaoying lowered her window and said, get in. Xiaohe refused to enter, displaying his foul temper. Xiaoying followed him in her vehicle. After a few minutes of trailing him, Xiaohe could no longer endure it and climbed in. Xiaoying remarked, it would have been better if you had come in the morning. Xiaohe asked her, do I know you? Xiaoying replied, you do not know me, and I do not know you. Xiaohe countered, are you pitying me? I do not need it. Xiaoying responded, did you not accept Principal Zhang's goodwill? Noticing Xiaohe's silence, Xiaoying glanced at him and caught sight of his hands, stained with black grease. My brother used to be quite similar to you, having been bullied since childhood due to a limp. He is much brighter now. Do children from wealthy families also get bullied? Do they suffer from ailments that cannot be cured? Xiaohe's expression remained indifferent. Xiaoying continued, my family was once impoverished. Xiaohe regarded her, seemingly awaiting further clarification. Xiaoying added, we are not familiar, so why should I tell you? Xiaohe felt as though he was being toyed with, and his demeanor grew even colder. Xiaoying said, I heard from your mother that you have an older brother, 6 years your senior, who was abducted. If you were capable, would you seek him out? Xiaohe replied, we are not acquainted. Xiaoying remarked, petty-minded. Xiaoying drove Xiaohe towards his home and halted before a small eatery that sold bridge rice noodles. After driving you such a long distance, is it too much to ask for a late-night snack? Xiaoying inquired. Xiaohe, who had just stepped out of the car and was about to walk into the alley, paused. Although the rice noodles were authentic, the establishment was rather shabby, nonetheless. For Xiaohe, who rarely managed 3 meals a day, the 10 yuan dish was a luxury he could not afford. Xiaoying ordered a serving. Xiaohe did not place an order but instead fished out a battered phone, purchased from a second-hand market, and passed through many hands to pay for Xiaoying's meal. After paying, he intended to turn away. Xiaoying called out to him, that is quite rude, clenching his fists. Xiaohe gritted his teeth and sat down opposite her. Seeing him return, Xiaoying ordered another serving for him. When 2 bowls of rice noodles arrived, Xiaoying pushed one towards him, saying, in the spirit of reciprocity, if you do not eat it, I shall pour it out. With that, She began to eat. Xiao He gazed at the fragrant noodles before him, then looked at her, his hands tightening slightly beneath the table. After a moment, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. I can offer you free tutoring, which would be significantly more efficient than studying alone with your notes, saving you considerable time, Xiaoying suddenly declared. However, Xiao He remained wary of such ambiguous goodwill. We are not acquainted. Principal Zhang remarked that with his academic performance, contributing to the school would allow him to be recognized as an outstanding alumnus of Jing University upon graduation. Xiaoying casually continued the conversation, but Xiao He was unconvinced. Her car alone was worth over 100 million, surrounded by influential figures. Did she truly care for such titles? I am planning to start a company and require technicians. After graduation, would you consider joining my firm on a minimum 5-year contract? She proposed, though this was undoubtedly a fabrication. Yet, it was evidently more persuasive than her earlier rationale. Xiao He momentarily entertained the notion, but he fundamentally felt he lacked the value she perceived and doubted he could ever catch the eye of someone so affluent. Still, he could not fathom her seemingly altruistic intentions. Was it merely a peculiar whim of the wealthy? I assess individuals based solely on their character, Xiaoying stated. Xiao He found this amusing. Character? You have known me for but a few days. You exhibit filial piety and resilience. I will consider the rest later, she replied. Xiao He glanced at her, but chose not to engage further, returning to his meal. Upon exiting the establishment, Xiao He headed towards the alley while Xiaoying drove back to her villa. The following day, Xiaoying noticed Xiao He was absent from school. Have you seen Xiao He? She inquired of a nearby male student, who shook his head in response. Envy and admiration swelled within him for Xiao He. Xiaoying approached the counselor and learned that Xiao He had not taken a leave of absence, yet he was indeed missing from school. Consequently, she requested a leave from the counselor and borrowed a vehicle from Hua Qingdong before departing the campus. After more than half an hour, Xiaoying, accompanied by the truant Hua Qingdong, arrived at Xiao He's residence. Hua Qingdong followed her upstairs, exclaiming, Sister Ying, what are we doing in this dilapidated place? The door to Xiao He's home was ajar. Xiao He. Xiaoying knocked softly but received no response. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air. She forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside, revealing a living room in disarray. Xiao He lay on the floor, bloodied and unconscious, beside a shattered bottle. Hua Qingdong gasped in shock. Oh no. Is he dead? Chapter 218. Encountering Xiaoying at the hospital, Xiaoying promptly entered the bedroom. Discovering Xiao He's mother sprawled on the floor, her legs dangling off the bed, her arms reaching toward the doorway, as if desperately attempting to assist her son. Hua Qingdong, who had intentionally skipped class, felt rather unfortunate. He had anticipated some amusement, only to find himself carrying someone who was possibly lifeless, blood staining his clothes. Fortunately, Xiaoying's urgency to transport Xiao He to the hospital allowed Hua Qingdong to experience a thrilling rush. Xiao He received over a dozen stitches to his head and, upon regaining consciousness, noticed Xiaoying sitting at his bedside. Without hesitation, he urgently inquired about his mother. Where is my mom? She is in the next room. Xiaoying replied. Xiao He hastily descended from the bed and rushed to the adjacent room, with Xiaoying not attempting to stop him. Xiao He's mother had just taken her medication and had fallen asleep. Relieved to see her unharmed, Xiao He felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Hua Qingdong, brother, what on earth is happening? Did someone ransack your home? Should I call the police for you? There are people in the station. Hua Qingdong, if you're not going to speak, then fine. What happened? Xiaoying inquired. Xiao He gazed at his mother's frail face, remained silent for a moment, and with a parched voice replied, It's none of your business. Seeing Xiao He's demeanor, Hua Qingdong's temper flared immediately. Hey, you brat, I'm trying to help you. And you're being so ungrateful. You deserve to get hit with a bottle. Xiaoying, it's your father. She spoke with an air of certainty. From the wreckage in the living room, it was evident that the chaos was not the result of a brawl, but rather an emotional outburst. It couldn't have been instigated by Xiao He alone. If it were an enemy, there would be no reason for Xiao He not to intervene. And then there was the bottle. It was undoubtedly his drunken father who was involved. The scene suggested a physical conflict between Xiao He and his alcoholic father, where Xiao He likely intended to expel him rather than inflict serious harm, yet his father retaliated with ferocity. The reaction of Xiao He confirmed that. Your father hit you? Damn, what kind of father is that? Is he even your biological father? What kind of parent uses a bottle against their own child? Hua Qingdong was indignant. Observing the tragic plight of the mother and son, Hua Qingdong's anger intensified. Tell me where that worthless father of yours is. I'll have him brought here. Xiao He remained silent. Xiaoying, your mother requires hospitalization. I've already paid for a year of her medical expenses, and the nurse will arrive shortly. Xiao He slightly turned his face, yet did not meet her gaze. Xiaoying, you will need to repay me. This statement left Xiao He unable to refuse her assistance any longer. Hua Qingdong quickly recognized Xiao He as the student who served him at the cafeteria. He glanced at the benevolent Xiao Ying and then at the rather handsome Xiao He, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sister Ying, did you kick Qin Hanyu again? Xiao Ying regarded him. The two then exited the ward, preparing to leave. Hua Qingdong looked back at the room and couldn't keep his mouth shut. Actually, I fully support you in kicking Qin Hanyu, but that guy just now wasn't even as handsome as me. His father is no decent man either. The last time, that silver-haired handsome guy, I thought he was far superior to both him and Qin Hanyu. As Hua Qingdong spoke, he suddenly adjusted his hair and cleared his throat. Sister Ying, what do you think of me? Xiao Ying, quite good. Hua Qingdong felt a little embarrassed. Really? Xiao Ying, yes, but I'm far too remarkable for you to match. Hua Qingdong. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Ying stood before the car, gazing up at the 5th floor where Xiao He was, lost in thought. Hua Qingdong, driving, asked, Sister Ying, where are we headed? Xiao He had been unconscious for a day, and by now, night had fallen. Xiao Ying, looking out at the scenery passing by the car window, had not intended to interfere in Xiao He's family matters, but remembering that Xiao He's mother was also Feng Ying's mother, she instructed Hua Qingdong to turn the car around. At a hidden underground casino, Xiao He's father was thrown out, dusting himself off as he cursed and departed. A beam of headlights shone in his direction, blinding him momentarily. He hurled insults at the car, and as he passed by, cast a glance inside before turning back to spit at it. After a few steps, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Hey! Xiao He's father turned around, only to be knocked to the ground by a punch from Hua Qingdong. Hua Qingdong dragged a man into a corner and delivered a brutal beating, leaving Zhao's father pleading for mercy. Finally, he seized Zhao's father's collar, warning, open your eyes and clearly see who it is that has struck you. I am a classmate of Xiao He. Should I discover that you have harmed Xiao He or disturbed the lives of his mother and him, I will deliver a fatal blow to you. As he spoke, Hua Qingdong indeed struck him with force. Zhao's father wailed, no, I won't dare anymore. Hua Qingdong, incensed by his cowardice, threw him to the ground. What trash! You beat your wife and child. To strike a beast like you sullies my hands. Stay far away from Xiao He. If I see any injury on him, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Hua Qingdong cursed as he returned to the car, muttering, what kind of nonsense is this? A son like that must be a genetic mutation. Xiao Ying remarked. My brother is also a genetic mutation. Hua Qingdong replied, but he won't let me see him. I won't bite him. Xiao Ying reassured him. Once he enters Jing University, you'll see him. Hua Qingdong chuckled. All right then, Sister Ying, whatever you say. Qin Hanyu was increasingly concerned about Xiao Ying's well-being. Yet, for several consecutive evenings, he failed to catch a glimpse of her. She was either preoccupied with matters or engrossed in evening classes. Meanwhile, on the forum, Xiao He, the new student, had emerged beside Xiao Ying, drawing Qin Hanyu's attention. Posts about the two began to proliferate, with comments suggesting that Xiao Ying was actively engaging with the new student, borrowing notes, queuing to buy meals together, and sharing a table. Some even claimed to have seen them leave evening classes together. The two, known for their aloofness, were said to have conversed multiple times. Moreover, a classmate revealed having spotted them together at a rice noodle shop late at night. Lacking photographic evidence, many remained skeptical. However, the informant insisted that the flashy sports car parked outside was indeed the one previously driven by Yi Si, albeit with a damaged front. Subsequently, they discovered the two inside the shop. The narrative was compelling enough to seem plausible. It was Friday, nearing the end of the workday, when Qin Yan, sneaking a moment to browse the forum, stumbled upon numerous posts suggesting that Third Master had been jilted. Qin Yan pondered, has the car been wrecked? I hope Miss Chiao is not in any trouble. Realization dawned that perhaps Third Master was being cuckolded? No, that couldn't be right. He hadn't even caught up. He lacked the qualifications to be wronged. After concluding his tasks, Qin Hanyu sent a message to Xiao Ying, intending to find her shortly. Xiao Ying replied, I have something to attend to. I'll come over later. Consequently, Qin Hanyu first visited the hospital for his monthly checkup. Along the way, Qin Yin discreetly scrutinized Qin Hanyu's expression, but before he could decipher anything from the calm facade, he was caught. Qin Hanyu, seemingly in a foul mood, spoke with an icy edge, speak. Qin Yin gulped nervously, it's nothing. After the checkup, Qin Hanyu headed towards the elevator. He spotted a familiar figure ahead, Xiao Ying, accompanied by a tall, slender boy. The two entered the elevator together and descended. Chapter 219. The unspoken understanding between them as the elevator doors began to close. Qin Hanyu caught a glimpse of a young boy's face. The very same newcomer who had appeared beside Xiao Ying. Qin Yin also recognized him, momentarily taken aback. Stealing a glance at Qin Hanyu, he noted the latter's noticeably quickened pace and thought to himself, what a coincidence. The hospital was bustling with people, and the elevator stopped on every floor, taking 3 or 4 minutes to reach the ground level. When the doors finally opened, Qin Hanyu was met with the sight of Xiao Ying, who was clearly waiting for him, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed she hadn't spotted him earlier. Stepping out of the elevator, Qin Hanyue approached her. What brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? He inquired. What brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? They both asked simultaneously, uttering the exact same words. This mutual understanding. Should I escort you both to obtain a marriage certificate? Qin Yin quipped, eliciting a smile from Qin Hanyue, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in his heart. I'm here for a physical examination. What about you? It was evident that Xiaoying had come to the hospital because of that young boy, and if he wasn't mistaken, the boy seemed to have sustained a head injury. Yet, at that moment, the boy was nowhere to be found. Let us talk as we walk, Xiaoying suggested. All right, Qin Hanyue replied as they made their way outside. With Qin Yin rushing ahead to fetch the car. A classmate of mine. His mother is hospitalized with uremia, Xiaoying explained. I saw him, he is a young boy. Qin Hanyue acknowledged. A young boy? Xiaoying echoed, emphasizing both young and boy. With a playful glint in her eye, she probed. What is this? Are you experiencing a crisis of age? Qin Hanyue merely laughed it off. He is just a young lad. It's hardly a concern for me. Let us go? Xiaoying urged. Did you allow him to leave first? Qin Hanyue asked. Yes, she confirmed. A slight smile crept onto Qin Hanyue's lips. Is he the new transfer student? Indeed, Xiaoying replied. Despite being merely an acquaintance, Xiaoying seemed to show exceptional care for him, leaving Qin Hanyue somewhat astonished, igniting his curiosity about their relationship. Hesitating on whether to inquire further, the elevator doors beside them suddenly opened, and a group of around 10 people poured out, causing the already busy corridor to become even more congested. Xiaoying found her path obstructed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hanyue took her hand gently, guiding her to the right, away from the crowd, and continued walking, determined not to release her hand. Noticing Xiaoying's lack of resistance, he thought, perhaps I shall refrain from asking any further. With her gaze lowered, Xiaoying glanced at their intertwined hands, her expression calm and unperturbed. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing in particular. I simply haven't seen you in a few days, he admitted openly, unabashedly expressing his feelings for her. How are your eyes? Can you see clearly now? Yes, she replied. Qin Yin had driven the car to the hospital entrance, and, upon seeing Qin Hanyue holding hands with Xiaoying, couldn't he help but feel a surge of excitement. So, you can see well enough to hold hands with Miss Qiao? It seems Third Master is not merely infatuated. As the vehicle pulled away from the hospital, Qin Yin remarked, Miss Qiao, I noticed on the Jingdao forum that your car's front was damaged. Are you alright? Qin Hanyue turned to look at her, having not seen the post. I'm fine, Xiaoying reassured him, then directed her attention to Qin Yin. Why study anything else when you can spend your days perusing forums for gossip? It seems you have far too much free time at work. The understated Qin Hanyue. Qin Yin, not idle, not in the slightest. I have not been lazy. I happened to see it, just happened to see it. Internally, I scoffed. Good intentions mistaken for foolishness. If Third Master were to inquire, he certainly would not have responded in such a manner. In the evening, after finishing work, Qin Yin took a shower and prepared to watch a drama to unwind. Suddenly, he received a message from Qin Hanyue. Believing it to be yet another work-related communication, Qin Yin inwardly lamented. Upon opening the message, he found post link. Qin Yin paused momentarily before realizing what Qin Hanyue was referring to. He couldn't help but chuckle as he replied. There is no post. It's a comment left by someone. I took a screenshot and will send it to you. As Qin Hanyue examined the screenshot, he confirmed that the matter concerning Xiaoying's car was indeed related to this new classmate. On the weekend evening, it was Hua Qingdong's birthday. A private room was reserved at a high-end entertainment venue, inviting a group of friends, including Hua Jingwei. Xiaoying arrived just in time. One of Hua Qingdong's friends, who had recently returned from abroad, did not recognize Xiaoying. Once she appeared, his gaze became fixated on her, prompting him to inquire of Hua Qingdong. Who is this beautiful lady? Hua Qingdong replied, a swan. The friend responded, do people still use that name these days? Hua Qingdong quipped, I meant you, the toad. The friend, taken aback, clarified, no, I was merely asking for her name. If you fancy her, I wouldn't contend with you. Hua Qingdong interjected, hold on, while I possess confidence, I am still self-aware. The friend glanced at Xiaoying, who was seated beside Hua Jingwei, and speculated, surely it can't be that difficult? As he spoke, he reached over Hua Jingwei and extended his hand to Xiaoying. Hello, I am Calvin. Just returned a couple of days ago. Hua Qingdong yanked his hand back. What are you doing? Qin Hanyue is pursuing her. Don't drag us into your demise. The friend, puzzled, what? Hua Qingdong reiterated. I said Qin Hanyue. The friend finally comprehended and looked again at Xiaoying, swallowing hard. You're not jesting, are you? Hua Qingdong scoffed. This is common knowledge across half of the capital. The friend begrudgingly retreated to his seat, digesting the revelation before asking. I recall you mentioning that Third Master Qin prefers men. Hua Qingdong denied. I'm studying law. Do not slander me. The friend was speechless. casting a furtive glance at Xiao Ying, silently thinking, that was close. The door to the private room swung open, and a server entered with drinks. The lighting was dim, and Hua Qingdong was seated on the sofa conversing with his friend when he lifted his eyes and recognized the server's face. Hua Qingdong, hey, what are you doing here? Xiao He, focused on his tasks, did not reply. Who is this, Chengge? Do you know him? I've never seen him before. The nearby guests turned their attention to Xiao He. Hua Qingdong, he is our classmate, a freshman. Upon hearing that he was a student from Peking University, Hua Jingyue quickly covered her face and hid behind Xiaoying. Although this was a formal setting, it would be inappropriate for her as a teacher to be seen by her students. Ying Jia, Hua Qingdong called out to Xiaoying. Xiaoying, observing Xiao He in his work attire, remained silent. Hua Qingdong, it's my birthday today, why not join us for a while? Xiao He did not respond, placing his belongings down before leaving. A few wealthy young men expressed their displeasure. Who is this? Such audacity, daring not to show deference to Chengge. Hua Qingdong, enough chatter, tend to your drink. As Xiao He stepped out of the private room, Xiaoying followed closely behind. Xiao He, holding a drink, swiftly entered another private space. Inside, a gathering of 20 or so men and women resided. The male patrons dressed impeccably, cigars clenched between their lips, some embracing alluring women, while others held delicate young men. A rotund gentleman in a tailored suit, his appearance exuding the essence of a nouveau riche, was affectionately engaging with a young man in his embrace when he suddenly noticed Xiao He, who radiated an undeniable charm. Particularly striking was his cold demeanor, which rendered the flamboyant young man in his arms utterly pedestrian by comparison. The portly gentleman, with a lewd gaze, reached out to touch Xiao He's hand. Xiao He, repulsed, withdrew his hand and attempted to leave, only to be obstructed by the gentleman's bodyguard. Reluctantly, Xiao He turned back to face the rotund man, who confidently placed a stack of cash on the table, scrutinizing Xiao He with an air of entitlement. When Xiao He remained unmoved, the gentleman produced another wad of bills, totaling over 100,000, yet still failed to sway Xiao He. Losing his patience, he demanded, name your price. Xiao He replied solemnly, I am merely a waiter. The rotund man retorted, such greed in youth, yet you possess the means. Come now, be modest and name your price. Ignoring him, Xiao He attempted to leave once more, but the bodyguard stood resolutely in his path. Step aside. Outside the room, Xiaoying peered through the glass, observing the unfolding scene. Xiao He found himself forcibly restrained by two bodyguards, bent forward towards the rotund man. As the gentleman extended his hand, Xiao He averted his gaze in disgust and began to struggle fiercely, exclaiming, let me go. Chapter 220. Xiaoying, I have met your brother. Young man, do not be ungrateful. Do you realize how many desire to share my bed? You should consider it a privilege that I have taken notice of you. Do you wish to keep your job? Believe me, a single word from me could ensure your dismissal. The rotund gentleman threatened menacingly, observing Xiao He's sudden silence. He smiled with satisfaction. If only you had complied sooner. Xiaoying stood outside, quietly observing the dynamics within the room. In the dim light, the contours of Xiao He's profile mirrored that of a shadow, nearly indistinguishable. The rotund man puffed a smoke ring towards Xiao He's strikingly cold visage, contemplating how to indulge himself shortly. Just then, Xiao He, unable to endure any longer, erupted in fury, launching himself at the rotund man, colliding violently with his nose, shattering the bridge. Following that, he delivered a fierce kick to the gentleman's chest. At 18 or 19, brimming with youthful vigor, Xiao He acted impulsively, consumed by a desire to retaliate. In that moment, he wished to annihilate him. With just those two strikes, the rotund man nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao He was then overpowered by the two bodyguards, pinned to the ground, thrashing violently as veins bulged on his forehead and neck. The revelers in the private room halted their merriment, rushing forward with concern for the gentleman. Is everything all right, Mr. He? Quick, bring some tissues. The rotund man, clutching his bleeding nose, writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back in agony. Damn it! One individual approached and delivered two forceful kicks to the grounded Xiao He, exclaiming, How dare you strike Mr. He? The man swiftly seized Xiao He by the hair, compelling him to lift his head, before delivering a sharp slap to his face. You've tested my patience, he spat at Xiao He's face, pinning him down, promising to deal with him later. Xiao He clenched his fists tightly, enduring the overwhelming humiliation. After a while, the stout uncle regained his composure from the pain, fury igniting within him as he lifted a bottle from the table, placing his foot upon Xiao He's head and brandishing the bottle menacingly while cursing at him. You insolent wretch, daring to lay a hand on me. If I don't end you today, I swear I'll take your surname. The gaunt Xiao He struggled in vain against his assailant. As the bottle was about to crash down upon his head, Xiaoying appeared at the doorway, snatching a bottle from a passing server's tray, and stepped inside, hurling the bottle with precision at the stout uncle's head, effectively splitting it open. Upon hearing the shattering glass, Xiao He felt an unexpected release as the weight on him vanished. Two bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. One had crashed onto the sofa. A hand pulled Xiao He up from the floor, and he beheld Xiao Ying's arrival. "You little brat," the stout uncle's companion shouted, oblivious to the danger. In the next moment, he too was struck by a bottle thrown by Xiao Ying. When the manager rushed in with his team, he found all 7 major clients sprawled across the floor. "Mr. He? Mr. Zhang? What on earth happened here?" The manager was bewildered and agitated, grabbing Xiao He and berating him. Xiao He remained silent. "Look at you, bringing your friend to assault clients. Do you know who Mr. He is? I'll see how you two get out of this." Xiao He replied, "This has nothing to do with her." As Xiao Ying was about to grab another bottle to silence the manager, she noticed Hua Chengdong passing by outside, seemingly searching for her. She called out, "Hua Chengdong. Sister Ying, what brings you here? What's going on?" Hua Chengdong entered and, upon seeing the chaos, exclaimed, "A fight? And you didn't include me?" The manager, still seething, was about to slap Xiao He again when he glanced at Hua Chengdong, stunned. "Hua, young master?" When Hua Jingyue and others arrived, Hua Chengdong was already pointing a finger at the manager, admonishing, "How dare you disrespect my sister Ying? I'll make you swallow that bottle if you don't watch it. My friend works here. And you expect him to cater to clients without even making him a manager? You think he has done with the capital city? Who are you slapping in the face? Believe me, I'll tear this place apart and turn it into a restroom for you to guard." I believe. The manager, terrified, kept apologizing. In the restroom, Xiao He splashed cold water on his face, leaning against the sink, attempting to regain his composure. He then glanced at his reflection in the mirror. The imprint of a slap was stark against his skin, and he pressed his tongue against the sore spot in his jaw. Droplets of water from his disheveled hair trickling down his nose. The situation had escalated significantly, catching the attention of the owner, who apologized to Hua Chengdong and promised to arrange the best position for Xiao He. Upon returning, Xiao He changed back into his clothes, tossed the work uniform back to the manager, and turned to leave, with Xiao Ying following closely behind. "Hey, Yingjia, I haven't cut my cake yet." Upon noticing that Xiao Ying had departed, Hua Chengdong's initial birthday celebration swiftly lost its charm. Frustrated, he vented his anger on the owner, ultimately expelling the portly man and his companions from the club. With old wounds unhealed and new ones inflicted, Xiao He covered his side, sore from the kick, and walked silently along the road, Xiao Ying trailing behind him. Without turning around, he said, "Don't follow me." Yet Xiao Ying quickened her pace to walk alongside him. "What about your job at the auto repair shop?" she inquired. Xiao He remained silent, and Xiao Ying surmised that the incident from before had cost him his employment. He continued to walk aimlessly, unaware of his destination, with Xiao Ying persistently following him. "What do you want?" Xiao He finally asked. "I believe I just saved you," Xiao Ying replied. Xiao He fell silent and quickened his steps. Observing Xiao He, who resembled a prickly hedgehog, she pondered briefly before exclaiming, "I've met your brother." Xiao He froze, halting in place to look at her, but Xiao Ying frustratingly changed the subject. "I sent my car back to the manufacturer for repairs and need to buy a new one for transportation. You should know a bit about that. Let us go? Finish what you were saying," Xiao He insisted. Without turning her head, Xiao Ying said, "First, let us buy a car." She hailed a taxi and waited by the door for him. Xiao He, without hesitation, approached her. Xiao Ying led him to a 4S dealership, asking him to help her choose a vehicle. Indeed, her car had been sent back for repairs. She required a new one for her time in the city. While she owned a collection of cars abroad, most were 2-seaters and sometimes inconvenient. Thus, she decided to purchase a 4-seater. Lack of enthusiasm to assist her, Xiao He inquired about her budget and casually selected a suitable option. "A Porsche? Not interested," she remarked. He continued to select. "A Bentley? Not my taste. A Ferrari? Too tacky." After rejecting 7 or 8 vehicles, Xiao He, losing patience at Xiao Ying's nonchalant demeanor, asked, "What exactly do you want to buy?" The nearby sales representative suspected they were causing trouble but maintained a cheerful demeanor, attempting to sell them other options. "You'll accompany me to the hospital for a checkup later," Xiao Ying stated. Xiao He agreed readily. "All right." Subsequently, she chose a black Maybach. After securing the vehicle, they headed to the hospital. "Can we talk now?" Xiao He asked. As Xiao Ying drove, she remarked, "You resemble your brother very much. Your physique and temperament are alike." "Where is he?" Xiao He inquired. "He is deceased," Xiao Ying replied. Chapter 221. With her lips full of falsehoods, Xiao He asked, "Are you playing with me?" Xiao He's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Are you toying with me?" Xiao Ying responded, "Do I have a reason to?" Observing the calmness on her face, Xiao He fell silent, pondering deeply. After a while, he wearily asked, "Where did you see him?" "I've never met him," Xiao Ying replied. Xiao He furrowed his brow, glaring at her with rising fury. "I've only seen his photograph," she added. "What photograph? Where did it come from?" Xiao He pressed. "A friend showed it to me." "My friend is quite close with your brother," Xiao Ying explained. "What about your friend? Where is the photograph?" Xiaoying, my friend has passed away. And the photographs are gone. Xiaohe. If Xiaoying were not a female, Xiaohe would have undoubtedly engaged in a physical confrontation with her. Xiaoying, believe it or not. Xiaohe felt a suffocating heaviness in his chest, struggling to process the sudden news. He remained silent until after the hospital examination. Earlier, at the club, the 2 kicks he received had not damaged any bones, but the resulting bruises were quite alarming and certainly painful. With his torso bare, a nurse was applying medication to him while Xiaoying stood nearby, her gaze sweeping over Xiaohe. His body bore numerous old injuries and several scars, including the recent wound from a steel pipe, a sight that was quite distressing. Upon exiting the hospital and getting back into the car, Xiaohe calmly inquired, "When did he die? How did he die? And why did your friend die as well?" "I don't know about the specifics of my friend's death, and it's not convenient to discuss." Another silence ensued, and Xiaohe seemed to have come to terms with reality. His tone softened. "Did he live well when he was alive?" "Xiaoying, he should have been all right." "Xiaohe, did he know he had a brother?" "Xiaoying, I'm not certain, which is why I cannot fully affirm that you are his brother. I don't know much about him. I only heard my friend mention him and hadn't had the chance to get to know him myself." Xiaohe looked at her. "So your inexplicable kindness towards me is because of him?" Xiaoying replied bluntly. "If it weren't for my friend, would I concern myself with your affairs?" "Xiaohe, what if I'm not his brother, but merely resemble him?" Xiaoying, grasping the steering wheel, replied, "Looking alike is sufficient." She quickly added, "I hope your brother is still alive and well." Xiaohe casually asked, "Is your friend male or female?" Xiaoying, "Female." "You had a good relationship with her? Otherwise, why would you care for her friend's brother, especially one whose identity is uncertain?" However, Xiaoying swiftly turned the conversation back. "Compared to your brother, you seem more interested in my friend." She glanced at him. Xiaohe, uninterested, dismissed her. Xiaoying chuckled. "Or perhaps you wish to hear some unrelated reason from me for treating you well, like believing I have an interest in you?" Xiaohe, flustered and irritated. "Nonsense." The topic concluded for the moment. Xiaoying drove while Xiaohe remained silent, lost in thought. The car stopped outside an alley, and Xiaohe quietly returned home, likely facing a sleepless night. The following day, the papers from the recent exam were distributed, and Xiaoying, unsurprisingly, achieved a perfect score. Xiaohe, however, was summoned to the counselor's office. He had performed poorly, scoring only 32 out of 100, placing him at the bottom of the class, a staggering 30 points behind the second-to-last student. At noon, after finishing her meal in the cafeteria, Xiaoying was about to leave when Xiaohe approached with his tray and sat down across from her. "Xiaoying, is there something you need?" "Xiaohe, you mentioned before that you could help me with tutoring." "Xiaoying, I can." She agreed swiftly, putting Xiaohe at ease, who had been uncertain about how to broach the subject. He couldn't help but look at her. "Xiaoying, come to my house after class this afternoon." Xiaoying, what? Xiaohe, nothing. After 2 professional classes in the afternoon, Xiaohe followed Xiaoying as she left. Upon entering the villa, Xiaohe appeared somewhat reserved, glancing around the opulently decorated living room. Hearing the commotion, Fourth Master dashed down from the upper floor. Spotting a stranger, he circled around Xiaohe twice, sniffing him inquisitively before barking a couple of times, which only intensified Xiaohe's awkwardness. Xiaoying reassured him he won tea bite. Xiaohe inquired, "Are you living here alone?" "Yes, please have a seat," Xiaoying replied, ascending the stairs to retrieve a spare notebook for him. "Here, you might find this useful." Xiaohe instinctively hesitated to refuse, but Xiaoying added, "How can you study computer science without a computer?" Her straightforward remark silenced his protest. He seemed to want to express gratitude, but found himself unable to articulate it. After the events of the previous night, Xiaoying sensed a shift in Xiaohe's attitude towards her, understanding it stemmed from his brother's influence, and thus, she no longer resisted extending her kindness. "Let us begin," Xiaoying said, settling down. Xiaohe had only managed to catch up on a bit of last semester's coursework and was utterly lost this semester. Needing to start from the fundamentals, Xiaoying exhibited an unprecedented patience, her explanations clear and concise, far more detailed than those of their teacher, yet devoid of any superfluous information. Xiaohe, being intelligent, grasped the concepts swiftly, though he struggled a bit with the unfamiliarity of using a computer. Around 6:30, the housekeeper arrived to prepare dinner, feeding the dog before leaving once more. Xiaoying and Xiaohe shared the meal together, and their tutoring session continued until 10 in the evening. Before Xiaohe departed, Xiaoying handed him the laptop. He hesitated for a moment before accepting it, promising her, "I will return it to you." After he left, Xiaoying went upstairs to retrieve her own laptop. Following a series of operations, the screen displayed, "System connection successful." In the days that followed, Xiaohe accompanied Xiaoying after school to the villa for further tutoring. Their bond deepened, much to the observation of their classmates, who found their interactions increasingly engaging. One evening, as Xiaoying was explaining concepts to Xiaohe, a car pulled up outside, followed promptly by the doorbell ringing. Xiaoying sent Fourth Master to answer the door. Upon seeing Qin Hanyue, fourth master retreated, raising his front paws, and with a loud thud, slammed the door shut, nearly hitting Qin Hanyue in the face. Fourth master, Xiaoying called. Fourth master feigned ignorance, but fearing her displeasure, he eventually reopened the door to allow Qin Hanyue in. Upon entering the living room and seeing the two seated closely on the sofa, Qin Hanyue approached them. Xiaohe lifted his gaze from the books to glance at Qin Hanyue, but quickly averted his eyes again. Qin Yin followed closely behind, scrutinizing Xiaohe before remarking, "He has no advantages at all, except for his age. He is not to be feared." While Xiaoying continued to elucidate new material to Xiaohe, Qin Hanyue was left to occupy himself in silence, finding a spot to sit down. He felt it inappropriate to interrupt. After a dry wait of several minutes, enduring fourth master's unwelcome stares, Qin Hanyue remained quiet. Once Xiaoying had finished explaining the first 3 points of the new lesson and allowed Xiaohe some time to absorb the information, she turned her attention to Qin Hanyue, asking, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet," he replied. "I came straight from the company." "Xiaoying, we have yet to eat. Let us dine together shortly." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue cast a glance at Xiaohe. "Xiaoying, this is Xiaohe." Qin Hanyue merely responded with a brief, saying nothing further. Chapter 222. The Deceptive and Scheming Qin Hanyue. Is Xiaohe a thief? Xiaoying, the computer was a gift from me. The living room remained tranquil, interrupted only by the sound of fourth master playing with a ball and the gentle scratching of Xiaohe's writing. Qin Hanyue had anticipated that Xiaoying would engage him in conversation, yet after introducing Xiaohe, she left him to his own devices. Xiaoying's gaze was fixated on Xiaohe's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Ying, lost in thought. Following her line of sight, Qin Hanyue scrutinized Xiaohe anew, acknowledging that Xiaohe's striking appearance and cool demeanor were undeniably appealing to young girls. "Qin Yan, I was careless. This individual should not be underestimated. I am somewhat puzzled here." Xiaohe pointed to a spot and inquired. Xiaoying immediately provided him with an explanation. The special attention Xiaoying afforded Xiaohe was something Qin Hanyue had never witnessed before. Was Xiaohe truly just a new classmate she had only recently met? To grow so close in merely a few days seemed improbable, even more so than her initial encounters with Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan. As Xiaohe focused on his studies, Qin Hanyue refrained from speaking, not wanting to disrupt him. Xiaoying remained oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in Qin Hanyue's mind. Suddenly, Qin Hanyue retrieved his phone, feigning a glance at the time, and casually placed it on the coffee table. The phone's screen remained lit, a glaring distraction. Xiaoying's gaze instinctively gravitated toward the bright display. On the lock screen was a photograph of her, captured during her birthday celebration at Lin Cheng's castle, a moment shared with a cake. Xiaoying studied the screen for a moment before turning to him, her expression shifting from a hint of amusement to one of genuine humor. Her eyes reflecting a tenderness usually reserved for children with special needs. Was this level of childishness truly necessary? Observing Qin Hanyue feigning ignorance, Xiaoying found herself at a loss for words, pondering why his thoughts seemed so heavy. Should she act as though she hadn't noticed, dismissing it? Or should she request to see the original image? Xiaoying inquired. Xiaohe, assuming Xiaoying was addressing him, instinctively looked up, but upon realizing she was not, he returned to his work. Qin Hanyue looked at her, Noticing his momentary confusion, Xiaoying glanced at the phone, quickly grasped the situation, and promptly picked up the device again. Xiaoying, truly adept at pretense. Qin Hanyue opened his album and displayed the image for her. Xiaoying accepted the phone. With the weather warming, Xiaoying donned a short-sleeved shirt, revealing a prominent scar on her left arm, a remnant of a deep wound. Despite the scar removal cream Qin Hanyue had gifted her, the mark remained glaring on her delicate arm. "You've left a scar," Qin Hanyue remarked involuntarily. Xiaoying followed his gaze to her arm, dismissing it, and then turned to him. "What about yours?" Qin Hanyue rolled up the sleeve of his suit jacket, unfastened the cuff of his white shirt, and revealed his own arm, which bore a similar scar, one that was a testament to her actions. Xiaoying glanced at it, said nothing, and returned the phone to him. Qin Hanyue meticulously adjusted his sleeves, listening to Xiaoying as she remarked on her new car, which still bore a temporary license plate. Qin Hanyue inquired, "What numbers do you prefer? I shall deliver it to you in the next few days." Initially seated beside Xiaohe, Xiaoying unconsciously turned her attention to Qin Hanyue, and the two engaged in hushed conversation. "Any number will do," Xiaoying replied. "Very well." Qin Hanyue responded. "What kind of car did you purchase?" "A black Maybach," Xiaoying disclosed. At this, Qin Hanyue's fingers momentarily paused at his cuff, a smile gracing his lips, whether by coincidence or not. His garage was filled with Maybachs, and he often traveled in one of the series. Rising from her seat, Xiaoying suggested, "Let us eat first." At the dining table, Qin Hanyue served soup and dishes for Xiaoying, while Xiaohe, seated alone across from them, remained silent and absorbed in his meal. Despite Xiao He's apparent disinterest in Xiao Ying, Qin Hanyue could not shake his unease. After all, Xiao He was clearly an exception in Xiao Ying's life. With their shared classes during the day, one-on-one tutoring after school, and communal meals, it would not take long for Xiao He to develop feelings for Xiao Ying, unless he were blind or homosexual. As for Xiao Ying's feelings toward Xiao He, Qin Hanyue reined in his thoughts. After the meal, Xiao Ying continued her tutoring session with Xiao He, while Qin Hanyue, feeling like an intruder, excused himself. With Xiao Ying's assistance, Xiao He began to catch up with the semester's coursework. Xiao Ying was known for her punctuality, arriving at class precisely on time. Never a moment earlier. Today, upon her arrival, she found the classroom in an uproar, with students blocking both doors, having gathered from the adjacent class to witness the commotion. "I told you I didn't steal it," Xiao He exclaimed. "I took my computer from your desk, and everyone saw it. What else do you have to say?" A classmate interjected. "Xiao He, I don't mean to be hurtful, but everyone knows your family situation. That computer costs 12,000. Can you really afford it?" Another student chimed in. "If that's your computer, why not open it up for the class monitor to verify?" The class monitor retorted. "What are we supposed to look at? The wallpaper? That computer has no name on it, and mine is new with no marks. Anyone could claim it as theirs." The monitor continued. "You've been without a computer since school started. How is it that today, just as mine goes missing, you suddenly have one?" The counselor urged. "Everyone, please calm down. Both of you come to my office." Xiao He took the computer with him. The monitor insisted. "Teacher, I believe such matters are best resolved in front of everyone. If I wronged him, I will apologize, but if I am not mistaken, I demand disciplinary action as per school regulations." The counselor, taken aback by the monitor's reluctance to follow, directed Xiao He, "Open the computer." Clenching his fist in silence, Xiao He complied and opened the device. It was immaculate, containing only some study materials, with not even WeChat logged in. It appeared to be a new computer, likely reset. The counselor inquired, "When did you purchase this computer? Do you have a receipt?" "It was a gift from someone," Xiao He replied. The monitor scoffed, while the surrounding students whispered among themselves. The counselor pressed. "Which friend gifted it to you?" Xiao He glared at the counselor. "Counselor, the teacher believes in you. Yet given the circumstances, you must prove your innocence. Do you not think? The class monitor, having lost a valuable item, is understandably anxious. You can empathize with him, can you not?" Xiao He remained silent. "Class monitor, can't you express which friend it was?" The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Surely, a handsome individual like him could not be a thief? One can know a person's visage but not their heart. Just days ago, items were stolen from our dormitory, and they remain unfound. I noticed on the forum that Xiao, the campus belle, seems quite close to him. It's hard to believe his family is so impoverished that they cannot afford a computer without facing scrutiny. Their acquaintance is relatively new, is it not? A forum user claiming to be his high school classmate mentioned his family situation is indeed dire, frequently skipping classes to engage in fights. Always returning with new and old wounds. Just days ago, he had a bandage wrapped around his head. Xiao Ying squeezed in from outside. "This computer was a gift from me." Chapter 223. Xiao Ying's positioning of the computer still affirms Xiao He's innocence. Ye see. Eliminate all votes from those with the surname Qin. Upon Xiao Ying's declaration, students immediately erupted into fervent discussion, speculating on their relationship. Xiao He gazed at the approaching Xiao Ying. The class monitor, whether in disbelief or unwilling to be publicly humiliated, reddened but dared not argue with her. "If it was a gift from you, why did he not mention it earlier?" Xiao Ying turned the computer around, operating it with one hand while asking, "Is the classroom surveillance not operational?" Several classmates eagerly chimed in to inform her, "It is not." Xiao Ying retrieved the electronic invoice stored in the computer, displaying it for all to see, where her name was prominently featured. The class monitor, undeterred, questioned, "How can you verify the authenticity of this invoice? How can you prove it belongs to this particular computer?" Xiao Ying did not engage in a dispute. Simply rotated the computer back. "State your Microsoft account for the computer." Class monitor, "That is futile. I've set up a firewall on my computer. Arranged by a hacker I found online. You won't be able to trace it." A classmate inquired, "Didn't you connect your phone to the account?" The class monitor's expression darkened. "No, that incurs an additional cost." Classmates were left speechless. Where did you find such a poor quality hacker? They lack even the slightest professional integrity. It's absurd that they dare call themselves a hacker. Xiao Ying coldly reiterated, "The account." Reluctantly, the class monitor provided her with one. Xiao Ying operated the keyboard with one hand, a flurry of code appearing on the screen, drawing curious classmates to gather behind her. Those blocked at the door, hearing the rising gasps of astonishment, could not contain their curiosity and squeezed in. "I can't believe it. This topic is beyond our syllabus. Are we even studying the same major? The teacher never taught us this. Damn, this is incredible. I can't comprehend it. That speed, it's like a tentacle monster. I'm in awe." Xiao Ying's speed was astonishing. The firewall set by the so-called hacker was utterly ineffective against her prowess. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the location and map materialized on the screen. It's located? So quickly? How impressive. I didn't understand anything. How did she accomplish that? Xiao Ying observed the moving location, raising her brow slightly. Why is the positioning so close, right outside? Did Xiao, the campus bell, make an error? What is going on in your class? It's quite the commotion. A boy squeezed in, clutching a computer. The computer was identical to the one that Xiao Ying had gifted to Xiaohe. Upon seeing it, the class leader exclaimed, "Why is my computer with you?" The boy promptly returned the laptop, saying, "I borrowed it for a moment. I sent you a message. Did you not see it?" Grumbling under his breath. The class leader felt a surge of irritation toward the boy. The boy, confused, asked what's wrong. It was quite the mix-up. Poor Xiaohe. Unjustly accused of theft simply due to his family's financial struggles. Thankfully, the computer had not truly been stolen, and with Xiao Ying's assistance, he was spared from a dire predicament. I felt a deep sense of injustice for the young man. If I were to be wrongfully accused of theft, I would surely be devastated. It is disheartening to be judged based on one's family's circumstances. The counselor sighed and suggested, "Since this is a misunderstanding, class leader, you should apologize to Xiaohe." Acknowledging his fault, the class leader did not attempt to defend his rashness. After a moment of hesitation, he solemnly said to Xiaohe, "I am sorry." Xiaohe, however, chose to ignore him and took a seat. Xiao Ying remarked, "I used to be poor as well," turning her computer screen toward Xiaohe before returning to her own seat. Her words left the class leader feeling utterly embarrassed. The counselor, somewhat weary, urged everyone to return to their respective classes and stop idly spectating as lessons were about to commence. Truly, my God is shown in that moment. Did Xiao Ying possess hacking skills? Was there anything she could not accomplish? It felt almost unfair for her to attend school with us mere mortals. One student speculated whether Xiao Ying had any hacker friends, perhaps akin to Lawyer Chung. Another chimed in, what if the state recruits them? And one day a second Su Qingyu appears to wager with Xiao Ying, followed by a big shot coming to teach us? Let us see that script unfold. Speaking of hackers, recent whispers had revealed a plethora of intriguing stories. I pondered why Xiao Ying had gifted a computer to Xiaohe when they had only recently met. Campus romances are delightful, but I wondered when Master Qin would return to deepen the connection between Xiao Ying and Xiaohe. Otherwise, I might find myself swayed. Unlike figures like Master Qin and young Master Hua, Xiaohe was merely somewhat more handsome than us. What gave him the right? The computer incident was but a trivial interlude. Yet Xiao Ying's extraordinary technical prowess sparked fervent discussions among the students, particularly regarding her relationship with Xiaohe. In the afternoon, a boy from the back row tentatively called out to Xiao Ying in the front. "Xiao Ying." She turned her head. The boy, nervously clutching his phone, asked, "May I inquire about this?" Upon glancing at his screen, Xiao Ying immediately noticed the name Qin Hanyue, followed by Cheng Jinyan, basketball, the silver-haired handsome man, Hua Qingdong, Xiaohe, and Su Ziyi. It seemed someone had taken the liberty of creating a rather frivolous poll. Which male god has the strongest CP vibes with Xiao Ying? The silver-haired handsome man must be Yi Si. What on earth was that basketball reference? The votes were surprisingly high. Leading the tally was Qin Hanyue with a staggering 800 votes, and this was merely half an hour in. The boy explained, "This was set up by the girls in our class. Xiao Ying, I haven't voted yet. Do you have someone in mind?" His inquiry was indeed quite tactful. But upon noticing Xiao Ying's silence, he hesitated. "Boy, then I shall shoot basketball." Most boys engage in basketball shooting. The number of participants in the voting is steadily increasing. And in the capital, the renowned Qin Hanyue, with his personal fame, is leading the votes by a wide margin. After just one class period, the votes have already exceeded 2,000. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire Jing University, with everyone sharing and reposting to rally support for their favored couples. Constantly, screenshots of the voting results appeared on forums, updating the voting status in real time, accompanied by several photos of the individuals involved. Photos of Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan embracing, Qin Hanyue strolling, and Yi Si at the welcome party, along with images of Xiao Ying playing basketball, were all unearthed. These group photos undoubtedly served as the best tools for garnering votes. Nearby schools joined in the excitement as well. Qin Yin, busy running around the company with documents, suddenly received a message from Qin Hanyue. "Qin Yin, voting? What is this about?" Upon clicking, he saw, "Election for the most compatible male god with the campus beauty Xiao." Qin Yin was taken aback. He scrolled down. Qin Hanyue, 3,023 votes. Basketball, 2,100 votes. Cheng Jinyan, 1,655 votes. Qin Yin realized, is Third Master trying to solicit votes? This is rather unbecoming. Struggling to manage the stack of documents in his arms, he attempted to reply, intending to send an acknowledgement. But his finger accidentally brushed the screen and sent the wrong message. Qin Yin stared in disbelief. He had sent a panda emoji giving the middle finger, with the caption, "Do you deserve this?" Oh no. Qin Yin was startled, dropping the documents and hurriedly retracting the message. Third Master, come to my office. After another class, the voting results took an unexpected turn. Yi Si, who was originally trailing behind basketball, and Cheng Jinyan, suddenly surged ahead of Qin Hanyue, now standing in first place. 100,000 votes. Are they joking? Even if we combined with a neighboring school, we wouldn't have that many people. This must be vote manipulation. Who is behind this? Which foolish fan, instead of being realistic, inflated the votes to 100,000, making it seem utterly ridiculous? It appears that votes cannot be faked. They are all legitimate. Was there sabotage? Who would go to such lengths? Can the votes be reclaimed? Xiaoying received a voting link sent by Hua Qingdong. Upon opening it, she was left speechless by the impressive 100,000 votes next to Yi Si's name. This guy is really idle. Far away in country M. Yi Si glanced at the voting results, satisfied, and tossed his phone aside. Speaking in his distinctive English, he instructed his assistant beside him, clear all the votes for this Qin guy. Chapter 224. Is Third Master also manipulating votes? A collision video surfaces. Yi Si's audacious maneuver rendered the voting utterly meaningless. After finally finding a collective entertainment activity, everyone eagerly awaited the results, only to have it maliciously disrupted, leading to a flurry of complaints on the forum directed at the foolish fans manipulating votes with nothing better to do. Little did they know it was orchestrated by the individuals involved. Qin Hanyue gazed at Yi Si, who was now ranked above him. And although everyone knew the votes were inflated and wouldn't take it seriously, it remained exceedingly irritating, ruining his otherwise pleasant mood. Qin Hanyue turned off his phone and tossed it aside. Qin Yin, Third Master's painstakingly garnered votes. As Qin Yin emerged from the office, he felt an immense sense of relief having completed his reprimand. Had he lingered any longer, the prospect of the Third Master witnessing the vote count at such a critical juncture could have left him trapped in the confines of the office. The fervor of the vote solicitation had transitioned into a vehement forum discussion targeting the vote manipulators, where frustrations were vented, only to be interrupted by another update on the voting results. Qin Hanyue, 100,010 votes. Yi Si, 100,009 votes. How coincidental that an extra vote appeared. Brimming with hostility, who orchestrated this chaos? Splendid. Our Yueying CP fans have outdone themselves. Why can't I cast my vote? There is no response at all. What's going on? Can any of you vote? 5 minutes later, the tally was updated once more. Yi Si, 1 million votes. Qin Hanyue, 100,010 votes. Is this where the rivalry begins? I'm curious to know which two individuals are behind this. This vote count must have cost quite a bit. Gentlemen, let us pool our resources. We cannot be outdone. Let us rally for our goddess. I can't vote either. I've tried several shops on a certain platform without success. For heaven's sake, is it really this serious? Have hackers truly emerged? Which two masterminds have such connections? Amidst the lively discussion, the vote count surged once more. Qin Hanyue, 100,001 votes. Yi Si, 1 million votes. The Third Master is back. And with another vote, excellent. Observing the unfolding drama, participants morphed into spectators, eagerly anticipating the astronomical figures that would emerge and who would ultimately prevail. I genuinely cannot vote. The link has been compromised. Do you think the Third Master might be aware of the voting? The school flower Qiao has already spoken to the Third Master privately. Mark my words. If the Third Master finds out, will he cast a vote for himself? Think bigger. He might directly manipulate the votes. You up there, it seems you've inadvertently spoken the truth. I wonder if Qiao has voted. And for whom? Qin Yin, holding his phone, mused. Could it truly be the Third Master orchestrating this? The vote count appears so dubious. Who is manipulating whom? Yet, upon further reflection, considering the Third Master's romantic inclinations, anything seems possible. Unable to quell his curiosity, Qin Yin booted up his computer, seeking to uncover whether the vote rigging was the work of students hiring ordinary technicians or something more sophisticated. After several attempts, he found himself unable to breach the firewall. He ceased his efforts, realizing that those possessing such hacking prowess were few and far between. There was no need to mention who they might be. His assistant, sweating profusely, approached Yi Si with trepidation, acknowledging the latter's superior skills. Yi Si cast a glance at the assistant's screen, feeling a surge of irritation. How could the capabilities of those around him fall short of Qin Hanyue's team? As Xiao Ying and Xiao He exited the school, Yi Si's call came through. Darling, help me boost the votes. Xiao Ying replied, isn't that rather tedious? Yi Si countered, this transcends mere numbers. It's a matter of dignity. I can accept losing to anyone but Qin Hanyue. Xiao Ying retorted, why should I care? Yi Si lamented, darling, you wound me. Has the handsome silver-haired gentleman's fanbase run out of funds? Ah, it must be the Third Master's fans, huh? Hey, I can't find the link anymore. Can you all locate it? The students clutched their phones, incessantly refreshing the vote count. yet no changes appeared. At that moment, Qin Han was leading Yi Si by a single vote. As they waited, the voting link vanished. The students frantically scoured their group chats, but to no avail. It's really gone. Has it been hacked? Who did this? A fan of the silver-haired handsome guy? Unable to afford votes, they resorted to eliminating the source of the problem? Impressive. Regardless of whether the votes were cast by real people or manipulated, it's still Qin Sanyi who emerges victorious. I am quite satisfied with this outcome, haha. Thanks to Xiao He, an impromptu voting event had provided entertainment for the afternoon, though the parties involved remained oblivious to the situation. Nonetheless, they were enjoying themselves thoroughly. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Ying received a call from Yi Si. On the other end, Yi Si sounded quite aggrieved. My dear, couldn't you have at least padded my vote count before deleting the link? I lost by just one vote. Yi Si was thoroughly displeased with this narrow defeat. Xiao Ying suggested, perhaps you should enlist Cheng Jinyan to file a lawsuit. That evening, Xiao He studied diligently while Xiao Ying administered acupuncture to Instructor Ho. After Instructor Ho departed, Xiao He observed Xiao Ying as she packed her needles. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Ying, without looking up, inquired, what do you wish to know? Who taught you? He asked. A deceased friend of mine, she replied. For how long? He pressed. Given my age, how long could I have studied? Xiao He returned to his computer, muttering, if you want to speak, then never mind. Once Xiao Ying finished her work, she approached Xiao He, glancing at his notes, only to discover a faint bruise peeking from beneath his collar. She tugged at his collar, revealing a significant contusion. Have you been fighting again? Was it with those same people? Xiao He adjusted his collar, insisting, no. Days later, a surveillance video unexpectedly surfaced online. It rapidly made headlines in social media, sweeping through the entire Jingda forum at an astonishing pace and spreading wildly across various schools. Is this truly the campus Bell Qiao? Could it be an AI swap? ISNT that the silver-haired handsome guy from last year's welcome party driving that car? There are only 6 of these cars globally, and this must be the only one in the country. It's unmistakable. This is terrifying. The owner of the car is screaming. It sends chills down my spine. Surely, they haven't died, have they? What could possibly provoke such an attack? Though I admired Xiao, no grudge could justify such violence. The video depicted a black sports car repeatedly ramming a white Baojun into a wall, relentlessly pressing the accelerator against the white vehicle, causing it to crumple under the impact, transforming into a grotesque wreck, eliciting gasps from viewers. The harrowing screams of the Baojun's owner filled the video, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who listened. In the end, Xiao Ying emerged from the sports car, her demeanor remarkably calm. This nonchalance juxtaposed with her ruthless actions left the audience in shock, filled with dread. The video captured a recent incident where Xiao Ying had visited an auto repair shop to confront the unscrupulous car owner on Xiao He's behalf. Unbeknownst to the source of the revelation, the video spread exponentially, igniting fervent discussions and thrusting Xiao Ying into the spotlight. Upon her arrival at school, she received a call from Zhang Qingyong. As she made her way to the principal's office, the students' gazes towards her were fraught with complexity, as if she were an impending calamity to be avoided at all costs. Chapter 225. Xiao Ying. It was I who collided. Cheng Jinyan is being pursued. The video was released by an online account, its headline particularly attention-grabbing. Female university student crashes high-end sports car into Baojun owner. The footage swiftly attracted media scrutiny, with reports becoming increasingly sensationalized. The media in the capital had long been observant of Jing University and Qin Hanyue, recognizing the connections among the individuals featured in the video, Xiao Ying, Qin Hanyue, and Cheng Jinyan, yet refrained from reckless reporting, wary of the potential consequences. This video lacked context, and many believed it prudent not to jump to conclusions. After all, I trust in the character of Qiao, the campus belle. I am convinced that something must have transpired, prompting her to act impulsively. Given her typically rational demeanor, such reckless behavior seemed uncharacteristic, so it was best to wait for Qiao to arrive and clarify matters. Thus, when rumors circulated that someone had spotted the sports car at a rice noodle shop, with its front end mangled, one wondered, was it true? Would Xiao He be aware? We shall inquire upon his arrival. After viewing the video Zhang Qingyong had sent her, Xiao Ying nodded slightly, her demeanor composed. It was I who crashed. Zhang Qingyong, uncharacteristically anxious, began pacing in the office. He refrained from questioning her about the incident or chastising her for her impulsiveness, knowing there must be a reason behind her actions. Moreover, he was aware that Xiao Ying was more discerning than most. Zhang Qingyong inquired, what happened to the car owner in the video? Xiao Ying replied nonchalantly, nothing significant. Perhaps just a fright that left them momentarily incapacitated. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyong felt somewhat reassured. Yet his concern resurfaced. Do you realize the magnitude of public opinion this incident will stir and the impact it could have on you? The situation has escalated, and the police bureau has already contacted me. They are en route. while students at Jing University maintained their faith in Xiao Ying's integrity, the online community, alongside students from neighboring institutions who were unaware of the full story, had begun to vilify her, unleashing a torrent of online harassment. Each reshared video was met with venomous curses and insults, and some had even resorted to doxing her. Just as Xiao Ying was about to speak, the door to the principal's office was forcefully pushed open, and Xiao He rushed in, breathless, his laptop clutched in his arms. Xiao He declared, "The situation is not as it appears. The video has been edited, omitting crucial parts. It only shows Xiao Ying's collision, excluding my presence entirely." After hearing the full context, Zhang Qingyong noted that the police had arrived. "We must follow the necessary procedures, Xiao. Please cooperate. Rest assured. I have already spoken to the police bureau," he reassured her. Soon, the officers arrived, dressed in plain clothes since they were on campus. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow at the incoming officer, unfazed, and inquired, "Is it just you?" Instructor Ho replied, "Indeed, it is just me." Zhang Qingyong glanced between them. "Do you two know each other?" After greeting Zhang Qingyong, Instructor Ho responded, "I previously oversaw the military training for Xiao Ying's class, and now we are friends." Zhang Qingyong expressed his frustration. "In the entire capital, there exists no connection that Xiao can't navigate. I wasted my efforts even greeting your director." Instructor Ho inquired, "Shall we make a trip now?" Xiao Ying replied, "There's no rush." She beckoned to Xiao He, who approached and handed her the computer. Xiao Ying hacked into the auto repair shop surveillance system, seeking to extract the entire footage, yet she found nothing. Continuing her endeavor, she infiltrated the media's equipment, successfully retrieving the surveillance video. But it mirrored the already edited version circulating online. They possessed no complete footage. It seemed she would have to visit personally. Rising from the couch, Xiao Ying announced her intent. Xiao He interjected, "I will accompany you." Instructor Ho glanced at Xiao He. Xiao He asserted, "I am also a party to this matter." Subsequently, Xiao Ying and Xiao He followed Instructor Ho out of the school. Many witnesses observed this scene, while oblivious to Instructor Ho's identity. They noticed the absence of Xiao Ying and Xiao He the following day. As Instructor Ho drove, after hearing the full account from Xiao Ying, he asked, "Which auto repair shop?" Xiao He replied, "Donglin Auto Repair, near Yinchong Road." Instructor Ho activated the navigation and made a U-turn. Xiao Ying questioned, "Are we bypassing the protocol?" Instructor Ho responded, "We can proceed with the protocol at any time. First, we must acquire the surveillance video and disclose the complete sequence of events." Once again, the power of the internet was on display. Trending topics emerging one after another as Xiao Ying's identity as a Peking University student was unearthed, causing repercussions for the institution. Netizens fervently took to their keyboards. Indeed, character and academic credentials are unrelated. It seems any trash can gain admission to Peking University. This institution is doomed to produce such individuals. The saying that a woman's heart is the most venomous holds true. One can only wonder what kind of parents raise such a child. So young, yet so malicious. Individuals like this must be eradicated before they become a malignant tumor in society. This is akin to murder. A girl harboring such malice, it truly opens one's eyes. Just discovered that her family hails from the impoverished Jiangxia district of Yunqing. They are destitute yet drive an extravagant car. I need not elaborate on how this car came into their possession. Her father previously worked in construction, but it appears he now has a position in a certain department. This connection merits investigation. What has become of the car owner? Can any informed individual shed light on whether they are still alive? The screams sounded terrifying. That face seems familiar. Didn't she recently trend alongside a top lawyer? They were seen in an embrace. This connection seems rather intricate. Perhaps this lawyer also requires scrutiny. After watching the video, Hua Qingdong's foremost thought was, the car. Observing the repeatedly dented front, his heart bled. It was his dream vehicle, albeit not his own. Sister Ying has been utterly wasteful, more extravagant than he. With public opinion erupting, Hua Qingdong recognized the gravity of the situation and began to pay attention. These wretched media outlets write incessantly without knowledge, akin to a filthy vehicle passing their doorstep to sample their wares. Hua Qingdong rushed to the computer science department in search of Xiao Ying, only to learn that she and Xiao He had departed the school, destination unknown. Hua Qingdong identified several of the most critical media outlets and proceeded to call each of them to inquire about their company chairman. However, the backlash against Xiao Ying incited public outrage, and the multitude of media outlets across the nation rendered Hua Qingdong's efforts seemingly futile. Even if a few major platforms were to take down the relevant videos, it would not silence the cacophony of public opinion. On the contrary, it only fueled the fervor of netizens, who clamored against Xiao Ying with renewed vigor, accusing her of wielding capital influence. Even the mayor of Lianyungang, Feng Tong, felt the repercussions. Hua Qingdong could not help but wonder, where had Qin Hanyue vanished to? Meanwhile, Cheng Jinyan, who was abroad, received a message from Hui Jingyue containing a video alongside numerous screenshots from online trolls. After viewing the video and the screenshots, Cheng Jinyan remarked, "Is this it? What a trivial matter." At that moment, he found himself embroiled in a more pressing situation, seemingly being pursued. Dressed in wrinkled clothing with traces of blood, he replied to Hui Jingyue's message nonchalantly. "Thank you for the information, Miss Hua. There is no need for concern. Xiaoying can handle it." As he put away his phone, Cheng Jinyan irritably twisted his sore neck, muttering to himself about the bothersome individuals. Chapter 226. Xiaoying faces online backlash. Xiaoying strikes back against the entire internet. 1. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the auto repair shop. Instructor Ho produced his identification and requested the surveillance footage from the owner. The owner instinctively glanced at Xiao He and retorted, "Is this kid the reason you're here? Is it about the wages?" Crouching down and attending to his tasks, he added, "He caused such a ruckus here. What's wrong with deducting a few days' wages? You police are willing to respond to a matter of wages? Is the police department so idle?" Ho Qing replied, "Please cooperate with the police investigation. Furthermore, has anyone asked you for the surveillance footage from the time of the incident?" Upon realizing it was not merely a wage issue, the owner stood up and recognized that the girl beside Xiao He was indeed the one driving the sports car in the footage. He immediately became compliant. Setting aside the fact that the luxury sports car was unmistakably extravagant, he was also wary of Xiao Ying's fierce demeanor. "No one has asked me for the surveillance footage," he stated, leading them to retrieve the recordings. However, they soon discovered that the footage had mysteriously gone missing. The owner expressed his confusion. How could it be gone? Both his phone and computer lacked any footage from that day. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiaoying had already drawn her conclusions. "Did the car owner contact you after the incident?" Ho Qing inquired. The owner firmly replied, "No." Confused, Ho Qing pressed on. "Who else could it be besides the owner of the Baojun car? Were those videos circulating online sent by you? Altering the truth and spreading falsehoods could lead to legal consequences." Xiao He scrutinized the unscrupulous owner with disdain. The owner, however, feigned ignorance. "What videos? I don't understand what you're saying." Ho Qing casually scrolled through his phone and showed the owner a video while asking, "How many employees does your repair shop have?" "2, the owner replied, "But the surveillance is only connected to my phone. It couldn't have been leaked by them." Ho Qing wished to delve deeper into the investigation, but was halted by Xiaoying. "There's no need to waste time," she asserted, connecting her phone to the shop's surveillance system. With an almost forceful tone that brooked no dissent, she instructed the owner, compensate him for the deducted wages. The unscrupulous car owner absconded with the repair costs, unjustly attributing the losses to Xiao He. With a complex expression, Xiao He gazed at Xiao Ying and remarked, "Forget about the salary. At such a time, why bother with a few hundred yuan?" The boss, upon noticing the fierce look in Xiao Ying's eyes, reluctantly extracted several hundred yuan from his pocket to hand over to Xiao He. The three then exited the auto repair shop. Ho Qing needed to bring the Baojun car owner back to record a statement, given the magnitude of the incident. The Public Security Bureau must provide an explanation to the populace. The internet buzzed with claims that the Baojun car owner had been deliberately run over by Xiaoying. It was essential for the Baojun driver to speak out to quell the public outcry swiftly. Xiaoying and Xiao He followed Instructor Ho, their footsteps echoing behind him. Xiao He asked, "What do we do now that the surveillance footage is gone?" Without the complete video, even if the Baojun car owner were to clarify the circumstances, it would likely have little effect. Moreover, even with the full video, knowing that Xiaoying acted out of a sense of justice, her actions at that moment were still excessively extreme. The online critics would undoubtedly seize upon it, threatening to ruin her life and academic pursuits. Contemplating this, Xiao He felt a tumult of emotions weighing upon him. Noticing Xiao He's grave expression, Xiaoying spoke lightly. "Who says the video is lost? As long as there are traces of its existence, even if it has been destroyed, I can restore it. It merely requires a bit more effort." Xiao He immediately turned to her. "You have a way?" Xiaoying, with Xiao He's computer in hand, connected the surveillance equipment from the repair shop. Instructor Ho drove the two to the residence of the Baojun car owner, arriving at a dilapidated tenement building. As they stood at the base of the building, preparing to ascend, the Baojun car owner approached, carrying 2 bottles of alcohol. Upon spotting Xiao He and Xiaoying below his residence, a primal fear surged within him at the sight of Xiaoying. Following Instructor Ho, Xiaoying stepped into the stairwell, while Xiao He, lagging behind, caught the eye of the Baojun car owner. Their gazes locked, and instinctively, the Baojun car owner turned and fled. "Stop!" Without a second thought, Xiao He pursued him. The shrill sound of brakes pierced the air, followed by a terrible crash and the sound of something heavy falling. By the time Instructor Ho and Xiaoying arrived at the scene, they were met with a gruesome sight. The Baojun car owner lay sprawled across the road, bleeding profusely, having been struck by a silver van whose driver sat frozen in shock at the wheel. Xiao He stood on the sidewalk, his face ashen. Qin Hanyue was abroad, unaware of the unfolding events. Upon receiving a message from Xiao Yi, he had just arrived in a foreign land. He opened the video of Xiao Ying's car crash, a mere snippet that had been edited. Yet, Qin Hanyue was able to surmise the sequence of events, reconstructing a rough narrative of what had transpired. The situation had escalated to an uncontrollable degree. The Baojun car owner was dead, having perished on the bustling street, witnessed by many. The surveillance footage from the area was promptly disseminated online by onlookers, revealing the identity of the deceased, the very Baojun car owner whose fate had been fervently debated by netizens. This time, it was tragically true. There were unseen forces at play, manipulating the circumstances behind the scenes. The video of the Baojun car owner's fatal accident ignited an explosive reaction across the internet. Public opinion has erupted, and Xiao Ying has become the target of widespread criticism. Some malicious individuals, cloaked in the guise of righteousness, have accused her of hiring a hitman and destroying evidence to cover her own crimes. Others have claimed that the victim was already killed by Xiao Ying at the auto repair shop. At the time, Xiao Ying received a call from Qin Hanyue. She was at the police station. Xiao Ying, no need to come back. Focus on your work, but I may need you to call the police station. Qin Hanyue, all right. Have you found the complete video? Xiao Ying, yes. Do you want to see it? I'll send it to you shortly. Qin Hanyue, who leaked the surveillance footage? The car owner? Or the boss or employees of the repair shop? With this level of attention, the situation must be more complicated. The boss and employees of the repair shop are currently cooperating with the police in their investigation, firmly insisting they had no involvement. Upon learning that the surveillance had been destroyed, Xiao Ying realized it could not have been them. She pondered for a moment and shared with Qin Hanyue. The shadows not only commit murder. Often, they resort to underhanded tactics to achieve their goals. They will stop at nothing to succeed. Of course, I have never engaged in such actions and would not stoop to that level. Qin Hanyue, is it the shadows? He was somewhat surprised, having little knowledge of this assassin organization, that they would employ such prolonged tactics. Unable to kill Xiao Ying or confront her directly, they resorted to these methods to undermine her and create various troubles, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although this retaliatory approach may seem ineffective, if the shadows did nothing, wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Is it truly the case? Xiao He emerged from the interrogation room, visibly shaken. Xiao Ying, are you all right? Qin Hanyue felt a pang of discomfort as he listened to Xiao Ying comforting Xiao He. After viewing the complete surveillance video that Xiao Ying sent, his feelings of unease deepened. Nevertheless, he called the chief. The police acted swiftly, officially releasing the complete surveillance footage. The video, lasting 7 minutes, was unedited. It clearly displayed not only the two vehicles, but also the presence of the mechanic, Xiao He, in the complete surveillance video. The behavior of the Baojun car owner was despicable. In an attempt to dine and dash, he deliberately harassed Xiao He and repeatedly threatened to run him over. Xiao He steadfastly insisted that the car was repaired and refused to back down. The Baojun car owner, however, unleashed a torrent of abuse, even moving his vehicle forward. But before he could harm Xiao He, a high-end sports car collided with his vehicle. What followed was the harrowing scene of the fatal incident that is now widely known. Ultimately, Xiao Ying emerged from the car, clearly stating, I initially only intended to wash the car, but now it requires repairs. This car cannot be fixed here. That complicates matters. He wouldn't dare confront you. Such people bully the weak and fear the strong. This lesson will be etched in his memory for a lifetime. A few minutes later, the surveillance footage revealed the Baojun car owner trembling as he crawled out of the trunk, disheveled and unsteady, before stumbling away from the repair shop. The complete sequence of events was laid bare before the public. Xiao Ying transformed from an aggressor, a murderer, into a paragon of justice for the downtrodden. Contrary to the malevolent and terrifying portrayals circulating online, she did not cause a fatality. Rather, she collided with the passenger side of the vehicle, leaving the driver of the Baojun car unharmed. Subsequently, various unsavory actions of the Baojun car owner emerged online, some accompanied by surveillance footage, revealing the truth behind the facade. This individual, notorious for numerous misdeeds, had repeatedly exploited the weak, with dining and dashing being merely a trivial offense in comparison. They possessed multiple criminal records at the police station. Xiao He was among the unfortunate ones implicated. These revelations were uncovered and disseminated by Qin Hanyue's investigative team. Moreover, Qin Hanyue exerted pressure on major media outlets and platforms to remove the edited surveillance video that had been circulating. Yet, as speculated by Xiao He and those concerned for Xiao Ying, even with the truth restored, the public remained unconvinced of Xiao Ying's extreme actions in the name of justice. The luxury sports car she drove seemed to incite further animosity among netizens, who were quick to label her as an extreme wealthy individual or a materialistic elitist. Believing that no one in the upper echelons was untainted, they found greater empathy with those of their own lower status. They even exhibited apathy towards scrutinizing the details, eager to obscure their own foolishness in blindly following the crowd, and to alleviate any guilt from having wronged Xiao Ying with their vitriol. their focus shifted to the death of the Baojun car owner. The police department responded, stating that an accident occurred while their officers were attempting to engage the Baojun car owner in cooperation. Indeed, the footage depicted the owner crossing the street. At that moment, Xiao He stood at the alley's mouth, out of view, and there was no surveillance at the Baojun car owner's residence. It was a stroke of fortune that neither Jiao Ying nor Xiao He appeared in the footage. Otherwise, if netizens were to see that the Baojun car owner's reckless dash across the road was spurred by Xiao He's pursuit, the backlash would have shifted towards him. Despite the full surveillance video and the police's response, the Baojun car owner's dubious character remained evident. Yet these factors failed to sway public opinion or restore Jiao Ying's true innocence. A life was lost, merely due to an incident over a trivial meal. The public resorted to their usual rhetoric to defend the so-called weaker individual. Though he was at fault, one cannot act in such a manner. The maliciously edited surveillance video and the footage of the Baojun car owner's tragic demise continued to circulate online unchecked. The complete surveillance video was drowned out, seen by a select few who, however, chose to willfully ignore its implications. It was just a minor repair cost. Why flee upon seeing the police? I simply don't believe it. There must be more to the story. The van driver deserves thorough investigation. Could they have been bribed by the sports car woman, intent on silencing him? In the video, the car owner appears to be fleeing for his life. Are we to believe this was merely police seeking his cooperation? Who would be foolish enough to cross the street and meet their demise over such a trivial matter? I didn't see a single officer in uniform. The expression of terror was unmistakably one of desperation. Calling for a thorough investigation into the identity of the woman associated with the sports car and all those connected to her. I am a student from Peking University, a classmate of the female involved in the incident. My peer possesses commendable character and excels academically. She is certainly not the monstrous figure that online speculation has portrayed. The complete video clearly reveals the truth. I urge everyone to discern reality and place their trust in our nation. It is absurd to suggest that a car owner would recklessly cross the road over such trivial matters. And are we to believe that my classmates could lose their lives over something so insignificant? Let us speak with reason. Those self-proclaimed champions of justice gathered with banners at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau and Peking University, demanding retribution for the deceased. Even Mayor Feng of Yunqing and Mr. Qiao were adversely affected by the uproar. Protesters appeared outside the community where Qiaoying resides. Students from Peking University sought to voice their support for Qiaoying, striving to illuminate the truth and discourage hasty judgments that could harm others. However, the small group of students was no match for the overwhelming tide of opposition. Su Zhan, concerned for Qiaoying, arrived at Peking University only to find crowds gathered at every entrance, along with reporters. Incensed by the sight of the banners, Su Zhan pondered whether these individuals had failed to view the complete surveillance footage or if they were willfully ignoring it. Zhang Chengyong personally intervened, granting an interview to reporters in defense of Qiaoying and Xiao He's integrity. Yet, his words bore little fruit, instead inviting negative scrutiny upon himself and Peking University. To prevent further entanglement and to shield Qiaoying from additional labels and baseless conjectures, Su Zi preemptively shut down the Peking University forum. Nonetheless, others acted even more swiftly. The forces behind the sports car woman are formidable. The Peking University forum is rife with her connections to many prominent figures, rendering even the mayor of Yunqing insignificant. The Peking University forum is closed. It's inaccessible. Can anyone elaborate? I also perused the forum. Her backing is indeed terrifying. No, it is exceedingly frightful. No wonder she dares to drive recklessly. I captured screenshots but hesitate to release them, fearing that I might meet a sudden demise like the owner of the Baojun. In the span of a single day, the situation escalated to a point where the so-called sports car woman was vilified mercilessly by the public. As netizens clamored for the unvarnished truth, major media outlets and social media platforms simultaneously experienced server crashes and page failures. Whether accessing media sites or social platforms, users encountered blank screens, unable to refresh or send messages. Initially, it was assumed that excessive traffic had caused the servers to fail. However, the simultaneous breakdown of numerous platforms was perplexing. Users resorted to their phones, computers, tablets, and even televisions, attempting to reconnect to the network, yet the screens remained blank. This sudden and bizarre occurrence left everyone bewildered. Chapter 228. Network Breakdown. Qiaoying, do you have evidence? The servers of all media platforms and social media were momentarily incapacitated, leading to a rare and complete cessation of online activity. Immediately thereafter, it was discovered that the cropped surveillance footage that individuals had downloaded, saved, or bookmarked had mysteriously vanished. Along with the accompanying screenshots, users swiftly realized that their phones had been compromised, their privacy invaded, leading to a palpable sense of unease. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, media platforms and social applications appeared to resume normal operations, scrolling through the feeds until a particular video emerged. Had normalcy returned? Upon inspection, the footage turned out to be the unabridged surveillance video released by the police. Strangely, apart from this singular video, no other content could be accessed, nor could any additional operations be performed. Confusion enveloped the users as they exited the application, only to find the same video appearing on another platform. Switching to yet another service yielded the same result. Aside from applications like calendars, calculators, weather forecasts, and a few niche platforms, the commonly used and familiar software were all overtaken by this one video, dominating the screens. Skeptical users closed the background applications, re-entered, uninstalled, and reinstalled the software, and even restarted their devices, yet the situation remained unchanged. Faced with their manipulated phones, users felt an unsettling sense of dread creeping over them. Was it finally the moment for the enigmatic Qin San to take action? Such a maneuver was undeniably impressive and formidable. His silence spoke volumes. He had effectively incapacitated multiple servers, a feat only he could accomplish. The incessant online critics fell silent, having chosen to offend the wrong person. Xiao, the campus belle. How amusing. This operation surely deserved a place in the annals of history, given its magnitude and scale. Was it merely one video? Qin San ought to unveil the entirety of that despicable wrongdoing, compelling those relentless critics to confront the truth. In my view, this single video sufficed. It substantiated a particular event, confirmed a singular truth, and demanded vindication. For the first time, the phenomenon of online bullying manifested so vividly in our midst, invoking genuine terror. I had been besieged by critics for my comments, and I wondered how Xiao was faring. In the classroom, my classmates, armed only with the capacity to view that singular video, engaged in animated discussions, their spirits lifted. The moment when Xiao emerged from the vehicle after the accident, exuding calm and innocence while mentioning repairs, I replayed countless times. Xiao held a unique regard for this individual named Xiaohe. Would Qin San be envious? Qin Han messaged further. If you do not act soon, I shall. Xiaoying shifted her hand from the keyboard to her phone, picking it up to reply, mind your own business. Qin Han responded, all right. After a refreshing shower, Xiaoying retired to bed. The incident had no bearing on her. Whether wronged and subjected to harsh criticism or witnessing the tragic fate of the Baojun car owner, her heart remained undisturbed. As Cheng Jinyan had remarked, it was merely a trifling matter. In stark contrast, those who rallied to uphold a so-called justice found themselves restless, clutching their devices that only displayed that singular video, unable to sleep, and rendered incapable of raising their keyboards. Meanwhile, across numerous cities nationwide, iconic buildings illuminated the night as technicians worked tirelessly to restore the servers. They devoted an entire night, applying their lifelong knowledge, yet all their efforts proved futile. None could match the prowess of the enigmatic and formidable hacker. This night, a significant portion of the nation found themselves restless. Xiaoying's actions stirred the attention of the state. Around 3 a.m, a black 7-seater van arrived at the villa's entrance, where Officer Ho and 2 men disembarked. They promptly rang the doorbell. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed within the villa. Then, with a click, the lights in the living room illuminated. Fourth Master rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window and called out twice to the outside. The barking of dogs led Officer Ho and his companions over. Although Fourth Master recognized Officer Ho, he refrained from opening the door, instead calling out twice more in an attempt to shoo them away. Before Officer Ho could react, Fourth Master turned off the lights and ascended the stairs once more. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows automatically drew shut. The three outside exchanged glances. Let me give her a call, Ho Qing suggested, taking out his phone. After waiting for a considerable time with no response, Officer Ho attempted a second call, only to realize with horror that he had been blocked. Instantaneously, Officer Ho felt disheartened. His role was merely to guide them. Yet he had been placed on the blacklist by Xiaoying. What a significant loss that was. The older man remarked, she certainly has quite a temper. The younger man was about to ring the doorbell again when Officer Ho stopped him. She's probably asleep. Let us wait until dawn. They both frowned slightly. Not to mention the extensive economic repercussions of a nationwide network collapse. The public was engulfed in panic and required reassurance. They lacked the patience to wait for someone to wake. Her actions are entirely dictated by her mood. It's difficult to fathom her intentions. If we provoke her, this conversation is unlikely to proceed smoothly, Ho Qing cautioned. Didn't your superior mention that Mr. Ho is a retired Hellfire soldier? Is he truly intimidated by a mere girl? The older man inquired. Officer Ho fell silent, offering no further defense. You'll understand once you meet her at dawn. I'm curious to see what kind of person she is, said the older man. The three waited in anticipation, receiving continuous calls from above, urging them to act. Under immense pressure, Officer Ho repeatedly prevented the two from ringing the doorbell. Finally, dawn arrived. By the time the sun reached its zenith, there was finally some movement within the villa. Officer Ho approached the doorbell once more, only to discover it unresponsive. It would not ring. They had pressed it once the previous night. It was improbable they had broken it, and it seemed too coincidental for it to malfunction precisely now. The only plausible explanation was that the villa's owner had disabled it. Thus, Officer Ho resorted to knocking. However, it appeared the occupants inside were oblivious to his presence. Seeing this, the younger man pushed past Officer Ho and knocked forcefully on the door, provoking a fierce response from Fourth Master. Ho Qing observed the grim expressions of the two men and thought, see, we offended her. 3 individuals of considerable stature were thwarted by a mere door. Given the urgency of the situation, they were determined to break in. Once again, they were stopped by Ho Qing. Officer Ho urged them gently, let us wait. Thus, they endured 2 hours of tormenting anticipation. These 2 men, serving the nation, had never faced such indignity. Just as they were on the verge of giving up, Xiaohe arrived to find Xiaoying. Thanks to Xiaohe, the 3 were finally allowed entry. Xiaoying lifted her gaze to behold 2 unfamiliar faces, one middle-aged and the other youthful, both impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of authority and competence. At that moment, Xiaoying lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping her coffee, allowing the 2 men to finally witness her true demeanor. How remarkably composed she was. Amidst the tumult of the situation, she had indulged in a restful slumber and was now savoring her coffee. Whether she possessed the ability to incapacitate the entire internet remained uncertain, yet her mental fortitude was evidently extraordinary. The 2 men scrutinized Xiaoying. We have urgent matters to discuss with you, Xiao, stated Instructor Ho, and we would appreciate your colleague stepping outside. Before Xiaohe could respond, Xiaoying beckoned him to sit beside her. This was her domain. This action caused the 2 men to slightly furrow their brows. Instructor Ho remained unfazed, while Ho Qing glanced at Xiaohe before revealing the identities of the visitors to Xiaoying. With an indifferent tone, Xiaoying remarked, government officials? What do you want with me? Upon hearing her maintain her calm demeanor despite their identities, the 2 men couldn't help but regard her with increased respect. She possessed remarkable courage. I am Liang, the middle-aged man announced, producing his credentials. We seek to gather some information and hope for your cooperation. Xiaoying remained silent, ignoring his request. The middle-aged man, maintaining his composure, continued, the internet is currently paralyzed, causing widespread panic. Are you aware of this? Xiaoying replied coolly. Is this related to me? The man's expression darkened, and his tone shifted to one of official gravity. This is a serious matter. Even foreign entities are paying close attention. It poses a significant negative impact on our nation and has already compromised the interests of both the state and its people. The government cannot allow you to act with impunity. If you are responsible, you must restore the internet immediately. The paralysis of the network had brought the nation's offices to a standstill. Xiaoying inquired, where's the evidence? The young man stepped forward, stating, if it wasn't you, then it must be your acquaintance, Mr. Qin. You need to contact him immediately and urge him to cease his actions and restore the network. Xiaoying quipped, should I provide you with his phone number? Observing her unyielding demeanor, the middle-aged man halted the young man, his tone shifting from assertive to conciliatory. We have gathered sufficient information. You are indeed a victim, and seeking to prove your innocence is understandable. However, we cannot condone your methods. As a citizen of Huaguo, you must adhere to the law. Your actions have infringed upon national statutes. He then shifted his tone, revealing a smile. Nevertheless, our visit is not solely for this matter. The state values and seeks to utilize talent, and we sincerely wish to invite you to join our department. Instructor Ho was taken aback upon learning the purpose of their visit. Joining the 509 Supervisory Bureau, this was the most formidable and enigmatic department in Huaguo, with each member symbolizing prestige and capability. Although Xiaoying demonstrated remarkable skills, her age led Ho to ponder the current state of the nation's network. He thought, if Xiaoying does not enter the 509 Supervisory Bureau, who will? Despite Xiaoying's reluctance to acknowledge it, Instructor Ho believed in her potential, even if he had never witnessed her capabilities in this domain. He recalled that Xiaoying was a student of the computer science department. Xiaoying, without knowing who is responsible, you speak of talent acquisition? Is this how your department operates? Have you been mocked by a mere girl? Before they could respond, Xiaoying continued, present evidence before you engage me in conversation, and I have no interest in your department. Rejected? Does she not know of the existence of the 509 Supervisory Bureau? Does she not comprehend what it signifies? This is the only explanation. Otherwise, any other reason would be unacceptable. The 509 Supervisory Bureau is a realm that many aspire to touch throughout their lives, but never do. You may take your time to ponder this. There is no need for hasty refusal, the middle-aged man remarked. As for the evidence you mentioned, I hope that when we uncover it, you can provide a satisfactory explanation to the entire nation. Opposing the state is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Yet, Xiaoying remained unfazed. Retorting, Do you require my cooperation to find the evidence? This infuriated both men. Finally, she grasped the meaning behind Instructor Ho's words and understood his well-intentioned counsel. This young lady is indeed not an ordinary character. She is exceedingly difficult to deal with. The middle-aged man stated, "Given this, you shall accompany us. We must also confiscate your computer and phone." Xiaoying regarded them in silence, yet her expression gradually revealed signs of impatience and coldness. She fixed her gaze upon the middle-aged man. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Instructor Ho looked on with concern. At last, Xiaoying spoke. "The 509 Supervisory Bureau. Is it? Your department's highest executive is surnamed Yang Li, correct?" Both men were taken aback. Not only did she know of their department, but she also named their executive. Their expressions darkened, and they cautiously inquired, "How do you know this? Is she truly just a student?" Xiaoying picked up a nearby phone, seemingly to make a call. Yet, to whom? She hesitated, a multitude of names racing through her mind. The three, along with Xiao He, observed Xiaoying, lost in contemplation with her phone in hand. In a moment of disregard, she ultimately set the phone down. She declared, "I will restore the network by 6 o'clock tonight." She had finally conceded. The middle-aged man, filled with astonishment, resolutely replied, "There is no room for negotiation. The losses incurred and the ensuing panic are not something we can bear." Xiao Ying's tone remained calm, yet exuded a commanding authority. "I am not negotiating with you. If you refuse, I can leave with you right now. If you can produce evidence of my wrongdoing within 10 days or half a month, I will submit to your judgment. However, if you cannot, the duration of the network's paralysis will depend on your capabilities. No one, apart from her, would dare to threaten the entire nation in opposition to the 509 Supervisory Bureau." The middle-aged man, observing the formidable Xiaoying, contemplated before turning to make a phone call. Upon learning that there was still no progress on the network paralysis issue, he contacted the minister. Before he could speak, the minister inquired about updates and mentioned, "Qin Hanyue called me." Minutes later, the middle-aged man returned, glanced at Xiaoying, and then addressed his young colleague. "Let us depart." As the two departed, Instructor Ho let out a sigh of relief, filled with utmost admiration for Xiaoying. Ho Qin couldn't help but inquire, "Do you know the minister of the 509 Supervisory Bureau?" Xiaoying replied, "I do not." Ho Qin pressed on, "Is that truly so? Surely. They must send someone to keep an eye on you until this internet issue is resolved. I think I shall stay here with you today." With that, he found a spot to sit down. For an entire day and night, the netizens, typically inseparable from their phones, could do little more than watch that one video and make the occasional call. In this age of incessant scrolling, smartphones had become as addictive as a drug, and everyone found themselves repeatedly watching that singular video, even as a few mainstream television channels aired it. Satiation was a distant memory. Those who had not seen the complete surveillance footage, or those who feigned ignorance, were now compelled by Xiaoying to watch it in its entirety. No longer could anyone claim that Xiaoying was bullying the weak or had caused the death of the driver. Her actions sent shockwaves throughout the nation, garnering significant international attention and igniting a fervor within the hacking community. Yet, Qin Hanyue provided her with an excellent cover. Even the students of Capital University believed that it was Qin Hanyue who orchestrated the events. Finally, by 6 o'clock in the evening, all media platforms and social networks returned to normal operations. Online, there was no trace of news or reports pertaining to the incident, good or bad, rendering it as if it had never occurred. Major platforms temporarily disabled certain features, and the internet trolls were finally subdued, unable to unleash their chaos. The following day, Xiaoying resumed her studies as if nothing had transpired. Her classmates expressed their concern and support for her. However, Xiaoyi did not attend class. Qin Hanyue returned from his business trip after more than a week, and upon landing, he immediately called Xiaoying and set off to see her. Prior to boarding the plane, he had messaged her to arrange dinner that evening. Yet, Xiaoying suddenly claimed to be occupied and not at home. Qin Hanyue paused in his tracks. "What is wrong, third master?" Qin Yan asked as Qin Hanyue entered the car. Returning to the Qin residence, he replied, "Oh, not going to Miss Chiao's?" Qin Yan had accompanied Qin Hanyue on his business trip and had witnessed how he worked tirelessly to return home sooner, compressing over 2 weeks' worth of work into just over one, all while sacrificing sleep. Of course, such high-intensity labor meant that his assistant also had his share of exhaustion, feeling as though his very hair might fall out from the strain. Elated to return, only to head back to the Qin residence was disheartening. Chapter 230. Qin Hanyue engaging in scandalous affairs behind your back after returning from his business trip. Qin Hanyue continued to be engulfed in his intense work schedule, ensnared by pressing matters. Within days of returning, he found himself traveling to Lin City once more. Meanwhile, Xiaoying appeared to be preoccupied with Xiao He's affairs. During a break from his workload, Qin Hanyue took a moment to message Xiaoying. "Are you tutoring your classmates again tonight?" "Yes," she replied. Qin Hanyue gazed at her succinct response, falling into a moment of silence. Rest early, he sent back, just as Xiao Ying was about to engage him in conversation. Xiao He approached her with a question, laptop in hand. As Qin Hanyue gazed at the top of the screen, where it displayed the message, "The other party is typing." He waited for a considerable time, yet no message arrived. His emotions shifted from anticipation to disappointment. After Xiao He departed, Xiao Ying opened her phone to view their chat interface. At this hour, it was rather late, and after some contemplation, she decided not to disturb him for rest and turned off her phone, heading upstairs. Xiao Ying found herself besieged by personnel from the 509 Supervisory Bureau. Just as she exited the school, she noticed two individuals waiting for her at the gate. The middle-aged man, named Liang Feng, approached her with a smile, markedly more congenial than their previous encounter. He instinctively reached into his pocket, producing a pack of cigarettes, and offered one to Xiao Ying. Upon meeting her cold gaze, he hesitated momentarily, then awkwardly smiled and redirected the offer to Xiao He, only to be ignored. Unfazed, Liang Feng introduced himself fully to Xiao Ying and again, with solemnity, extended a heartfelt invitation on behalf of the 509 Supervisory Bureau. Xiao Ying replied, "I have expressed my disinterest in your department." Had it been a few days prior, the young man accompanying Liang Feng would have undoubtedly shot Xiao Ying a condescending glance, urging her to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, he no longer dared to do so. Liang Feng continued, "You may propose any conditions you desire." Xiao Ying inquired, "Have you gathered any evidence?" Liang Feng responded, "What evidence is needed once the matter has been resolved?" Xiao Ying paused in her tracks, and both men sensed an opportunity. "So, this is how your department conducts its affairs." Liang Feng was about to ask what she meant by that when Xiao Ying interjected, "I am merely a student. I lack the capability to influence such matters." Liang Feng, eyeing Xiao Ying, who was at least 2 decades younger than himself, followed up with skepticism. "And who might that be?" Xiao Ying replied, "Qin Hanyue. Seek him out and utilize his talents." Liang Feng was taken aback by her suggestion. Without further ado, Xiao Ying walked away. The young man gazed at her departing figure, wondering if it truly was not her, the leader. Later that evening, Xiao He arrived at the hospital bearing a package of dumplings. Zhao's mother, having learned about the recent upheaval from the television and the nurse, anxiously inquired about Xiao He's welfare. "It's nothing. My classmates are also fine," he assured her, which eased her concerns. Observing her son devouring the dumplings, Zhao's mother tremulously served him from her own bowl, offering him one after another, relinquishing most of her portion to him, all the while smiling as she watched him eat. Xiao He glanced at his mother, urging, "You should eat as well." "All right," she replied, scooping a dumpling for herself and taking a bite. Noticing the filling, she remarked, "Pork and scallion? But you don't eat scallions." Xiao He responded, "It's too late. There's not much available. Besides, there's nothing I can't eat." Zhao's mother observed her son's gaunt and haggard visage for a while before expressing her concern. "Has your father sought you out recently?" "No," Xiao He replied. Worry etched on her face. She gazed at her son with empathy. "If he cannot find me, he will surely take his frustrations out on you." "I'm not afraid," he reassured her. "Do you remember when I was 7, and he threatened to kill me with a knife because I refused to fetch him alcohol? You were so small. Yet you bravely declared you would stand by me, positioning your tiny frame in front of me, unflinchingly facing the descending knife." Xiao He continued, "Let us not dwell on the past, nor speak of him any further." Zhao's mother, tormented by illness, gazed at Xiao He with her dimmed eyes and offered a faint smile. "All right, let us not dwell on that." After calming her emotions, she shifted the topic. "How have you been getting along with classmate Xiao? Is she still tutoring you?" Xiao He replied, "Yes." Zhao's mother continued, "That child has a truly kind heart. Once we are able, we must repay her kindness." Xiao He responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying had just finished her shower and was drying her hair when a message from Hui Qingdong arrived. Upon opening it, she discovered a photograph taken from a clandestine angle. The image featured Qin Hanyue, whom she had not seen for many days, impeccably dressed in a suit. Hui Qingdong had captured him from behind, revealing only a tall silhouette, albeit not very clearly. Yet, Xiao Ying recognized him instantly. The backdrop was the lobby of a hotel. Beside Qin Hanyue stood not only Qin Yan, but also a striking foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. The woman was extending her hand, and the moment was frozen as she appeared to be reaching for Qin Hanyue, leaving the outcome uncertain. The woman was undeniably beautiful and exuded an air of opulence. Hui Qingdong messaged, "Sister Ying, I caught this scoundrel fooling around behind your back, and he's even seeking foreign goods. Impressive, isn't it? Just say the word, and I'll confront him right now." Like a paparazzo, Hui Qingdong stealthily trailed behind Qin Hanyue, awaiting Xiao Ying's command. However, he waited in vain for her to issue any order. Xiao Ying swiped right to exit the chat with Hui Qingdong, then scrolled down to find Qin Hanyue's contact. Their conversation had come to a halt 2 days prior. The following day at school, Hui Qingdong approached Xiao Ying, lowering his voice, sistering. Have you dealt with him yet? His eyes darted around, resembling a spy on a covert mission. Xiaoying shot him a glance. What are you talking about? Hua Qingdong replied. You didn't respond to my messages last night. Were you not out to confront that adulterous couple? He mimicked, slicing his throat for emphasis. Xiaoying retorted. Qin Hanyue's reputation is being tarnished by your words. Hua Qingdong insisted. I saw it with my own eyes. I have photos as evidence. Did you not see the plethora of images I sent you? He flipped through the pictures to show her. Xiaoying dismissed him. Get lost. Qin Hanyue had worked late into the night until midnight, completing part of the next day's tasks to free up his evening. He called home at noon, instructing the family chef to prepare a bowl of chicken soup. As evening fell, he left the company with the soup in hand, his heart heavy with longing after days of separation. A message arrived, prompting Qin Hanyue to check his phone. Qin Yin observed the man in the rearview mirror, scrutinizing his expression but gleaning little, though it was evident something was amiss. As darkness enveloped the sky, the car halted outside the villa, yet Qin Hanyue remained seated inside, hesitating to exit. Qin Yin, puzzled, glanced at the serene villa. Was Miss Zhao not home? Had the third master been stood up again? In the hospital, Zhao's mother, having narrowly escaped death, implored her son with a heavy heart. Xiaohe, let us stop the treatment and go home. Mother wishes to return. She looked at her son's arms, marred by countless old wounds, with profound sorrow. Xiaohe sat quietly at the bedside. Once you're well, we will go back. I've spoken to the nurse. The cost of treatment is exorbitant, thousands each day. Mother, you cannot bear this burden. How will you manage such expenses? Tears brimmed in Zhao's mother's eyes. Xiaohe, I will find a way. Xiaoying stood outside the hospital room, listening to the conversation between mother and child within. After a moment, she turned and left. By the time she returned to the community, it was already past 10 at night. Preoccupied with her thoughts, Xiaoying slowed her pace as she approached the villa. From a distance, she spotted a Maybach parked outside, with Qin Hanyue standing in front of it. Chapter 231. After 30 years, someone finally kissed him. Xiaoying gazed at the figure, gradually coming to a halt. She stood in place, observing him. Under the moonlight, the man's tall stature and the cold, hard lines of his profile were enveloped in the night, rendering his expression invisible. The night breeze was quite chilly. Qin Hanyue stood before the villa, staring at the dark, empty structure, his mind replaying the surveillance footage from the auto repair shop. Where Xiaoying watched Xiaohe fix the car. Suddenly hearing a sound, he turned to see Xiaoying approaching. How long have you been waiting? She inquired as she drew near, catching a whiff of smoke lingering around him. Looking at Qin Hanyue, she noted his unprecedented pallor and fatigue, the faint shadows under his eyes indicating he had lost weight. It seemed he had indeed been overwhelmed with work lately. Qin Hanyue offered a gentle smile to the girl before him, his tone warm. I just got out of the car. He said this casually. Xiaoying had messaged him, assuming he would not come, yet here he was, waiting for her at the door for several hours. 710710, the gate code, Xiaoying relayed to him. Although Qin Hanyue was already aware of the gate secret, he still pressed the doorbell every time he visited. Even tonight, having waited outside for an entire evening, he refrained from entering without permission. He understood that knowing the code did not grant him free access. Now that Xiaoying had willingly shared the code, it was akin to giving him the key to the villa, which held a different significance. All right, Qin Hanyue replied with a smile. The atmosphere fell into silence for a couple of seconds before he could not help but ask, you returned quite late. Was the matter resolved? He inquired subtly, and Xiaoying, not wishing to conceal anything, explained the situation. Xiaohe's mother had suddenly fallen ill. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanyue nodded slightly, remaining silent. He handed her a container of chicken soup, saying, this is the soup I made for you. Don't overexert yourself while tutoring your classmates. Xiaoying accepted it, asking, shall we sit inside for a bit? Qin Hanyue replied, no, it's too late. You should eat and rest early. All right, she acknowledged. Although their conversation seemed to conclude, Qin Hanyue lingered, hesitating to leave. They had not seen each other for over half a month, and now they found themselves at a loss for words, each harboring unspoken thoughts. Then I'll take my leave, he finally said. As Xiaoying stood still, watching his retreating figure, her lips moved slightly as if in hesitation. Yet, after a brief moment, she called out, Qin Hanyue. The moment she uttered his name, clarity washed over her. Qin Hanyue turned around, only to see Xiaoying striding towards him, her steps quickening until she stood right before him. Without warning, she grasped his tie and pulled him downward. Qin Hanyue leaned in, uncertain of her intentions. Before he could react, her delicate face came close, and her soft lips met his. His pupils dilated in surprise as his gaze locked onto her calm eyes. The scene was overwhelmingly intense, and Qin Yan's eyes widened to an unprecedented degree, nearly screaming in shock. The leader of the Blackwater had kissed the leader of the goddess armed forces right before him. Qin Yan's mind erupted in chaos, and in a moment of excessive excitement, he accidentally pressed the horn. Startled, He quickly withdrew his hand, feeling as if he might go mad. What if those two heartless individuals decided to dispose of him? Their breaths briefly intertwined before swiftly separating again, their lips merely brushing against each other like a dragonfly skimming water. Xiao Ying then turned and entered the villa. Qin Hanyue remained frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Not only was the person involved stunned, but Qin Yin was also left in shock, terrified. He never anticipated that the normally assertive third master would end up being the passive one. Had the roles reversed? Perhaps not entirely. This was indeed within the realm of the Black Water Leader's capabilities. When silence is broken, it can be astonishing, and the more Qin Yin contemplated, the more he found no fault in it. Miss Qiao, with her formidable presence, should undoubtedly keep Third Master in check, ensuring control over the Qin family. It was so sudden that Third Master might struggle to cope. Watching Qin Hanyue return with an air of normalcy, Qin Yin retracted his grin, his heart racing with excitement. Not even the thought of a potential reprimand from Third Master for his earlier horn blaring could dampen his spirits. Third Master had finally emerged from the shadows and was about to gain recognition. After 30 years, someone had finally kissed him, a cause for universal celebration. Alas, there were no firecrackers in the car, otherwise he would have surely set off a couple. This joy far surpassed his own romantic triumph. On the way back, had it not been for the need to focus on the road, Qin Yin would have pressed his face against the rearview mirror. In that mirror, a handsome face, taut with tension, revealed no outward signs of disturbance, save for the vacant gaze that betrayed his inner turmoil. Third Master, feel free to smile, don't hold it in. Qin Yin thought, having suppressed this sentiment for far too long. The two maintained a tense silence throughout the journey, observing the ever-composed Qin Hanyue. Qin Yin began to doubt whether the man had been rendered senseless by the shock. His lack of reaction was simply too strange. The car arrived at the Qin residence and came to a halt. Qin Hanyue opened the car door, stepped out gracefully, ascended the steps, and placed a hand over his heart as he entered the villa. Witnessing this gesture, Qin Yan's expression shifted. Was Third Master truly dazed all the way? Indeed, his calm demeanor was merely a facade. Although this reaction was exaggerated, it felt utterly genuine. There would be no sleep tonight. Tomorrow, he would gauge the severity of Third Master's dark circles to assess the extent of his excitement. The following day, Qin Yan eagerly awaited the results. As anticipated, upon seeing the dark circles under Qin Hanyue's eyes, he reflected on every sorrowful moment of his life, barely containing the laughter that threatened to erupt from his throat. A few days later, the exam results were released. Xiao scored 82 points, a significant leap. However, as he looked over the paper, his gaunt face showed no trace of joy. Xiao suggested, if it's too much, I can get you some sleeping pills. Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. Ever since that night, when Zhao's mother had a sudden health crisis, the situation had been dire, her condition deteriorating rapidly. Xiao had been experiencing some issues with his mental state. That afternoon, just before class, he received a phone call and abruptly exited the classroom. By the time Xiao noticed his absence, an entire class period had elapsed. After inquiring with classmates, Xiao hurried to the hospital. The following day, as dusk fell, a black Maybach with a license plate 51 came to a halt outside the Qin Group building. Qin Hanyue, engaged in a temporary meeting at the company, received a message from Xiao. I am downstairs at your company. He raised his hand to pause the meeting and, leaving behind his colleagues, proceeded to the elevator. As he descended, he stepped outside the company. A blonde woman was creating a scene at the front desk. Upon spotting Qin Hanyue, she immediately abandoned her post and approached him. Inside her car, Xiao gripped the steering wheel. It wasn't long before she saw Qin Hanyue exiting the building, followed closely by the blonde foreign woman. Xiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing her as the protagonist from Hui Chengdong's photograph. As Qin Hanyue reached her vehicle, he opened the passenger door and took a seat. The woman hurried to the car, tapping on the window and speaking in French. Mr. Qin, I truly like you. I waited for you all afternoon. The voice was somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the woman in Country C who had brandished a whip at her in Sac. Xiao quickly connected the dots, realizing that the woman from the carriage was indeed the same one who had left a trail of perfume on Qin Hanyue. She was the daughter of the casino owner, Smith, named Alice. Xiao remarked, you followed me all the way from Country C before starting the engine. Qin Hanyue asked, how did you know? You couldn't see at the time. Xiao remained silent. Do you want to greet her? He inquired, but Xiao dismissed the notion entirely. Nevertheless, Qin Hanyue cunningly lowered the car window. The woman outside felt a surge of joy, but when she looked down, she was surprised to see a girl in the driver's seat. She appeared somewhat familiar. Before she could clearly identify her, the vehicle accelerated away, leaving her engulfed in exhaust fumes. The black Maybach navigated through the steel forest, the vibrant lights outside blurring past. In the passenger seat, Qin Hanyue boldly gazed at Xiao, his previous subtlety replaced by a more relaxed demeanor. The current circumstances were a far cry from the past, aptly reflecting his situation. The memory of that night, when Xiaoying kissed him, had occupied Qin Hanyue's thoughts for several days, even disrupting his work. At this moment, the recollection was particularly vivid. Remembering the soft sensation, he couldn't help but smirk slightly, his gaze revealing a tapestry of emotions. "Why did you come to the company to find me?" Qin Hanyue asked. Xiaoying glanced at him, but remained silent. "Where are you taking me?" He then noticed the speed of the car was quite brisk, and her continued silence alerted him to her troubled mood. Thus, he refrained from speaking further, allowing her to lead the way. The vehicle left the bustling city and ultimately came to a stop by the seaside. As Qin Hanyue disembarked, the pungent, salty sea breeze enveloped him. Heightening his awareness of Xiaoying's emotional state, she did not favor the seaside. It became evident to him that this was not the date he had envisioned. The two walked silently side by side along the beach, leaving behind two long trails of footprints, one large and one small. Xiaoying remained reticent, occasionally glancing back at the inky depths of the sea, her heart burdened with unspoken thoughts. In the year they had known each other, this was the first time Qin Hanyue witnessed such a profound melancholy in Xiaoying, her emotions laid bare. He found himself torn between relief, concern, and regret. Relief that she was willing to share her feelings with him, concern for her well-being, and regret for his lack of understanding of her life. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, compelling him to speculate about what had transpired, yet his knowledge of Xiaoying's circumstances was woefully insufficient. His conjectures were like tangled balls of yarn, each thread revealing only a brief snippet of the whole. Then, Xiaoying spoke. Xiaohie's mother has passed away. She finally broke her silence. She had died yesterday and was cremated today. Xiaoying had just left the funeral home, and Xiaohie had already returned home. Qin Hanyue looked down at Xiaoying's impassive face, his heart suddenly a maelstrom of emotions. From the joy and surprise upon receiving her message and stepping into her car, to the concern that arose when he sensed her distress, and now, upon learning the cause, a profound sense of disappointment and frustration washed over him. He had not anticipated that Xiaoying's sorrow stemmed from the death of Xiaohie's mother. She had not reacted with such depth of feeling even upon learning of her own biological parents' demise. Previously, when she had been blinded by poison, he had pondered what event might provoke her to display even a modicum of anxiety or emotional fluctuation. So sudden, Qin Hanyue remarked. Xiaoying opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately fell silent. It was indeed sudden, given the circumstances surrounding Xiaohie's mother. One would expect that with treatment, she could have lived for another decade or so, if her body had truly reached its limit. Succumbing to illness would not have elicited such sorrow. However, Xiaohie's mother had taken her own life, concealing the medication she needed, deceiving the doctors, nurses, and even her son, enduring immense pain while witnessing the gradual ebb of her own life. She had clearly wished to live, could have lived, yet chose to end her life to spare her son the burden of her suffering. Xiaohie was devastated. Observing the silent Xiaoying, Qin Hanyue quietly walked beside her. After a while, he could no longer restrain himself. He took her hand, holding it firmly. He thought that in Xiaoying's eyes, he might appear as a gentleman, magnanimous and composed, yet he understood that such qualities were only directed towards her. He was acutely aware of his own nature, a complete faux gentleman, deeply calculating, vengeful, and lacking in compassion. He was not a generous person. In matters of his feelings for Xiaoying, he could offer her absolute respect, but he could not extend generosity. If it had been Xiaohie who had died, he could comprehend and accept her anguish. However, her sorrow over Xiaohie's mother stemmed entirely from her care for him. In matters of the deceased, such jealousy should not arise. Yet Qin Hanyue was not one to empathize easily, particularly with a rival. Fortunately, the kiss they shared that evening remained a source of solace for him. The sea breeze tousled their garments, and the contrasting silhouettes of the two figures were stretched along the shoreline. The seaside breeze was brisk, causing Qin Hanyue's suit jacket to fall upon Xiaoying. Suddenly, Xiaoying halted her steps. Qin Hanyue gazed at her and softly inquired, "What is it?" Xiaoying replied, "I will take you out for a meal." Qin Hanyue chuckled, his eyes brightening slightly. "All right." On their return, it was Qin Hanyue who drove the car. As the college entrance examination approached, Bai Xiao and Sa Ku, who stood vigil outside the school daily, could feel the palpable tension enveloping the senior students. Yet, 2 days prior to the exams, Xiaoying received a call from Yi Si. "Darling, that scoundrel Cheng Jinyan has been kidnapped. His father has even called me. I'm tied up here. Could you go check on him?" "When did this happen?" "It was over half a month ago that he was chased. He went silent yesterday. I just discovered it's the Wuma family behind this." "The Wuma family?" Yi Si chuckled. "Yes. Cheng Jinyan will surely be furious since he is the one captured while we three got into this mess together." Xiaoying asked, "Where did he disappear?" Yi Si responded, "He was last seen in Guyana." While Qin Hanyue was working overtime at the company, he received a call from Xiaoying. She stated directly, Cheng Jinyan is in trouble. I need to go abroad. I'm boarding in half an hour. My brother has his exams in a couple of days, so I'll rely on you. Qin Hanyue replied. Cheng Jinyan, are you heading to Southeast Asia? Knowing that Cheng Jinyan's father was a prominent figure in the Southeast Asian underworld, Xiao Ying clarified. He vanished in northern South America. Naturally, Qin Hanyue wished to accompany her, but if he left, Xiao Yi's safety would be compromised, especially with the imminent exams. All right. Take care of yourself. You need not worry about your brother, he assured. It may take a while. I've already spoken to him. He'll stay in the capital during the summer. Please keep an eye on him for these 3 months. Understood, Qin Hanyue responded. And also for Xiao He. Sure. I will contact Principal Zhang to keep tabs on his situation. Once the arrangements were made, Xiao Ying boarded her flight. 2 days later, the college entrance examination commenced. Xiao Yi was to take the exam at her own school, which was quite distant from both Xiao Ying's residence and the Qin family. Thus, Qin Hanyue booked a hotel nearby and brought Xiao Yi there the night before the exams. Sa Ku and Bai Xiao also checked into the hotel. During dinner, Qin Hanyue inquired with concern, "How are you preparing? There's no need to feel pressured. Gaining admission to Beijing University is just a matter of your effort." Previously, Xiao Yi would have felt immense pressure regarding the Beijing University entrance, but after a year of intensive problem-solving discussions with Xiao Ying over her phone, she felt confident. "I can pass," she affirmed. "Good. Rest early tonight," Qin Hanyue advised. The next morning, Qin Hanyue escorted Xiao Yi to school, reminding her to check her exam admission ticket before they departed. Several luxury cars accompanied them, all bearing consecutive license plates. Such a spectacle. Fortunate for the capital, where one could easily hit a second-generation official with a thrown brick. Otherwise, the soldiers at the school gate would surely intervene. "Don't be nervous. Just perform normally," Qin Hanyue reassured. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Chapter 233. The future brother-in-law accompanies his little brother-in-law to the exam. Qin Hanyue takes him back to the Qin family home. Once Xiao Yi entered the school, Qin Hanyue took out his computer to work. The hotel is in close proximity to the school, requiring merely 5 to 6 minutes of travel time under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, Qin Hanyue opted to wait at the school gate, for it is better to be cautious than to risk unforeseen complications. Inside the car, he conducted a morning meeting via his computer. Sack, the foreigner who is not particularly fond of studying, fails to grasp the significance of the Gaokao and Huagua. As his thoughts linger on Xiao Ying, who is abroad to save lives, Bai Xiao perceives his thoughts. "Do you wish to accompany the boss in saving others?" Yet Sack poses a question. Once Xiao Yi completes her examinations, will she return to M Continent? This year's competition is about to commence. Bai Xiao replies, "The boss is not participating this year, so what is there to see?" Sack remarks, "Civil cities are truly dull." After expressing his frustration, he inquires, once she finishes her studies, will she settle in M Continent? Bai Xiao, feigning ignorance, asks, "Who?" Sack retorts, "Who do you think?" Bai Xiao suggests, "When the boss returns, you may ask her yourself. However, I find it rather improbable. She is so formidable that it seems unlikely she would confine herself to a mere small place like M Continent." Noticing Sack's despondent demeanor, Bai Xiao comforts him. "Once the boss resolves her enmity with Shadow, you will be able to return to M Continent." Sack mutters, "Who says I want to go back? She is not returning." Bai Xiao, "What are you mumbling about?" Sack, "Can I bring her brother along?" Hearing Sack's tone as if he intends to take Xiao Yi on a trip, Bai Xiao chuckles helplessly. "You can certainly ask him." The morning swiftly passed, and after the first exam concluded, students began to emerge in succession. Xiao Yi evaded interviews and quickly hopped into the car. Observing that he appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting a satisfactory performance, Qin Hanyue refrained from pressing him for details, instead handing him a bottle of water. "Let us head back to the hotel for a meal." Thus, Qin Hanyue patiently waited at the school gate for 2 days. During this time, at every meeting, the core team members would see their chairman seated in the car, leading them to question whether he had arranged such a backdrop, given that the vehicle was not in motion. For 2 days, Qin Hanyue managed work from within the car, while several assistants, including Qin Yin, made trips back and forth to deliver documents. The other assistants were quite curious about which young master or young lady from the Qin family was so cherished, as Qin Zong personally delivered them to the examination and even waited for 2 days. The rumors of the third master's affection for his younger relatives were evidently true. Observing Qin Yin's expression, which seemed to convey that he knew everything, the assistants could not resist gossiping. "Assistant Qin, you are always by Qin Zong's side. Could you enlighten us about the identity of the student taking the Gaokao?" Qin Yin, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "Not a member of the Qin family." "Not a member of the Qin family? Could it be has the chairman secretly married and had a child? What are you thinking? At this age? That would not be plausible." The group chattered animatedly. Qin Yin wore a smirk, as if to say, "You will never guess, no matter how hard you try." The assistants pressed Qin Yin for answers, and he kept them in suspense. Eventually, they waved their hands, conceding, "Forget it, let us not inquire further. We should focus on work instead. It's best not to pry into Qin Zong's affairs. Assistant Qin might not even know. Qin Yan, I know. If you remain curious, I shall divulge. Whether I choose to speak or not is entirely up to me." Qin Yan caught up, wedging himself among them, and lowered his voice in a conspiratorial manner. "The one inside is, in fact, the future brother-in-law of the third master." The assistant's eyes widened. "Brother-in-law? Qin Yan, the future one. Thus, Assistant Qin, do you mean to suggest that our chairman is pursuing a certain young lady?" Qin Yan replied. "Could it possibly be a young man?" "Prudence, Assistant Qin, you risk tarnishing our chairman's reputation and image. What stature and standing does our chairman possess? Indeed, what celestial being would require our chairman to pursue them personally, and to such an extent, even delivering examination materials? I had not realized, Assistant Qin, that you possessed a sense of humor." Qin Yan retorted, "Do you not believe me? What you perceive is merely an illusion." The others scoffed, "Nonsense. Believing that would be absurd. Are we not to engage in our duties?" At that moment, Qin Yuchan and his father happened to pass by. The group turned in surprise and hastily greeted, "Vice Chairman Qin, Director Qin. Has the chairman been on a business trip these past few days?" The eldest of the Qin family glanced at Qin Yan. "No, Miss Qiao's brother is taking his college entrance examinations, and third master is assisting Miss Qiao with her preparations." A few assistants gasped in astonishment. Is there truly a celestial being? After completing her final exam, Qiao Yi emerged from the school, accompanied by a rather lovely female classmate who was chatting with her. This time, Qiao Yi could not evade the interview. A microphone was thrust before her, and she had no choice but to respond. "Has a family member come to support you during the exams?" the reporter inquired. "Yes," Qiao Yi replied. However, while others are accompanied by parents, family, or friends, a curious classmate beside her asked, "Did your family come all the way from Yunqing?" She glanced towards the cluster of parents. "Is your classmate from Yunqing?" the reporter asked. "No," Qiao Yi responded to the classmate. "What do you mean?" The girl pressed on. "I recall you being from Yunqing. Did your parents move to the capital?" Qiao Yi wished to ignore her and leave, but the classmate continued to chatter, even taking flowers from her parents to offer to Qiao Yi. "Here, for you." "I don't want them," Qiao Yi insisted, not intending to return. He caught sight of Qin Hanyue, Qin Yan, Sack, and Bai Xiao in the crowd, along with bodyguards, all watching him, holding the flowers. Qiao Yi felt exceedingly awkward and quickly made his way towards them. The classmate followed, asking, "Which university do you plan to apply to? Will you stay in the capital?" Her focus remained on Qiao Yi, and as they approached, she noticed several towering figures standing nearby. Startled, she looked timidly at them. "Do you know them, Qiao Yi?" A reporter, noticing Qin Hanyue standing out among the parents, rushed over with a microphone. Qiao Yi returned the flowers to the classmate, whispering, "Brother Qin, let us leave quickly." Qin Hanyue smiled. "Let us go." The classmate called out, "Qiao Yi, are you not going to say goodbye to your female classmate?" Embarrassed by the teasing, Qiao Yi felt his ears flush and remained silent. As he noticed several cars parked in the same spot as when they arrived in the morning, it seemed as though they had been in the same position just a few days prior. Qiao Yi couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Qin, did you not return to the hotel?" He glanced at Sack and the others. "The traffic can be quite congested, so we decided against returning to the hotel for lunch. We are heading home to eat. Everything is prepared," Qin Hanyue explained. Qiao Yi assumed that home referred to the villa where his sister, Xiao Ying, resided, but it turned out to be Qin Hanyue's home. As the vehicle entered the estate, Xiao Yi gazed in awe at the splendid scenery and the grand architecture nestled within it, feeling somewhat reserved. Occasionally, one might catch sight of the bodyguards patrolling back and forth. Having spent over half a year in the capital, Xiao Yi had come to grasp that the wealth in the capital was distinctly different from that in other provinces and cities. This villa district was undoubtedly the epitome of affluence. Was Brother Qin residing here? Xiao Yi instinctively wondered which building it could be. Qin Hanyue began to introduce each residence. "The one in front is where my elder brother lives. The adjacent one belongs to my nephew. The one on the left is occupied by my younger nephew, who is a year older than you and studying abroad. I will introduce you to him when he returns. The one further back is where my second brother resides." Xiao Yi couldn't help but glance at Qin Hanyue, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. He realized that this was not merely a villa district, it was the Qin family estate. Qin Hanyue continued, "That building over there is where my parents live, while the other bodyguards and servants reside elsewhere. The place we live is right in front." Xiao Yi responded, "It's quite spacious, as you can see. So even if you choose not to go out during the summer vacation, you will not find yourself bored at home." The vehicle navigated past the artificially constructed scenic lake in front of the villas before coming to a halt. Xiao Yi had seen fountains built in front of villas before, but this was his first encounter with a lake. Chapter 234, Cheng Jinyan's Torment in Northern South America, Suriname. The night enveloped the entire nation, and the stifling air gradually gave way to a hint of coolness, prompting people to venture out. Within the dilapidated, abandoned church, moonlight streamed through the gaping holes in the roof, illuminating the floating dust particles in the air. The crack of a whip shattered the stillness of the room. In the center of the church, a man was bound to a chair, his white shirt marred by gruesome lash marks, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. The moonlight poured down in beams, drenching him in its glow. He was bloodied and shackled, illuminated by the moonlight. As he gazed up at the immense cross that symbolized faith and freedom, another crack of the whip sliced through the air, adding yet another crimson mark to his shirt, the bloodstains stretching from his neck to encompass his entire chest. The sharp pain caused him to furrow his brow once more. After a moment, he regained his composure, his narrow, deep-set eyes peering at the woman wielding the whip before him. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle, a brief and soft sound that resonated in the vast, empty church, imparting an eerie gentleness and lingering warmth to the ears of those who heard it. His scholarly demeanor inadvertently revealed a calculated tenderness. Yet beneath this seemingly harmless facade lay a perilous nature. "What are you laughing at?" Wu Malia frowned at him. Exhausted from the torment, Cheng Jinyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he adjusted his breathing. "It's merely a sense of defiance. Today, young lady, I shall bring you to submission." Wu Malia raised her hand and struck again with the whip. Cheng Jinyan clenched his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. "Today, I shall grant you a chance for repentance." Wu Malia directed the whip towards the towering cross. Cheng Jinyan smirked, silently cursing under his breath as he looked at the colossal cross, finding the notion of repentance amusing. The more he pondered, the more he found it laughable. And amidst Wu Malia's furious gaze, he laughed louder and louder. It took him a while to finally stifle his laughter. "You, from the Wuma family, engage in wanton destruction and plunder. I act on behalf of justice. And you, a sinner, dare to judge me, the savior? Wuma Maria, nonsense. You dare to act without taking responsibility, coward. You have killed Wuma Lin. I demand your life in return today." Wuma Lin? Cheng Jinyan felt utterly perplexed. Subsequently, he was rendered speechless and, weary, remarked, "You pursue only me among 3 individuals, and now you lay this unfounded accusation upon me? Wuma miss, is your mind functioning properly? Such a foolish follower would surely frustrate the Almighty to the point of insomnia. Wuma Maria, how dare you mock me? I shall see to it that you suffer. Then I will dismember you to feed the leopards." She cracked her whip, ready to deliver a thorough lesson to him. Suddenly, a person rushed into the church. "Miss, the head of the family has sent word, demanding you release him immediately." Wuma Maria kicked her subordinate aside. "Get away from me," before she could swing her whip. Another person entered, speaking in hushed tones. "Miss, your 4th uncle requests that you hand this person over to him for punishment. He is on his way here and will arrive within an hour." Wuma Maria frowned in displeasure, stared at Cheng Jinyan on the chair for a moment, and commanded her subordinates, "You too, take him with you." Cheng Jinyan was led away from the church. As dawn broke, Cheng Jinyan groggily awoke from the chair, his arms numb from prolonged binding. The blood on his body had dried, and the wounds had adhered to his clothing, causing fresh blood to seep out with the slightest tug, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Cheng Jinyan examined the dilapidated little room where he was imprisoned. But before he could devise an escape plan, the door swung open. Wuma Maria entered, holding a piece of bread before Cheng Jinyan, mischievously taunting. "Do you wish to eat? If you do, beg me. If I am pleased, I shall reward you." Cheng Jinyan found her unworthy of his attention, incensed by his indifference. Wuma Maria seized Cheng Jinyan's face, attempting to force the bread into his mouth. When it wouldn't fit, she gripped his cheeks harder, incessantly compelling him to open his mouth. The bread was crushed, yet still failed to enter. Frustrated, Wuma Maria hurled the bread to the ground and stomped it into oblivion. "Let us see how long you can go hungry," she declared, storming out of the room, instructing her subordinates at the door, "Do not provide him with any food or water." Wuma Maria, still seething, returned to her quarters when an unwelcome subordinate approached with a report. "Miss, the 4th master is searching for us everywhere. Perhaps we should hand him over for punishment. He killed the 6th young master, and the 4th master will not rest until he exacts revenge. This man is of significant standing. The head of the family wishes to avoid conflict with his clan. If you kill him, the head will punish you." Mississippi Wuma Maria, inflamed with anger, kicked the incessantly chattering subordinate out of her room. "When has it ever been your place to instruct me in my affairs? Hurry and keep an eye on my uncle. If he finds us, I shall flay your skin." She had declared no food or drink, and Cheng Jinyan, bound and imprisoned for a day, felt utterly drained. The dire situation was worsened by the oppressive heat, causing his wounds to begin festering and inflaming. That evening, Wuma Maria returned, her kick against the door startling the drowsy Cheng Jinyan awake. As she beheld the disheveled Cheng Jinyan, Wuma Maria smiled with satisfaction, holding a glass of water. She approached him and brought it to his lips. Cheng Jinyan glanced up momentarily before lowering his gaze, cautiously parting his lips to take a sip. It tasted like salt, confirming her lack of benevolence. If he dared to spit it out, she would not hesitate to punish him severely. Undeterred by her threats, Cheng Jinyan opened his mouth wide and expelled the liquid, his brow furrowing in distress. Enraged, Wuma Lia drew forth a whip, submerging it in the brine before striking him with it. The saltwater-soaked whip lacerated his skin, drawing blood and eliciting a muffled groan from Cheng Jinyan, who bit down hard to stifle his cries of pain. The sting of the saline solution gnawed at the wound, causing him to gasp as his body trembled in agony. Wuma Lia unleashed 2 more lashes in her fury before declaring, "From this day forth, I shall whip you daily. Once you perish, I will summon your 2 companions and have them meet the same fate." With her ominous promise, she departed. In the dead of night, after 3 days of relentless torment, Cheng Jinyan succumbed to unconsciousness, his body at its breaking point. When he awoke, it was already midday the next day. Lying on the bed, he found his wounds had been tended to, dressed with salve and clothed in a fresh shirt. Yet, his hands and feet remained bound with coarse rope. His gaze fell upon Wuma Lia, who was seated at a table indulging in pastries. Upon noticing his awakening, she summoned her subordinate to assist him with water. The man was rather rough, hoisting Cheng Jinyan up and forcing water into his mouth as he pinched his face. This time, the water was untainted by salt, pure and clean. Chapter 235. Cheng Jinyan found himself pressed against the bed. Cheng Jinyan's shirt was soaked through, clinging uncomfortably to the salved wounds on his chest. Observing the mess he had made of the bed, Wuma Lia angrily commanded him to vacate. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. "Miss, the 4th master is here, and our men cannot hold him back." Wuma Lia was taken aback, taking 2 steps closer to Cheng Jinyan with a fierce warning. "My uncle is Wuma Lin's father. If you wish to avoid being dragged off to feed leopards, you had best behave and stay hidden here." With that, she yanked the blanket to stuff it into his mouth, attempting to silence him. Cheng Jinyan evaded her grasp, asserting, "I won't make a sound." Wuma Lia cast him a glance, instructing her subordinate to keep a close watch over him before she turned and exited the bedroom. Just as she closed the door, Wuma Lin's father burst in with his entourage. Wuma Lia, displeased, remarked, "Uncle, what is the meaning of this?" "Wuma Yu replied, "Lia, hand that man over. Your uncle intends to kill him in retribution for your brother." Wuma Lia retorted, "I have already released him." Wuma Yu's expression shifted abruptly, his anger flaring. "Released? Who permitted you to do so? He killed your 6th brother. How could you let him go?" Within the confines of the bedroom, Cheng Jinyan listened intently as Wuma Lia stood her ground against the intruder. Remaining composed, she stated, "My father instructed me to release him. I must heed my father's words. Should you have any issues, take them up with him." Wuma Yu's gaze shifted from Wuma Lia to the door of the bedroom, a flicker of suspicion gleaming in his eyes as he stepped forward to push the door open. At this moment, Wuma Lia remarked, "He is injured. He likely hasn't gone far and is certainly still in Suriname." Wuma Yu paused briefly. Wuma Lia continued, "He might even be in a nearby hospital. Instead of wasting time here with me, uncle, it would be wiser to send someone to bring him back and avenge 6th brother by severing his head. However, I must advise you to proceed with caution. He is not an ordinary person, and we wouldn't want to attract trouble for the family. Additionally, he possesses formidable skills, and I lost many subordinates trying to capture him." Wuma Yu fixed his gaze intently on Wuma Lia's eyes, and she met his scrutinizing stare. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment before Wuma Yu departed with his men. Once they were gone, Wuma Lia immediately returned to her room and commanded her subordinates, "Bring him to me." By the time Wuma Yu's men informed him that the individual was still in Wuma Lia's custody, she had already made her escape with him. Cheng Jinyan was taken to the border town of Albertana by Wuma Lia, a place teeming with all sorts of people. Cheng Jinyan discerned that this seemingly harmless yet fierce little girl might not actually intend to kill him. But he was acutely aware that Wuma Lin's father would not hesitate to do so, thus he complied throughout the journey. However, Wuma Lia, a spoiled heiress, was prone to capricious moods, having been influenced by her surroundings since childhood, and upon arrival at their destination, she unhappily lashed out at him with a few strikes. Devoid of reason, the new shirt Cheng Jinyan had donned was torn by her. Observing the blood staining his once pristine shirt, Wuma Lia felt a sense of satisfaction and temporarily spared him, even summoning a doctor to tend to his wounds. After his injuries were treated, Cheng Jinyan sighed and called out, "Hey, where are my glasses?" Squinting his eyes, noticing his unfocused gaze, Wuma Lia stepped closer and waved her hand in front of his face before leaning in to scrutinize his eyes. Cheng Jinyan replied, "I am severely nearsighted. Without my glasses, I'm as good as blind." Wuma Lia unsheathed a dagger, saying, "Since you're blind, perhaps I should simply gouge out your eyes." Cheng Jinyan countered, "Your uncle will be here soon. Are you certain you want to escape with a blind man?" Wuma Lia retorted, Why would I need to take you with me? If they catch up, I can continue to torment you. And once I've had my fill, I can let my uncle take your head. Cheng Jinyan inquired. Then why didn't you just hand me over to your uncle at noon? Wuma Lia replied defiantly. You are the one I captured. Why should I give you to him? Cheng Jinyan responded. Are you afraid that if I die, your Wuma family will have to answer to my father? Wuma Lia declared, a life for a life. Besides, why would you assume my family fears your father? Cheng Jinyan insisted. I didn't kill anyone. I merely burned down a few of your family's auction houses. If you don't believe me, you can ask that fellow named Wuma Yan. Wuma Lia shot back. Why should I believe you? Even if you didn't kill anyone yourself? It was undoubtedly your two friends who did. If you burned down my family's auction houses, I will ensure you are properly punished. As night fell, Wuma Lia emerged from the bathroom, having washed up and drying her beautiful long brown curls. Cheng Jinyan found himself bound to a chair in her room. Perhaps mistaking the glasses-less Cheng Jinyan for a blind man, Wuma Lia, clad in her nightgown, showed no hesitation in her demeanor around him. She dried her hair and climbed into bed, seemingly lowering her guard against the blind man, Cheng Jinyan. During the night, Wuma Lia was in a daze when a knife was pressed against her delicate neck. Bathed in moonlight, Cheng Jinyan's dark eyes were deep and bright, as if capable of piercing through the human soul. He hardly resembled a highly myopic blind man. Realizing she had been deceived, Wuma Lia felt a surge of anger. If you dare to move, I will sever your head and feed your remains to the leopards, Cheng Jinyan threatened, echoing her words. Wuma Lia was not easily intimidated. There was no fear in her eyes, only a fierce glare directed at him. With her people guarding outside, Cheng Jinyan leaned closer, lowering his voice. At such a tender age, you are quite charming, yet your heart is so vicious. Should I sever your hands first? Or whip you with salt water until your skin peels? Without his glasses and wielding a dagger, the righteous demeanor he once had was nowhere to be found. As Wuma Lia listened to his words, a shiver ran down her spine, and tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over. Cheng Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misjudged the situation, and leaned in closer to see clearly. Had he truly frightened her to tears? He had not anticipated that she was merely a paper tiger. Cheng Jinyan had no penchant for making young girls cry. Seeing her weep, he grew weary of wasting time, and planned to seize her as a hostage to escape. He reached out to pull her from the bed, but unexpectedly, the previously sobbing Wuma Lia suddenly sprang up, grabbing his arm, and pushing him back onto the bed. It was a trap. Women's tears were indeed deceitful. Cheng Jinyan had no intention of harming her, and he deftly avoided the dagger in his hand. Injured and in pain, he struggled as Wuma Lia, with some skill, managed to pin him down on the bed. A sharp breath escaped him. This little vixen had grabbed his wound. Clad in a nightgown, Wuma Lia straddled Cheng Jinyan, pressing his arms to the bed with her legs, and then viciously clutched his neck with both hands. The whip marks on his neck made her grip genuinely painful. Hearing the commotion, his subordinates rushed in with guns drawn. Miss. Cheng Jinyan found himself bound once again. Internally resigned, he mused, villains perish from excessive chatter. Fortunately, I am not a villain, or I would have met my end. Wuma Lia stood before him with a whip in hand. Daring to deceive me into thinking you are blind, I shall have your eyes gouged out. With that, she lashed down the whip, tearing into his flesh. Observing Cheng Jinyan's stoic silence, Wuma Lia felt a sudden ennui, as it did not satisfy her at all. Gazing at the seemingly refined, yet morally bankrupt Cheng Jinyan, an idea struck her. She eagerly instructed her subordinates, bring me several women. Chapter 236. Cheng Jinyan. Fine, I beg you. Wuma Lia, it won't help to beg me. Cheng Jinyan felt a sense of foreboding. Soon, 5 or 6 women, clearly professionals, were brought before him, the overpowering scent of perfume nearly overwhelming. Wuma Lia produced a thick stack of cash and tossed it to the women, instructing them to attend to Cheng Jinyan properly. Women are often swayed by the allure of wealth. Although this was her first encounter with such a situation, their psychological resilience allowed them to perceive these men as simply indulging in reckless play. Moreover, the man's striking appearance made them willing to engage without hesitation. They flocked around Cheng Jinyan, surrounding him on the chair. Several hands roamed over his body, and as they brushed against his wounds, he felt a mix of pain and revulsion. Bound tightly to the chair, with his legs restrained, he found himself unable to move. Suppressing his discomfort, Cheng Jinyan turned to Wuma Lia, who stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. You might as well whip me, he remarked, feeling unworthy of such lewd fortune. Wuma Lia smirked, her innocent face twisted with malice. Very well, just ask nicely. Cheng Jinyan gritted his teeth as his shirt was undone, revealing a body marked with whip scars. A woman leaned in from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering seductively in his ear. He closed his eyes, refusing to gaze upon the exposed flesh before him. Another woman boldly straddled his lap, attempting to loosen his belt, while yet another sought to kiss him. Cheng Jinyan turned his head away, avoiding the woman's crimson lips, and succumbed. All right, I beg you, please let them go. Wu Malia taunted, do you submit? I submit. He replied. It matters not that you plead with me, she retorted, leaving him seething with rage, vowing to seek revenge for this humiliation. As the women noticed Cheng Jinyan's lack of response, their expressions turned to one of disdain, prompting them to employ all their charms and flirtations to provoke him. Just as they were about to strip him of his pants, the previously composed Cheng Jinyan finally lost his temper. Get away, he shouted at the woman impatiently tugging at his legs. Startled, she withdrew her hand, only to feign innocence, pouting at his fierce demeanor. Dare to touch me and see what happens, Cheng Jinyan warned. The women, taken aback by his sudden outburst, hesitated and glanced at Wu Malia. She threatened, continue, or I will deal with you myself. Clearly intimidated by the armed and authoritative Wu Malia, the women resumed their actions. Cheng Jinyan's face darkened, radiating an icy aura. Observing his unyielding silence, Wu Malia's anger simmered as she suddenly commanded, get out of here. The women paused, bewildered by her outburst. With a whip crack against the floor, she reiterated, leave, all of you. If you don't, I shall make you regret it. Terrified, the women hastily gathered their clothes and fled. Cheng Jinyan regarded the unpredictable Wu Malia, contemplating whether she might be mentally unstable. Displeased with the outcome she desired, Wu Malia stormed out of the room in a fit of rage. Cheng Jinyan exhaled deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped dishonor. After more than half an hour, Wu Malia returned, dismissed her subordinates at the door, and headed straight for the grand bed. Cheng Jinyan, unafraid of death, called out to her, Miss Wu Ma, could you kindly ask someone to help me pull up my trousers? His belt and pants were undone, exposing his undergarments, and he was being watched by a group of people. He had never felt so humiliated, fortunate that there were no acquaintances around. If that rascal Yi Si knew, he would be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. Wu Malia remained unmoved, her gaze averted from him. In a room with only the two of them, his state was indeed indecorous. I wouldn't mind if you helped me, he added. Finally, unable to contain herself, Wu Malia glared at him, her eyes instinctively darting to Cheng Jinyan's lower half. She quickly turned away, clenching her small fists in indignation, threatening to sever Cheng Jinyan's manhood. Cheng Jinyan dared not ask for her assistance any longer. Perhaps the events of the night had not unfolded to Wu Malia's satisfaction, and she directed her fury towards Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan's injuries worsened with each passing day, undergoing torment repeatedly. Wu Mayu relentlessly pursued Cheng Jinyan, and after only a couple of days in their new hideout, Wu Malia relocated him once more. After several chases, Wu Mayu finally tracked them down. Wu Malia had just brought Cheng Jinyan to an abandoned distillery. There was no time to rest before Wu Mayu and his men arrived. The two factions confronted each other. Wu Mayu, evidently enraged by Wu Malia, became even more incensed upon seeing her pull Cheng Jinyan behind her. He raised his gun menacingly and declared, Leah, hand him over to me, and I shall overlook the events of these past days. Wu Malia retorted, hasn't my father informed you of his orders? Or do you intend to defy him? Wu Mayu's gaze turned fierce as he replied, even if your father were here today, I would still kill him to avenge your sixth brother. Hand him over, or do not blame your uncle for taking action against you. The atmosphere grew tense. Wu Malia clenched the whip in her hand, suddenly snapping it out to strike Wu Mayu's gun from his grasp. Then, she seized Cheng Jinyan and fled through the back door. Wu Mayu, furious, vowed to kill Cheng Jinyan for his son's revenge, and a gunfight erupted between the two sides. Wu Mayu's forces were overwhelming. Wu Malia's group fought while retreating, spilling out onto the street, where terrified passers-by scrambled for safety. Wu Malia and Cheng Jinyan blended into the fleeing crowd. The gunfire drew nearer, reverberating in their ears. Wu Malia pulled Cheng Jinyan behind a wall, drawing her own weapon to combat Wu Mayu's men. Untie me, Cheng Jinyan urged. You think I'll let you escape? Wu Malia countered. While she would not kill him, she would not let him go easily. Gripping his arm, she fought and ran, but suddenly a figure emerged from the right street, aiming at Cheng Jinyan. Wu Malia swiftly pushed him aside and shot the assailant. The two fled to the end of the street, having nowhere to hide, and Wu Malia's men dwindled in number as Wu Mayu closed in. Cheng Jinyan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Kill them all, Wu Mayu commanded. As his men raised their weapons to fire at them, Cheng Jinyan, hiding behind a billboard, dashed out, colliding with Wu Malia. The bullet grazed his scalp, and the two fell heavily to the ground. Just as they raised their guns once more at each other, a black SUV surged forward, positioning itself between them. With bullets ricocheting off its body, the windows shattered into countless fragments. Hua Jingyue, in the driver's seat, ducked down to evade the onslaught, while Qiao Ying, in the back seat, casually tossed out 2 grenades. The explosions erupted like thunder on flat ground, enveloping the area in smoke. Xiaoying flung open the car door, yanked Cheng Jinyan off the ground, and tossed him into the vehicle. Upon seeing the ghastly whip marks on Cheng Jinyan's body, Xiaoying frowned slightly and swiftly pulled Wu Malia, who had a long whip hanging from her waist, into the car as well. Despite her resistance, Xiaoying easily subdued her. By the time Wu Mayu and his companions realized what had transpired, their targets had already fled. Wu Mayu, in a fit of rage, commanded, "After them." Chapter 237. Xiaoying, are you picking out a grave for me? Hui Jingyue focused intently as she drove, anxiously inquiring, "Xiao, how is Lawyer Cheng?" Xiaoying swiftly cut the ropes binding Cheng Jinyan's wrists, responding nonchalantly, "Just superficial injuries. He won't die." She felt Cheng Jinyan's feverish forehead and noted the inflammation and decay of his wounds. Her gaze shifted to the back seat, where Wu Malia sat, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her cold eyes. Cheng Jinyan, feeling groggy, managed a bitter smile upon hearing Xiaoying's dismissive tone and remarked, "I think it's quite serious." Wu Malia, having been unceremoniously thrown into the car, struggled to rise. Her gun had been knocked away when Cheng Jinyan had shoved her aside. So she unfastened the whip from her waist, brandishing it threateningly. "Who are you? Let me out." A cold gun barrel pressed against her forehead. She locked eyes with the girl, who exuded an icy demeanor. The sound of a bullet being chambered accompanied a chilling warning from the girl. "If you wish to live, keep silent." Wu Malia fell silent, her eyes wide with fury. The Wu family held considerable influence in Suriname, and Wu Mayu was quite familiar with the area. Whereas Hu Jingyue was utterly lost, driving haphazardly wherever the road led. Soon, Wu Mayu's men caught up. Hu Jingyue glanced in the rearview mirror at the 5 or 6 pursuing vehicles, growing increasingly anxious. "They're gaining on us. There's nowhere to hide around here. What should we do?" She turned to Xiaoying for guidance, asking, "Do you still have any explosives?" Hu Jingyue was unaware of how Xiaoying had acquired such items, but she was more astonished by Xiaoying's audacity to use them. The explosions had nearly startled her to death. She had not even been forewarned. Xiaoying's boldness was remarkable. No wonder she was friends with Cheng Jinyan and had the respect of Cheng Dong. Xiaoying assessed the relentless vehicles pursuing them and surveyed their surroundings. They had long since exited the city and were now in the wilderness. Hu Jingyue's driving skills were inadequate, making it only a matter of time before they were caught. Xiaoying stood up, grasped the steering wheel, and motioned for Hu Jingyue to switch to the passenger seat, then took the driver's seat herself. Once settled, Xiaoying abruptly turned the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and without hesitation, veered the vehicle towards the pursuing car. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The vehicle behind had not anticipated the sudden turn, and in a reflexive attempt to evade, the driver swerved the steering wheel, only to be directly overturned by the off-road vehicle. Several occupants were left gravely injured. "Drive ahead and wait for me," commanded Xiaoying as she clutched her gun and exited the car. Hu Jingyue, regaining her composure, called out with concern, "Xiao, wait." Returning to the driver's seat, she gripped the wheel, uncertain of her next move, when she heard Cheng Jinyan's weak voice urging, "Let us go, wait for her ahead. Staying here will only hinder her." Hesitating momentarily, Hu Jingyue steeled herself and pressed the accelerator. After driving 100 meters, she halted the vehicle. Wu Malia, unwilling to remain, cast a glance at Cheng Jinyan before seizing the opportunity to flee. Hu Jingyue, too preoccupied to notice, kept glancing back anxiously for several minutes, her worry escalating. Torn between returning for Xiaoying and her concern for the injured Cheng Jinyan, she thought, "It's too dangerous for her alone. I must go back." After an internal struggle, the teacher resolved to return for Xiaoying. She had to go back. "Lawyer Cheng, your family should have also arrived in Suriname. If there's danger, hurry and drive away. Then contact them." Without waiting for Cheng Jinyan to respond, Hu Jingyue leapt from the vehicle and sprinted back. Not far into her run, she spotted Xiaoying approaching them. An ear-splitting scream shattered the air. Cheng Jinyan, struggling to exit the car, dragged himself toward the source of the sound. Xiaoying and Hu Jingyue rushed over as well. Not far off, Wu Malia sat on the ground, clutching her ears, her screams frantic and relentless. Following her gaze, they beheld a wild jaguar feasting upon a corpse. She continued to wail, seemingly in a state of shock, her eyes wide and unfocused. This was no act. Cheng Jinyan found it somewhat amusing. After days of threats to turn him into jaguar fodder, she now displayed such cowardice. Perhaps it was her first encounter with a jaguar. "Stop screaming." He attempted to pull her hands away from her ears, but she remained oblivious to his presence, lost in her hysteria, heedless of her own voices breaking. Xiaoying, dismissive of her theatrics, swiftly silenced her with a precise strike, rendering Wu Malia unconscious at last. Observing the now quiet figure, Cheng Jinyan sensed something was amiss. "What is wrong with her?" he inquired. "It appears to be a combination of congenital mental illness and a psychological response to trauma," Xiaoying diagnosed. Unable to contain her admiration, Hu Jingyue exclaimed. Qiao, you are impressive. Just 2 days prior, she had encountered Qiaoying alone, boldly proclaiming her intention to protect her. How naive she had been. 3 days later, in Southeast Asia, near the Myanmar-Thailand border, at the Chung residence. Chung Jinyan's recovery was swift. His fever had subsided, and his wounds were meticulously treated. Early one morning, as he dressed, a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in, he called out. A servant entered, escorting Hu Jingyue, who held a bowl of herbal medicine prepared by Qiaoying. Upon seeing Chung Jinyan dressing, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze faltered. Lawyer Chung, you're awake, she said. Chung Jinyan turned away to button his shirt. Good morning, Miss Hua. He greeted as the maid exited the room. Hu Jingyue stood by, patiently waiting for Chung Jinyan to finish dressing and don his glasses, holding out a bowl of medicine. She said, Lawyer Chung, the medicine is ready. Chung Jinyan accepted the bowl with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Hua. After drinking the medicine in a few swift gulps, he noticed Hu Jingyue reaching for a tissue to wipe his mouth, prompting him to quickly take it from her. Miss Hua, I can manage this myself. All right, she replied. Chung Jinyan observed her blushing demeanor and felt a slight headache. I truly appreciate your care these past few days, he expressed sincerely. Recalling how Hu Jingyue had attended to him during his fever, she waved her hand dismissively, smiling. It's nothing, Lawyer Chung. You needn't be so formal. Let's go have breakfast, he suggested. On their way to the dining room, they encountered Qiaoying. Chung Jinyan immediately quickened his pace to walk alongside her, lowering his voice to inquire. Where did you get this information? And how is this Miss Hua with you? Qiaoying responded. I ran into her while searching for you. Your father's call came through to Yi Si. Chung Jinyan had been kidnapped by Gu Yi and had gone silent since then. Qiaoying had searched around Gu Yi's vicinity and met members of the Chung family who were also looking for him, including Hu Jingyue. Concerned for her, Hu Jingyue insisted Qiaoying join them. However, accustomed to acting alone, Qiaoying, worried for Hu Jingyue's safety, decided to bring her along. Following the trail, Qiaoying had tracked down from Gu Yi to Suriname. In such a short time, from Gu Yi to Suriname? Only you could manage that. Chung Jinyan remarked with genuine admiration. This was not merely a journey between 2 cities or provinces, but across 2 nations, and she had done it single-handedly. What about Yi Si? Why did he send you while he stayed behind? Chung Jinyan asked. Probably to choose your grave, Qiaoying quipped. In the dining room, at an exquisitely crafted elongated table, Chung Jinyan's father, the formidable mob leader Chung Sheng, sat at the head. Qiaoying and Chung Jinyan were seated together, while Hu Jingyue sat alone on the opposite side. Although they had met the previous evening, Mr. Chung, stern yet commanding, exuded an air of authority that made Hu Jingyue feel intimidated, despite his amiable demeanor towards them. The mere presence of such a mob boss was enough to instill fear, especially since she had feelings for his son, which only amplified her nervousness akin to a shy bride meeting her in-laws. In contrast, Qiaoying remained utterly relaxed, undeterred by the imposing atmosphere, eating and drinking as she pleased. Hu Jingyue admired Qiaoying's psychological fortitude, thinking that even after countless encounters with Mr. Chung, she would still feel apprehensive in front of such an elder. Unbeknownst to her, it was also Qiaoying's first meeting with Chung Jinyan's father. Chung Jinyan served a beautifully plated steak in front of Qiaoying. Would you like some red wine to accompany it? He inquired. Hu Jingyue gazed enviously at the steak, yearning for Chinese cuisine instead. Qiaoying, noticing her longing, pushed the steak towards Hu Jingyue and said, Miss Hua, why don't you give it a try? Hu Jingyue felt overwhelming gratitude, almost moved to tears, wishing she could embrace Qiaoying and plant a kiss on her cheek, yet she maintained an air of composure. This was perhaps not ideal. Chung Jinyan remarked, I have been fortunate to have Miss Hua's care these past few days. It's merely a plate of steak. As long as Miss Hua does not mind my poor cutting skills, I am content. Hu Jingyue exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? Chung Jinyan said no more and continued to cut the steak, lowering his voice to gossip with Qiaoying. Is there any progression between you and Qin Hanyue in these past few months? Qiaoying replied, what are you expecting? Chung Jinyan countered, he harbors ulterior motives towards you. You are well aware, yet show no resistance. I refuse to believe there is no story developing. Qiaoying responded, you are being ridiculous. Chung Jinyan continued, just recently, the car accident you were involved in stirred nationwide turmoil. Your classmates, unaware of your capabilities, unanimously believe that Qin Hanyue hired a hacker to resolve the situation. The nature of your relationship is common knowledge throughout the school. Qiaoying quipped, being pursued and still having the leisure to watch the news. It's no wonder you were caught. Chung Jinyan glanced at the two whispering together and politely called out to Hu Jingyue. Miss Hua, are you a teacher? The unexpected question left Hu Jingyue both anxious and pleasantly surprised. You may simply call me by my name or Little Hua. Yes. I am a lecturer in the law department at Beijing University. Chung Jinyan nodded. In the law department, you and Xiao Yin are considered colleagues. Chung Jinyan took a bite of steak and leisurely chewed, saying to Qiaoying, I have no particular opinion on Qin Hanyue. He is barely a match for you. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. However, the matter with Yi Si will not be easy. He should brace himself. Xiaoying shot back. Damn your father. Cheng Jinyan's father, who was conversing with Wu Jingyue, perked up at the comment and discreetly glanced at Xiaoying. A martial artist naturally possesses keen hearing. Xiaoying, unfazed, sipped her coffee, demonstrating a remarkable composure akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a landslide. Mind your own business. Cheng Jinyan struggled to suppress a laugh, the wounds on his body pulling painfully with each attempt to avoid his father's gaze. Cheng Jinyan's father admonished. One should not speak while eating, discuss matters after the meal. Cheng Jinyan replied, stifling a chuckle. Yes, father. After finishing their meal, Cheng Jinyan intended to take Xiaoying out for a stroll. Although she had visited the Cheng residence before, it had been several years. However, he was summoned to the second-floor reception room by his father. In such a serious setting, Cheng Xing shifted focus to his son's personal affairs. You are no longer a child. Speak, which of these two young ladies do you prefer? Just as Cheng Jinyan was about to explain, he regarded his father's serious demeanor and curiously retorted, which one do you prefer? Cheng Sheng candidly replied, the younger one. She is bold, unfazed, and better suited for our family. Cheng Jinyan raised a hand to touch the back of his neck, thinking, Yi Si would have to slay me. In Yi Si's eyes, no one was worthy of Xiaoying, even as a close brother. To entertain such thoughts was akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Cheng Sheng pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Take her. Cheng Jinyan was both amused and exasperated. You are overthinking it. My relationship with Xiaoying is not as you imagine. We are like siblings, bound by life and death. You must have a fondness for her. I can inquire if she would be willing to accept you as her godfather. Cheng Sheng, frustrated, remarked, such a waste of potential. He then asked, and what is the matter with Miss Hua? Cheng Jinyan replied, I have only met Miss Hua twice. We are not well acquainted. Cheng Sheng continued, she could not reach you, sought you out at your law firm, and upon discovering your absence, traveled great distances to gather news of you, even pursuing you to South America, and ultimately saved your life. Cheng Jinyan responded, I shall express my gratitude appropriately. But you cannot expect me to pledge my life to her. Cheng Sheng scoffed, how ungrateful. Hu Jingyue was strolling about the Cheng residence with Xiaoying. Have you been to Lawyer Cheng's home before? Yes. Is your father always so courteous to everyone? I did not meet him during my last visit. Upon hearing this, Hu Jingyue felt a surge of admiration. Your composure is remarkable. Frankly, I find Lawyer Cheng's father somewhat intimidating. Xiaoying, perplexed, wondered what there was to fear. He is just a person. What is there to be afraid of? Hu Jingyue sighed, feeling a pang of melancholy. Xiao, do you think my assertiveness is inappropriate? Am I being too forward? Don't men prefer girls who are more reserved? Reflecting on Qin Hanyue's even bolder advances, Xiaoying earnestly replied, I think it's quite good. Hu Jingyue's spirits lifted, filled with determination. Indeed, one must take the initiative to create a story. By the way, where is Lawyer Cheng's mother? Hu Jingyue inquired with curiosity. She has passed away. Upon hearing this, Hu Jingyue immediately changed the subject, turning her curiosity to Xiaoying about Cheng Jinyan, eager to learn how they had met and developed such a close bond. We met through a lawsuit, Xiaoying replied. The matter intertwined with a previous life and related to grave offenses, and she typically spoke little truth. Hu Jingyue felt that the more authentic the tale, the more unbelievable it seemed. Cheng Jinyan emerged from his father's presence, opting not to seek out Xiaoying, but instead heading elsewhere. He made his way to the basement. Upon arrival, the guard at the entrance respectfully greeted him. Young master. Open the door, Cheng Jinyan commanded. Inside the room, lined with instruments of torture, Wu Malia was bound to a chair, her gaze fixed on Cheng Jinyan as he entered. Cheng Jinyan met her murderous stare. How does it feel to be hungry? He asked, holding a plate that contained a loaf of bread. Wu Malia ignored him. Cheng Jinyan squatted before her, smiling as he held the bread. If you plead with me, and I find your request amusing, I shall reward you. This was a phrase Wu Malia had once used with him, now returned verbatim. Chapter 239, Donning Glasses and Feigning Pretense. Xiaoying, kneel and thank me. Wu Malia glared at him furiously. I would rather starve than beg you. Starve? How fortunate that would be. Cheng Jinyan retorted as he set the bread aside. Rising to retrieve Wu Malia's whip from the table, he brandished it, creating a sharp sound, while admiring the various instruments of punishment adorning the walls. I intend to soak your whip in salt water and strike you mercilessly each day. Rest assured, after each session, I will summon a doctor to tend to you, ensuring your demise is not so swift. Now, let me ponder what else I can do. Cheng Jinyan paced behind Wu Malia. Oh, it has come to mind that you kindly provided me with numerous women, so I certainly cannot treat you unfairly. Wu Malia's expression shifted subtly. Cheng Jinyan stepped back in front of her, brandishing a whip, his hands clasped behind his back. leaning in closer with a mischievous grin. Considering your femininity, I shall be magnanimous. What type do you fancy? I will select according to your preference, ensuring your satisfaction. Wuma Leah felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart the visage before her. Suddenly, she tilted her head back and, gathering her strength, without warning, she crashed her head forcefully against Cheng Jinyan's. A dull thud echoed as he staggered back 2 steps, his head ringing as if his very soul were about to be dislodged from his body. For a brief moment, Cheng Jinyan experienced a bout of dizziness and tinnitus. Steadying himself before observing Wuma Leah, whose eyes brimmed with tears from the pain, her forehead reddened, biting her teeth in silence, her eyes and nose flushed. Cheng Jinyan raised a hand to touch his reddened forehead, muttering under his breath, "Little lunatic." Wuma Leah retorted, "Do not intimidate me, sir. If you intend to kill or torture, do so swiftly. I am not afraid of you." Cheng Jinyan replied, "Why the haste? The instruments of torment on the wall are prepared for you. Once I have utilized each on your person, I shall drag you off to feed the leopards." Upon hearing the phrase "feed the leopards," Wuma Leah trembled slightly. "I am my father's most cherished child. Should you dare treat me so, my father and family will not let you off easily." Cheng Jinyan scoffed, "Your father and family cherish you? I fail to see any evidence of that. In Suriname, your uncle even sought your death. Had I not saved you, you would have perished long ago." Seeing Wuma Leah fall into a silence, Cheng Jinyan continued, "Your family is devoid of empathy, committing heinous acts without a trace of compassion, willing to turn against their kin for selfish gain. Only you, little lunatic, remain ensconced in your own world. I cannot fathom the ideologies your family has instilled in you to produce such a little madwoman." As Cheng Jinyan spoke, he suddenly noticed tears welling in Wuma Leah's eyes, prompting him to lean closer once more, though with caution, wary of receiving another blow. Having learned from the previous encounter, he approached with trepidation. Wuma Leah glared at him defiantly. Cheng Jinyan picked up a piece of bread from the ground, confiscating Wuma Leah's whip, threatening, "Today, I am in a good mood and will spare you. Next time, it may not be the same." Cheng Jinyan sought out Xiaoying, only to find her in the company of Hu Jinghua. He donned his glasses and turned to leave. "Young master," before the master departed, "he instructed that you deal with that Wuma family member," his father's right-hand man conveyed. "Understood," Cheng Jinyan acknowledged. That evening, Cheng Jinyan returned to the basement where Wuma Leah was confined, whip in hand. Just as he exited the elevator and was about to approach, he heard commotion from the torture chamber. Quickening his pace, he rushed over to find his father's men holding a gun to Wuma Leah's head. She glared defiantly at her captors, her face and eyes betraying no hint of fear. "Stop!" Cheng Jinyan commanded just as his subordinate was about to pull the trigger. With a sudden stride forward, he seized the handgun, questioning sharply, "Who authorized you to act on your own?" Cheng Jinyan's expression darkened. "Young master, I was executing the orders of the master. This woman has harmed you so grievously that her very existence warrants retribution. I will handle this myself. Take your men and leave," Cheng Jinyan retorted, tossing the gun back to him. "Understood." After they departed, Cheng Jinyan turned his gaze towards Wuma Leah, who glared back defiantly. Cheng Jinyan mused to himself, "She certainly does not fear death." Abducted from South America to Southeast Asia, Wuma Leah had endured considerable suffering along the way, having been confined for an entire day and night, leaving her lips chapped and peeling. Cheng Jinyan summoned a guard from outside to bring water. Yet, when the water was brought to her lips, Wuma Leah remained unmoved. Irritated, Cheng Jinyan remarked, "There is no salt in it." Instead of expressing gratitude, Wuma Leah turned her face away. Cheng Jinyan then forcefully grasped her face, rudely compelling her to open her mouth. Stubbornly, she refused, and despite his efforts, they struggled in vain for a considerable time. He could not pry her mouth open. Reluctantly, he increased his grip, finally managing to force her lips apart. Wuma Leah resisted drinking, splattering water everywhere, and after a difficult struggle, when he finally managed to pour a sip into her mouth, she promptly spat it back onto his face. Before Cheng Jinyan could react, she bit down hard on the hand that held her chin. He winced in pain, and his subordinate instinctively moved to retaliate against Wuma Leah, but a mere glance from Cheng Jinyan halted him. Cheng Jinyan handed the nearly empty cup of water to his subordinate, and, with his freed hand, seized Wuma Leah's chin once more, forcing her to release his hand. Observing the blood drawn from his palm, leaving a deep bite mark, he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. It was he who had been injured when he was bound, and now, even in her captivity, it was he who bore the wounds. Cheng Jinyan cursed under his breath, "Little madwoman, perhaps I should have extracted your teeth first." "Forget it, don't drink." Cheng Jinyan ascended from the basement. He intended to return to his room, but encountered Hu Jinghua, who was admiring the view in the corridor. "Lawyer Cheng." Attempting to conceal his injured hand while dabbing at it with a handkerchief, Cheng Jinyan subtly hid his discomfort. adjusting his glasses with the other hand and offering a courteous smile. Miss Hua, are you still awake? To his surprise, Hua Jingyue's keen eyes caught on to him. What happened to your hand? Are you injured? And why is your shirt wet? Cheng Jinyan replied, I'm not injured. I accidentally spilled some water. Hua Jingyue remained suspicious. Cheng Jinyan, not allowing her further contemplation, added, I must return to my room now. Miss Hua, do rest early. All right, good night. Good night, Miss Hua, Cheng Jinyan responded. Meanwhile, Xiaoying returned from her stroll, observing the polite and composed Cheng Jinyan and inwardly scoffing. What a charade. Where have you been, Xiao? Hua Jingyue inquired. Addressing the returning Xiaoying. I was just taking a walk, Xiaoying replied. Did you go with Lawyer Cheng? Nothing happened, right? I thought I saw blood on his hand. This is the Cheng family's territory. Nothing untoward could occur, Xiaoying assured her. Hua Jingyue felt relieved but then hesitated before asking. Xiao, shouldn't we change Lawyer Cheng's bandages tomorrow? Do you want to see? Hua Jingyue was once again defeated by Xiao Ying's intelligence and candor. You win. Xiaoying replied. Wake up early to watch tomorrow. Hua Jingyue covered her mouth in excitement. You are truly wonderful, classmate Xiao. The next morning, Cheng Jinyan found himself the center of attention. The task of changing his bandages was not handled by Xiaoying, but rather by the Cheng family's private physician. Xiaoying sat on the sofa with Hua Jingyue, sipping tea. While Xiaoying watched television, Hua Jingyue's gaze wandered, her cheeks occasionally flushing. Cheng Jinyan remarked, I had no idea you cared so much about me, even staying by my side for the bandage change. Xiaoying quipped, you should kneel in gratitude. In chapter 240, Xiaoying observed, he is quite proactive. The little madman added, did you really feed it to a leopard? Hua Jingyue mustered her courage to rise from the sofa and softly inquired. Is there anything I can assist with? Cheng Jinyan quickly replied, having a doctor is sufficient. Miss Hua, please remain seated, fearing she might approach. Disheartened, Hua Jingyue returned to her seat. Classmate Xiao, may I ask how you usually interact with Mr. Qin? Is he more proactive? Hua Jingyue, at a loss for guidance, sought Xiao Ying's insights. After all, Qin Hanyue was significantly more aloof and challenging to engage than Cheng Jinyan. Xiaoying, who spoke little, reflected on how two reticent individuals could maintain such a harmonious relationship. They were a chairman and a student. What common ground could they possibly share? What did they converse about? Xiaoying instinctively recalled that there seemed to be no grand shared experiences between them. She found their dynamic rather mundane, yet immensely comfortable. With a calm demeanor, she replied, he is quite proactive. Hua Jingyue was taken aback. Although it was evident that Qin Hanyue was pursuing Xiaoying, she didn't expect him to be so wholeheartedly invested in courting a girl. The image was beyond her imagination. So, has Mr. Qin succeeded? Hua Jingyue inquired with curiosity. Where there is effort, there is reward, Xiaoying replied cryptically. Hua Jingyue understood. It seems I must also strive harder. Cheng Jinyan had confined Wu Malia for 2 days and nights, during which she had refused to eat anything. Save for the time, he forcibly gave her water. Even when on the brink of fainting from hunger, she stubbornly refused Cheng Jinyan's food. It was clear she would rather starve than relent. Indeed, she was an individual of extreme and obsessive temperament. When Wu Malia awoke, she found herself bound and placed on a bed, and 4 needles attached to her hand. Administering nutrients. What? Do you intend to starve yourself to death? At such a young age, you treat life so lightly. Have you witnessed too much death? Wu Malia ignored Cheng Jinyan, who stood by the bed. Considering your youth, if you plead with me, I might contemplate sparing you. Yet, Wu Malia remained unresponsive. Did you not claim your father cherishes you most? Are you not afraid of hurting his heart should you perish? Suddenly, Wu Malia erupted in fury. Do not mention my father. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Cheng Jinyan smirked. So, you are disappointed in your father? With such an extreme nature. Did your mother have no objections to how he raised you? Wu Malia's expression darkened, as if her deepest vulnerabilities had been exposed, and she coldly warned Cheng Jinyan. Do not speak of my mother. However, for Cheng Jinyan, who has shed his disguise and revealed his true nature, the negotiation is far from straightforward. Cheng Jinyan chuckles softly as he drags a chair over and sits down. Comfortably crossing his long legs, he adopts a relaxed posture, intertwining his fingers. His tone is light, yet the words he utters are profoundly infuriating. I apologize. I have a penchant for pricking at people's sore spots, especially when it comes to adversaries, inflicting both physical and emotional wounds. With a facade of virtue, he is, in reality, a beast in human clothing. Under the murderous gaze of Wu Malia, Cheng Jinyan casually begins to unearth painful memories. What happened to your mother? Since you are your father's most cherished child, he must have loved your mother dearly as well. Did she perish, or did she part ways with your father? Or perhaps she abandoned you for him? Wu Malia retorts, enough. It appears that things are indeed dire. I have come to know a thing or two about your Wu Ma family. I am aware that your father has many women. Was your mother one of them? Wu Malia's emotions flare. Silence. Was she a victim in a rivalry for affection, or did she cause harm to your father's other women, leading him to eliminate her? Cheng Jinyan is not just an attorney. He also holds a psychologist's qualifications. He studies Wuma Lia's eyes, analyzing the shifts in her expressions. Upon hearing the last question, Wuma Lia's demeanor shifts dramatically. Noticing her change, Cheng Jinyan instinctively tempers his demeanor, his thoughts on the verge of surfacing, yet they seem too outrageous and cold-hearted. Nevertheless, he cannot resist saying, "Could it be that your father fed her to the leopards?" His words strike Wuma Lia's heart like a malevolent echo, tugging at her very nerves. Suddenly, she falls silent, her eyes glazed as she stares into the void, as if her soul has been abruptly extracted. Cheng Jinyan, recognizing her distress, resumes his normal demeanor, momentarily shedding his predatory guise. Just as he is about to call her name, Wuma Lia erupts in a fit of madness, screaming, "Ah!" Cheng Jinyan's expression shifts, and he disregards the need to protect his eardrums. Wuma Lia seems ensnared in a dark recollection, her vision clouded with terror. The guards, alerted by the commotion, rush in. "Young master." Yet Cheng Jinyan pays them no heed, standing to assess Wuma Lia's condition. "What is wrong with you?" She continues to scream frantically. "Hey, little madwoman, little madwoman." He gently pats her cheek, but she appears oblivious, lost in her relentless cries. The situation grows increasingly alarming. Cheng Jinyan promptly instructs his subordinates to summon Xiaoying. Upon her arrival, a swift injection quiets Wuma Lia. Cheng Jinyan observes her unconscious form and inquires of Xiaoying, "What is her condition?" Xiaoying replies, "She will awaken shortly." Cheng Jinyan presses further, "What was that outburst about?" Xiaoying casts him a knowing glance. "Shouldn't you be the one to answer that?" "What provoked her?" Xiaoying, well aware of Cheng Jinyan's true nature hidden beneath his glasses, knows all too well. Cheng Jinyan is rendered speechless. Recalling that during their time in Suriname, Xiaoying had mentioned her condition as a hereditary mental illness compounded by psychological trauma. The father took the mother to feed the leopards. Even for Cheng Jinyan, who grew up in the ruthless underworld, witnessing such brutality felt utterly inhumane and a complete obliteration of humanity. What kind of psychological perversion could drive someone to drag their own wife to be devoured by leopards, all while forcing their daughter to witness the horror? Following this incident, Cheng Jinyan refrained from visiting Wuma Lia for 2 days. Eventually, members of the Wuma family came to demand her return. A considerable number of them arrived, led by Teng Yin and Wuma Yin. Cheng Jinyan chuckled derisively, "Demanding someone? Do you think that is feasible?" Wuma Yin maintained a cordial smile and spoke in a pleasant tone. "You burned down our Wuma family's auction house first and took many lives from us. My younger sister was captured by you, and you, in turn, captured her. The losses suffered by my family are considerable, yet we are willing to overlook them. Just allow me to take my sister, and we shall settle our debts, ensuring that our families remain at peace henceforth." Cheng Jinyan replied, "I admit to burning your auction house, but your people came to us willingly. As for the one named Wuma Lin, his death has nothing to do with me. Wuma Lia tormented me for days. My restraint in not killing her directly is already an act of mercy. You think it's that simple for you to take her away?" Wuma Yin inquired. "Then what do you propose?" Cheng Jinyan, seated in his father's position, casually faced Wuma Yin standing in the center of the hall. "Once I have sufficiently vented my frustrations, I will consider my mood." Chapter 241, 3 Knives and 6 Eyes. Xiaoying, I'm heading to M country. Why not, Mr. Cheng? Propose a condition? I believe you, Mr. Cheng, possess great magnanimity and wouldn't wish to make things difficult for a mere girl. Wuma Yin maintained his pleasant demeanor, appearing very amiable. Cheng Jinyan, however, looked upon him with disdain, even contempt, stating, "The belongings of your Wuma family would be deemed filthy, even if offered to me for free." Wuma Yin, seemingly out of options, then offered, "If Mr. Cheng seeks revenge, I am willing to exchange myself for my sister's release. I also hope that Mr. Cheng can show mercy and spare my life." Cheng Jinyan scrutinized Wuma Yin, who wore a sincere expression. "You share a deep bond with your sister? She has never mentioned you." Wuma Yin forced a smile. "If I cannot bring my sister back, I will face death upon my return. Saving her is also a means of saving myself." Cheng Jinyan's narrow eyes behind his glasses remained fixed upon him. Wuma Yin continued, "Lia's father instructed her to return you to Mr. Cheng after learning of her capture, not wishing to bear enmity with your family. It was merely Lia's youthful ignorance. The ones pursuing you thereafter were led by Wuma Lin's father, Wuma Yu. To my knowledge, Lia never intended to hand you over to Wuma Yu, indicating she has no true malice towards you." Cheng Jinyan remained unmoved. Just as Wuma Yin was at a loss, Cheng's subordinate entered to inform him, "Young master, the master has returned." Cheng Jinyan maintained a facade of composure, casting a glance at Wuma Yin before instructing his subordinate, "Bring her here." Soon, the feeble Wuma Lia was brought forth. Upon seeing Cheng Jinyan, Her eyes burned with a desire to tear him apart. Wu Ma Yin called out, Leah. However, upon seeing Wu Ma Yin, there was no expression of joy or relief on Wu Ma Lia's face. She did not even acknowledge him. Wu Ma Yin, thank you, Mr. Chung. Lia, let us depart. Just as Wu Ma Yin was about to leave, Cheng Jinyan's father entered the hall. Hold on. His deep, resonant voice exuded an undeniable authority, and Mr. Cheng's icy gaze commanded respect. Upon seeing his father, Cheng Jinyan rose to his feet. At that moment, Xiao Ying and Hu Jinghua also arrived. Teng Yin smiled at Xiao Ying, greeting her. Miss Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. However, Xiao Ying retorted, you were the one who killed Wu Ma Lin, weren't you? As her words fell, Mr. Cheng Jinyan, and Wu Ma Lia all turned their attention to Wu Ma Yin, plunging him into a precarious situation. Teng Yin, appearing bewildered, replied innocently, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Miss Xiao. Wu Ma Lin is my cousin. Xiao Ying, observing the unfolding drama, remarked, what are you afraid of? If you eliminate Wu Ma Lia, no one from the Wu Ma family will be left to know. Hu Jingyue's heart raced as she glanced at Xiao Ying. Was she inciting this man to murder Wu Ma Lia? Being in the home of a gang leader, Hu Jingyue initially felt a sense of camaraderie with Xiao Ying, but now she felt entirely out of place. Teng Yin responded, Miss Xiao, we have our grievances, but I have aided you in Country C. Is it not too cruel to put me in such a perilous position? At this moment, Cheng Sheng interjected, there is no need for further discussion. Since we are here, no one shall leave. Cheng Jinyan replied, Father, allow me to handle this. Cheng Sheng glanced at his son, reluctant to contradict him in front of so many onlookers, and thus conceded, if they wish to take someone away, so be it. This woman has harmed you, and she must pay the price. If we simply return without resolution, the Cheng family might as well abandon this Southeast Asian venture and return to farming at home. Wu Ma Yin inquired, what does Mr. Cheng imply? Cheng Sheng replied, let us adhere to the rules of the underworld. 3 cuts and 6 stabs. Hu Jingyue tugged at Xiao Ying's sleeve and whispered, do you know what 3 cuts and 6 stabs entails? Xiao Ying replied nonchalantly, you will see shortly. Cheng Jinyan subtly furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Wu Ma Yin received a dagger from one of his subordinates, and, in a conciliatory tone, asked, may I take Lia's punishment in her stead? Before Cheng Sheng could respond, Wu Ma Lia interjected, there is no need. She snatched the dagger from Wu Ma Yan's grasp, raised it, and plunged it directly into her delicate arm. The dagger pierced her flesh, and blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Wu Ma Yin exclaimed, Lia. Hu Jinghua gasped, covering her mouth, her face pale. Wu Ma Lia winced in pain, gritting her teeth as she forcefully withdrew the dagger, only to plunge it into her arm once more. All present watched in astonishment. Although they had witnessed punishments before, it was their first time seeing a young girl endure such a fate. One could not deny her courage and fortitude, as she remained silent throughout the ordeal. Wu Ma Lia was drenched in cold sweat, her clothes quickly soaked through, her hands trembling. After a prolonged moment of agony, she bravely extracted the dagger once again and drove it down once more. This time, with a surge of determination, she yanked the dagger free. Blood sprayed forth, splattering her sweat-drenched, pale face. 3 blades and 6 eyes, 3 blades and 6 gaping wounds. Hu Jinghua was taken aback. Wu Ma Lia clutched the dagger tightly in her hand, casting a deep gaze at Cheng Jinyan, her eyes betraying an indescribable mix of hatred and something else. Finally, cradling her blood-soaked right arm, she turned and walked away. At that moment, Teng Yin glanced at Xiao Ying and suddenly remarked, Miss Xiao, one must exercise caution in friendships. His tone was laden with meaning, his gaze inscrutable, as if he were sincerely warning her about something. Xiao Ying narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Teng Yin for 2 seconds. Before the dagger slipped from her sleeve into her palm, she lifted her foot, ready to approach him. Teng Yin, sensing danger, turned to leave. Xiao Ying halted, staring at his retreating figure. The matter concerning the Wu Ma family had been resolved. Xiao Ying said to Cheng Jinyan, I will be going to M Country tomorrow. The pool of blood left by Wu Ma Lia reflected in the lenses of Cheng Jinyan's glasses. Hu Jinghua expressed her concern, Lawyer Cheng, are you all right? Cheng Jinyan withdrew his gaze and first addressed Hu Jinghua, I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Miss Hua. He then turned to Xiao Ying and inquired, do you have something to attend to? Xiao Ying replied, I need to obtain a medical license and retrieve some items. Cheng Jinyan nodded slightly, understood. He cast one last glance at the door before regaining his composure and continued conversing with Xiao Ying. Have you spoken to Yes? Just as Wu Ma Yin settled into the car, he wished to inquire about Wu Ma Lia, only to find himself confronted by the bloody dagger pressed against his neck by Wu Ma Lia. Hearing her erratic breathing, she demanded, who killed Wu Ma Lin? Wu Ma Yin responded, I was sent out to find someone when Wu Ma Lin died. It was one of his subordinates who informed me that Cheng Jinyan had visited with friends shortly before Wu Ma Lin's death. Wu Ma Lia retorted, you had better not be lying. If I find out you were the one who killed him, I will certainly take your life. Wu Mayan insisted. He is my cousin. How could I ever harm him? Wu Malia snapped. Just a cousin. What makes that impossible? Wu Mayan replied. Enough, Leah. I do not wish to debate my innocence at this critical juncture. Your hand is bleeding profusely. We must tend to it immediately, or you risk severe complications from blood loss. Wu Mayan took the medical kit from the driver, looking at her mangled arm with a pained expression. You have always been stubborn. Allow me to bear the pain for you. Wu Malia, however, was ungrateful. You are unworthy. Wu Mayan said nothing more and carefully began to bandage her wounds as the car sped toward the hospital. Wu Malia's eyes were filled with disdain for Wu Mayan. After a while, she coldly inquired, Did my father only send you to rescue me? Wu Mayan replied, Yes. Wu Malia fell silent thereafter. Chapter 242. In M Country, Yes orchestrated a grand reception. Wu Malia returned to the Wu Ma family, dragging her injured arm. Suppressing her fear, she arrived at the place where her father kept his leopards and indeed found him indulging in merriment with two women while observing two leopards fighting in a cage. Leah is back, her father said dismissively. With her arm wrapped in thick bandages, she received not a single word of concern from him. She was supposed to be his most beloved child. His complete lack of worry and the fact that he had only sent the useless Wu Ma-yin to rescue her filled her with a tumultuous mix of love and resentment. Upon seeing his daughter standing there, seemingly reproaching him with her gaze, the father finally glanced at her again, only to utter words of reproach. When one captures a foe, they ought to eliminate them without leaving a trace, rather than allowing matters to escalate to such a degree that they become irreparable. Wu Malin was not killed by him. The identity of Wu Malin's murderer was of little concern to the father. His sole focus was on whether his daughter had conducted herself adequately, without bringing trouble to the family. Wu Malia, my fourth uncle nearly killed me. Understood, Leah. Return home and rest early. Wu Malia observed her father continuing to laugh with the woman, while the victorious roar of a nearby leopard echoed in her ears. She dared not look at the leopard, instead clenching her fists tightly as she fixed her gaze upon her father. In a certain international airport in Country M, the terminal was densely populated with well-equipped bodyguards clad in black, their orderly presence exuding an intimidating aura. This display frightened the other individuals who had come to greet arriving passengers, rendering them hesitant to approach, as they feared disturbing the imposing figures. At the forefront stood a young, alluring man with half-tied hair, his mixed heritage bestowing upon him a countenance reminiscent of a masterful oil painting. Upon Zhou Ying's arrival, she felt no surprise at the sight before her. The moment Yi Si spotted Zhou Ying, a radiant smile illuminated his face, and he opened his arms wide, striding forward to request an embrace. However, as he drew near, Zhou Ying callously tossed her backpack into his arms. Yi Si caught the bag, eager for more. Zhou Ying, I'm leaving. Yi Si was brimming with emotion. Darling Zhou Ying, I'm hungry. Upon hearing this, Yi Si instantly grabbed his backpack and hurried after her. We're heading home. Everything is prepared, all your favorites. Exiting the airport, countless luxury vehicles filled the streets. An overwhelming sight dominated by opulence and black-clad bodyguards. It was often remarked that this individual's entourage was more extravagant than that of a president, especially for a simple pickup. Yi Si approached a car, opening the door for Zhou Ying. The convoy set off towards Yi Si's residence. Darling, did you bring me a gift? Yi Si patted Zhou Ying's backpack resting on his lap. Zhou Ying, my clothes, do you wish to wear them? Yi Si playfully inquired, can I keep them? Zhou Ying, how about blowing up your collection room instead? Yi Si, sure. As long as it makes you happy. The convoy gradually entered a private estate. To the left lay an endless expanse of meticulously manicured gardens, imparting a sense of being ensconced in a forest, while to the right sprawled a verdant golf course. In front of the luxurious villa, a long line of servants awaited. Zhou Ying alighted from the vehicle, walking in as if she were home. Confidently making her way to the dining room, where more servants stood in two neat rows. Yi Si handed Zhou Ying's backpack to a servant, instructing them to place it in her room upstairs and to purify the air. At the dining table, two places had been prepared, and without hesitation, Zhou Ying seated herself at Yi Si's designated spot. The rows of servants broke into a cold sweat at the unexpected display. Yet, Yi Si felt no disquiet, for that seat had been prepared expressly for Zhou Ying, and he comfortably took his place at the side. Yi Si, filled with joy, uncorked several meticulously chosen bottles of exquisite wine, each a rare collection piece, exorbitantly priced, all for the purpose of allowing Zhou Ying to savor a variety. Darling, cheers. Here, try this dish I have meticulously crafted to cater to your preferences. I am certain you will adore it. What do you think? Xiao Ying nodded appreciatively. Not bad. Yi Si beamed with delight. Then I shall not return home. I will have this chef prepare meals for you daily. Recently, Yi Si's appetite had waned, but upon seeing Xiao Ying today, it immediately improved, and he indulged in a hearty meal alongside her. Xiaoying continued to eat. While Yi Si rested his chin on his hand, his starry eyes fixed on her, a broad smile illuminating his face. How is your father's health? Xiaoying inquired. Thanks to you, my dear, he is doing well. I am also in the process of obtaining your medical certification, Yi Si replied. I will visit your father tomorrow. Xiaoying stated. Yi Si leaned closer. Are you going to meet your in-laws? I am meeting your mother, Xiaoying retorted. Yi Si chuckled. My mother rushed back from Washington last night upon hearing you would be here. She has prepared gifts. Get lost, Xiaoying replied playfully. Years ago, Yi Si's father had suffered from a critical heart condition, and no one dared to perform the surgery. Xiaoying took the operating table, and her medical certification was granted only after the surgery succeeded. She had merely intended to acquire her certification through that operation, but ended up entangled with Yi Si. And it was through that surgery that their current relationship blossomed. Shouldn't you express concern for Cheng Jinyan? Xiaoying prompted. Yi Si's expression shifted to one of realization as he asked, that rascal is still alive? He is recuperating at home, Xiaoying replied. Yi Si grinned mischievously. He was injured? He got beaten up, Xiaoying clarified. Yi Si laughed. I shall video call him shortly. What about the computer I left at your place? Xiaoying asked. It is secured in my room's safe. I regularly charge and check it. It remains intact and untouched, Yi Si assured her. What have you stored in your computer? He inquired. My iris, Xiaoying answered. Yi Si, surprised, soon broke into laughter. I knew I was the person you trust the most. After their meal, Xiaoying retrieved her computer and, upon entering her password, encountered layers of security to access her previously recorded iris scan. Yi Si, curious, asked, Are you planning to create an iris crystal? Without her iris, her home would be difficult to access, especially since she needed to retrieve some items. Without her iris, the safes would remain locked. I intend to implant it, Xiaoying declared. Yi Si gazed into her beautiful eyes. Although enchanting, they paled in comparison to those from her previous life, which he had grown accustomed to. Yi Si nodded. Give me some time. I will make the arrangements. As the time for the college entrance exam results approached, Xiao Yi's scores had yet to be released, but it was expected that she would rank among the top 30 in the province for science. Spending half a day, Xiao Yi emulated her predecessor, Xiaoying, and hacked into the official examination bureau's website in the capital. Bai Xiao and Sack stood behind her, peering at the screen. Isn't this illegal? What if we get caught? Bai Xiao remarked. Just as he spoke, a problem arose. The firewalls of the capital's official examination bureau were significantly stronger than those of Yun City, and Xiao Yi's skills were lacking, leading to her discovery. In a flurry, she sought out Qin Hanyue, who effortlessly resolved her predicament and praised her. You have made considerable progress. Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, it was revealed to Xiao Yi that she shared a passion for the computer science major, having learned a few rudimentary skills from Xiaoying. Consequently, Qin Hanyue took it upon himself to assume the role of her instructor in place of Xiaoying. During this period, Xiao Yi diligently studied hacking techniques under Qin Hanyue's guidance. Upon receiving her results, which amounted to an impressive score of 718, Xiao Yi felt quite satisfied, as it aligned closely with her own expectations. She promptly called Xiaoying to share her joy. The following day in the United States, Xiaoying first visited Yi Si's parents, primarily to assess the health condition of Yi Si's father. A few days later, she obtained her new medical license, and her eyes were implanted with the Blood Shadows iris crystals. At that moment, Xiaoying stood before one of her residences in the U.S., a seaside villa perched on the edge of a cliff, a design of her own creation, constructed by a renowned architect. The villa predominantly featured a streamlined aesthetic, with an unrestrained facade that exuded a sense of freedom, incorporating extensive use of glass and metal, thereby imparting a distinct technological ambience. Inside the villa, technology abounded. By means of iris recognition, Xiaoying unlocked the front door. As she stepped inside, the previously serene atmosphere of the villa stirred to life, with a diligent robotic vacuum busily at work. In the grand hall, a holographic projection materialized, displaying dynamic data while confirming Xiaoying's identity through iris recognition. Subsequently, a custodian robot, clad in a soft ivory hue, descended from the second floor via the elevator and approached her. Yi Si's voice resonated from the robot. Master, you have finally returned. Xiaoying felt a surge of annoyance. Change back to your own voice. Yi Si, in his eccentricity, had surreptitiously recorded his voice into the system, and every time she attempted to delete it, it reappeared. It had become a recurring theme every time she returned home. The robotic butler promptly complied. Understood, master. It swiftly switched to a different voice. The villa was immaculate, devoid of any dust. Despite the absence of warmth and the stark coldness that suggested it had been uninhabited for the past 2 or 3 years, it was hard to discern. Xiaoying utilized iris recognition to access the elevator leading to the basement on the first floor. A gray robot awaited her outside the elevator. After recognizing her iris, it permitted her entry. Upon entering, She beheld an expansive open space, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the breathtaking sea stretched out before her, basking in the bright sunlight. The glass effectively muffled the sound of the waves, rendering the interior blissfully silent. The gray robot inquired, "Shall I open a window, master?" Xiaoying stepped out of the elevator. "No need." The gray robot continued, "Would you like me to turn on the television, master?" Xiaoying replied curtly, "Be quiet." Traversing through the hall, Xiaoying arrived at the only room. After iris recognition, she entered and proceeded to unlock a safe using the same method. She retrieved her black card along with her medical license from her previous life, which bore her likeness. The name inscribed was Seely. After a brief glance, she tossed the medical license into her bag. She then descended to the second level, which was yet another expansive area. As the elevator doors opened, she was greeted by rows of meticulously parked luxury cars, predominantly supercars, each one embodying the dream vehicle of Hua Qingdong. If Hua Qingdong were here, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. Given a bowl of rice, he could reside here for eternity. Xiaoying took out her phone and snapped a few photos of her garage, sending them to Hua Qingdong with the message, "Which one do you like? I will supplement it as your birthday gift." Last time, she had neglected to prepare a birthday present for him. Before Hua Qingdong could respond, she selected a car from the array and instructed the gray robot, "Please bring this car up. I intend to drive it myself." The gray robot complied, "Understood, master." Xiaoying then ascended to the third floor, where she was greeted by a black robot. This level resembled an entire arsenal, with walls adorned with an array of weapons and various bizarre explosives of her own creation. It was her favorite floor. In her previous life, she often found solace here, sipping drinks and reveling in the company of these objects, which provided her both physical and mental satisfaction. Approaching a wall, she picked up a handgun and fired several shots at a distant target. Gazing at the arsenal, she mused that Qin Hanyue, being an arms dealer and weapon manufacturer, would likely find her collection intriguing. Perhaps she should invite him to see it someday? Just as she indulged in her pastime, Hua Qingdong, who was sound asleep at home in the dead of night, was abruptly awakened by his phone. Cursing under his breath, he noticed it was a message from Xiaoying and promptly fell silent. Upon opening the message, he rubbed his eyes, clicked on the photos, and after a moment, his eyes widened in shock as he sprang upright from his bed. The slumber he had been in vanished instantly. Before long, Xiaoying received a video call invitation from Hua Qingdong. Having just finished her shooting practice, she opted not to proceed to the fourth and final level where she created explosives. Returning to the second floor with her phone in hand, she found Hua Qingdong staring wide-eyed at the screen, utterly speechless at the sight of the row of sports cars. "Wow, sistering, are you in paradise? Quickly tell me where this place is. I want to come. I want to live here. I want to die here." He leapt out of bed and dashed into his wardrobe, searching for clothes to change into. "I'm abroad," Xiaoying replied. Hua Qingdong paused. "Which country?" "I'm coming." Ignoring him, she pressed, "Do you want a car? Hurry and choose." "Yes, of course. But sistering, first tell me, are you planning to buy it from me, or?" Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. "Buy? This is my garage, not a dealership." Hua Qingdong gasped, his mind racing. He recalled their first meeting in Yun City when Xiaoying had mentioned that she had two of his car model in her garage. With a flurry of thoughts vying for expression, Hua Qingdong finally managed to utter the most pertinent one. "Sistering, may I marry you? I don't want a dowry or bridal gifts. You needn't worry about me. Just bring me back here and let me drive these cars." Xiaoying retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You've got a bad case of the runs." Upon uttering this, she found herself at a loss for words, realizing that spending too much time with Hua Qingdong had rubbed off on her civility. Hua Qingdong, unwilling to concede, shouted, "Damn it! Why does that old man Qin Hanyue have such good luck?" Emerging from the garage, Xiaoying returned to the ground floor. The robotic butler announced, "Master, fresh ingredients have been ordered and will arrive shortly. Lunch will be ready for you by noon." After enjoying a meal at home, Xiaoying made adjustments to several robot systems before departing. She drove her sports car through the bustling city center, taking in the sights after a long absence from Country M. Yixi had left early, though not for the office. The Arctic Fox mercenary group was embroiled in numerous complications, and Yixi contemplated severing ties with them along with Team 791, the most formidable faction within the Arctic Fox. However, such a move was not without its challenges. While lost in thought, the sound of engines roared nearby, and several sports cars emerged on either side, racing alongside Xiaoying. The owners of these vehicles were young, predominantly blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals. They whistled and shouted flirtatious remarks at Xiaoying, revving their engines in playful exuberance, an unmistakable representation of youthful bravado. Xiaoying, uninterested in their antics, pressed the accelerator to gain speed. Yet, the group enthusiastically pursued her. In the jungle of steel skyscrapers, the chase continued. Xiaoying, disinterested in engaging with them, accelerated further in an effort to shake them off. After creating some distance, She instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and recognized the driver of a green convertible. A fleeting recollection surfaced in her mind, prompting her to ease off the throttle. The pursuing cars gradually caught up. The green convertible positioned itself on her left, and its driver shouted in English, "Hey, beautiful, want to join us?" This was the same individual who had persistently harassed her moments earlier. Xiaoying took another glance at the driver before deftly navigating the steering wheel with one hand, using the other to send a message to Yi Si. "Where are you?" Yi Si, amidst a tense meeting, felt his icy demeanor thaw upon reading Xiaoying's message. He replied, "At the Arctic Fox headquarters, dealing with the same old issues. Is everything all right, darling?" Xiaoying responded, "What is the progress?" Yi Si replied, "These old men only want to extract benefits from me before they relent. I'm preparing to confront them head-on." Upon reading his message, Xiaoying felt a surge of inspiration. The driver of the green convertible continued to yell invitations, attempting to entice her to join their revelry. Xiaoying pressed the gas pedal once more, creating distance between them, only to deliberately ease off again to allow them to catch up. After several rounds of this playful taunting, she successfully provoked their ire. Amidst the shouts from the green convertible's driver, Xiaoying raised her middle finger in defiance, further igniting their anger. The driver rallied his companions to surround her. Xiaoying maneuvered her car toward a crowded square, ensuring there would be plenty of witnesses. After a brief pursuit, she was ultimately intercepted, surrounded by several sports cars. The owner of the green sports car, cursing vehemently, exited the vehicle and approached with the intent to drag Xiaoying out. However, before his hand could reach her, she deftly twisted his arm and forcefully pulled him back into the car. His arm became trapped against the door, and as he felt the sharp pain in his ribs, he let out a cry. "What's your name?" Xiaoying inquired calmly. The man continued to curse profanely. Unfazed, Xiaoying exerted more force in her grip. The pain contorted his face as he gasped, "Lucas." That name seemed familiar to Xiaoying, and she promptly dialed Yi Si's number. "What's wrong, darling?" Yi Si answered. "I recall there's a high-ranking member in the Arctic Fox named Landon, who has a contentious relationship with you. Does he have a son named Lucas?" Upon hearing this, Yi Si cast a discreet glance at Landon, who was seated across from him, maintaining his composure. "That's the old scoundrel who has been targeting me. Why do you ask about his son? Why is it so noisy on your end? Is something wrong?" "Oh, I've been captured by his son here at Times Square. Please negotiate for my release," Xiaoying replied before hanging up and releasing Lucas. Yi Si, holding his phone, raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Then, he began his strategy. His expression suddenly turned frosty as he directed a piercing gaze at Landon, who was reveling in his perceived advantage, thinking of snatching some lucrative opportunities from Yi Si. Confused by the intensity of Yi Si's glare, Landon inquired, "Gavin, is there something you need?" The others present turned their attention to the tense atmosphere surrounding Yi Si. Seemingly agitated by Landon's feigned innocence, Yi Si cursed under his breath, rising abruptly with an imposing presence. "You dare question me?" Landon, bewildered, responded. "I don't understand what you're saying." Feeling a shift in the air, Landon's demeanor subtly changed. He wondered if Yi Si had unearthed some incriminating evidence against him. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by Yi Si's darkened expression, and they began questioning him about the unfolding situation, casting accusatory looks at Landon. At this critical juncture, what misdeeds had Landon committed? Consumed by rage, Yi Si paid no heed to their inquiries, his gaze fixed menacingly on Landon. "Old man, if you dare lay a hand on my woman, know that nothing angers me more than threats. Your despicable tactics will not go unpunished." Landon sat there, bewildered, unable to respond before Yi Si continued. "If anything happens to my woman, I swear I will end your son's life. Don't think that a mere 791 will save you. I will dismantle the entire Arctic Fox." His eyes swept over the high-ranking members of the organization. The crowd appeared taken aback, realizing they had no part in this chaos. Without giving them a chance to react, Yi Si kicked over a chair and strode out, leaving the group in stunned silence. One individual finally asked, "Landon, what is going on?" Landon, utterly perplexed, immediately contacted his son to inquire about his actions. It was then revealed that his son had captured a Chinese girl in Times Square, inadvertently providing Yi Si with a reason to retaliate. The other executives wore grim expressions, chastising Landon for his incompetence. Whether it was indeed Landon's folly or a trap set by Yi Si had become irrelevant, the consequences remained the same. In Times Square, Lucas and a few companions, bruised and battered, had managed to subdue the Chinese girl and were planning to take her back for some ill-spirited amusement when he received a phone call from his father, demanding an explanation. Bewildered, Lucas pondered how such a minor incident had reached his family's ears so swiftly and why his father was in such a furious state. He glanced at the Chinese girl in his car, contemplating her origins. "Fool," Zhou spat, provoking Lucas, just as he hesitated whether to release her. A surge of rage overcame him. He resolutely decided against her release, vowing to take Zhou Ying back for torment, letting his companions have their turn before selling her off. At that moment, dozens of luxury cars surged from all directions, encircling them, followed by a deluge of over 100 black-clad bodyguards. Upon spotting Yi's, Lucas exclaimed, "Gavin." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yi's approached menacingly, delivering a swift kick that sent Lucas sprawling to the ground, crashing heavily and feeling as if his insides had been upended, clutching his aching stomach. He looked up in terror to see Yi's concern for the Chinese girl in his car. By the time Landon arrived with his men, Lucas had already been effortlessly taken away by Yi's. Upon returning home, Yi's was in high spirits. "Darling, how did I perform?" You should have seen the bewildered expression on Landon's face back at headquarters. "I couldn't help but laugh as I came to your rescue," Zhou Ying remarked. "He should be arriving soon. Should I put on some makeup to enhance your conversation?" Yi's replied, "Sweetheart, you are more professional than I am. Why don't we venture into the entertainment industry together? With our talents and looks, we could certainly make a splash. I've even conceived a script, an utterly mindless romantic drama, where we profess our love for 50 minutes in a 50-minute episode." Zhou Ying quipped, "I'll play your elder relative." Yi's teased, "Forbidden love? Do you enjoy such thrills?" "I'm even more excited now." Zhou Ying contemplated how she might end him. Chapter 245. Are you feeling jealous, darling? The trio gathered for a banquet. Shortly thereafter, Landon arrived to search for his son. Upon entering the hall, he found Yi's tenderly comforting the Chinese girl on the sofa, who appeared to have endured significant distress. The Arctic fox scrutinized Yi's every move, recalling how Yi's had orchestrated a grand spectacle at the airport to welcome a Chinese girl. Evidently the same one. This realization deepened Landon's unease. He had assumed Yi's was merely exploiting the opportunity, but was now confronted with the reality that his son had truly captured the heart of someone special. Yi's fury spiked upon seeing Landon. He seized a gun from one of his subordinates, loading a bullet and aiming it directly at Landon. "Old man, you really dare to come here?" Landon instinctively recoiled, aware that everyone in the Arctic Fox knew Yi's to be a fearless lunatic. The situation had truly escalated. He was genuinely willing to resort to gunfire and could indeed dismantle the entire Arctic Fox organization. Landon hurriedly stated, "I have come to apologize to Gavin and this young lady. Today's incident was my son's fault. Lucas is still young and naive. I implore Gavin to show leniency and forgive him this once." Landon could hardly contain his frustration towards his inept son. As the most formidable faction within the Arctic Fox, the 791 Legion had long been desired by Yi's to separate from the Arctic Fox. He had expressed this intention to the higher-ups of the Arctic Fox, who, naturally, were unwilling to allow Yi's to take this power away and become the sole authority, which would jeopardize their standing in the M country. They insisted that Yi's either abandon this notion and manage the 791 Legion within the Arctic Fox or leave empty-handed, relinquishing the 791. Alternatively, they demanded an equivalent exchange for it. They had their eyes on many of Yi's powers and had recently concocted numerous troubles to test Yi's patience, hoping that he would consent to an exchange. They were well aware of Yi's temperament and were hesitant to provoke him directly, knowing they had little assurance of success. Unexpectedly, Lucas's blunder shattered the stalemate and provided Yi's with an opportunity. Yi's remarked, "Since your son is still a child and you are unable to discipline him, he shall remain with me, and I will take it upon myself to educate him before returning him to you." Landon understood Yi's intentions all too well. He nodded slightly. "I comprehend. I will return to the Arctic Fox and discuss with everyone to provide you with a satisfactory solution as soon as possible." Yi's replied, "I lack the patience for such matters. Within 2 days, if you cannot meet my expectations, you may as well pray for the birth of another." Landon maintained a stoic demeanor but dared not provoke Yi's wrath. Once Landon departed, Yi tossed the gun back to his subordinate, settled comfortably onto the sofa, and took a segment of peeled orange from the fruit platter, offering it to Qiao Ying. "Darling, how would you rate my performance just now?" Qiao Ying evaded the question. Taking a sip of water from the table, Yi popped the orange segment into his mouth. "How much influence does Landon wield in the Arctic Fox?" Qiao Ying inquired. Yi responded, "It's decent. He holds a senior status, and, being somewhat of a fence-sitter, has cultivated numerous connections within the Arctic Fox. They are already hesitant to provoke me, and today's incident only heightens their fear of my impulsive reactions. Rather than prying something from me, they would prefer Landon to dig into his own pockets to purchase the 791 Legion for me. That old man is about to be heavily extorted by the Arctic Fox. He will merely serve as a backdrop henceforth." Yi chuckled, lifting his chin and leaning closer to Qiao Ying with a grin. He praised, "It's all thanks to you. Darling, with your intervention, I've been spared considerable trouble. I had initially contemplated severing ties with the Arctic Fox altogether." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked earnestly, "Darling, you weren't too caught up in the act, were you? Did that scoundrel Lucas take advantage of you?" His gaze turned cold. convinced that if Xiao Ying confirmed this, he would swiftly eliminate Lucas. If Landon cannot take advantage of me, then there's no way Lucas could, Xiao Ying replied. Rising to head upstairs, Yi Si inquired with a sense of urgency, am I to be taken advantage of by that old man? My dear, will you avenge me? Xiao Ying, her expression devoid of emotion, responded with resignation, I will. 2 days later, Landon appeared, racing against the clock. As Yi Si had anticipated, Landon, out of his own pocket, relinquished considerable authority to purchase the 791st Legion for Yi Si. Observing Landon's disheveled state, with his beard entirely white, Yi Si could not help but burst into laughter right before him, unable to contain himself for even a moment longer. This brazen display nearly caused Landon to choke on his indignation. Yi Si ordered for Lucas to be brought forth, instructing Landon to take him home, while reminding him to discipline the boy properly. Witnessing Yi Si's smugness, Landon's anger surged as he berated his inept son once they were in the car. To completely sever ties with the Arctic Fox, there were still numerous clandestine connections to manage and transition. It was evident that the process would not be seamless. Thus, Xiao Ying decided to wait until Yi Si had resolved all matters before departing. After a few days, a dozen servants arrived, each carrying high-end evening gowns. Yi Si announced, My dear, there is a banquet tomorrow night. Xiao Ying replied, I shall not attend. But you must. I have arranged everything. Gowns, headpieces, jewelry, shoes, brooches, hairstylists, and makeup artists, Yi Si implored. Xiao Ying retorted, Go find your female companions. Yi Si immediately leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with delight, and asked, My dear, are you jealous? Xiao Ying chose to ignore him. Despite Yi Si's persistent coaxing throughout the day, Xiao Ying remained unmoved. The following day, as evening approached, Yi Si, impeccably dressed and ready for the banquet, awaited in anticipation. At that moment, a car pulled up outside the villa, and a figure emerged. Cheng Jinyan's voice preceded him. Yi Si, you old miser, did you only send one car to pick me up? What a stingy fellow. As he approached and observed Yi Si's formal attire, Cheng Jinyan lifted Yi Si's jacket to inspect. You've gone to great lengths. I suppose I can forgive you for dressing up to welcome me. However, upon receiving a glance from Yi Si, who mischievously inquired, What brings you here? I sent a car for you, didn't I? Please tell me you didn't take a taxi to save face. Cheng Jinyan was taken aback. Yi Si dismissively swatted Cheng Jinyan's hand away. Don't dirty my clothes. I need to accompany my dear for a dance tonight. Cheng Jinyan asked, Where to? To a banquet, Yi Si replied. What about my outfit? Cheng Jinyan protested. Yi Si instructed a nearby servant, Take him to my wardrobe and let him choose something. Cheng Jinyan, feeling slighted, exclaimed, You didn't prepare anything for me? You expect me to wear old clothes? You're such a sexist. Yi Si retorted, I discard outfits after wearing them once. Have you ever seen me in old clothes? Cheng Jinyan responded, Then I don't want your clothes. Find me something that fits, but not a tailcoat. Yi Si replied, There are still a dozen gowns left. There's one with a slit that would suit you perfectly. Go wear it. As their conversation unfolded, the sound of high heels echoed from the second floor. Both men looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yi Si beamed as he gazed at Xiao Ying, who descended the stairs in a stunning black dress, captivating the entire assembly. Chapter 246. Xiao Ying's entrance in a black gown left the audience in awe. The resplendent crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, while the melodious strains of a violin intertwined harmoniously with the laughter and chatter of the guests. In the opulent hall, a congregation of distinguished figures gathered, engaging in convivial exchanges over clinking glasses. The banquet had commenced some time ago, and the guests were already assembled. Among them was a young man with golden hair and green eyes, possessing an entirely Western appearance, who, along with his companion, nonchalantly entertained the conversations of those who approached him, relishing their flattery. His gaze was aloof, exuding an air of haughty indifference. It was evident that this young man held significant sway among the political and business elite present. His companion, basking in the glow of his status, nestled contentedly by his side, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the room. Although he seemed indifferent towards her, a sense of pride flickered across his face. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the banquet shifted to a hushed silence as the attention of the guests was drawn to 3 figures appearing at the entrance. One by one, they turned their gaze towards the doorway, including those on the second floor, who also cast their eyes in that direction. 2 men and a woman arrived fashionably late. In a gathering predominantly devoid of Asian presence, the sudden appearance of 2 individuals of Asian descent was particularly striking. Among them, one was a biracial individual already a public figure in Country M. The man on the left, exhibiting a blend of various ethnicities, prominently featured the genes of a Chinese individual and an Irish one, his fair skin complemented by deep-set features reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. His half-up silver hair radiated a wild, untamed allure, reflecting a captivating and seductive personality. He was the chairman of the Dillon Group, well known to all present. His family, including his parents and grandparents, were formidable politicians in country Am, wielding considerable influence. In stark contrast, the man on the right donned a sharply tailored black suit adorned with subtle patterns, his tie impeccably knotted. His demeanor and appearance were entirely different from the first. At first glance, his features appeared gentle, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed an underlying sharpness. His eyes sparkled with a faint warmth, but there lingered an inexplicable sense of distant aloofness. The half-rimmed black and gold glasses he wore imparted a paradoxical scholarly air, while the narrow, dark depths of his gaze rendered him inscrutable and enigmatic. He exuded an aura of dangerous intrigue, leaving one hesitant to delve deeper. Compared to the other two, the girl in the center was entirely unfamiliar. Clad in a black evening gown with a halter neck and strapless design, the dress gracefully exposed her smooth, fair shoulders. The fitted silhouette accentuated her exquisite figure, with the skirt's length and side slit elongating her proportions beautifully. The gown, characterized by its simplicity devoid of superfluous embellishments, paired with black high heels that glimmered subtly, conveyed an air of understated luxury. Her long, seaweed-like hair was styled in soft, voluminous curls, cascading casually. The black gown, high heels, and raven hair contrasted strikingly with her porcelain skin, creating a visually arresting effect. The girl's features were delicately refined, and in her relaxed demeanor, a natural coolness emanated, as if nothing could penetrate her gaze. Her delicate and gentle visage was adorned with a touch of makeup, although it did not appear juvenile. The abundance of collagen in her face subtly revealed her age. The mature design of her halter gown collided with her somewhat youthful demeanor, creating a harmonious juxtaposition of sensuality and innocence. This resulted in a natural allure that was both striking and ineffable. It was the formidable aura she exuded that made her stride seem imbued with an ethereal grace, unmistakably showcasing her assertive and unyielding personality. The foreign onlookers, who often struggled to appreciate Eastern beauty, were momentarily captivated by this Asian girl. The trio stepped into the venue with synchronized poise, undeniably becoming the focal point of the gathering. Yi recognized them, and the combination of two men and a woman was familiar to some attendees. Yi had previously attended events with these two friends, prompting nostalgic recollections. Consequently, the bespectacled man on the right began to appear increasingly recognizable. However, the girl in the center was entirely unfamiliar. The person who had previously stood between the two was not her. Their faces were distinctly different, yet their aura and presence echoed similarities. Upon Yi's arrival, he instantly became the object of admiration among other guests, effortlessly navigating the social intricacies of the occasion. After ensuring that Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan were settled, he proceeded to greet the host of the event, graciously accepting the pleasantries of other attendees while making his way back to Xiao Ying and her companions. On the sofa, Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan were engaged in conversation. Xiao Ying was unaware that Cheng Jinyan had come to M country, believing he was still recuperating at home. When she learned that Cheng Jinyan had come to M country to avoid Hu Jinghua, she was rendered speechless. Upon Yi's return, he promptly picked up on this development, his expression one of intrigue as he asked Xiao Ying, "Darling, are you introducing him to a girl? Who is she?" Xiao Ying replied, "My teacher from school, the young lady of the Hu family." Yi was taken aback. "You're introducing this beast to a teacher? Isn't that a bit reckless? What feud do you have with the Hu family? Are you trying to put her in harm's way? Should I wash your mouth out?" Cheng Jinyan contemplated dousing Yi with his drink. Yi chuckled heartily, suddenly recalling, "Darling, I heard you got into a fight, and it was quite severe. How did they handle you? Do tell, I'd love to hear about it." Cheng Jinyan replied, and Yi playfully wrapped his arm around the middle of Xiao Ying, tugging at the casually seated Cheng Jinyan, teasingly inquiring, "Why so stingy? Was it a knife wound or a blunt force injury?" Cheng Jinyan disdainfully shifted his shoulder. "Get lost." Xiao Ying interjected, "It was a whip injury." Cheng Jinyan turned to look at Xiao Ying, while Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief, his mind racing with all manner of risque images. "You, my friend, are quite the enigma, even more playful than I am." Cheng Jinyan, exasperated, retorted, "Get lost. Are you looking to end up in court?" At that moment, a voluptuous woman in a striking red gown approached, swaying gracefully towards the trio. She directly seated herself beside Yi, draping an arm over his shoulder, leaning in with her ruby lips close, affectionately addressing him. Then, with a hint of reproach, she remarked, "You haven't sought me out in ages. Have you forgotten about me?" She was the woman who had initially ascended to prominence by virtue of her association with the distinguished young man. Yi turned to her with a smile, playfully responding, "Behave yourself and go entertain yourself," before redirecting his attention back to Xiao Ying. The woman, unable to suppress her petulance, exclaimed, "You truly are heartless." She tilted her head to glance at Xiao Ying, continuing, "Is it so easy to discard someone once you have a new companion? Am I so unremarkable in your eyes? The mirth that once adorned Yi Si's face vanished in an instant. He turned back to the woman, a faint smile resurfacing, yet it carried an icy undertone. The words he uttered rendering her pale with fear. If you do not leave, I shall strip you bare and display you for all to see. Confronted with Yi Si's frigid gaze, the woman stiffened, retracting her arm from his shoulder before making a hasty retreat. She sought out her male companion. Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding drama, hardly paid it any heed. Cheng Jinyan even summoned a waiter to procure a deck of cards. Engaging in a game with Xiao Ying. After dismissing the woman, Yi Si joined the card game. Chapter 247. 3 imprudent souls gamble with chili peppers, lose a round. Suffer a stab. Cheng Jinyan held the cards, pondering, what shall we wager? Yi Si, ever the provocateur, quipped, how about a whip for each round lost? Cheng Jinyan retorted, enough of that nonsense. Casting a glance at the nearby champagne tower, he casually suggested, 1 glass per round? Yi Si, sipping his drink, dismissed the idea, boring. Suddenly, Cheng Jinyan had an epiphany. How about eating chili peppers? Among the trio, Yi Si had the lowest tolerance for spice, even exhibiting mild allergies to them, making Cheng Jinyan's proposition clearly a form of retaliation. Before Yi Si could decline, Cheng Jinyan pressed, do you dare? Yi Si shot back, bring it on. When have you not been the one to suffer the most? You always end up with scars from your folly. Cheng Jinyan contemplated standing up to confront him once more. If I don't see you hooked 2 and 4 after this, I'll change my surname. As Cheng Jinyan prepared to deal, Yi Si snatched the cards from him, handing them to Xiao Ying. Darling, you deal. I fear this fellow may cheat if he loses. Cheng Jinyan shot back, you insult my profession. Yi Si scoffed. You are no judge in a courtroom. Xiao Ying shuffled the cards and proposed, shall we compare points? Both men agreed. She opted for the simplest method, dealing 1 card to each player, with the lowest point losing. After distributing the cards, Xiao Ying revealed her own, 10 points. She had a knack for luck at the gambling table, having deducted her skills. Yi Si revealed, 7 points. Cheng Jinyan, beaming with pride, showcased his card before Yi Si, declaring, 8 points, mark 1. Yi Si queried 1? A raw chili pepper? He had assumed they were referring to chili sauce or mustard. No, a bird's eye chili. Cheng Jinyan clarified. Yi Si, unperturbed, replied, fine, just wait. I'll let you dig your own grave. Xiao Ying reshuffled and dealt again. The game, reliant on sheer numbers, progressed rapidly. Within 5 minutes, they had played over 20 rounds. Tonight, Yi Si's penchant for provocation bore its consequences. He had accumulated 13 chili peppers. Cheng Jinyan and Xiao Ying, reveling in their fortune, had recorded 10 peppers, 8 of which belonged to him and 2 to her. Cheng Jinyan tossed his cards onto the table, eagerly awaiting the outcome. This gathering had grown tedious. Perhaps we should leave now. I wish to see him endure the peppers. Yi Si, exasperated, quipped, ambitious, aren't we? As the 3 were engaged in their game, the woman who had been frightened away by Yes returned, this time accompanied by her male partner, who was none other than the young man who had dominated the gathering at the onset with his status. At that moment, Yes and his companions had yet to arrive. After their appearance, however, it seemed that the young man had been somewhat neglected. Unconsciously, he began to compare himself to Yes. The young man and his female companion seated themselves across from the trio, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Xiao Ying, who was dealing cards, taking in her form from top to bottom, then bottom to top, his eyes gleaming with a hint of playful amusement. Yes and Cheng Jinyan cast aside their cards in unison, shedding their outer garments to wrap around their companion, one draping over her legs and the other around her shoulders. Yes, with a friendly admonition, reminded, what you shouldn't look at, don't look at, it may invite trouble. This incited a wave of envy within the woman across the table. Hunter chuckled, embracing his female partner. It seems this lovely lady is your companion, Gavin. Yes, Mr. Hunter. Do you require something? Yes inquired. It appears you are all enjoying yourselves. I wonder if I might join you? Hunter replied. Isn't anyone accompanying Mr. Hunter? You might be unaware, but your companion is quite skilled. Perhaps she could teach you a thing or two. Yes cast a knowing glance at the woman across the table. Hunter's expression momentarily soured. He was well aware of the insinuation behind Yes' words. It was disheartening enough that his companion could not compare to Yes's beauty. But to realize she was merely a leftover from Yes' pursuits was unbearable. Maintaining his composure, Hunter retorted, they have exhausted all the games they can play. I believe Gavin's new companion would be far more interesting. Why not let her teach me? Yes retained his smile, though a cold, menacing glint flickered in his eyes. I fear Mr. Hunter may not live long enough to learn. At that moment, Xiao Ying interjected with a casual tone, shall we play cards? She then lifted her gaze to Hunter. Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan recognized him. They had encountered Hunter previously when Yes had dragged them to a gathering. He was the president's nephew. During their last meeting, they had observed Hunter's propensity to compare himself to Yes, but regrettably, apart from his illustrious connection. He possessed nothing that could rival Yes. It was apparent that he had come to this realization himself. Hunter's eyes lit up, displaying his conversational flair. Your English is quite impressive. It seems that those who are beautiful are also intelligent. Ignoring his flattery, Xiao Ying continued, shall we raise the stakes? Yes, and Cheng Jinyan exchanged glances, thinking, this lad is in for a downfall. With a playful and suggestive tone, Hunter responded, I'm all ears. Without waiting for Xiao Ying's response, he added, I have an amusing idea. If I lose a round, I shall remove a piece of clothing. As he gazed at Xiao Ying with a lustful expression, Yes maintained his impassive demeanor, muttering under his breath, seemingly restraining himself. Once the gathering concludes, I shall deal with him. Xiao Ying retorted, how dull. I wager with you. If I lose a round, I shall stab you. Hunter raised an eyebrow. Without a moment's thought, he acquiesced. Do you enjoy such bloody games? How delightfully unconventional of you. Very well, let it be as you say. However, I am a person who cherishes beauty. I have no desire to bully such a lovely girl. Thus, you may play with her, and if you lose, the responsibility falls upon me. He shifted aside, pulling his female companion closer. As for bullying a novice, Xiao Ying did not possess such gentlemanly qualities. She would not hold back against someone who invited trouble. Furthermore, for Xiao Ying, it mattered not who took the stage. Xiao Ying, let us keep it simple, 3 cards. And we shall see who has the greater value. Hunter, I shall heed your wishes. Yi Si requested a dagger from the host of the banquet and placed it upon the table. Guests gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Oblivious to the danger Xiao Ying posed, Hunter remained nonchalant. To ensure fairness, Xiao Ying casually handed her cards to a female guest, appointing her to deal the cards. The woman, unfamiliar with the game, turned pale at the sight of the glinting dagger. She was acutely aware that both Hunter and Yi Si were formidable opponents. This was a serious game, and the knife would indeed be put to use. If she lost, the dagger would likely find its way into her own flesh. Even if Hunter spared her from the blade for the sake of appearances, she would inevitably face dire consequences afterward. Conversely, should the girl opposite lose, Yi Si would suffer a loss of face, and she too would not escape unscathed. The woman, in her reluctance to play, wished to flee but dared not voice her thoughts. Trembling, she began to deal the cards. As she gazed at her hand, it felt as though she were facing a calamitous tide. Under Hunter's urging, her trembling hand lifted the first card. It was the 9 of clubs. She proceeded to the next card, the 8 of diamonds. 17 points. She swallowed hard, and with trepidation, revealed the final card, the Jack of spades. A smile of relief broke across her face, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. She gleefully presented her hand to Hunter. 27 points. Hunter, upon seeing her score, erupted into laughter, his mind racing with calculations. Should he showcase his gentlemanly demeanor and show compassion, thereby winning Xiao Ying's favor? Or should he seize the opportunity for Yi Si to take a stab? Hunter assessed Xiao Ying's delicate visage, feeling assured of victory. Such tender skin was not something he wished to mar with a blade. While Xiao Ying had yet to view her cards, Hunter and the woman were already reveling in celebration. 27 points was a formidable score, barring an unforeseen turn. Gavin's side had little chance left. Many guests lamented for Yi Si's position, their gazes fixated on the cards before Xiao Ying. Amidst the murmurs of regret, Xiao Ying finally glanced at her cards and, with unhurried grace, tossed them aside, her red lips parting to utter a quiet declaration, you have lost. Hunter's smile froze as he beheld the cards Xiao Ying had thrown down. Chapter 248. Is Xiao Ying destined to lose? With his legs crossed, Hunter, upon realizing Xiao Ying's hand, sat upright, his expression shifting dramatically. The cigarette he'd been smoking was removed from his lips. Meanwhile, the woman sat dazed upon the sofa. As the guests fixated on the table, the 9 of diamonds, the 9 of spades, and the Jack of hearts. 28 points. Xiao Ying's trio of cards fortuitously surpassed Hunter's by a single point. A narrow victory indeed. Hunter had revealed 27 points, yet she managed to unveil 28. A stroke of exceptional luck. What were they truly wagering? Mr. Hunter's pallor is quite alarming. Could it be due to a significant wager? As some guests expressed their curiosity, Xiao Ying slowly spoke. Let the games begin. Hunter, regaining his composure, feigned a casual smile. With such beauty, you wouldn't truly resort to such violent measures, would you? He assumed Xiao Ying was merely attempting to attract his attention and did not genuinely intend to escalate matters. However, if he were to emerge victorious, the course of action would depend on him. Ultimately, Xiao Ying informed him that refraining from a fatal blow was already a considerable display of restraint. Yi Si interjected. Does Mr. Hunter believe my precious is jesting? It seems Mr. Hunter is quite oblivious to women. Observing the expressions of Xiao Ying and Yi Si, Hunter finally grasped that this Chinese girl was indeed serious. Maintaining his composure, he replied, You have indeed surprised me. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Yet isn't it rather inappropriate to draw blades in this setting? Perhaps we should consider an alternative wager. Feel free to propose anything. Hunter remained unaware of the peril posed by the girl before him. Yi Si continued, if you find yourself unable to take action, I would be more than willing to assist. Should you wish to back out, it may not be so simple. I do not wish to back out. Rather, you are quite verbose and rather foolish. Hunter attempted to retort, but Xiaoying interrupted him. With a pained expression, Hunter felt the weight of the guests' gazes upon him. He fixed his stare on Xiaoying and lowered his voice. Do you comprehend my status? His eyes brimmed with a threatening aura. Being publicly insulted by a woman and cornered was unbearable. What once held an allure for Xiaoying now filled Hunter with a desire to silence her permanently. Xiaoying taunted, is the president's nephew truly so fragile? Yi Si chimed in. To back down in front of so many guests would be an affront to the president and the nation. Hunter, who had intended to leverage his status, found himself ensnared in a precarious situation as Yi Si escalated the matter, leaving him with no escape. Just a single cut. Is that not what a man would do? The guests, wary of Hunter's position, dared not jeer, yet their gazes were laced with derision. They had always held contempt for Hunter, praising him solely due to his lineage. What is there to fear? I can afford to lose. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Hunter extinguished his cigarette forcefully in the ashtray and reluctantly grasped the dagger from the table. He scrutinized his arm, speaking grandly while his grip on the dagger tightened. Yet he hesitated to act. The guests had begun to understand the stakes at play. After a tumultuous inner struggle, Hunter closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and plunged the blade into his flesh. Blood instantly stained his sleeve. The guests recoiled in shock, while the female attendees gasped in horror. Hunter stifled a cry, resolutely extracting the bloody dagger and casting it onto the table. His female companion, pale with fright, hurriedly sought a handkerchief to bandage his wound. Hunter brusquely pushed her aside, using his teeth to secure the handkerchief tightly around his injury. Beads of cold sweat adorned his brow before Xiaoying could utter a word. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, again. His eyes burned with a fierce desire for retribution as he glared at Xiaoying and Yi Si, the dealer. A female guest, cautiously prepared to deal once more. The female companion, overwhelmed with fear, refused to look at the cards, shaking her head fervently and attempting to flee, only to be violently yanked back by Hunter. She collapsed onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face, as she was compelled to view the cards once more. She flipped one over, the 2 of diamonds. The sight sent her into a fit of tears. Another card revealed itself, the 3 of clubs, then the 9 of diamonds. A total of 14 points. Hunter, clutching his injured arm, turned pale with rage. His demeanor shattered. He glared at the opponent across the table, Xiaoying. With an evident loss of composure, he commanded, reveal your hand. Xiaoying picked up the cards from the table, not bothering to glance at them before revealing. Q. 9. 7. A total of 26 points. Her luck was astonishingly favorable. The guests, witnessing Hunter teetering on the brink of fury, suppressed their urge to speak, fearing the wrath it might invoke. Damn it! Hunter clenched his fists tightly. Having already endured one wound, he appeared more resolute than ever. After a moment of silence, he seized the bloody dagger from the table and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own thigh. What had begun as a splendid banquet had devolved into a scene of carnage, the air thick with the scent of blood. Blood flowed profusely from Hunter's thigh, and the onlookers averted their gaze in horror. Xiaoying, with a nonchalant tone, inquired, shall we continue? After a prolonged pause, Hunter forcefully shoved the stunned female companion aside and took her place. Let us go again. He was determined to return the 2 blows he had received. 3 cards were dealt before him. He held them gingerly, as if they were a grand prize, cautiously unveiling them one by one. The spectators held their breath, fearing the prospect of another loss would drive Hunter to madness. Once he revealed the cards, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Xiaoying, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Ha! In the midst of the audience's curiosity, Hunter dramatically slammed his cards onto the table. 3 tens, 30 points. He laughed triumphantly. Let us see how you intend to win this round. His laughter was so intense that he seemed oblivious to the pain in his arm and thigh. Yet, he soon adopted a more composed demeanor, waiting with bated breath for Xiaoying to reveal her cards. 30 points. This round was undoubtedly his. Should she lose? Would she bear the consequences herself, or would Gavin take the hit for her? Their relationship appeared quite complex. Hunter, having already sustained 2 wounds, was unlikely to allow Gavin to shield her. I'll do it. Cheng Jinyan straightened up, reaching for Xiaoying's cards. She held him back. I'm lucky tonight, he asserted. Yi Si extended his hand as well. Let me handle it. Your luck isn't worth the trouble. Xiaoying retorted. You're all just as unfortunate. Stay away. Cheng Jinyan withdrew his hand and returned to his seat. I was talking about you. Yi Si echoed. I was talking about you. Xiaoying's slender fingers pressed against the card face as she gently lifted the corner of the top card. glancing at it. Hunter, eager for revenge, grew impatient and urged, "Hurry up." Xiaoying then examined the middle card, again revealing just a corner. Her expression remained inscrutable, yet the onlookers thought, "This girl possesses remarkable composure. Even when defeat seems certain, she remains unfazed. Is it because of Gavin's presence?" Regrettably, Hunter is not someone to be trifled with, especially not when he is on the brink of a violent outburst after having been stabbed twice. They all believed that soon, Hunter would personally plunge a dagger into the girl. He urged her incessantly, but Xiaoying remained steadfast, not moving an inch. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Hunter reached out hastily, snatching Xiaoying's cards and flipping them onto the table. Chapter 249, Three Scoundrels. Xiaoying sends the dress photo to Qin Hanyue. The three cards clattered onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Upon seeing the trio of kings, Hunter's bulging eyes retracted in disbelief, and his laughter ceased abruptly. His pupils contracted violently, overwhelmed by incredulity. The guests erupted in astonishment. It was indeed three kings. When the points are identical, the default is to compare the face values. Hunter's 3 tens were no match for Xiaoying's 3 kings. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim about the girl's remarkable luck, initially believing her defeat was inevitable. Hunter, pale-faced, gazed at the girl across from him, only to find her lips curled in a barely perceptible smile, her eyes reflecting the demeanor of one in complete control. Regarding him as a fool, he could hardly believe that his 30 points had led to such a loss. Unable to accept this outcome, Hunter angrily pointed at Xiaoying, exclaiming, "This is impossible. You must have cheated." Yet, Yi Si, with a languid demeanor, remarked, "There are too many witnesses here. Besides, Mr. Hunter, you dealt these cards yourself. Not everyone is capable of such shameless deceit. My dear has always been fortunate. Encountering her is your misfortune, Mr. Hunter." The host of the soiree stepped forward in an attempt to diffuse the escalating tension, having merely organized a gathering without anticipating such bloodshed. "We all have 30 points. This is not a casino, and there are no stringent rules. Let us enjoy the game and call it a draw, shall we? We are all friends," he proposed. Turning to Yi Si, he then attempted to guide Hunter away, saying, "Mr. Hunter, let me take you to tend to your wounds." However, Yi Si interjected, "Mr. Hunter is not one to shy away from defeat. Having endured 2 stabbings, what is one more matter? Mr. Ryan's actions would only embarrass Mr. Hunter and jeopardize his standing in M country." Before the host could utter another word, the prideful Hunter forcefully pushed away the host's supportive hand. Seizing a dagger from the table and plunging it into his other thigh, he then impaled the bloody dagger into a dessert on the table, glaring fiercely at the 3 individuals on the sofa, declaring, "You will pay for this." Supported by his subordinates, he exited the banquet hall. As the farce concluded, the surrounding guests dispersed, naturally engaging in lively discussions about the spectacle. What had initially been a rather mundane gathering suddenly became a topic of conversation. Once the crowd had thinned, the 3 individuals revealed the 3 cards they had concealed and tossed them onto the table. Xiaoying indeed had remarkable luck. Yet she was not a lucky charm. Successful magic relies on props, and facing Hunter's 30 points, no amount of luck could turn the tide. Just as the 3 vied to reveal their cards, they discreetly exchanged them, a silent understanding passing among them without a single glance. Who dares to claim that these shameless individuals are incapable of such disgraceful acts? When they become brazen, there exists no one more unscrupulous than they. The number of those who have suffered at their hands, yet remain oblivious, is countless. Before the card game commenced, Xiaoying concealed 3 kings, determined to let Hunter experience some hardship. Yi Si scoffed, "This fool is courting death." He had long harbored disdain for Hunter. Were it not for the latter's status and his own perception of him as a mere buffoon, Yi Si would have dealt with him long ago. The table was soon cleared, and the trio carried on as if nothing had transpired, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation. Yi Si took out his phone and began playing with it, suddenly showing the screen to Xiaoying. "Darling, how do you find this photo I took?" Unbeknownst to him, he had captured several images of her. Flipping through them, he remarked, "My photography skills have improved, haven't they? Of course, it's mainly because you're so stunning." Xiaoying glanced at the pictures, her expression shifting slightly. "Send it to me." Yi Si responded, "I'll send it right away. I have a plethora of your photos stored. Would you like to reminisce occasionally?" Xiaoying replied, "Sure. I'll show them to Sack when I return." With no suitable place to store her phone in her gown, she placed it in Yi Si's suit pocket, which was draped over her shoulders. She then retrieved her own phone to check for the photos. Yi Si promptly sent over the newly taken images, and Xiaoying selected one to forward to Qin Hanyue. Mere seconds after sending, she retracted the photo. Just as she was about to lock her phone, a message arrived. Qin Hanyue inquired, "Why did you retract it?" Xiaoying pondered, noting that it was only 8 in the morning back home, well before work hours. How could he possibly be glued to his phone at such a time? Wasn't he supposed to be getting ready or having breakfast? She replied, unsure if he had seen the message. Qin Hanyu responded, I saved it. Xiaoying thought, such swift fingers. Wouldn't a normal person first look at the photo rather than save it immediately? She typed, I just thought the shot wasn't good enough. The next moment, she deleted the message. Noticing her prolonged typing without any message sent, Qin Hanyu took the initiative to send another. Is there more? Without further comment, Xiaoying selected several images and sent them over. Qin Hanyu asked, Are you attending a gathering? She replied, Yes, with Cheng Jinyan and Yi Si. He responded, Good. Enjoy yourself. As the music began to play, the strains of the Blue Danube Waltz filled the air. Upon hearing it, Yi Si perked up, having eagerly awaited this moment all night. He turned off his phone, stating, I'll send you the photos later. He then retrieved his coat from Xiaoying and donned it, standing to tidy himself before bending slightly and extending his hand towards her with a radiant smile, inviting, Darling, would you dance with me? Without lifting her head, Xiaoying replied, I want to dance. She was preoccupied with contemplating how to respond to Qin Hanyu. Yi Si, feigning a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, Just one dance, even half a dance will do. Xiaoying remained indifferent, while Yi Si's expression faltered. Darling, he said, placing a hand over Yi Si's. A steady voice followed, I'm here. Yi Si, shaking off Cheng Jinyan's hand as if it were a contagion, muttered a curse under his breath, wishing to pummel him. Cheng Jinyan, with a smile, reminded him, Can't you see she's busy? Yi Si glanced at Zhao Ying's phone screen. But before he could discern anything, Zhao Ying swiftly turned it off. He returned to his seat, asking, Darling, who was that? Why won't you let me see? Zhao Ying took a sip of her drink, and Yi Si felt a pang of unease as he leaned closer, peering into her eyes with a smile that belied his concern. Please don't tell me it's Qin Hanyu. Cheng Jinyan chuckled softly, as if privy to his secret. Upon hearing Cheng Jinyan's laughter, Yi Si immediately sensed that there was something between Zhao Ying and Qin Hanyu. Yet, he remained skeptical. It can't be him, right? Surely. There is no romantic development? Zhao Ying confirmed, It is him. Yi Si exclaimed, Darling, have you truly taken a liking to that older man? Since when did your taste become so casual? Isn't he difficult to chew? Zhao Ying remained silent. Yi Si gently turned her face towards him. His eyes filled with warmth, yet his words were firm. Darling, that's not allowed. Yi Si added, I don't like him. Zhao Ying turned her face away, uninterested in his protest. Cheng Jinyan interjected, For now, it should just be a friendship phase, at most a slight affection. There is still a vast chasm between that and love. You act as if Xiaoying is about to marry him. Why the anxiety? Yi Si declared, If he wishes to pursue my darling, it won't be easy. Chapter 250. Three madmen. They blasted the car. The banquet had yet to conclude, but the three departed early. Both Yi Si and Cheng Jinyan were eager to visit Zhao Ying's seaside villa. Each time they visited, they found themselves in awe of the place, even though they had stayed there before. Although their irises were registered in the system for unrestricted access, they had never entered when Zhao Ying was absent. The trio planned to stay there that night. Yi Si was known for his grand style of travel, with a convoy resembling a dragon. Upon exiting the banquet hall, he left one of the cars behind, taking Cheng Jinyan and Zhao Ying towards the seaside villa. He went unaccompanied but retained a significant arsenal. Where do you think that fool hunter is waiting for us? Yi Si casually inquired as he maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand. Cheng Jinyan suggested, How about a wager? Within 15 minutes? Yi Si replied, What about you, darling? Within 10 minutes? Zhao Ying, loading bullets into her gun, remarked absent-mindedly, 8 minutes. She seemed lost in thought. Cheng Jinyan teased, 10 peppers? All 10. Yi Si's expression darkened momentarily. If I win, I'll clear the debt from the card game earlier. If you lose, you'll sleep in the garage tonight. Cheng Jinyan shot back, and if you lose, it'll be 23 peppers for both of us. Deal. Yi Si agreed, pressing the accelerator. Cheng Jinyan questioned, Does this sudden acceleration count as cheating? Yi Si smirked, Yes, and what of it? As they drove down the commercial street, with no sign of activity, Yi Si pondered the best route to maintain control over time. Suddenly, a dozen vehicles emerged from all directions, clearly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. The adversary advanced aggressively, hurtling directly towards them. Yet, Yi Si remained unfazed, expertly maneuvering the steering wheel to evade a direct collision. The opposing vehicles were numerous, hindering their movement, and soon enough, the rear of Yi Si's car was violently struck, forcing it to a halt. Bullets rained upon the vehicle, but they merely grazed the armored exterior, as the assailants, clearly wary of Yi Si's stature, refrained from lethal intent, merely aiming to assert their dominance. The car, fortified against bullets, bore only a line of impact marks. Within the vehicle, the three occupants remained remarkably composed. Yi Si inquired, How many minutes? Cheng Jinyan raised his hand to glance at his watch. Xiaoying has won. It serves you right for accelerating. Yi Si retrieved his firearm, chambering around. If it's my precious one who wins, I bear no grievance. As he spoke, he rolled down the window and fired, striking the individual who had just exited the opposing vehicle. Hunter, wary of Yi Si's influence, dared not confront him directly. Instead, he vented his fury upon Xiao Ying, seeking to reclaim his dignity. Thus his sole intention was to seize her. Observing that Yi Si was unaccompanied by his subordinates, Hunter couldn't help but curse Yi Si's foolishness for underestimating potential retribution. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity, yet was taken aback when Yi Si initiated the attack without hesitation. With so few men, how could Yi Si be so audacious? A gunfight erupted on the commercial street, sending the crowd into a panic. Yi Si understood that Hunter would not dare to harm him, yet he offered no opportunity for discourse, launching directly into action. Hunter exited his vehicle, barely avoiding a bullet aimed at his head, taking refuge behind his men. The cacophony of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the thud of bodies falling. Peering cautiously, Hunter realized that his forces had suffered significant casualties. Panic gripped him. How could an adversary with merely 4 individuals wield such ferocious firepower? Had he miscalculated? Underestimating Yi Si's preparedness? If this continued, catastrophe was inevitable. Hunter, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, called out, "Gavin," and commanded his men to cease fire. As the gunfire subsided, he limped from behind the vehicle, only to find merely 3 individuals opposing him. Hunter, incredulous yet maintaining his composure, leveraged his numerical advantage to shout, "Gavin, I do not wish to make an enemy of you. I only desire this wretched woman." He glared menacingly at Xiao Ying. "Hand her over to me, and I assure you and your friends will remain unharmed. Otherwise, do not blame my men for their ruthlessness." While Hunter was bold yet lacking in strategy, his desire to reclaim lost face in such a public setting was understandable. However, he had gravely miscalculated. The most critical error he made was viewing Xiao Ying merely as one of Yi Si's many women. He was oblivious to the significance she held for Yi Si. By referring to her as a wretched woman, Hunter was undoubtedly courting his own demise. Infuriated, Yi Si unleashed a torrent of expletives in Chinese, "I'll F your mother," and aimed his weapon at Hunter. In a moment of panic, Hunter yanked one of his men in front of him, using him as a shield against a bullet. Before retreating behind the vehicle, "Gavin, have you lost your mind? Are you prepared to kill me over a woman? I am the president's nephew. Do you wish to jeopardize your standing in America?" Hunter's trepidation was palpable, and he was clearly rattled. He had always been aware of the formidable power that Yes possessed in Country M, to the extent that even his presidential uncle had to show him a modicum of respect. However, he never anticipated that Yes would dare to act so brazenly, disregarding his background and seeking to take his life. Holding a shotgun, Xiao Ying advanced with determination, her hands firmly gripping the weapon as she loaded a bullet with a decisive click, aiming directly at the fuel tank of the car where Hunter was concealed. With a thunderous bang, an explosion erupted. Despite his subordinates' timely warnings, Hunter was caught off guard and sustained injuries. Supported by his men, he was filled with terror, abandoning thoughts of revenge and urging his followers to hastily escort him away. Yet, how could Yes permit his escape? He swiftly shot down the subordinates assisting Hunter, and then relentlessly pursued the limping Hunter, tormenting him like a hunted animal. Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan effortlessly dealt with the remaining adversaries. It seemed that Yes had grown weary of the game. He shot Hunter in the calf, causing him to collapse to the ground, only then realizing that the gunfire had ceased. Turning his head, he saw Yes standing not far away, leisurely reloading his magazine, while Xiao Ying and Cheng Jinyan, each wielding a shotgun, stood coldly behind him. The once bustling street was now devoid of passers-by, with his subordinates and vehicles strewn across the ground. Ignoring his dignity, Hunter crawled helplessly, covered in wounds, casting fearful glances back at Yes. He witnessed Yes finish reloading and raise his weapon toward him. Paralyzed by fear, Hunter found himself unable to move, swallowing hard as cold sweat drenched his face. You can't kill me. My uncle will not let you go," he stammered. Yes paid him no heed and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, causing Hunter to shut his eyes in terror, only to hear an explosion moments later. A wave of heat surged toward him, prompting him to shrink his neck and hurriedly open his eyes, only to see the car beside him engulfed in flames. Before he could collect his thoughts, Xiao Ying raised her gun again and successfully detonated another vehicle's fuel tank. Cheng Jinyan followed suit. The trio targeted the fuel tanks of the cars, each shot resulting in an explosion, creating a cacophony of detonations that filled the air. The brilliance of the blasts illuminated the night sky as the ground beneath them shook. Terrified, Hunter found himself paralyzed with fear, his mind racing as he beheld the trio's frenzied antics, perceiving them as madmen. In the blink of an eye, all of Hunter's dozens of vehicles had been destroyed, leaving nothing but charred wrecks, the crackling flames surrounding him menacingly. Yes, dangerous warning echoed in the air. "If I hear you utter a single word in my presence again, I shall have your tongue severed." The wail of police sirens soon pierced the chaos. By the time the authorities arrived at the scene of devastation, amidst the crackling sounds of fire, only Hunter's cries for help could be heard. The trio had long since vanished. The sleek black vehicle cruised through the city of freedom, blasting energetic music as the three conversed casually about what late-night snacks they might indulge in. Chapter 251. Xiaoying returns home, admiring Qin Hanyu's boxing skills. Xiaoying had been away for a month. First Southeast Asia, then M country. At this moment, the protagonist is in M continent, where the new headquarters of Blackwater was completed last month. Xiaoying visited out of curiosity. Unfortunately, she missed the timing. The annual competition had just concluded. Yet the remnants of excitement lingered, allowing her to encounter numerous new faces. This visit lasted nearly half a month. The summer break at Peking University is now reaching its midpoint. In the capital, at the Qin residence, Xiao Yi woke up early to walk the dog. Indeed, Qin Hanyue had brought the dog to the Qin family and even hired someone to care for it. Coincidentally, she ran into Sak, who had also risen early to jog. Originally intending to return to his villa, Sak paused and decided to accompany Xiao Yi for the dog walk. Having spent more than a month under the same roof, their interactions had evidently become much more natural. Do you jog every morning? Xiao Yi initiated a conversation. Although they were quite familiar, their relationship had not yet reached a level of easy banter. She felt more at ease with Qin Hanyue than with Sak. Her social awkwardness made her unconsciously tense. Sak, with a blunt and awkward tone, replied, "You should exercise more," with a hint of disdain. Xiao Yi's foot had healed completely. She could run and jump, resembling any normal person. Upon hearing Sak's response, she impulsively replied, "Then I'll jog with you tomorrow." Immediately after saying this, her social anxiety resurfaced, and she regretted her words. Sak retorted, "I'll reluctantly take you along for your sister's sake." The haughty tone and somewhat arrogant demeanor made Xiao Yi chuckle, and suddenly, the idea of jogging together didn't seem so daunting. "Then I'll wake up early tomorrow," she replied. Sak, glancing at the lethargic fourth master ahead, inquired, "When will your sister return?" Sak was reluctant to stay here. Although this place was the finest he had ever resided in, he felt utterly out of place amidst such opulence, having been raised in a more rugged environment. He would rather sleep in his car outside Xiao Yi's school, subsisting on bread or takeout. Despite knowing that Xiao Ying's relationship with Qin Hanyue was unusual, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was strange to live here, especially considering the past incident where an unnamed leader had bombed Qin Hanyue's elite forces. Xiao Yi replied, "My sister hasn't mentioned it. Perhaps Brother Qin might know. I'll ask him later." Recently, Xiao Yi had been learning programming from Qin Hanyue. She had always understood that those who achieved greatness paid a price beyond what ordinary people could endure, and during her time here, she witnessed this firsthand through Qin Hanyue. He was extraordinarily busy, inundated with tasks, receiving important phone calls every few minutes, working on weekends, and retreating to his study upon returning home at night, leaving him with virtually no leisure time. This made her realize that the pressures of her senior year were trivial in comparison. Xiao Yi was astonished to see Qin Hanyue assisting her sister with homework. She never expected him to take on such responsibilities. Although she felt reluctant to burden him with her own trivial matters, Qin Hanyue consistently found time to teach her. This made Xiao Yi feel quite embarrassed. On this particular day, Xiao Yi was diligently studying with her laptop in hand. Meanwhile, Qin Hanyue sat beside her, engrossed in his phone, his gaze softening as he smiled at the photos displayed on the screen. In the photograph, the girl transformed her usual casual attire, donning a captivating black evening gown. Her long hair softly curled, presenting a stunning visage, a sight that Qin Hanyue had never encountered before. When Xiaoying sent him the picture, Qin Hanyue found himself utterly entranced. Unable to avert his gaze, fortunately, his wits remained intact, and he promptly saved the image, even having the audacity to request several more. During this period, Qin Hanyue often revisited these cherished photographs, particularly in moments of solitude. He surmised that the picture was likely taken by Yi Si, feigning indifference, though it was a mere pretense as he could not help but dwell on it. He switched off his phone, staring vacantly into the distance. Xiao Yi gently inquired, "Brother Qin, are you thinking of my sister?" Abruptly regaining focus, Qin Hanyue responded, "Yes." Xiao Yi continued, "Why not give her a video call?" To which Qin Hanyue replied, "Never mind." Xiao Yi pressed, "Why not? At this hour in M country, my sister should still be awake." Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoying had long since departed from M country. Qin Hanyue chuckled helplessly, remarking, "The more I look, the more I yearn." At that moment, the languid fourth master, lying on the floor, let out a soft whine, evidently missing Xiaoying just as much as Qin Hanyue did. A few days later, Qin Yuchen set out early in the morning. In the distance, he spotted a petite figure standing outside the Qin family gate, carrying a backpack and conversing with the guard. Urging the driver to speed up, he lowered the car window. "Miss Chow, are you here to see my uncle?" As he spoke, he had already exited the vehicle. Upon seeing him, Xiaoying tucked her phone into her pocket, asking, "Can I come in?" "Of course," Qin Yuchen replied. "Allow me to escort you inside." He invited her into the car, instructing the guard that in the future, whenever Xiao Ying arrived, she was to be allowed entry without hindrance. Soon, Xiao Ying made her way to Qin Hanyue's residence. Within Qin Hanyue's villa, there existed an exceptionally large study on the third floor, adorned with exquisite decor that exuded an artistic ambience reminiscent of a library. This was Xiao Yi's favorite place. Early in the morning, having just completed his morning run and yet to have breakfast, Xiao Yi brought his laptop there to conduct research. Nearby, a white robot whirled about, occasionally turning to face Xiao Yi, its round, chubby hands reminiscent of a beloved cartoon character. Someone, the robot suddenly turned towards the door, exclaiming. Xiao Yi turned to see Xiao Ying entering. His eyes lit up in delight. Sister, he exclaimed, hastily rising from the floor while clutching his laptop. Xiao Ying approached, playfully pinching Xiao Yi's fair cheek. You've completed your college entrance exams, yet you still work so diligently. I'm not studying, he retorted. When did you return? Sister? You didn't inform us. We didn't come to greet you. I'm not a child anymore. There was no need for that, she replied. The robot, swiveling its round head, chimed in sweetly, Sister, hello. Its voice was quite endearing, and its appearance surpassed that of her 3 other robots. Xiao Ying glanced at it, asking, Is this Qin Hanyue's? Yes, it's a gift from Brother Qin for my college entrance exams. This robot was created by him, and he personally programmed its system. Is he still interested in building robots? Xiao Ying inquired. Hello, sister, I am Qin Yi. I've changed my name. Now I'm called Xiao Yi, the robot announced. You seem a bit silly, Xiao Ying remarked. Xiao Yi, Brother Qin is exceptionally impressive. There are numerous things in the system that I still do not comprehend. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's eyes light up at the mention of Qin Hanyue, Xiao Ying couldn't help but think, had I known she could be so easily won over, I would have gifted her a robot. Mine is far superior, albeit a tad perilous. Xiao Ying, where is your brother Qin? Xiao Yi, he seems to be exercising on the first basement level. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow slightly. Qin Hanyue, clad in casual athletic wear, donned a loose black tank top and was striking the punching bag with boxing gloves, practicing mixed martial arts, unaware of how long he had been training. Beads of sweat drenched his hair, cascading down his chiseled jawline. This was the first time Xiao Ying had witnessed Qin Hanyue dressed this way, as well as the first time she observed him practicing martial arts. Clearly lost in thought, he was oblivious to Xiao Ying's presence at the door, and with each punch, he struck the bag with increasing fervor. His robust arms, exposed by the black tank top, showcased well-defined biceps, the muscle contours both smooth and aesthetically pleasing. After enduring an entire night of travel, Xiao Ying had not anticipated returning only to behold such a captivating sight. Choosing to remain silent, she quietly admired Qin Hanyue's boxing. Chapter 252 Xiao Ying. This old man, still with his eyes closed. Xiao Ying, did that comfort you? The sound of punches landing on the bag echoed in the spacious boxing room, imparting a visceral sense of power. Suddenly, Qin Hanyue, who had been somewhat entranced, caught sight of someone entering his peripheral vision. Instantly halting his movements, he braced against the rebounding bag, a vague sense of foreboding washing over him. Turning to look, he was astonished to see the girl he had been thinking about just moments before materialized before him, as if by magic. Qin Hanyue stared, dumbfounded, at Xiao Ying as she approached. Xiao Ying, would you like to spar with me? Qin Hanyue, after more than a month apart, unexpectedly returning. The first thing the girl he adores says to him is an invitation to engage in combat. Qin Hanyue let out a quiet sigh within. Qin Hanyue, I don't want to fight you. Knowing that Xiao Ying enjoyed sparring, he had no desire to engage with her, despite being acutely aware that he could never best her. Qin Hanyue, why did you return so abruptly without informing me? I could have picked you up at the airport. He removed his boxing gloves and set them aside. Xiao Ying, consider it a surprise. Qin Hanyue smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Did you enjoy your time in M Continent? I heard some news. Xiao Ying, it was all right. Noticing that Qin Hanyue had lost weight again, Qin Hanyue nodded once more, pausing contemplatively. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Is there anything you wish to eat? I can have someone prepare it. Xiao Ying, anything is fine. Qin Hanyue, all right. This terse exchange left Xiao Ying feeling somewhat perplexed and somewhat unaccustomed. Standing face to face, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, even their gazes feeling somewhat awkward. Naturally, it was Xiao Ying who observed Qin Hanyue's discomfort. Xiao Ying, do you have nothing else to say? As she spoke, she took a couple of steps closer. Are you feeling unwell? She could clearly see how he was faring. Just moments ago, he had been full of vigor while boxing, and her curiosity was piqued by his demeanor. No. Qin Hanyue's gaze flickered briefly before he continued, his tone consistently gentle. Let us go have breakfast. It had only been a little over a month since they last met. How could it feel so unfamiliar? This was indeed something that Xiao Ying had not anticipated. She appeared both displeased and perplexed, questioning, is that all? As Qin Hanyue observed her, he subtly pressed his lips together, falling into silence. Before he could find the right words to engage in conversation, Xiaoying unexpectedly took a step forward, decisively placing her hand on the back of his neck, rising on tiptoe to press her lips against his. In that moment of warmth, Qin Hanyue's expression shifted, their gazes locking completely. After a brief pause, Xiaoying released him. Yet, in the next instant, Qin Hanyue took the initiative, wrapping his strong arms around her slender waist and pulling her in, his broad hand encircling the back of her head, holding her captive. As her body was suddenly drawn toward him, Xiaoying instinctively grasped his robust arms to regain her balance. Qin Hanyue drew her closer, leaning down to kiss the girl once more. Faced with Xiao Ying's renewed boldness, he found himself unable to resist, but as she momentarily withdrew, he instinctively responded in kind. In that moment of their lips meeting, Qin Hanyue thought to himself that after Xiao Ying's 2 advances, if he did not reciprocate, it would be unbecoming of a man. Xiao Ying's first reaction was to perceive this as a step further, yet her instincts did not compel her to push him away. As their lips and tongues entwined, a flash of brilliance ignited in Xiao Ying's mind. Her grip on his arms tightened, but she quickly regained her composure, observing the man's delicate eyelids and long, dark lashes. She couldn't help but mutter, "This old man is still closing his eyes." Xiaoying had always been aware that Qin Hanyue's true nature was not as innocent as he portrayed. However, throughout their acquaintance, he had consistently shown her kindness. And his kisses were as gentle as his demeanor, inch by inch claiming her affection without being forceful. It seemed as though he was immersed in the moment, savoring every sensation, perhaps attempting to convey his longing, meticulously treating their first encounter with utmost seriousness. The previous light brushes of their lips had not stirred much within her, as she had initiated both, but this time was distinctly different. Their breaths intertwined, languid and heightened, every sensation magnified, rendering everything extraordinarily vivid. Xiao Ying's calm demeanor was gradually unraveled by his fervent presence. Feeling the heat radiating from him, her ears flushed uncontrollably, and her thoughts became somewhat chaotic. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Hanyue reluctantly released her, placing a tender kiss on her fair forehead. Xiao Ying's eyelashes fluttered. He then tightened his embrace, resting his chin on her delicate shoulder, inhaling her familiar scent. Breathless, his voice, laced with a gentle tenderness that could drown one, asked, "Is this a consolation for me after more than a month?" Maintaining her composure, Xiaoying queried, "What do you mean? Was he feeling aggrieved?" Qin Hanyue had taken care of Xiao Yi's examination, booked a hotel, waited outside the school for 2.5 days, assisted in looking after her, taught Xiao Yi computer skills, and even presented gifts for the college entrance examination, attending to every aspect, whether it was Xiao Yi, Saku, Bai Xiao, or Si Yi. Xiaoying had not even considered that he would bring everyone to the Qin family. He had even taken on her homework responsibilities. His company was burdened with numerous affairs, and in order to ensure Xiao Yi and the others' safety, he had hardly ventured out for over a month. He truly devoted himself to safeguarding her. Meanwhile, although she had her own responsibilities, they paled in comparison to the myriad of tasks that Qin Hanyue managed, allowing her to feel remarkably unencumbered. Xiaoying felt as though she had indulged for over a month. During the day she rescued Cheng Jinyan, he must have been anxiously fretting, consumed by worry. During her time in Country Yam, their communication had dwindled significantly, perhaps inciting a twinge of jealousy in him. Upon reflection, Xiaoying recognized the trials and tribulations he had endured, which rendered his earlier awkwardness comprehensible. Was it merely his emotions at play? She took a moment to steady her breath. Had her words offered him solace? In an instant, she found it difficult to dwell on his earlier advances. Qin Hanyue smiled, evidently satisfied, and tightened his embrace. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the air. As someone approached, Qin Hanyue showed no intention of releasing her, prompting Xiaoying to alert him, "Someone is coming." In the next moment, the fourth master burst in energetically. "Don't go." Right on his heels was Qin Yan, attempting to catch the dog, accompanied by Sake and Bai Xiao, who were unaware of Xiao Ying's visit to Qin Hanyue. Qin Yan chased the dog into the boxing room, and upon looking up unexpectedly, he nearly fell to his knees in fright. Bai Xiao and Sake halted at the doorway, receiving a murderous glare from someone that sent Qin Yan's hair standing on end. Forgetting about the dog, he wished he could gouge out his own eyes and fled. He witnessed the two figures at the entrance expressionlessly closing off his escape. "Hey!" Qin Yan exploded, his face momentarily contorted in despair. He rushed to the door, tugging at the handle, anxiously knocking, but too fearful to strike too forcefully or call out loudly. "Bro, open the door. This is no joke. Lives are at stake." Qin Yan was on the brink of madness, wishing he could slip through the cracks. He pressed against the door. "Sake, save me." He dared not glance back, feeling as if his life was concluding today. Sliding down the door, he curled up, doing his utmost to diminish his presence. Why was it always him? Tears were not an option for Qin Yan. What did it matter about the dog? Why the rush? If he could rewind 5 minutes, he would have gladly crippled his own legs. Woof. The fourth master curiously approached, wagging his tail in a gesture of puzzlement at Qin Yan's apparent distress against the door. Chapter 253. Qin Yan, don't kill me. If only someone had mentioned that Mr. Qin had a silver tongue. Qin Hanyue, as long as you're satisfied. Kneeling against the door. Qin Yan feigned death. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to flinch in terror, too frightened to open his eyes, and weakly murmured, don't kill me. Xiaoying, make way. Qin Yan sensed Qin Hanyue's presence nearby. He cautiously shifted away from the door to the wall's base. As Xiaoying opened the door, she observed the trembling Qin Yan and remarked, I brought a gift for Assistant Qin. Qin Yan shook his head vigorously. No, thank you, I don't want it. Qin Yan ought to count himself fortunate. He merely interrupted an embrace between the two. Had he arrived 2 minutes earlier, he might have disturbed a scene better left undisturbed. And Qin Hanyue could have truly taken his head off. At the entrance, Bai Xiao remained remarkably composed, casting a glance at the half-dead Qin Yan by the wall, and sincerely offered an apology. Sack was nowhere to be found. Upon returning to the first floor, he encountered Xiao Yi, who was coincidentally searching for Xiaoying and conversing with Sack, presumably inquiring if Sack had seen Xiaoying. Just then, Xiaoying and her companions arrived. Sister, what happened to your mouth? Is it the result of returning home and suffering from the local climate? Xiao Yi immediately noticed the slightly swollen lips of Xiaoying. Following this, she glanced at Qin Hanyue, who was trailing behind Xiaoying, seemingly questioning whether he was aware of the situation. Xiaoying maintained her composure. I bumped into a door. Xiao Yi was taken aback. How could you hit a door? How careless. Is it serious? Did you bleed? Let me see. Qin Hanyue interjected as Xiao Yi stepped forward to examine Xiao Ying's injury, and Sack swiftly pulled her away, striding out. Xiao Yi was perplexed. Sack? Where are you going? She struggled to keep pace with Sack. At the dining table, Sack was absent. Xiao Yi arrived a bit late as well. Xiaoying, while having breakfast, inquired, where is Sack? In the room, he inexplicably became angry and refused to come for breakfast when called. I'll take him some food later. This was the first time Xiao Yi witnessed Sack's anger and was unsure of what had transpired. It felt somewhat intimidating. Having showered and changed, Qin Hanyue discreetly glanced at Xiaoying. He had just witnessed Sack slam the door shut in the boxing room. Such a strong reaction might indicate feelings for Xiaoying. Bai Xiao remarked, it's nothing, that's just his temperament. Bai Xiao understood that Sack had transferred his feelings for the Nameless One onto Xiaoying, as the Nameless One had once attacked the Divine Armament. Naturally, Sack disdained the Divine Armament, believing there to be animosity between the Nameless One and them. If Xiaoying were to be involved with Qin Hanyue, the nemesis of the Nameless One, Sack's feelings would undoubtedly be complicated. With the innocence of a child, Sack possessed a strong sense of possessiveness, wishing for Xiaoying to manage the Blackwater effectively. He hoped she would solely assume the role of its leader. After breakfast, Xiaoying sought out Sack. She closed the door behind her. Little Sack? Sack sat on the sofa, diligently polishing his dagger. Xiaoying took a seat beside him. You're not jealous of Qin Hanyue, are you? Indeed, Sack was envious, but his jealousy was layered. Stop being so narcissistic. He paused for a moment, his emotions running high as he declared, did you know the Nameless One attacked the headquarters of the Divine Armament? Xiaoying was well aware. Qin Hanyue didn't seem to mind. Sack retorted, she doesn't like the Divine Armament. Xiaoying touched her nose. She didn't particularly dislike them before, did she? It was merely a matter of personal distaste. Choosing not to continue with that topic, Xiaoying took out her phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and handed it to him, saying, I brought you a gift. Sack was disinterested in any gift. Yet his gaze instinctively strayed. Just as he was about to withdraw his attention, he froze. On the screen was a striking photo of the Nameless One. The dagger slipped from his grasp, nearly cutting his hand. He remained utterly oblivious, fixated on the photograph before him, and then, in disbelief, he lifted his gaze to Xiaoying, his nose suddenly prickling with emotion. Xiaoying extended her phone towards him, saying, there are many pictures. Take your time to look through them, and I will send them to you once you're finished. Sack accepted the phone, his eyes glued to the image of Wuming. In the photograph, Wuming donned an exquisite and splendid evening gown, immersed in a lavish banquet hall, raising a glass in joyous revelry. Those who had encountered Wuming often described her as a fairy, a beauty that captivated hearts and compelled them to risk everything. The Wuming captured in the photograph was unlike any Sack had ever seen. Despite their acquaintance, the entire realm of Heishui had yielded not a single photograph of her. A lingering regret for Sack. Even in moments of longing, he could only rely on memories of Wuming. Sack gazed at the photograph, unable to tear his eyes away for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he turned his face away, as if to discreetly wipe away a tear, awkwardly turning his back to prevent Xiaoying from witnessing his vulnerability. Sack struggled to regain his composure. A single photograph had moved him to tears. Observing his distress, Xiaoying felt a pang of sorrow as well. Among all in Heishui, Sake was the one she cherished the most. In truth, she pondered whether to reveal to him that she was, in fact, Wuming. The words danced on the tip of her tongue, but she hesitated. Perhaps it was best to wait until the feud with the shadow was resolved. With his back turned, Sake scrolled through Qiao Ying's phone, examining the photographs intently, occasionally enlarging them for a closer look. Most of the images were candid snapshots of Wuming's life, featuring her in casual attire, cradling a pillow on a sofa, dining, sleeping, shooting, driving, and engaging with a computer, alongside a few candid shots of her tinkering with objects he could not comprehend. The authenticity of these photographs made Sake feel as though Wuming were still alive, residing in a city much like his own, living a life she adored. Where did you get these photos? Who took them? He inquired, noting that with Wuming's temperament, she was hardly one to indulge in photography, as evidenced by her expressions of impatience in some of the images where she seemed to warn the photographer with her gaze. Xiaoying replied, I will tell you later. Sake insisted, you must keep your word. To which she responded, when have I ever deceived you? As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon several photographs of Qiaoying at a gala in Country M, clad in a black evening gown. Gazing at the images of Qiaoying, an intense sense of familiarity blossomed within him. The essence and demeanor of Qiaoying and Wuming bore an inexplicable similarity, despite their differing appearances, for a fleeting moment. Sake almost mistook them for one and the same. He selected all the photographs and sent them to himself, including those of Qiaoying. Emerging from Sake's room, Qiaoying encountered Qin Hanyue, who stood in the hallway, clearly waiting for her. It was the weekend, and Qin Hanyue had no need to attend the office. Of course, even on weekdays, he would likely remain absent. His gaze followed Qiaoying as she approached, and he inquired, do I have a gift? She had brought gifts for everyone, even for Qin Yen, leaving only him and Fourth Master lacking. Qiaoying narrowed her eyes slightly, studying him, her expression more animated than usual. She had not realized he could be so greedy. Sake's reaction was unmistakable. There was none. Their gifts were easy to choose, but for someone of your stature, it's quite challenging to find something appropriate, she replied. Qin Hanyue gazed into her eyes and remarked, in truth, my gift ought to be the most exquisite. Qiaoying raised an eyebrow, inviting him to elaborate. Stepping forward, Qin Hanyue drew closer to her. With a teasing smile, Qiaoying nonchalantly quipped, do you dare? Qin Hanyue retreated, stating, your unexpected return to create a surprise for me is the finest gift of all. Qiaoying chuckled softly, her gaze playful as she jested. I have always said, Mr. Qin, your eloquence is rather impressive. Her eyes lingered on the man's lips, hinting at something more. Qin Hanyue seemed to grasp her implication, replying, as long as Miss Qiao is satisfied. Qiaoying responded, satisfied indeed. You exude an air of seasoned experience. Qin Hanyue defended himself, it's purely self-taught. My comprehension skills have always been quite adept. I don't understand, suddenly interjected the robot Xiao Yi, sporting a round head and two robotic eyes that shone with large yellow question marks. Record this, find Xiao Yi, it said before gliding away. Qiaoying glanced over, urging, hurry and delete it. You're corrupting the youth. Qin Hanyue reassured her, it's fine, he is still young and doesn't comprehend. Qiaoying pressed, are you going or not? Qin Hanyue replied, immediately. Chapter 254. Xiao Ying's bag contained Dr. Seely's medical license. Fourth Master stealthily entered Qin Hanyue's room and rummaged through Xiao Ying's backpack, successfully discovering his gift. Upon entering, they were greeted by a mess scattered across the floor. Fourth Master, with his new ball in mouth, joyfully bounded towards Xiao Ying, his tail wagging like a fan. Qin Hanyue cast a glance at the ball Fourth Master had dropped, then observed Xiao Ying squatting down to play with the dog. He thought to himself, even the dog has a gift. Silently, he began to tidy up Xiao Ying's backpack, carefully returning the scattered items, among which was a black card. This card was exceedingly rare worldwide. Xiao Ying possessed one, yet Qin Hanyue was not particularly surprised. Only she could carelessly toss such a card into her bag. Continuing his cleanup, he suddenly spotted two small booklets. Is this a medical license? Upon realizing there were two, his first thought was that one was for acupuncture. However, he quickly discovered they were identical. Intrigued, Qin Hanyue picked up the two medical licenses and opened one, finding a notarized document inside. The identity information within the booklet belonged entirely to Qiao Ying. Thus, her trip to M Country was to obtain this medical license. Qin Hanyue gently traced the face of the girl in the photo with his fingertip, his gaze softening. He then opened the other booklet. Upon seeing the identity information, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The petite photograph displayed a girl with strikingly delicate features, exuding an innate allure amidst her cool demeanor. A captivating beauty that seemed effortless. Seely. The name was distinctly inscribed. Dr. Seely. In his hands lay the esteemed medical license of the enigmatic genius, Dr. Seely, hidden within Xiao Ying's bag. The notarized document also belonged to Dr. Seely. The two licenses bore two faces that were entirely dissimilar, yet their essence and demeanor shared an inexplicable resemblance. Qin Hanyue lifted his gaze to the girl crouched on the floor, playing with the dog. Sensing something, Xiaoying quickly turned her attention towards him. As Xiaoying caught sight of the small notebook in Qin Hanyue's hand, she raised her gaze to meet his eyes. Her expression remained composed as her hand gently caressed the head of the fourth master, devoid of any visible emotions. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, Qin Hanyue placed the items into Xiaoying's bag, then took hold of it, escorting her to the door. Neither spoke. He did not inquire, nor did she elaborate. Qin Hanyue personally saw Xiaoying and her companions home. After enduring a lengthy flight, Xiaoying was fatigued and leaned against Qin Hanyue's shoulder, succumbing to slumber. Qin Hanyue was more than willing to serve as her cushion, seizing the opportunity to clasp one of her hands within his own. He had never before realized how soft a girl's hand could be. Upon returning to Xiaoying's villa, she ascended the stairs for a shower before retreating to her slumber. With Xiaoying asleep, Qin Hanyue felt it inappropriate to linger, especially as he observed Xiao Yi and Sak returning, clearly more at ease than they would be in his company. The dog, too, had shown him no favor since moving into his home, now frolicking joyously throughout the house. Xiao Yi, displaying thoughtfulness, bid him farewell. Goodbye, Brother Qin. The robot, Xiao Yi, followed suit. Goodbye, Brother Qin. That evening, after waking, Xiaoying drove to Xiao He's residence. During her time in Southeast Asia with the Chung family, she had received a call from Principal Zhang regarding Xiao He's situation, which was quite dire. He had been frequently absent from school, and even when present, his demeanor was notably poor. Principal Zhang suspected that Xiao He might have been severely impacted, possibly influenced by unsavory individuals from society, indulging in illicit substances, and had become alarmingly emaciated. Throughout this period, Xiaoying maintained communication with Xiao He, though neither was particularly loquacious. The door to Xiao He's home was not fully secured, having warped to the extent that it could only be firmly closed with considerable force, allowing it to remain ajar most times. Sounds of rolling bottles echoed from within. Xiaoying pushed the door open and made her way inside, only to find Xiao He slumped against the bed, despondently seated on the floor, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Scattered across the ground lay empty bottles alongside a pile of study materials, a juxtaposition of ambition and degradation. Clearly intoxicated, Xiao He was momentarily disoriented upon seeing Xiaoying, not fully processing her presence until she approached and kicked a bottle aside, the noise snapping him back to reality. Feeling the weight of embarrassment, Xiao He did not respond immediately. You still recognize your shame, so you haven't completely fallen apart, Xiaoying remarked. As he struggled to rise, he lacked the strength. What difference is there between you and your drunken father now? She added, assisting him to his feet. Her gaze fell upon the melatonin sleep aids resting on the bedside. Xiaoying's words seemed to pierce Xiao He deeply, as he leaned back against the bed, rendered speechless for a moment. Wash up and get some rest. You've missed enough classes. Come to my place tomorrow for makeup lessons. Don't forget, you still owe me 5 years of service, she concluded, turning to leave. Suddenly, Xiao He grasped her hand, prompting Xiaoying to frown but not pull away. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, You're helping me because of your friend. Because of my brother. Must you be so melodramatic? She replied. Xiao He gazed at her in silence for a moment before asking, Did you just return today? Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that softened his typically cold demeanor, or perhaps other emotions gradually began to intertwine. Xiaoying responded with a simple Having received his answer, Xiao He fell silent once more, his gaze upon Xiaoying becoming increasingly intricate. He then released her hand and stated, I will seek you out tomorrow for our lessons. The following day, Xiao He arrived, organized and equipped with his textbooks and laptop. The door was answered by Xiao, followed by the appearance of a foreigner, and then a youthful boy who appeared slightly younger than Xiao He, accompanied by a robot. Xiao He found himself questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. Xiao Yi regarded Xiao He, sensing a hint of familiarity. The earlier incident where Xiaoying had assisted Xiao He in confronting a rogue driver had caused quite a stir nationwide, and naturally, Xiao Yi was aware of it. Before he could place the connection, Wang, the fourth master, called out to Xiao He, obviously recognizing him. From within the villa came Xiaoying's voice, my classmate. Effectively halting Bai Zhao's inquiries, Xiao He was taken aback by the unexpected commotion and glanced at Xiaoying. This is my younger brother and 2 friends, Xiaoying explained, indicating their acquaintance. Before long, the time for classes arrived. Xiaoying escorted Xiao Yi to Jingda University for registration, where the siblings managed to refresh the university forum. After completing the registration, Xiaoying delivered Xiao Yi to the boys' dormitory. First-year students were required to attend evening study sessions, and Xiaoying insisted that Xiao Yi reside on campus. Although disappointed at the prospect of not commuting with Xiaoying, Xiao Yi obediently acquiesced to her plans. Give me a little more time, Xiaoying reassured him. Once I resolve my matters, I will take you on a trip. Xiao Yi simply replied, all right. He remained oblivious to the formidable figures Xiao Ying had entangled herself with, seemingly beyond even the reach of Qin Ge. All he could do was strive not to hinder Xiao Ying, lest he find himself in another kidnapping incident, as had occurred previously, resulting in Sa Ke's injuries and Xiao Ying's loss of sight. During his time at the Qin residence, he had never ventured beyond its doors. Now, with Xiao Ying attending the same school and under his watchful eye, Xiao Yi felt a sense of relief. That night, Hua Qingdong rang the doorbell of Xiao Ying's villa. Sister Ying, where's my car? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the summer, Hua Qingdong had been dragged abroad by his mother for a vacation, and despite several attempts to return and check on his car, he had been unsuccessful. It wasn't until the start of the school year that he finally regained his freedom. Fortunately, I haven't gone to bed yet. Otherwise, you'd have to wait until Qing Ming for me to send it to you, Xiao Ying remarked as she led him to the garage. Chapter 255, The Father of Robots. Qin Hanyue leaned down to kiss her. Hua Qingdong, brimming with curiosity, asked, Sister Ying, where's our brother? Has he gone to school? What major did he enroll in? In the garage, a Maybach was parked alongside a Koenigsegg 1. Upon seeing his dream car, Hua Qingdong couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Sister Ying, did you repair my car? He instinctively searched for his vehicle. Intrigued by which one Xiao Ying might gift him, the thrill of unboxing adding to his excitement. However, he noticed the absence of a third car. This is another one, Xiao Ying clarified. Hua Qingdong's eyes widened in astonishment, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, You have 2 cars. Xiao Ying tossed him the car keys. Hua Qingdong took the key, and to his astonishment, it was the key to a Koenigsegg 1. He inquired, Sister Ying, what does this mean? A certain possibility dawned upon him, and he felt a thrill of excitement. Xiao Ying replied, It's a gift. Hua Qingdong inhaled deeply. Sister Ying, is this truly another one? Not your own. Are you parting with it? Faced with Xiao Ying's collection of supercars, Hua Qingdong was overwhelmed with indecision, struggling for days without settling on a choice. Eventually, Xiao Ying ceased to pay him any attention and later instructed him to come collect the car. Xiao Ying remarked, Do you think I would give away a second-hand item? This one was procured from a collector, untouched and brand new. Hua Qingdong was on the verge of tears from gratitude. Were it not for the presence of Qin Hanyue and the fear of incurring Xiao Ying's wrath, he would have rushed forward to embrace her with overflowing affection. Clutching the car key, he earnestly declared, Sister Ying, I love you. Xiao Ying responded, Take the car and hurry along. I need to sleep. With dawn approaching and the first day of school looming, Hua Qingdong asked, Sister Ying, how much did this car cost? The price from the collector would be exorbitant, likely multiplied several times, even reaching billions. Xiao Ying replied, I didn't spend anything. They were eager to give it away. Knight C had arranged it. Upon hearing that Knight C wanted the car, the collector had it packed and delivered to Knight C's estate without accepting payment. Hua Qingdong exclaimed, Sister Ying, please don't tell me you have a collector friend. He found it quite plausible. Xiao Ying ignored him and turned back toward the villa. Good night, Sister Ying. Hua Qingdong bid farewell to her and began to circle the car, marveling at it. The moment he sat inside, he felt as though his soul had ascended. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi returned to school after military training, embarking on his university life. On the first official day of classes, he was met with the exuberant hospitality of the extravagant Hua Qingdong, nearly sending the newly more sociable Xiao Yi back into seclusion. Xiao Yi also seemed to have found purpose and motivation to strive for a better life, gradually recovering his spirits. Observing the positive changes unfolding, Xiao Ying was now in her second year, having bid farewell to evening classes, though she had seldom attended them. Xiao Yi's schedule mirrored Xiao Ying's, and after school, he would follow her to her villa for supplementary lessons. One evening, after Xiao Ying had finished explaining a concept to Xiao Yi, Qin Hanyue arrived. He merely glanced at Xiao Yi, who, upon meeting his gaze, returned a courteous nod. Subsequently, he settled beside Xiao Ying. She was intently watching the robot, Xiao Yi, as it whirled around the villa. Qin Hanyue inquired, What are you watching? Xiao Ying replied, I want to dismantle it. Qin Hanyue said, This is a gift for Xiao Yi. If you wish to dismantle it, I can have several sent over for you to play with tomorrow. Xiao Ying looked at him. I merely want to modify it, not destroy it. Qin Hanyue asked, Are you dissatisfied with its appearance or its system? Are you interested in robots? Xiao Ying responded, It's fine. I've won quite a few awards, and the accolades from the outside world are rather appealing. Xiao Ying then asked, What about you? Qin Hanyue replied, While studying abroad in high school, I started a company as practice, researching AI, which I quite enjoy. He continued, With your extensive knowledge, you must have heard of the father of robotics. Xiao Yingwei raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. Qin Hanyue remarked, He is a master of unparalleled stature, having caused a sensation throughout the technological realm. The robots he has crafted are remarkably advanced both in design and system functionality. However, he has suddenly vanished from the public eye for the past 2 years, I wonder if he has been absorbed by the state. The two engaged in lively conversation around this topic. After a while, Qin Hanyue prepared to leave as their discussion came to a close. Will you not see me off? He inquired as he stood, addressing Xiaoying. Having been seated for quite some time, Xiaoying took the opportunity to stretch and accompanied him to the door. As Qin Hanyue turned to face her, he asked, do you still want the robot? I do not, Xiaoying replied curtly. What if it were one crafted by me? He pressed further. Like the clumsy Xiao Yi? She retorted. At that moment, the robot Xiao Yi glided over, its voice reminiscent of a child's. I am not clumsy. Xiao Yi says I am adorable. Of course, it would not be so clumsy, Qin Hanyue assured her. Xiao Yi tilted its head, insisting, I am not clumsy. Then let us consider it as a New Year's gift for this year, Xiaoying proposed. Qin Hanyue's voice was low and seductive, particularly enchanting to the ears. You've prepared this for me over the past 6 months out of consideration for my busy work? As long as you are happy, Xiaoying replied. Qin Hanyue smiled. Casting a glance at Xiao He who was seated on the couch, observing their exchange. Noticing Xiao He's gaze upon them, Qin Hanyue lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Xiaoying's cheek, whispering, good night. Xiaoying's expression soured as she regarded him, thinking, this fellow truly knows how to stir the pot. After this kiss, will I be able to sleep soundly tonight? What is he after? Xiao Yi interjected. One should not witness the indecencies, and promptly glided away. Xiaoying closed the door and turned to find Xiao He withdrawing his gaze, returning his attention to the computer. In the middle of the night, Xiaoying was roused by the doorbell. Suppressing her irritation, she looked at Xiao He at the door. His face was pale and haggard, exuding an air of helplessness akin to someone drowning. His gaze was unfocused, conveying a sense of confusion. I apologize. I still cannot find rest. Seeing the resemblance to Feng Ying in his features, Xiaoying's irritation gradually dissipated. Shall I administer a couple of injections? She fetched the needles and